Chapter 281, Slaughter with One Sword. The 7 great sages of the monster race and demon race went together to see the aggressive-looking Orochi. In the sky above a plane, Orochi suddenly stopped. His huge body curled up. The expressions on the 9 heads were different. Some were ferocious, some were calm, some were cold, and some were kind. God Orochi, why did you stop? A false immortal of the One Nation asked, puzzled. Some old friends have come, Orochi said faintly. The false immortal of the One Nation instantly stopped talking. He stood obediently at the side and watched quietly. Soon, the 7 great sages arrived. When the great sage of the ocean cover, Demon King Jiao, saw the huge body of Orochi, he waved his hand and greeted, long time no see. In the 9 heads of Orochi, the indifferent head spoke, the 7 great sages of the monster race and demon race that I knew of were ferocious, unruly, and not human-like. People will change, Demon King Jiufeng said. In that case, I don't recognize any of you, Orochi said coldly. He was disdainful of the current appearance of the 7 great sages. The 7 great sages of the monster race and demon race looked at each other and felt that the situation was troublesome. Orochi's attitude was very aggressive. With this attitude, it wouldn't be easy to deal with him next. Boom! Demon King Pingtian directly transformed into his true form. A huge green ox appeared, filled with a barbaric aura that shrouded its body. Orochi, you were a top existence of the monster race thousands of years ago. In the past few thousand years, the spiritual energy has weakened, but you weren't affected at all? Demon King Pingtian asked, puzzled. I hid in a place and avoided the weakening of the spiritual energy, but I also paid a huge price. Orochi was very satisfied with Demon King Pingtian changing into his true form and answered. If you want to talk to me, then return to your true forms. Don't use your human forms to talk to me. Orochi warned the others. The 5 monsters, Demon King Jiao, Demon King Jiufeng, Demon King Gui, Demon King Yuan, and Yun Shanhai, were helpless. They could only transform back into their true forms. Demon King Jiao wandered in the void. His body was huge, but in front of Orochi, he looked very delicate and slender. May I know what's your purpose here this time, Orochi? Demon King Jiao asked in a low voice. To snatch away the destiny energy of this era. I heard that it's the frail humans ruling the world now. I want to overthrow them and let the monster race rule the world, Orochi said coldly. You might not be able to do this. Demon King Jiufeng spread his wings and soared into the sky, directly saying this. Orochi looked at Demon King Jiufeng coldly and asked, why not? Orochi, even the myriad races have been suppressed by the Xuanhuang God Dynasty. The myriad races won't be able to stir up any waves, Demon King Gui shook his head and said. Moreover, the Monster King and the human race are getting along quite well now. The 100,000 mountains is given to us as the habitat of the monster race. The policy of the Xuanhuang God Dynasty on the monster race is to treat everyone equally. It was only when the myriad races caused trouble that they were ruthlessly suppressed. Orochi, you are powerful, but you are also unable to go against the era. Demon King Yuan transformed into his true form. He was a huge ape that was like a mountain. His arms were long as he stood on the ground and said, You guys joined the Xuanhuang God Dynasty? Orochi's voice was cold. There was fury in his eyes that burned fiercely. If it weren't for the fact that he knew the 7 great sages of the monster race and demon race and that they were one of the few powerhouses of the monster race, Orochi would have directly attacked them. That's right. We brought the monster race and the 100,000 mountains along and sided with the Xuanhuang God Dynasty. After all these years, the monster race's days have finally calmed down a lot. We are thriving now and our race has become much stronger. The policies implemented by the Xuanhuang God Dynasty are very preferential to the monster race. That's why we came, the great sage of the white-clothed, by Zilong, said. Orochi looked coldly at the great sage of the white-clothed, by Zilong, and said, You are the only one among the 7 great sages that I don't like. You are a mixed blood between human and monster. In the end, you are still loyal to the human race. Not only did you throw the dignity of the monster race to the ground, but you also deceived them into accompanying you to become a dog for the Xuanhuang God Dynasty. The monster race is indomitable, how can we live under others and be controlled by others? Bai Zilong's expression instantly turned ugly. These words could be said to be heart-piercing, angering Bai Zilong. As a senior of the monster race, what good have you done for the monster race at your peak? At your peak, you didn't lead the monster race out of our predicament and disappeared for thousands of years. Back then, we were the ones supporting the monster race. When the spiritual energy has recovered and we awakened, we are still supporting the monster race. There are millions of monsters living in the 100,000 mountains. Through our efforts, we can live there freely. Moreover, we can also enjoy the help of the Xuanhuang God Dynasty. The life of the monster race has greatly improved. The current monster race is living much better than you think. Bai Zilong refuted Orochi with a furious gaze. These words made Orochi's aura constantly rise and his killing intent skyrocket. Bai Zilong was blaming him and interrogating him. Ignorant brat, what do you know? The monster race has always been controlling our own fate. For your own future, you guys sold the monster race to the humans without hesitation. Now, you actually want to brainwash me too? Dream on. Orochi roared and snorted coldly. Orochi, we brothers respect you as the once invincible powerhouse of the monster race. We don't want you to have a conflict with Great Emperor Jiufeng. It has only been a few days since the previous incident of the primordial god mountain. Why are you coming out to seek death? The great sage of the dreaming, Yun Shanhai, said with a solemn expression. Seek death? Orochi smiled mockingly. Then, his expression turned cold as he scolded, a mere human is also worthy of me seeking death? Even if that great Emperor Jiufeng comes out, I will still kill him. When I devour him and absorb the destiny energy of this era, the path to becoming an immortal isn't far off for me. What does the human race have to resist me? Orochi said disdainfully. In the past, we once wanted to kill Great Emperor Jiufeng too. In the past, the Kunlun Mountains also wanted to kill Great Emperor Jiufeng. When the myriad races appeared, they also wanted to destroy the Xuanhuang God Dynasty and kill Great Emperor Jiufeng. Even the primordial god mountain not long ago also wanted to kill Great Emperor Jiufeng and destroy the human race. But as things developed, we submitted to Great Emperor Jiufeng. The Kunlun Mountains don't even dare to fart loudly now. They are just obedient babies. The myriad races were scared out of their wits. Even the primordial god mountain was destroyed. Countless people wanted to kill Great Emperor Jiufeng, but most of them died in his hands. We brothers have witnessed the rise of Great Emperor Jiufeng. He is the son of destiny of this era. You want to kill him? You are simply thinking too much. Demon King Zhao said. He was just short of publicly saying that he was convinced by Lin Jiufeng's strength and was now his loyal believer. I didn't expect that the 7 great sages of the monster race and demon race that everyone praised to be fearless have already become secular. You have forgotten that you are monsters and not humans. The way you flatter Great Emperor Jiufeng now makes me feel very uncomfortable. Orochi gritted his teeth and suppressed his anger. We aren't flattering Great Emperor Jiufeng, but speaking according to reality, the great sage of the dreaming, Yun Shanhai, said. Only people like us who have experienced the events of the past have the right to speak of the world. Your thoughts are still stuck at thousands of years ago. At that time, the humans and the monsters were on opposite sides, killing each other. But after thousands of years, the communication between humans and monsters has also increased. The interaction between both sides increased and we even trade with each other. The common people and the ordinary monsters can all live in peace. This is the reason why we support the Xuanhuang God Dynasty and Great Emperor Jiufeng so much, the great sage of the moving mountain, Demon King Gui, said solemnly. I really don't know how this Great Emperor Jiufeng brainwashed you guys to actually speak up for him like this. I don't have time to pay attention to you guys now. Seeing that you guys were once outstanding powerhouses of the monster race, I won't kill you guys today. I will go and kill this Great Emperor Jiufeng. I will let you guys see how fragile the human race is. This world shall be ruled by the monster race. This era shall be called the Myriad Monsters Era. Orochi raised his head and said proudly. His aura was huge and rumbling. After saying that, he wanted to go past the 7 great sages and directly to the imperial capital of the Xuanhuang God Dynasty. But Demon King Ping Tian stepped into the air. The air instantly trembled. With a bang, he stared at Orochi and said solemnly, "If you insist on not listening to our advice, then defeat the 7 of us brothers. Otherwise, you won't be able to go past us." The great sage of the ocean cover, Demon King Jiao, also roamed the void and faced Orochi head-on. Then, with a roar, a trace of dragon's might emitted from his body. Although he didn't say anything, Demon King Jiao's attitude was very clear. Demon King Dupeng, Demon King Gui, Demon King Yuan, Bai Zilong, and Yun Shanhai all raised their banners and stared at Orochi. Even though they were inferior to Orochi, they had to take action. After all, Orochi was a powerhouse of the monster race. If he really got into a conflict with Great Emperor Jiufeng, it would incur Great Emperor Jiufeng's wrath and implicate the millions of monsters in the 100,000 mountains. To them, the gains wouldn't make up for the losses. Hence, even if they couldn't win, they had to fight. The anger in Orochi's eyes was difficult to hide. He spoke angrily, "Are you all that afraid of that Great Emperor Jiufeng? Since when did the people of the monster race have to be so humble?" Demon King Jiao, the great sage of the ocean cover, sighed. "You haven't seen Great Emperor Jiufeng before, so you can be ignorant and fearless, but we can't. I personally witnessed Great Emperor Jiufeng walk step by step until his position now. To be honest, even 10 of you added up also can't compare to a single Great Emperor Jiufeng." Orochi laughed from anger. "Even 10 of me added up can't compare to a single Great Emperor Jiufeng? I don't believe that there's such a terrifying person in this world. All of you, get lost. Seeing that we were once acquaintances, I won't kill you guys today, but what you all have lost is the face of our monster race. I must go and take it back." Orochi was quite angry. He directly flicked his tail. Rumble! The void exploded. Surging great Tao enveloped the surroundings like a waterfall. It swept in all directions, and everything in the world seemed to collapse at this moment. Orochi had transcended 9 lightning tribulations and was very terrifying. It was only because he didn't want to kill the 7 great sages. Otherwise, this move would be enough to kill them all. Even between false immortals, there were disparities in strength. This was the terrifying aspect of Orochi and also his arrogance. Boom! 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 Explosions sounded. Wherever the tail went, space was sealed and the great Tao washed over. Even though the 7 great sages of the monster race and demon race had already transcended 5 lightning tribulations, they were still unable to resist at all. They suffered a crushing defeat under Orochi. "Humph, you guys haven't recovered to your peak yet. You guys are so weak, it's no wonder that you submitted to the humans. I haven't improved in the past few thousand years, and it looks like you guys haven't improved either." Orochi looked at the pale-faced 7 great sages and said disdainfully. After defeating them with a single attack of his tail, Orochi didn't stop. His current anger was ignited as he rushed to the imperial capital, wanting to kill Great Emperor Jiufeng and announce to the world that it was time for the monster race to rise to power. The 7 great sages looked at the departing Orochi and smiled bitterly. He has always been at the peak. We are no match for him. Demon King Jiao, the great sage of the ocean cover, recovered his human form. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said with a bitter smile, "Is this the terrifying aspect of a false immortal who passed 9 lightning tribulations?" Demon King Dupeng asked in shock. "We are unable to resist him at all." "Then, is he actually strong enough to deal with Great Emperor Jiufeng?" The great sage of the moving mountain, Demon King Gui, asked. "Orochi is indeed terrifying, but he didn't amaze me. The only person who has always amazed me is Great Emperor Jiufeng," Demon King Yuan said. This time, there should be a world-shocking battle between Orochi and Great Emperor Jiufeng, Bai Zilong guessed. Yun Shanhai and Demon King Ping Tian stood at the side silently. They only looked in the direction of the imperial capital. The powerhouses of the world should have sensed it when Orochi flicked his tail just now. The top powerhouse of the monster race had appeared, wanting to find trouble with Great Emperor Jiufeng. Be it the myriad races, the human race, or other races, they were all watching. Unrivalled God Dynasty, Imperial Capital. Orochi soon arrived. His 9 heads roared in unison, emitting a sound that shook the sky and carried anger. Great Emperor Jiufeng, come out and accept your death. Great Emperor Jiufeng, come out and accept your death. Great Emperor Jiufeng, come out and accept your death. His shouts reverberated between heaven and earth. Under his vast aura, Orochi suppressed the imperial capital. The common people watched in horror. Orochi's huge body was very terrifying, making them tremble. In the Forbidden City, a false immortal wanted to charge out, but he was glanced at by Orochi. A terrifying impact landed and severely injured this false immortal. Emperor De immediately waved his hand to stop the others from attacking. The only person we can depend on now is Great Emperor Jiufeng, Emperor De said solemnly. He looked at the hidden cold palace in the imperial capital. Orochi was very aggressive and terrifying, but he didn't discover the cold palace that was hidden by the light of the homes. In the cold palace, Lin Jiufeng let out a long breath. He looked at the blue sky, his already blind eyes carrying a bright and beautiful light. Dressed in white, his appearance was that of a dashing young man. Although his 5 senses were sealed, Lin Jiufeng still knew that an enemy had come. Orochi didn't hide his aura at all. He had rushed straight towards the imperial capital, carrying a terrifying aura. No matter how slow Lin Jiufeng's reaction was, he could still sense it. He stood in the cold palace, his back tall and straight. His cold and thin temperament was like the radiance of the cold moon, illuminating the world. Since you don't know the meaning of death, I shall fulfill your wish. Lin Jiufeng spoke coldly. He directly broke through the influence of the 5 decay of the celestial being. His mouth was able to speak now. In the very next moment, his ears heard something. Next, Lin Jiufeng's eyes saw the sun. It was so resplendent, just like the great Tao that he had previously seen. Then, his soul shed the impurities and stood up again. Everything was moving in a good direction. In the end, Lin Jiufeng's divine soul also escaped from its seal. His only deficiency now was his Tao fruit, his broken Tao fruit. My Tao fruit was comprehended by me. Even if it's broken, I can still repair it. Lin Jiufeng pushed open the door and walked to the door of the cold palace. He looked at Orochi's huge body that was floating in the air. Then, cracking sounds came from his body. His Tao fruit was rapidly recovering. Lin Jiufeng raised his hand. Using his finger as a sword, he raised it towards the sky. 10 seconds later, with a bang, his broken Tao fruit had successfully connected into one again in his body. The great Tao was like broken meridians that were quickly recovering in his body. Lin Jiufeng slashed out with his finger. Clang! In the very next moment, a streak of sword energy exploded. After successfully transcending the tribulation, I only need one strike to kill you. This strike can overturn or flatten the mountains and seas. There's nothing much in this strike, just that the sword energy is very long. 30,000 miles long. Lin Jiufeng stood with his hands behind his back, his white clothes fluttering in the wind. At this moment, everyone in the world saw this resplendent sword energy. This sword energy spanned 30,000 miles, stretching very far into the distance. As for the aggressive Orochi, his head was directly cut off. Not just one head. All 9 heads fell together. Orochi and Lin Jiufeng were both false immortals who had undergone 9 lightning tribulations, but the difference in strength was huge. After Lin Jiufeng casually killed him, he didn't take a look before turning around and walking into the Forbidden City. He was going to see Emperor De. Chapter 282, Eye of the North Sea. Lin Jiufeng succeeded in transcending the tribulation and killed Orochi in an instant. The 7 great sages of the monster race and demon race who were far away in the plains saw the sword energy that was 30,000 miles long. The great sage of the ocean cover, Demon King Jiao, sighed faintly and said, "Kind words can't persuade a person who's seeking death. Orochi is indeed very powerful, but he wasn't a peak figure in the previous era. He didn't possess any destiny energy, so it's even more impossible for him to become a peak figure in this era. He's just seeking death," Demon King Dupeng sneered. He was bearing a grudge towards Orochi for injuring him. They came to persuade Orochi out of goodness. He had been cut off from the outside world for thousands of years and had only just re-emerged, so he shouldn't be so arrogant. But Orochi refused to listen to advice and insisted on doing things his own way. Now, he finally received a bad outcome for his action. It's a pity. He's a genius of the monster race from back then. He should have displayed his brilliance to the world and entered the Xuanhuang God Dynasty to fight for more benefits for the monster race. That will be a good thing. Demon King Ping Tian sighed. He didn't even do this back then, let alone now. He's an exquisite self-centered person who only thinks about himself. He claims to be doing everything for the monster race, but it's just bullshit. The Great Sage of the White Cloth, by Zilong, said mockingly. Let's not talk about him anymore. There's no need to talk about a dead person. Instead, Great Emperor Jiufeng has become even stronger now. He actually killed Orochi in one strike, Demon King Gui said enviously. This is the sign of the rise of the human race. The appearance of a peerless king, an invincible powerhouse. He surpassed the timeline of the era and suppressed this era. Demon King Jiao smacked his lips in envy. It's time to go back and recuperate. I'm quite injured this time. Demon King Yuan carried his rod and walked towards the imperial capital of the Xuanhuang God Dynasty. The others followed him back. Imperial capital, Forbidden City. After Lin Jiufeng's sword energy appeared, all the worry, anxiety, and fear disappeared. Orochi's corpse fell and smashed outside the imperial capital. Emperor Day immediately got someone to bring the corpse back. It was worth studying. At the same time, catch the few false immortals who followed Orochi and interrogate them properly. Figure out the ins and outs of the matter. Such things have happened several times. Is the imperial capital of the Xuanhuang God Dynasty that easy to bully? Every powerhouse wants to come here to behave atrociously? Emperor De decisively ordered. He was very angry, the consequences were very serious. Soon, more than 10 false immortals went to catch those people following Orochi. At this moment, Lin Jiufeng arrived at the imperial study. Outsiders couldn't see Lin Jiufeng at all. Even if Lin Jiufeng walked past them, they also couldn't discover him. Only Emperor De saw Lin Jiufeng. He was delighted and immediately asked the others to leave. The imperial study instantly became empty. Only then did Emperor De speak up happily. Big granduncle, why are you here? I came to pay attention to the situation of the Xuanhuang God Dynasty. Have you encountered any trouble? Lin Jiufeng asked. No, in the current world, no one dares to become enemies with the Xuanhuang God Dynasty. We have focused on nurturing students and developing the wisdom of the people. With the recovery of the spiritual energy, there are already hundreds of false immortals in the Xuanhuang God Dynasty now. And in the future, every year, the number of false immortals will increase by quite a lot, maybe even double. Some powerhouses from the previous eras recovered and also chose to join the Xuanhuang God Dynasty, expanding our strength by a lot, Emperor De said happily. He knew that all of this was because Lin Jiufeng had displayed his might and heroism. Through Lin Jiufeng's battle with the myriad races, the spirit of the human race was also forged, making the people of the world proud of him. Emperor De explained his reforms in detail to Lin Jiufeng. Reforms in all aspects gathered everything together to improve the foundation of the Xuanhuang God Dynasty. These matters were routine for Emperor De. He handled them casually. He knew clearly what the data was, where the reforms were having troubles, where the progress of the reforms was slow, and where the resistance was strong. He was confident and didn't look at any documents. He directly told Lin Jiufeng. These things were very common for Lin Jiufeng. But it wasn't easy to do these things well. After Emperor De finished speaking, Lin Jiufeng patted his shoulder in satisfaction and praised, "Not bad. I shall leave in peace then." "Big granduncle, you're leaving?" Emperor De was shocked. "I'm going to leave for a period of time to investigate some things. But don't worry. After that strike just now, I believe that in the coming period of time, no one will overestimate themselves and come to die," Lin Jiufeng said. Emperor De nodded and said, the Yuhua God Dynasty now has the ability to protect itself. Big granduncle, don't worry and go do your own thing. I will definitely guard the Yuhua God Dynasty well. I'm very relieved that you are the emperor. The Yuhua God Dynasty will definitely become more prosperous by the day. I also have to work hard for the things that I promised previously, Lin Jiufeng said with emotion. Big granduncle, what things? Emperor De asked curiously. I have convinced the nest of 10,000 dragons in the Kunlun Mountains. They are willing to join the Yuhua God Dynasty and advance and retreat together with the Yuhua God Dynasty. Therefore, you can send people to communicate with them now. Now, I also need to fulfill my side of the promise, Lin Jiufeng said. He wanted to find the Kunlun immortal and bring the Kunlun Mountains into the arms of the Yuhua God Dynasty. Emperor De still wanted to speak, but Lin Jiufeng stood up. He waved goodbye and left the Forbidden City. After Lin Jiufeng left, an official came to report. Your Majesty, that terrifying python is from the monster race of the previous era. His name is Orochi. He disappeared for thousands of years before being rescued by the people of the One Nation. The mastermind behind all of this is the One Nation. Emperor De looked into the distance with a cold expression. He gritted his teeth and said, this is just a small island country, yet they still dare to make a move on the Yuhua God Dynasty. They are simply seeking death. Send 50 false immortals to cross the sea and overthrow the regime of the One Nation, then absorb this country into the territory of the Yuhua God Dynasty. The official said excitedly, I will make the necessary arrangements now. A small island like this actually dares to covet the vast world? They are courting death. Emperor De's eyes were cold. He knew that Big Granduncle wasn't interested in these trivial matters, so he would handle them well and not trouble Big Granduncle. In the cold palace, Lin Jiufeng returned. He wasn't in a hurry to leave. He first went to the land of extremely negative energy. It had been a long, long time since he went down. The last time he went down, he had encountered the elder universe of the Heavenly Tao sect and received some information. Since then, Lin Jiufeng had been cultivating all this time. The last time he went down, he had only just entered the false immortal realm. But now, he had already reached the peak of the false immortal realm. He seemed to be separated from the realm of the true immortal by just a thin veil. It seemed like he could tear it apart with a stretch of his hand, but it also seemed like he was so close yet so far away that he couldn't reach it. Lin Jiufeng wasn't in a hurry for this matter. He had just repaired his broken Tao fruit and broken through the 5 decay of the celestial being. He wouldn't break through anymore for the time being. Passing through the underground passageway, he entered the land of extremely negative energy. This was a path that Lin Jiufeng had walked countless times before. He went down alone. The previous few times, the little white cat had accompanied him. Lin Jiufeng was still a little not used to going down alone now. He turned around a few times and didn't see the little white cat. His heart felt empty. When he stepped into the land of extremely negative energy and felt the cold aura, another line of words appeared in front of Lin Jiufeng's eyes. Return to the land of extremely negative energy. Do you want to sign in? I came back after a long time again. Sign in. Lin Jiufeng didn't refuse. He discovered that as long as he came once every few years, he would trigger the sign-in. On the contrary, if he came frequently, the sign-in would disappear. Sign-in successful. Received the emerald stone of the land of extremely negative energy. A hexagonal green stone appeared in Lin Jiufeng's palm. Its multiple surfaces emitted an emerald light. When held in his palm, it was very cold, and this coldness seeped deep into his soul. What's this? Lin Jiufeng looked at the green stone in confusion. It was really just a green stone with no other use. He wanted to check the information, but there was no information at all this time. Lin Jiufeng could only put it away. He had signed in so many times before, and he also had encountered such items of unknown origins. He put it away in a corner of the storage space. He entered the land of extremely negative energy and stepped onto the undying mountain. He once again arrived at the place where he had previously encountered the Elder Universe. This place was empty. There was nothing here. There was a kind of magic power in the undying mountain that seemed to want to keep Lin Jiufeng here. This power was slowly devouring Lin Jiufeng. But Lin Jiufeng wasn't as weak as before. He firmly resisted the influence of this power and walked in the undying mountain. It was empty. There was nothing here. Lin Jiufeng toured around the undying mountain, but he really didn't find anything. He left the undying mountain and came to an empty space in the distance. He looked at the undying mountain from a distance, viewing it from a special angle. Lin Jiufeng suddenly realized that this huge undying mountain seemed to be a head. A human head that was magnified countless times before it sat in the land of extremely negative energy. This was the feeling that the undying mountain gave Lin Jiufeng. Especially from his current point of view. This looked exactly like a person's head. The undying mountain is a head? Lin Jiufeng suddenly felt his hair stand on end and chills going through his spine. How powerful did this person have to be in order to turn his head into a huge mountain? The current Lin Jiufeng couldn't do it. Even in the future, Lin Jiufeng might not be able to achieve this either. Then, didn't I walk in his head just now? Lin Jiufeng was stunned. This was too weird. What exactly was the origin of the land of extremely negative energy? It was so strange that it actually had the head of such an invincible powerhouse. Lin Jiufeng didn't know what to say. He walked along the edge of the undying mountain and looked at it from different angles. From other angles, it couldn't be seen that this was a head. Only from that first angle which he tried could it be seen. Then what's the pure lake in the undying mountain? Lin Jiufeng asked himself. Is it a drop of tear? He replied himself. Lin Jiufeng had gained quite a lot of information from entering the land of extremely negative energy this time. He suddenly wanted to know more about the undying mountain and the land of extremely negative energy. The land of extremely negative energy is beneath the cold palace. It's shrouded by the light of the homes, no one will be able to discover it. I have ample time to investigate. Lin Jiufeng knew that there was nothing more to gain this time, but he wasn't discouraged. Instead, he chose to leave his curiosity for the next time and turned to leave. There wasn't any change in the land of extremely negative energy. It was already very good that Lin Jiufeng had discovered something new when he came this time. After I deal with the request of Winged Dragon from the nest of 10,000 dragons in the Kunlun Mountains, I will come and explore it properly. At the same time, I will also investigate why so many people from the previous era fought to the death in the land of extremely negative energy. Lin Jiufeng remembered this matter in his heart and turned to leave. He returned to the cold palace and closed the courtyard door. The spring of life was left here, Lin Jiufeng didn't take it with him. After leaving the cold palace, he waved to the light of the homes. Then, Lin Jiufeng instantly disappeared and directly flew towards the primordial god mountain. He wanted to see how the little white cat was doing. After transcending the 5 decay of the celestial being, Lin Jiufeng's speed was simply incredible. In no time, he arrived at the primordial god mountain. It was a wasteland with a radius of hundreds of miles. No one dared to come here. Especially when Great Emperor Jiufeng used a sword energy that spanned 30,000 miles to kill a false immortal who had transcended 9 lightning tribulations. The people of the world were all obedient now. With the destruction of the primordial god mountain, there should be treasures hidden beneath the ruins. But everyone tacitly agreed that these treasures belonged to the Xuanhuang God Dynasty and Great Emperor Jiufeng, so no one came to seek these treasures. Lin Jiufeng didn't care about the primordial god mountain. He directly came to the location of the large pile of dragon's veins. At the core of the earth, spiritual energy was being frantically spat out. Thousands of dragon's veins spat out the spiritual energy at the little white cat together. The little white cat hovered in the air, seemingly asleep, looking very peaceful. But as she inhaled and exhaled, the surging spiritual energy entered her body. When she spat it out, it brought out the problems in her body. It was a dark green gas. There were all sorts of runes in the gas, like germs and microorganisms. It was very inconspicuous. Lin Jiufeng's eyesight was good, he could tell at once. This should be what's stopping the little white cat from transforming, Lin Jiufeng guessed. Lin Jiufeng wasn't sure what this was for the time being, but it should be similar to a curse. After all, there were runes inside that were mysterious looking. But now that the little white cat had discharged these things from her body, she was really not far from taking human form. Lin Jiufeng's cat-eared girl was about to come online. After confirming that the little white cat was fine and that she was heading in a good direction, Lin Jiufeng continued to reinforce the seal on this place to ensure that no one would disturb the little white cat. Then, he left words of his whereabouts and turned to leave. He wanted to go to the sea and look for the eye of the North Sea in the vast sea. After exiting the primordial god mountain, Lin Jiufeng headed straight for the sea. Lin Jiufeng had been in this world for more than 100 years, but he had never gone out to sea. He had seen the sea, but he had never gone out onto it. There were also continents and islands on the sea. They were of all sizes. The small ones were so small that humans might not even be willing to live there. As for the big islands and the continents, they had all developed their own factions. Some even established their own countries, such as the Wan Nation. This was a country that had always coveted the vast land of the main continent. Lin Jiufeng identified the direction of the sea and advanced at a rapid pace. He didn't know where the eye of the North Sea was, but it didn't matter. His speed was very fast. Moreover, he had opened the Eye of Origin along the way, seeing through illusions and looking directly at the source. If the Eye of the North Sea really appeared near him, it couldn't be hidden from Lin Jiufeng's eyes. Just like that, Lin Jiufeng flew for a day and a night before he discovered the area filled with thick fog. Eye of the North Sea. The Eye of Origin instantly saw through the Black Sea and the thick fog and the huge vortex deep in the sea that was devouring everything. This is the Eye of the North Sea. Lin Jiufeng didn't stop. He directly rushed in. You discovered the Eye of the North Sea. Do you wish to sign in? After he entered, a line of words appeared before his eyes. Lin Jiufeng said decisively, sign in. Chapter 283, Traces of the Kunlun Immortal, sign in successful. Receive the North Sea Great Technique. There was a fish in the North Sea, its name was Koan. The size of Koan was thousands of miles long. It transformed into a bird, which was named Pang. The back of Pang was thousands of miles long. When it flew in anger, its wings were like clouds that drooped down from the sky. The North Sea Great Technique was derived from this legend. This technique was extremely terrifying. It was an extreme-level immortal technique. Just like the Kunlun sword technique, it surpassed the treasure skill and reached the immortal technique level. Immortal techniques were what Lin Jiufeng lacked now. After he broke through to the peak of the false immortal realm, the treasure skills could no longer keep up with the times. Only those techniques that were still evolving and becoming stronger with Lin Jiufeng could possibly catch up. After signing into this North Sea Great Technique, it transformed into a stream of light that entered Lin Jiufeng's mind. It instantly exploded in his mind. Lin Jiufeng's spiritual consciousness was originally a vast sea. At this moment, a huge rock flitted past. It spread its wings and flew. After circling around the Fusang tree, it entered the vast sea of spiritual consciousness with a plop and became a fish that swam in it. The North Sea Great Technique is indeed unfathomable. It's a large-scale immortal technique. Signing in such an immortal technique before entering the Eye of the North Sea is also a form of safeguard. Lin Jiufeng muttered to himself, feeling quite happy. He was now above the vortex, staring at the constantly spinning vortex with a faint gaze. What exactly is the secret underneath? Lin Jiufeng murmured. After completely mastering the North Sea Great Technique, Lin Jiufeng officially stepped into the huge vortex. Rumble. The sound waves created by the vortex were huge. When Lin Jiufeng went down from the edge, he sensed a terrifying suction force that frantically dragged him down. But Lin Jiufeng was very powerful. He stood in the same spot without being moved. Unlike Orochi, this suction force couldn't pull Lin Jiufeng down. This also proved that Lin Jiufeng was way stronger than Orochi. After getting used to it for a while, Lin Jiufeng began to venture deeper. He entered the center from the edge of the vortex. The suction force became stronger, but it still couldn't do anything to Lin Jiufeng. He walked in this huge vortex and gradually went deeper. What's that? But as he went deeper, Lin Jiufeng saw a shocking scene. In the core of this huge vortex, there was a huge black hole. It was like the bottom of a funnel. Endless seawater poured in and rumbled. But above that black hole, a coffin was floating there, suppressing the void. The coffin was made of peach wood. It had a terrifying aura, but the aura didn't spread. It was just suppressing the entrance. Whose coffin is this? Lin Jiufeng slowly approached. Sensing the pressure from the coffin, he frowned. The aura of an immortal. Lin Jiufeng affirmed. Only a true immortal could make him feel pressure now. Among those of the false immortal realm, Lin Jiufeng dared to say that he was the strongest one. Standing in front of the coffin, Lin Jiufeng raised his hand, wanting to open it. He resisted the powerful pressure and reached out to touch the coffin. Boom! A terrifying pressure rushed into his spiritual consciousness and directly exploded. Immortals are guilty. A sorrowful voice spread and reverberated in Lin Jiufeng's spiritual consciousness, causing his entire body to tremble. Immortals are guilty? Lin Jiufeng murmured. He looked at the coffin with a deep gaze. This tone was filled with indignation and deep regret. It was as if he had been deceived or discovered a huge secret. Who exactly is this person? Lin Jiufeng frowned. He pushed the coffin forcefully, but it couldn't be opened. The coffin remained motionless. It wasn't something Lin Jiufeng could open with his current strength. Other than that sorrowful roar, there was no other sound. Lin Jiufeng couldn't help but give up. There was no other choice. He could only choose to enter the eye of the North Sea. But before he left, Lin Jiufeng said to the wooden coffin, "Don't tell me you're the Kunlun immortal?" Lin Jiufeng suspected this at first sight. Winged Dragon had said that the Kunlun immortal had come to the eye of the North Sea, but there was no news of him since then. Winged Dragon had also said that the Kunlun immortal was clearing some obstacles for his descendants. Moreover, the eye of the North Sea had a forbidden spell cast on it. False immortals who had transcended 9 lightning tribulations would be trapped and killed if they entered. Lin Jiufeng was currently a 9th stage false immortal too, but he was confident of his strength, so he still came. Whether this peachwood coffin really contained the Kunlun immortal or not was something uncertain. Lin Jiufeng asked the coffin, but it didn't respond. Lin Jiufeng didn't give up. He pushed the peachwood coffin again. It didn't move at all. But this time, Lin Jiufeng discovered that there was a forbidden spell entangled on the wooden coffin. Every time he used his full strength, he would trigger this forbidden spell, which would then lock the wooden coffin. If I don't solve this forbidden spell, I won't be able to open this peachwood coffin. Lin Jiufeng's eyes narrowed. He knew that he wouldn't be able to solve this forbidden spell with brute force. He began to look through his inventory to see if there was anything that could undo this forbidden spell. Over the years, Lin Jiufeng had signed in for many things. These things were all stored in his treasury. Other than giving some to Emperor De to stabilize the Unrivalled God Dynasty and some to Princess Yulin to cultivate, he had kept the rest. Even if he couldn't use them for the time being, he might use them in the future. After searching around, he really found a treasure that he had signed in previously that might be useful. The Kunlun Divine Stone. This was a hard and spell-breaking stone. Lin Jiufeng had signed in on the way to the nest of 10,000 dragons after entering the Kunlun Mountains. At that time, it was really just a stubborn stone. Lin Jiufeng had no use for it at all, so he threw it in the corner of the treasury. It was only now that Lin Jiufeng remembered and found it after rummaging through his treasury. A hard and spell-breaking stone. Lin Jiufeng's eyes lit up. He looked at the forbidden spell on the peachwood coffin. Doesn't this forbidden spell need to be broken? Lin Jiufeng smiled. He held the Kunlun Divine Stone in his hand and smashed it forcefully towards the coffin. Boom! With this smash, the peachwood coffin trembled. The huge fluctuations affected the vortex, and the forbidden spell on the peachwood coffin directly exploded at this moment. Lightning flashed. The forbidden spell that Lin Jiufeng couldn't do anything to just now directly exploded under the smash of the Kunlun Divine Stone. The sound of the explosion even affected the wooden coffin.
With a cracking sound, a crack directly appeared in the wooden coffin. "There's someone inside."
Lin Jiufeng saw clothes from a corner of the crack. He was surprised and put away the Kunlun divine stone. Then, he pushed open the peachwood coffin. The outcome was greatly unexpected. The clothes that Lin Jiufeng saw just now were really clothes. There was no one in the wooden coffin, only a set of clothes. It was also this set of clothes that suppressed the eye of the North Sea, emitting the aura of an immortal.
"This is a cenotaph?" Lin Jiufeng frowned.
He carefully moved the clothes. These clothes were very simple. They weren't immortal artifacts, they could be considered to be at the pseudo-immortal artifact level. But because they were worn by an immortal and were tainted with the aura of an immortal, they were placed here.
"Wait, there are words in this coffin."
Lin Jiufeng saw words on the inner side of the peachwood coffin. These words weren't contemporary words, but words from the era of the myriad races from more than 10,000 years ago. Lin Jiufeng had long learned it, so he read it out loud.
"The path of an immortal is both real and fake. Don't choose to ascend into an immortal after transcending the tribulations. This path has been plotted against by someone or some people."
This was the first line of words that were carved. Seeing this, Lin Jiufeng became increasingly certain that the previous owner of this peach coffin was the Kunlun immortal. Winged Dragon had told Lin Jiufeng that the Kunlun immortal had said that there was something wrong with becoming an immortal. But where's the Kunlun immortal? Why did he leave a set of clothes in the wooden coffin?
A question mark appeared in Lin Jiufeng's mind.
Lin Jiufeng continued to observe the interior of the peachwood coffin. He really discovered another few lines of words. The appearance of the myriad races was just a mistake.
Especially after the number 1 race was suppressed, the potential of the myriad races became limited.
The primordial god mountain was just a puppet.
"I'm seriously injured and don't have much time left.
But at least I cleared the obstacles for the people who came later. I killed the god of darkness." When Lin Jiufeng saw this, he raised his brows. His heart trembled and swayed.
Isn't the god of darkness the instigator behind the primordial god mountain?
It was because of his support that the primordial god mountain was able to rise up. Moreover, this god had exterminated the number 1 race and suppressed them in the eye of the North Sea.
He was actually killed by the Kunlun immortal? Unbelievable, Lin Jiufeng said in surprise.
Lin Jiufeng's interest in the Kunlun immortal increased substantially. He searched the peachwood coffin thoroughly, wanting to find more information and understand more about what happened. In the end, Lin Jiufeng found another sentence. "I've always felt that it's a pity that I was born too late and didn't manage to make it in time for the magnificent era. Being a small figure under the great era and sacrificing my life for it is more exciting than being the leader of a lonely era. But before I die, I see the hope of saving this regret. I want to participate in the war."
Lin Jiufeng was surprised. What did this mean?
The Kunlun immortal was very powerful. He was another terrifying existence that rose up after the top powerhouses of the primordial god mountain rose up after the fall of the number 1 race. Back then, he had just entered the immortal realm and was even threatened by the people of the primordial god mountain. But later on, he actually killed the backer of the primordial god mountain and dragged his injured body to go fight somewhere else. Where did he go? This was the problem. But after Lin Jiufeng searched through the peachwood coffin thoroughly, there was still no answer. In the end, the Kunlun immortal actually built a tomb for himself in advance and left.
Did he know that he would never return after leaving?
The myriad races, the god race, and even the human race of this world are all deeper than I thought. Beneath the exterior of this calm world are countless undercurrents, like a bottomless sea. Lin Jiufeng said to himself. He was telling himself that although the Unrivalled God Dynasty was suppressing the world on the surface and he was invincible on the surface, he still had to work tirelessly in private to discover the truth of this world. I don't know where the Kunlun immortal went, but this cenotaph can be considered to be an explanation to the Kunlun mountains. Lin Jiufeng thought for a while and directly put away the peachwood coffin. He wanted to bring it back to show it to Winged Dragon. This was what he had promised the nest of 10,000 dragons and Winged Dragon. He had to fulfill it.
As for taking the peachwood coffin away, would anything happen to the Eye of the North Sea?
Since Lin Jiufeng was here, the problem of the Eye of the North Sea had to be resolved for good. There are countless changes in this world, but now that I'm the #1 powerhouse on the surface and the so-called Great Emperor Jiufeng, I have the responsibility to protect this world.
Lin Jiufeng clenched his fists. After putting away the peachwood coffin, he directly dropped into the bottomless black hole. The water of the sea was also constantly crashing down. This was much more magnificent than a waterfall.
Lin Jiufeng didn't know how long he flew for. There was only the rumbling of the seawater in his ears. Lin Jiufeng only saw the light after a long time.
Boom!
The light was beneath his feet, but it was locked by a forbidden spell. The water from the sea smashed down, but it was directly rebounded and entered the deeper parts of the sea.
Without hesitation, Lin Jiufeng took out the Kunlun Divine Stone. A hard and spell-breaking stone.
Previously, he thought that the Kunlun Divine Stone was useless, but from the looks of it, it was even more useful than some immortal artifacts.
Boom!
The Kunlun Divine Stone directly smashed open the forbidden spell. Lin Jiufeng directly fell down, together with the surging seawater. After a short time, the forbidden spell repaired itself.
The water of the sea was blocked from entering again. Lin Jiufeng arrived at the sea. Yes, it was still a sea.
The difference was that in this sea, there were countless corpses floating and sinking. There were some complete bodies, but most of them were shattered corpses. Lin Jiufeng discovered the huge skeleton of a mammoth.
It was unscathed. Under the impact of the sea waves, it was still stable and emitted a heavy aura. This mammoth was at least a false immortal that had passed 9 lightning tribulations. It might even be an immortal.
This was because, after an unknown period of time, its corpse still had such a stable aura. Not only was there a mammoth, but there was also the skeleton of a true dragon. It was also well preserved. Other than that, there were also some human corpses. They were all well preserved. Looking at the sunlight above his head, Lin Jiufeng muttered to himself, "This is a small world, independent from the outside world." He flew up from the sea of bones and looked around. This small world wasn't big, there was only an island with the sea surrounding it. The sea was filled with bones. This should be called the Sea of Bones. The island spanned hundreds of kilometers like a curved blade. The forest was dense. Lin Jiufeng came to the beach and looked around carefully. There was no one there. He spread his divine sense and instantly surrounded the island that was hundreds of miles long. He slowly investigated. Broken walls were everywhere. There were traces of fighting everywhere. A huge battle had once happened here. Could this be the place where the Kunlun Immortal and the God of Darkness fought? Lin Jiufeng raised his brows. He discovered many corpses. These corpses didn't decay. After more than 10,000 years, the corpses that still existed now belonged to those that had at least undergone 7 or 8 tribulations. This was very terrifying. Lin Jiufeng walked to a corpse and discovered that there were spiritual words that still existed in this corpse. He listened carefully and his expression became strange. "Kunlun Immortal, you lunatic. You will King die a terrible death." This strand of spirit was very persistent. It cursed the Kunlun Immortal. As a result, even until now, it hadn't been wiped out. One could imagine how much he hated the Kunlun Immortal back then. It seems that this was done by the Kunlun Immortal. These corpses are of different shapes. They should be from the #1 race? Lin Jiufeng guessed. He continued to explore. But then, he realized that he had guessed wrong. Corpses were everywhere here, and the sea was filled with bones. However, they didn't belong to the #1 race. They came from another faction. Chapter 284, Skeleton's Confession in the Mysterious Space. There were mysterious corpses everywhere. After Lin Jiufeng observed carefully, he realized that they weren't from the #1 race. Why was he so sure? Lin Jiufeng saw a palace that was made of bones. This palace had 300 bone steps. After walking up, Lin Jiufeng saw an incomplete stone tablet. It was originally complete, but half of it was cut off. There were a few words written on it. Postnatal God Race. Lin Jiufeng looked at it carefully and muttered to himself, could it be that the corpses here all belong to this postnatal god race? The postnatal god race wasn't from the myriad races, but just by hearing their name alone, they seemed to be somewhat related to the god race.
Do you want to sign in at the postnatal god race's base?
Such a line of words appeared in front of Lin Jiufeng's eyes. Only then did he confirm that the corpses in this place all belonged to the postnatal god race and not the number 1 race.
A day had passed since he entered the Eye of the North Sea. Sign in,
Lin Jiufeng said decisively. He really wanted to know what he could sign for at the place of the postnatal god race.
Sign in successful.
Received the god race boundary stone. A stone tablet appeared in front of Lin Jiufeng. It wasn't made of ordinary materials. There wasn't anything written on it, only a picture of a bolt of lightning. Lin Jiufeng didn't know what this was for, because it didn't look like a magic treasure or an immortal artifact.
It couldn't be refined.
It was just like a pure stone tablet.
Boundary stone? What exactly is this?
Lin Jiufeng raised his brows and checked the information about this thing. A boundary stone filled with ominous things. There was only one sentence for the introduction of the god race boundary stone. Lin Jiufeng smiled helplessly.
He could only put it away.
It seemed that he wouldn't be able to use it for the time being. After putting away the god race boundary stone, Lin Jiufeng carefully observed this bone hall.
It was very bright and emitted a terrifying aura.
This palace built from bones looked terrifying. Lin Jiufeng took a few steps forward and stood in front of the bone hall. He looked at the dark interior of the hall. It was as if a huge beast had opened its mouth and was about to devour Lin Jiufeng.
This feeling was very terrifying. But Lin Jiufeng wasn't afraid. He directly stepped into the bone hall.
The bone hall was empty. It was originally very quiet, and now, only Lin Jiufeng's footsteps reverberated. There were many pillars in the hall, and these pillars were also made of bones. They were all parts of different ferocious beasts, and they were very huge, supporting this bone hall. As he walked, Lin Jiufeng suddenly saw a skeleton standing quietly behind a pillar.
If it wasn't for the Eye of Origin, Lin Jiufeng wouldn't have discovered it immediately.
It was Lin Jiufeng's Eye of Origin that instantly saw that there was a soul fire burning in this skeleton's body. It was hidden in the bones and was very difficult to discover.
This is a sentient skeleton. Lin Jiufeng was certain of this.
He walked in front of the skeleton and stopped.
He looked calmly at the skeleton. Without blinking. Silently exerting pressure.
Lin Jiufeng's Eye of Origin had been analyzing this skeleton all this time.
It was obvious that it was different from the lifeless skeletons outside.
It had its own soul fire, and it wasn't burning outward, but hiding in its skeleton body. Hence, no one else could discover it.
Only Lin Jiufeng's Eye of Origin could see through it. A few minutes later, the skeleton still didn't move.
Lin Jiufeng directly said, "Are you the only living creature in the entire bone hall?" The skeleton that was originally standing still slowly raised its head at this moment. With a bang, the entire skeleton burst into flames. 2 fireballs appeared in the skeleton's eyes.
The skeleton came alive. How did you discover me? The skeleton asked calmly.
My eyes can see things that others can't, Lin Jiufeng said honestly. The Eye of Origin was to be able to see the essence of things through appearance.
Are you from outside? The skeleton walked out and asked. Yes. Lin Jiufeng nodded. In the outside world, are the different races of the myriad races all developing very well now? The skeleton asked curiously. Lin Jiufeng's heart moved. This skeleton even knew about the myriad races.
It seemed that it was also from the era more than 10,000 years ago.
No. Lin Jiufeng shook his head. In that case, is the primordial god mountain ruling above the rest?
The skeleton's blazing flames fluctuated, displaying its mental fluctuations as it asked again. Lin Jiufeng continued to shake his head.
The primordial god mountain has already been destroyed.
The skeleton was shocked this time. It murmured, "This shouldn't be the case. The strength of the primordial god mountain is very powerful and terrifying.
It has always been improving. How could it be destroyed? Moreover, the number one race has been suppressed.
Logically speaking, as long as the primordial god mountain doesn't seek death, it can continue to exist."
The skeleton was puzzled. Its fiery red eyeball stared at Lin Jiufeng and it asked in confusion, "Who can destroy the primordial god mountain?" "Me."
Lin Jiufeng pointed at himself and said calmly.
"You?"
The flames on the skeleton's body fluctuated violently.
The flames danced fiercely, showing the skeleton's surprise. "You are just a false immortal. How can you destroy the primordial god mountain with such a weak strength?" The skeleton expressed its doubt.
"I'm a little weak, but the problem is that the primordial god mountain is even weaker, so they were wiped out by me."
Lin Jiufeng smiled and said, "How did you destroy the primordial god mountain?" The skeleton asked, shocked and curious. Lin Jiufeng didn't answer. He looked at the skeleton.
The corner of his mouth curled up as he said, "You've asked me so many questions, it's my turn to ask you." The skeleton stared at Lin Jiufeng. After a moment of silence, it reluctantly said, "Then ask."
"I will tell you everything that I can." "Who are you?"
Lin Jiufeng asked directly. The skeleton said softly, "A human who made a mistake."
"You are a human?"
Lin Jiufeng raised his brows. This exceeded his guess.
He originally thought that it was someone from the postnatal god race. "I was once a human."
The skeleton nodded.
Once, Lin Jiufeng pondered for a moment.
He didn't pursue the matter further and changed the subject.
"What race is the postnatal god race?"
The skeleton walked out and saw the incomplete stone tablet. Then, looking at the dyed mountains and the spread of bones on the sea, it said, "The postnatal god race are those like me who have abandoned the mark of our original races and transformed into the god race."
"I see." Lin Jiufeng finally understood.
The people of the postnatal god race were a group of people who were very dissatisfied with their original races. They felt that they didn't have much potential, so they transformed themselves into the god race. But because they were transformed from other races, their bloodline was different from that of the innate god race. This was why the postnatal god race appeared.
"The others are all dead, why are you still alive?" Lin Jiufeng asked curiously.
"I also want to die, but I can't. I can only guard the bone hall like this. I won't age or die, I also can't leave, therefore becoming like this," the skeleton said helplessly.
"What exactly are you guarding? There aren't any treasures here, are there?" Lin Jiufeng asked curiously.
"This bone hall was built by a true god," the skeleton said.
Lin Jiufeng's expression changed. He hesitated and asked, "Is it the god of darkness?"
The skeleton was surprised.
"How did you know?"
"Not only do I know this, but I also know that the god of darkness has been killed," Lin Jiufeng said honestly.
"You're talking about the Kunlun immortal, right? He's indeed very powerful."
"He killed the god of darkness here, but he didn't kill him completely," the skeleton said.
"He wasn't completely killed? How is that possible?" Lin Jiufeng frowned.
"The Kunlun immortal wouldn't be so careless. The Kunlun immortal did kill the god of darkness, but he didn't completely understand the essence of the god of darkness. He has a second heart that is hidden elsewhere. Once he is killed, a new body will be born from the second heart, and he will slowly recover his strength." The skeleton explained to Lin Jiufeng.
"You know so much because you witnessed this piece of history?" Lin Jiufeng asked suspiciously. "That's right. I was originally already dead. I gave up this skeleton body and chose to end my own life. But the god of darkness woke me up and asked me to guard the door for him. After more than 10,000 years, I'm still persevering here." The skeleton's tone was very complicated. He didn't want to be like this. "You can't refuse?"
Lin Jiufeng asked, puzzled. "We, the people of the postnatal god race, have all been transformed by the god of darkness.
He has control over our lives and deaths. I can't refuse his orders.
Even if I want to die wholeheartedly, I can't, the skeleton said helplessly. The skeleton had the desire to die, but if the god of darkness refused to let it die, it wouldn't be able to die. It had to stand guard for the god of darkness here.
But the skeleton wasn't stupid.
It wasn't easy for it to see a living person like Lin Jiufeng, so it decisively shared these things.
Why are you telling me all these? Lin Jiufeng asked with a frown. Don't you want to kill the god of darkness? The skeleton asked. The god of darkness is so powerful.
More than 10,000 years have passed, he must have recovered the strength of an immortal.
I'm only a 9th stage false immortal, how can I kill him? Lin Jiufeng shook his head. Although he was confident, he wasn't arrogant. He was still a distance away from becoming an immortal.
You overestimated the god of darkness and underestimated the Kunlun immortal. The harm that he brought to the god of darkness cannot be recovered even with his new body. The god of darkness has been trying to heal his injuries all these years, but the effect isn't obvious. He has yet to become an immortal, the skeleton said to Lin Jiufeng.
You wish for me to kill the god of darkness?
Lin Jiufeng looked at the skeleton that was emitting flames.
Of course. If you kill him, I will be free.
At the same time, it will also signify that the absurd postnatal god race has completely disappeared, the skeleton lamented.
The absurd postnatal god race?
Lin Jiufeng looked at the skeleton, puzzled. A group of people who looked down on their original origins and were willing to give up their original selves to become puppets in the hands of others. We are like puppets that have been stringed up, controlled by others, and have no choice but to obey.
All of these for becoming a so-called god, isn't this absurd?
The skeleton said in self-mockery.
Look at my current wretched appearance. This is the perfect race that I pursue.
I really reap what I sow, I can't live nor die, the skeleton said tragically.
If you have the ability to kill the god of darkness, I will be willing to pay anything for you to do so. I will tell you everything that you want to know. The skeleton solemnly guaranteed.
This was also the reason why the skeleton answered Lin Jiufeng's questions.
Lin Jiufeng looked at the skeleton and asked seriously, Are you sure that the god of darkness hasn't reached the immortal realm yet?
This was very important.
If he didn't become an immortal, Lin Jiufeng would really want to kill him.
No matter what, he had already destroyed the primordial god mountain.
How could Lin Jiufeng let the mastermind behind the primordial god mountain off?
Lin Jiufeng kept staring at the skeleton. His eyes were very sharp. The eye of origin locked onto the other party to ensure that it wasn't lying. I'm certain that the heart and the new body of the god of darkness are both here at the bottom of this hall. You can kill him once and for all here, the skeleton said solemnly. I can go and kill the god of darkness, but you have to tell me his origins.
Lin Jiufeng used the eye of origin too. Check.
After confirming that the skeleton wasn't lying, he asked. The god of darkness is a member of the god race, but he told me in a conversation that he didn't agree with the ideals of the god race, so he fell into the darkness, hugged the shadows, and became the god of darkness, the skeleton said. In other words, the god of darkness is actually a traitor of the god race. Lin Jiufeng seemed to be in deep thought.
That's right.
The god of darkness is the same as us, he betrayed his original race too. Therefore, being controlled by him, we are only reaping what we sow, the skeleton laughed at itself.
Then, what about the real god race? Lin Jiufeng asked. He had always been curious. What was the final outcome of the real god race?
I don't know about this, but I seem to have heard from the god of darkness that the god race disappeared in the long river of history after a world-shocking battle. As for what kind of battle it was and how intense the battle was, I'm really not sure. The only thing that I can be sure of is that after the destruction of the god race, the myriad races were slowly born. The number one race basically inherited some of the things of the god race.
The god of darkness was enraged because of this.
Therefore, he secretly supported the primordial god mountain and wiped out the number one race. Then, he even suppressed the number one race in the eye of the North Sea. The skeleton explained tirelessly.
Then where's the number one race now? There are corpses everywhere here, are some of them from the number 1 race? Lin Jiufeng asked curiously. The corpses here don't belong to the number 1 race.
They all belong to the postnatal god race. They were killed by the aftershocks of the battle between the Kunlun Immortal and the God of Darkness. As for the number 1 race, I only know that the Kunlun Immortal took them away after saving them. Before the Kunlun Immortal left, he said something about wanting the number 1 race to atone for their crimes. Then, there's only me and the God of Darkness left here.
The skeleton explained Lin Jiufeng's doubts in detail. The number 1 race was suppressed in the eye of the North Sea, then taken away by the Kunlun Immortal to atone for their crimes?
Lin Jiufeng frowned deeply.
Do you know what battle the immortal Kunlun brought the powerhouses of the number 1 race to participate in?
Lin Jiufeng asked.
Who knows?
The Kunlun Immortal is a powerhouse that can kill the God of Darkness. I have no idea of his actions. The skeleton shook its head. Since that's the case, bring me to see this God of Darkness first.
I want to see how powerful this so-called traitor of the God race and embrace the darkness is.
Lin Jiufeng said. The skeleton was overjoyed. It said, I will definitely do my best to assist you in killing the God of Darkness. Although I can't control my life and death, I can still control my body for a short battle.
You just have to bring me there.
As long as the God of Darkness is as you say, I will let him feel the smell of death again today.
Chapter 285, What a Weak God.
Lin Jiufeng still decided to take a look. The God of Darkness, the mastermind behind the primordial God mountain more than 10,000 years ago, was still quite attractive to him. The flames on the skeleton's body extinguished a little. It raised its hand and invited Lin Jiufeng into the depths of the hall. This bone hall was personally built by the God of Darkness back then.
It's a large array formation that can heal his injuries.
According to the time, he should have recovered long ago. Although he won't recover to his peak, he should have recovered to the immortal realm. But he underestimated the power and terrifying might of the Kunlun Immortal. The repercussions of that battle back then have always troubled him.
Until now, it hasn't disappeared.
The skeleton spoke as it walked. There was a trace of schadenfreude in its tone. It was obvious that the pressure that the God of Darkness gave it was very deep. As a result, even until now, he would feel a trace of happiness when he saw that the God of Darkness was in so much pain. Lin Jiufeng listened quietly as he followed the skeleton to the centermost area. A huge black hole appeared. A terrifying black smoke appeared, and a huge pressure emitted from it. Underneath this black hole, pounding sounds came. The sound of a heartbeat. This was what Lin Jiufeng heard. But in the very next moment, a cold voice sounded. Who did you bring here? Rumble. This voice spread throughout the hall, rumbling and producing fluctuations. The heartbeat in the black hole became even more intense. It was obvious that the God of Darkness below had sensed Lin Jiufeng's arrival and was enraged. The skeleton and Lin Jiufeng heard the anger hidden in this voice. He already knows now, the skeleton said. It was calm and composed, neither afraid nor worried. Didn't you say that the God of Darkness controls your life and death? Why aren't you afraid? Lin Jiufeng asked. If he kills me, then I will thank him. After all, I've long had enough of this life of neither life nor death. But it's a pity that he won't kill me, the skeleton said helplessly. He still needs me to protect him and help him look after this place. If he kills me, he won't be able to recover to his peak alone. Even if I betray him and bring you here, he won't kill me. The skeleton self-mocked. Boom! A stream of black smoke rushed up and condensed into a huge face that looked ferocious. Its 2 eyes were like the entrances to hell. There were raging flames burning inside as it glared at the skeleton. Do you really think that I don't dare to kill you? You are very confident of this? The God of Darkness asked ferociously. The skeleton watched calmly and said, Then kill me. The God of Darkness chuckled, his killing intent undisguised. The black smoke was about to solidify. He turned his head and stared at Lin Jiufeng. His gaze changed all of a sudden as he said gently, Do you want to become a member of the God race?
I can transform you. The body of a god is far superior to that of a human.
As long as you transform into a god, you will immediately be able to break through to the immortal realm and replace this skeleton.
Everything in this small world will be yours. He tempted Lin Jiufeng.
The god of darkness really wanted to kill the skeleton, but the skeleton was speaking the truth. The god of darkness needed a helper or subordinate, so he came to tempt Lin Jiufeng. He used his identity as a god to help Lin Jiufeng break through to the immortal realm to seduce him.
Lin Jiufeng watched calmly. He pointed at the skeleton's body and said, "Transform into a god by you and become like him, a skeleton that can neither live nor die?" "Of course not."
The god of darkness's expression became serious. He was just transformed into the god race, the most simple type of transformation, the type that can't stand up to scrutiny at all.
"But you are different.
I will transform you into the god race while still maintaining your body. You won't become a skeleton," the god of darkness promised. "Yeep, he'll keep your body, but it will gradually decay and slowly become a skeleton."
"Wasn't my body like this back then?"
"I was already at the immortal realm, but I still couldn't preserve my body. It rotted after decades."
"Is this your promise?"
The skeleton mocked.
"Shut up."
The god of darkness was enraged.
He couldn't take it anymore.
He directly shouted and energy rushed out.
Black smoke shot out like a spear, wanting to teach the skeleton a deep lesson. Boom! But Lin Jiufeng took a step forward and pointed.
A sword energy burst out and directly cut off the black smoke.
"Your current opponent is me."
Lin Jiufeng looked at the god of darkness and smiled slightly. The face of the god of darkness darkened.
He gritted his teeth and said, "Are you really going to give up the chance of becoming a god and become my enemy?"
"Compared to becoming a skeleton-like god, I think killing a true god will make me happier," Lin Jiufeng said at a speed that was neither fast nor slow.
"You are seeking death." The god of darkness stared straight at Lin Jiufeng.
A violent emotion appeared in his eyes.
"You are just a ninth-stage false immortal, yet you think you are worthy of behaving atrociously in front of me?"
"If this was back then, I would have crushed you to death with a single finger," the god of darkness said with a dark expression.
"You also said that it's back then. Back then, you were very powerful, but weren't you still killed by the Kunlun immortal?
If the current you could easily crush me to death, would you still talk nonsense with me for so long?" Lin Jiufeng smiled mockingly, not afraid at all. Looking at the god of darkness who was bickering with him, he was increasingly certain that the god of darkness was really as the skeleton had said. He looked strong on the outside but was actually weak on the inside.
The god of darkness stared at Lin Jiufeng.
The huge face was full of gloominess, like the weather before a storm, very terrifying.
Rumble.
His aura was rising, and black energy swept through the hall like raging flames. The flames were very powerful. "It's a bad habit to live too cleverly," the god of darkness said coldly. "But sometimes, smart people live a happier life," Lin Jiufeng rebutted impolitely. At this moment, his aura was also spreading. His entire body floated up and he looked directly at the god of darkness with eyes that were like hooks. Ever since he transcended the 5 decay of the celestial being, this was the first time he erupted with his full strength.
Rumble.
In the bone hall, two auras collided. Lin Jiufeng was like the light of the day, illuminating the ground, bringing with him unlimited hope. As for the god of darkness, he was like the shroud of hell that no one could escape from.
Under the impact of Lin Jiufeng's aura, midnight descended and darkness shrouded down.
The god of darkness was like the controller of the night, his terrifying aura erupting like lightning.
Dong dong dong.
His heart pounded like thunder.
It was extremely terrifying.
The skeleton slowly retreated at the side.
It couldn't participate.
It wasn't that it wasn't powerful enough, but because it was controlled by the god of darkness. Once the god of darkness forcefully controlled it to participate in the battle, it wouldn't be able to refuse. Therefore, the skeleton chose to leave first to avoid such a problem. Now that the god of darkness was restrained by Lin Jiufeng, it was an opportunity. The skeleton's quiet departure was nothing to Lin Jiufeng and the god of darkness.
A false immortal is a false immortal after all. You won't be able to withstand a single blow," the god of darkness said coldly. He finally couldn't hide his anger. He decisively attacked. A huge dark palm covered down like the hand of heaven and earth, creating a rumbling sound, wanting to suppress and kill Lin Jiufeng. "No matter what you say, you are no longer an immortal now. I shall come and kill you now." Lin Jiufeng didn't stand on ceremony and said coldly. In the very next moment, his hands pressed against each other and joined together, then raised above his head. They emitted a dazzling light, like a sun. A terrifying sword energy shot out from this sun. Clang! The sword energy exploded and instantly wiped out the huge dark palm. It was unstoppable. In the very next moment, it directly cut off the huge face formed by the god of darkness. It didn't stop there and cut off a part of the bone hall. This strike changed the surrounding darkness. The bone hall collapsed with a bang. The darkness was banished and sunlight shone in. "This is impossible," the god of darkness roared in disbelief. The surging black smoke erupted and condensed into a face once again. It stared fixedly at Lin Jiufeng, its eyes filled with disbelief. To be precise, the face was staring at the sun in Lin Jiufeng's hand. In this sun, several terrifying sword energies were condensed. Under the energy fluctuations, they were very terrifying. "This is," the god of darkness gritted his teeth, his anger erupting. The dense killing intent in his eyes was undisguised, instantly erupting. "This is the Kunlun sword technique." The god of darkness gritted his teeth and roared. "That's right. It seems that you didn't forget. More than 10,000 years ago, you died under this sword technique and were lucky enough to escape. But now, you will still die under this sword technique," Lin Jiufeng said coldly. "You can't escape your destiny." Lin Jiufeng's eyes were blazing like the sun, filled with cold killing intent. Lin Jiufeng, who was at his peak, was so terrifying that he didn't even know how powerful he was. "You are the successor of the Kunlun immortal. You are his backup plan to kill me?" The god of darkness was about to go crazy. More than 10,000 years ago, he was killed by the Kunlun immortal using the Kunlun sword technique when he was at his peak. Hence, he might be even more familiar with this sword technique than Lin Jiufeng. It was something that he would never forget for the rest of his life. Now that he saw this sword technique again, how could he remain calm? The enraged god of darkness also felt fear in his heart. This was very incredible. From his birth until now, the god of darkness had never been afraid of beings at the false immortal realm. Now, he was actually afraid of Lin Jiufeng. The god of darkness roared. He took out his magic treasure. A crystal-like ancient pagoda appeared, made of bones. The bones were polished until they were crystal clear, emitting a terrifying aura. In the very next moment, it cut through the sky and attracted the starlight of the night, creating a scene of a celestial river descending. Its aura was like a deep sea, vast and mighty, spreading in the surroundings. This weapon then attacked Lin Jiufeng. The reason why the Kunlun immortal could use the Kunlun sword technique to kill me was that his cultivation base wasn't low. "You, a false immortal, also want to kill me? Dream on. You won't be able to withstand the might of my immortal artifact." It was as though the god of darkness had gone crazy. He took out his immortal artifact and attacked with all his might. The power of the immortal artifact erupted and swept across the bone hall. At this moment, the bone hall collapsed. Lin Jiufeng and the god of darkness continued to fight under the clear sky. An immortal artifact. And it's an awakened immortal artifact? In the past, I might have been afraid, but not the current me. Lin Jiufeng looked at the bone pagoda. Instead of retreating, he slashed out with his sword. His sword slashed towards the god of darkness. As for the bone pagoda that was suppressing him, Lin Jiufeng raised his hand and forcefully withstood its terrifying might. "You are dreaming. Using your body to resist an immortal artifact, you are seeking death." The god of darkness roared. He tried his best to avoid Lin Jiufeng's strike, but it was useless. The terrifying might of the Kunlun sword technique wasn't something that he could avoid in his current state. Pooh! At this moment, the entire face that the god of darkness had condensed turned bright. A terrifying bloody hole was shot through the glabella. Bright red blood actually flowed out of the condensed face and dripped down.
They dripped into the dark hole and dripped onto a beating heart, causing the heart to bear a huge burden. No, the god of darkness roared in pain. His source energy had been injured. This was a very terrifying matter. His source energy had been severed by the Kunlun sword technique. The current him only hoped that the bone pagoda could smash Lin Jiufeng to death. But he saw a shocking scene. The awakened bone pagoda suppressed down. Its aura was peerless, far exceeding that of a 9th stage false immortal. Under this suppression, it should be able to crush Lin Jiufeng to death. But the problem was that Lin Jiufeng's body erupted with terrifying strength. His expression was cold, and the Yuhua immortal robe on his body also emanated a biting cold aura. This Yuhua immortal robe was also an immortal artifact. At this moment, a portion of it had awakened and blocked the aura of the bone pagoda, protecting Lin Jiufeng from being harmed. In the very next moment, Lin Jiufeng pierced through the layer of starlight with one hand. With a grab of his large hand, with a cracking sound, he grabbed the bone pagoda and squeezed hard. "Quiet down!" Lin Jiufeng shouted coldly. He used his body to forcefully resist this awakened immortal artifact. His 5 fingers exerted strength, and green veins bulged. A huge amount of energy was instilled, and he actually forced the bone pagoda to stop moving with his strength. Then, Lin Jiufeng looked at the god of darkness coldly. Standing in the clouds, Lin Jiufeng was like a real immortal. He looked at the god of darkness with a cold and terrifying gaze. "You? This? Impossible. This is an immortal artifact, an awakened immortal artifact. You actually used your body to grab it. What kind of monster are you?" The god of darkness was shocked as he looked at Lin Jiufeng in horror. "Nothing in this world is impossible. You have been away from the mortal world for too long, you're just an old fellow that's abandoned by the era. Now, die." Lin Jiufeng strode forward. He raised the bone pagoda as a weapon and directly smashed it down. At this moment, his body released endless light. Golden blood energy drowned this place, spreading out, surging like an ocean. Lin Jiufeng's god's domain appeared behind him. In his god's domain, there were phenomena such as the sea rising bright moon, the great Tao descending into the mortal realm, the 12 music of the gods, and the immortal king attacking the 9 heavens. Lin Jiufeng's aura rose infinitely. At this moment, he stepped into the domain of the immortals. He raised his hand and the bone pagoda smashed down. With a bang, it shattered the face condensed by the god of darkness and rushed into the black hole. He wanted to kill the heart of the enemy, the god of darkness, with his bare hands. The god of darkness sensed the danger and roared, "You dare to kill a god? Today, I, a mortal, shall kill a god." Lin Jiufeng's expression was stern as he roared loudly. Using his finger as a sword, he directly slashed out. "Darkness shrouds the land, I shall exist with the world for all eternity." The god of darkness roared. He wanted to save his life. He executed the Tao of the immortal that he had comprehended. But under the Kunlun sword technique, this Tao of the immortal was also very fragile. Lin Jiufeng's expression was cold. His sword cut through the darkness, cut through the illusions of longevity, and cut apart the eternal existence. In the very next moment, the god of darkness' beating heart was split into 2. The god of darkness was killed. He let out an extremely indignant roar, but it was still useless. He was killed by the Kunlun sword technique. 10,000 plus years ago, you escaped a calamity. But 10,000 plus years later, you still ended up dying under this sword technique. A trace of ridicule appeared on Lin Jiufeng's face as he said with contempt, "What a weak god." Chapter 286, End of the Eye of the North Sea. The bone hall collapsed, and countless pieces flew in the air. Sunlight shone in, cleaning up the darkness. In the huge pit, the heart that was split in half was still beating weakly. It wasn't that the god of darkness wasn't dead, it was just that it was beating out of habit. After beating for more than 10,000 years, it was now severed and was still continuing to beat. Lin Jiufeng stopped all his attacks. He landed and watched calmly, deep in thought.
The Kunlun immortal is really powerful. The might of this sword technique is too terrifying. Of course, it's also because I'm very powerful.
Lin Jiufeng praised himself immodestly. Then, a line of words appeared before his eyes. Killed the god of darkness.
Do you wish to sign in? Lin Jiufeng looked up.
It was obvious that he hadn't spent a day here, it wasn't the next day yet.
How could he sign in again? Could it be that the flow of time in this world is faster than the outside world?
Lin Jiufeng raised his brows.
But no matter what, Lin Jiufeng wouldn't give up the opportunity to sign in. Sign in. Sign in successful. Received the Codex of Darkness.
Lin Jiufeng carefully examined the information of the Codex of Darkness and received a sentence. This is a supreme technique belonging to the God of Darkness. It is the entry stage of the highest cultivation technique of the Darkness race and the God race.
The entry stage of the Darkness race's supreme technique? A branch of the God race? Lin Jiufeng discovered the problem in surprise. An entry-level technique is actually the God of Darkness' supreme technique. Doesn't this mean that the God of Darkness isn't a big shot in the God race?
Instead, he's just a small character. He's on a completely different level from the King of Gods that I've seen before.
Lin Jiufeng deduced.
But such a small god was the commander behind the primordial God Mountain. And under his guidance, the primordial God Mountain actually exterminated the number one race and ruled over the myriad races. This further proved the weakness of the myriad races. Lin Jiufeng couldn't help but recall the words of the Kunlun immortal. The appearance of the myriad races was just a mistake.
Especially after the number one race was suppressed, the potential of the myriad races was limited.
The primordial God Mountain was just a puppet. This sentence was carved into his coffin. Previously, Lin Jiufeng didn't understand why the appearance of the myriad races was a mistake. But now, he seemed to understand. Before the myriad races appeared, it was the gods who ruled the world. Lin Jiufeng already knew how powerful the gods were from the bits and pieces of information he knew. The strength of the god race far surpassed the myriad races. And after the god race was wiped out, the myriad races that appeared instead were so weak.
This shouldn't be the case.
Hence, when the Kunlun immortal said that the appearance of the myriad races was an accident, he probably wasn't lying.
He really thought so.
Lin Jiufeng stood still and thought carefully for a while. At the same time, he also learned the Codex of Darkness. He had just walked out of the ruins of the Bone Hall when he saw the skeleton.
You killed the God of Darkness so quickly? The skeleton asked in disbelief. An incomplete God of Darkness who isn't powerful, how long will it take to destroy him? Lin Jiufeng countered.
It's really not bad that such a powerhouse like you has appeared in the human race, the skeleton said softly. The biggest mistake you made was to give up your identity as a human and become like this.
Lin Jiufeng shook his head.
The skeleton smiled bitterly. He was speechless and unable to refute because he also thought so. The God of Darkness has been wiped out.
How much do you know about the God race? Lin Jiufeng asked.
The skeleton sighed and said, My understanding of the God race comes from some records and some books that I read. I yearned for that kind of power and believed in the God of Darkness.
I was deceived by him and gave up my identity as a human. What books did you read? Lin Jiufeng asked curiously.
He also wanted to understand the might of the God race. Top factions in the myriad races should have records of this. You are so powerful, you can just check with the myriad races directly, the skeleton said.
Lin Jiufeng remembered it in his heart and asked, Is there anything else you want to tell me? There's nothing else to tell you. I don't know much.
When I was young and childish and my thoughts weren't mature, I was bewitched by the God of Darkness. Then, I was controlled by him. Even though I became an immortal and my thoughts became mature, I had already fallen into his trap and couldn't free myself. Thinking about it carefully, I have let down my parents, my beloved, and the human race. Now that the God of Darkness is dead, I want to leave this place and take a look at this world. Then, I will recover my strength and see if I can help the human race. At the last stage of my life, I want to make up for my guilt as much as I can. My past, my present, and my future are all a mess. The skeleton murmured. He was very regretful and also very guilty. Is your current strength at the immortal realm? Lin Jiufeng asked. Not yet, but give me a little time and I can recover to the immortal realm, the skeleton said. Then, how did you break through to the immortal realm? Lin Jiufeng immediately asked. He had to understand this problem clearly. He was already a 9th stage false immortal. The next step was to break through and become a true immortal. Becoming a true immortal wasn't difficult for Lin Jiufeng. Tribulation transcendence. As long as he transcended the tribulation, he would be able to break through. But after understanding this realm in detail, especially from the Undying Mountain and the Kunlun Immortal, Lin Jiufeng knew that breaking through to the immortal realm was a big problem. Hence, he didn't dare to rashly transcend the tribulation. There was probably something fishy going on. When I broke through to become an immortal back then, I was different from ordinary people. I originally wanted to transcend the tribulation and become an immortal like everyone else, but the God of Darkness told me that that was only the lowest grade method. As long as I join him and transform into an immortal, there's no need for me to transcend the tribulation. This is the correct way to do it, the skeleton said. Transcending the tribulation to become an immortal is the lowest grade? Lin Jiufeng frowned. He was probably lying. There's no need to take it to heart, the skeleton said to Lin Jiufeng. But Lin Jiufeng shook his head and said, I think he's telling the truth. The skeleton looked at Lin Jiufeng, puzzled. Transcending the tribulation to become an immortal should be the lowest grade method of becoming an immortal, Lin Jiufeng said affirmatively. A few of the information he had received was either contemptuous or angry about transcending the tribulation to become an immortal. Lin Jiufeng had already excluded using this method from his mind. Is transcending the tribulation to become an immortal really the lowest grade method? The skeleton asked in surprise. It should be. You can go out and take a look. I'm going out too. There's nothing to explore in this small world. The most important god of darkness has already been killed. You should go and take a look at the mortal realm, Lin Jiufeng said to the skeleton. Where should I go? The skeleton asked softly. Go to the imperial capital. The imperial capital is filled with heroes. There's great Emperor Jiufeng in the imperial capital. You should go there. Lin Jiufeng's lips curled up as he said to the skeleton. All right, I will go take a look. The skeleton nodded. The outside world is more exciting than you think. The human race is no longer that weak human race from back then. The era has changed. With that said, Lin Jiufeng took a step forward, shattering the space beneath him. He left this small world and returned to the eye of the North Sea. Without the suppression of the Kunlun Immortal, the huge vortex in the eye of the North Sea had also disappeared. Now, Lin Jiufeng stepped on the air and shattered space. The communication between this small world and the outside world was opened. Surging seawater poured in and drowned everything. All that had happened here previously were drowned in the depths of the sea. In the future, the eye of the North Sea would no longer exist. Those terrifying ferocious beasts of the sea would have another place to cultivate in. Chapter 287, Path to Becoming an Immortal. When the skeleton flew out, Lin Jiufeng was nowhere to be seen. In the vast sea, the dark clouds receded and the Black Sea came crashing down with a loud sound. The skeleton looked into the distance. All it saw were memories of the past. I've wasted so many years in vain. I want to go to the place in my memory to take a look. The skeleton let out a self-mocking laugh and flew away from the vast sea. He wanted to go to the former territory of the human race and find the traces of his people from 10,000 years ago. Lin Jiufeng left the sea and came to land. He headed straight for the Kunlun Mountains. He wasn't in a hurry to return to the imperial capital. Instead, he went to the Kunlun Mountains and brought the Kunlun Immortal Cenotaph to Winged Dragon so that the Kunlun Mountains could completely submit to the Xuanhuang God Dynasty. Then, he would go find out the life of the Kunlun Immortal. The Kunlun Mountains is also considered to be a big faction among the myriad races. They should have records of the ways in becoming an immortal.
Moreover, there should be a relatively detailed record of the Kunlun immortal. I didn't investigate thoroughly the last time I went there. This time, I want to investigate properly. Lin Jiufeng told himself in his heart. He quickly headed for the Kunlun Mountains. The current Kunlun Mountains had already been completely unified by the nest of 10,000 dragons. Facing the emergence of the true dragons, the other races couldn't resist at all. They were completely no match for the nest of 10,000 dragons. Especially Winged Dragon. After she came into being, the aura that she emanated was enough to sweep through the Kunlun Mountains. Winged Dragon, who was a 9th stage false immortal, still had room for improvement. Since she had agreed to Lin Jiufeng's request, she would prepare seriously. Hence, after Lin Jiufeng arrived at the Kunlun Mountains, what he saw was a peaceful Kunlun Mountains. The various races living here had already been completely ruled by the nest of 10,000 dragons. Lin Jiufeng silently arrived at the familiar nest of 10,000 dragons. No one could detect his whereabouts and aura. At this current stage, he was stronger than everyone in the nest of 10,000 dragons. In the depths of the nest of 10,000 dragons, Winged Dragon was breathing in and out immortal energy. In this world, under the recovery of the world's spiritual energy, countless surging spiritual energies surged out. These vast amounts of spiritual energies allowed mortals to enjoy the convenience brought by the era too. And under this background, there was something special in the material world. Immortal energy. This immortal energy wasn't anything particularly rare. It had always existed in this world, but it was very rare and difficult to discover. One could only absorb it after reaching a certain height. In the false immortal realm, there was one stage called the breathing of immortal energy. Discovering the immortal energy among the substances of the world, then breathing in and out the immortal energy to replace the spiritual energy, making one stronger. Winged Dragon was currently breathing in and out immortal energy. Lin Jiufeng was also basically only absorbing immortal energy now. Day. Lin Jiufeng walked in. His footsteps weren't concealed, so he was discovered by Winged Dragon. Winged Dragon stopped breathing and opened her house-sized eyes to stare at Lin Jiufeng. Great Emperor Jiufeng, you're back so soon? Winged Dragon's body shrank and she transformed into a woman. She wore a new moon dress, looking mature and beautiful as she looked at Lin Jiufeng with anticipation in her eyes. Lin Jiufeng didn't speak. He took out the cenotaph of the Kunlun immortal and placed it in front of Winged Dragon. When she saw the coffin, her body trembled. Her eyes instantly changed. She asked with a trembling voice, "This is the cenotaph of the Kunlun immortal," Lin Jiufeng said softly. Winged Dragon didn't know if she was happy or sad. She walked forward and reached out to touch the cenotaph. She asked, "Why is it a cenotaph?" "There are words carved by the Kunlun immortal and his clothes inside. Take a look at them yourself." Lin Jiufeng didn't explain. He walked to the side, giving Winged Dragon some space. Winged Dragon slowly stretched out her hand. Hands trembling, she pushed open the coffin and saw the clothes of the Kunlun immortal. It's his clothes. This quasi-immortal artifact is what he wore before he left. Winged Dragon's voice trembled and tears fell from her eyes. Lin Jiufeng stood quietly at the side. He watched calmly as Winged Dragon laid in. Then, she stretched out her jade-like hand and stroked the words carved by the Kunlun immortal. She read each word carefully and felt sad. After a long time, she asked sadly, "What exactly happened back then?" Lin Jiufeng said, "I don't know what happened back then either." Are there any records of the life of the Kunlun immortal in the nest of 10,000 dragons? There aren't many records. The Kunlun immortal has been very low-key all his life. His childhood was very tough. He was a child born from the union of a human and a monster. He was abandoned when he was young. After entering the nest of 10,000 dragons, he had always remained unknown. He was an ordinary clansman in the nest of 10,000 dragons. It wasn't until the rise of the primordial god mountain threatened the nest of 10,000 dragons that he appeared out of nowhere and shocked the world. He descended to the world at that time as an immortal, but he was still threatened by the people of the primordial god mountain, Winged Dragon said sadly.
When the Kunlun immortal was threatened by the primordial god mountain, he wasn't as powerful as when he killed the god of darkness in the later stages.
And after gaining strength, the Kunlun immortal didn't go to look for trouble with the primordial god mountain.
To him, the people from the primordial god mountain were nothing at all. The god of darkness was the true mastermind.
Only by solving the god of darkness could the problem be solved at the foundation. What battle did the Kunlun immortal go to in the end? Winged Dragon asked Lin Jiufeng with red eyes. I don't know.
I also want to investigate thoroughly, but the problem now is that I don't know anything at all.
That's why I came here.
I want to look through the books of the Nest of 10,000 Dragons and see if the Kunlun immortal has left any words behind, Lin Jiufeng said.
No problem.
The Kunlun immortal left behind a handwritten letter.
It's my most precious item. It contains the Kunlun immortal's understanding of cultivation. There isn't much else inside.
Winged Dragon got up from the coffin and took out a well-preserved and exquisite handwritten letter. This was a handwritten letter written by the Kunlun immortal. It carried the aura of an immortal. Lin Jiufeng reached out to take it and read it carefully.
Winged Dragon didn't look at the letter.
She had read it countless times and was already familiar with it.
The letter wasn't as important as the cenotaph.
She looked at the cenotaph sadly. The only thing that comforted her now was that the Kunlun immortal wasn't confirmed to be dead. He had only dragged his injured body to participate in a very dangerous battle. Lin Jiufeng flipped through the letter.
There was really no record of anything on it. It was all about the Kunlun immortal's comprehension and understanding of cultivation.
Lin Jiufeng flipped to the last part. He saw what he wanted to see. The Kunlun immortal's understanding of becoming an immortal. The Kunlun immortal wrote a few lines of words in his letter regarding this. A long time ago, there were actually several paths to becoming an immortal. They were divided into difficult, dangerous, and simple.
The simple path is to transcend the tribulation.
After transcending the lightning tribulation, which is the test of the world, one will be able to become an immortal. But the drawback is huge, especially after the appearance of the immortal court. When Lin Jiufeng saw this, he frowned. He once again saw the phrase immortal court.
The immortal court should be in the same era as the god race.
When he was at the Undying Mountain in the land of extremely negative energy, Elder Universe of the Heavenly Tao sect also mentioned this matter.
The simple path to becoming an immortal has a lot of drawbacks. What are the next two paths?
Lin Jiufeng read the rest of the contents seriously. Chapter 288, Barbarians of the Northern Region. The second path to becoming an immortal is to break the boundary between mortal and immortal, connect to the bridge of the world, transcend the mortal world and reach the pinnacle.
Achieving this will make one an immortal.
This was the second and more dangerous method in the writings of the Kunlun immortal. This kind of method was to break the boundary between mortal and immortal, then communicate with the bridge of the world to transcend the mortal realm. If one wasn't careful, their cultivation would be wiped out. It would already be considered good if they could even survive upon failure. Hence, this was a very dangerous matter. Lin Jiufeng immediately looked at the third and most difficult solution. Comprehend in the mortal realm, temper yourself in the secular world, become an immortal in the mortal world, comprehend the myriad different Tao, forge an invincible Tao, and then surpass the great Tao of the world.
This is becoming an immortal in the secular world.
Lin Jiufeng said softly.
He wasn't very surprised. He was already mentally prepared.
After knowing the drawback of transcending the tribulation to become an immortal, Lin Jiufeng wondered which path he should take if he wanted to become an immortal. Light of the Homes gave him a lot of inspiration.
He was born in the secular world and grew up in it.
Therefore, he should also transform in the secular world.
Standing in the secular world and looking into the future.
Instead of transcending the world and cutting off one's desires.
This was the path that Lin Jiufeng wanted to take.
Now, the writings of the Kunlun immortal gave Lin Jiufeng even more confidence.
He closed the writings and exhaled lightly. He had already made a decision in his heart. Ascend to become an immortal in the secular world.
Lin Jiufeng looked at the silent winged dragon and handed the letter to her.
There's no need to be so sad. Nothing bad might happen to the Kunlun immortal. He's so powerful and has even killed the god of darkness. How can he die so easily? Lin Jiufeng comforted.
Winged Dragon forced a smile and said, I'm confident in him.
He will definitely be fine. I have to work hard next.
I have to become an immortal as soon as possible by breaking the boundary between mortal and immortal to connect to the bridge of the world. Lin Jiufeng knew that she had chosen the second path. As for becoming an immortal in the secular world, she herself was an aloof person. She didn't interact with the outside world all year round, so how could she know the method to become an immortal in the secular world? Just pull yourself together and live a good life. The reason why the Kunlun immortal is working so hard is that he wants his descendants to live a quiet and happy life, Lin Jiufeng said. I have to thank you for bringing the information of the Kunlun immortal here. I will follow the agreement and lead the clans of the Kunlun Mountains to join the Yuhua God Dynasty and become a part of the Yuhua God Dynasty. We will definitely abide by the national policy of the Yuhua God Dynasty, Winged Dragon promised. Don't worry. What the Yuhua God Dynasty wants to build is an understanding between the different races, mutual respect, and harmonious life. You guys communicate with Emperor De on these matters. I shall take my leave first, Lin Jiufeng said.
Winged Dragon saw Lin Jiufeng off.
There was nothing in the nest of 10,000 dragons that Lin Jiufeng missed. The Kunlun Mountains were no longer a threat, so there was no need for Lin Jiufeng to stay here. Next, he wanted to travel between the myriad races and see if there were any books regarding becoming an immortal. After settling the Kunlun Mountains, the subsequent negotiations had nothing to do with Lin Jiufeng anymore. After he left the Kunlun Mountains, he directly headed to another race. The barbarians of the northern region. This was also a large race among the myriad races. They were considered close relatives to the human race. They also protected the human race for a period of time in the era of the myriad races. Ever since the barbarians of the northern region came into being, they had been waiting for an opportunity. They wanted to stand up again in the new era and lead the world. But the era had long changed. The human race that were once protected by them had already grown up and were the leader of this era. As long as the barbarians of the northern region didn't offend the Yuhua God Dynasty, everything would be peaceful. But the barbarians of the north were unwilling to accept this. The human race, who had previously wanted to join them and receive their protection and were very weak, had now become the leader of this era. But they had to stay in a corner and couldn't find trouble with the human race. The barbarians of the northern region were very uneasy in their hearts. There were several times when they wanted to compete with the human race and tell the human race that their big brother was still their big brother. But after Lin Jiufeng destroyed the primordial god mountain, the barbarians of the northern region instantly fell silent. No matter how radical they were, they didn't think that they could defeat Lin Jiufeng. Hence, the barbarians of the northern region occupied a piece of land to develop their race quietly. This time, Lin Jiufeng came here from the Kunlun Mountains. It was also because of this relationship that he chose the barbarians of the northern region. He wanted to see if the barbarians had any record of the past. Entering the land of the barbarians, the people here were generally very rough and wild. They lived in the forests all year round, and their choice of life was wildlike. There were many mountains in the northern region, unlike the northwest territory that Lin Jiufeng had previously gone to. That was the northwest territory and this was the northwest mountains. Logically speaking, this should be the territory of the Yuhua God Dynasty. But after the barbarians appeared, they occupied this place and didn't cause trouble. The Yuhua God Dynasty, therefore, turned a blind eye to them. The Yuhua God Dynasty only announced that the territory still belonged to them, but they allowed the barbarians of the northern region to live and reproduce here. Lin Jiufeng came to the northern region, but no one discovered him. Walking through the forest of the northern region, Lin Jiufeng saw many people, but no one discovered him. This was because he didn't want anyone to see him, so no one could. Most of the people in the northern region still live in the form of tribes. There is an archduke in the tribes, and the archduke is the smartest person in the tribe. He inherited the culture of the tribe and promoted the culture of the tribe to teach the children of the tribe. Along the way, Lin Jiufeng observed and discovered that the barbarians of the northern region were really primitive. Compared to the Unrivalled God Dynasty, which had always insisted on the reforms and wiped out all the unreasonable aspects, the barbarians of the northern region were still the same as they were 10,000 years ago.
Nothing changed at all. Few people in the tribes were literate. They lived a primitive life and didn't have a habit of farming. They still preserved their way of living in the past, which was hunting, raising ferocious beasts as mounts, and cultivating the ancient ways of the barbarians. The tribes of the barbarian race advanced step by step. The deeper into the forest the tribe was located, the stronger the tribe was. At the core of the land was the base camp of the northern region's barbarians, the Barbarian God Mountain. Inside this mountain lived all the powerhouses of the northern region's barbarians. They worshipped the barbarian god every day and spread the faith of the barbarian god. The barbarians worshipped the barbarian god because back then, the barbarian god led the barbarians to fight against the number one race and then the primordial god mountain. Even though he failed in the end, he still protected the reputation of the barbarians, making people not dare to rashly provoke them. Everyone knew that when the barbarians fought, they would fight to the death. Once they were provoked, the consequences weren't something that ordinary people could bear. Even the primordial god mountain took the initiative to ease their relationship after defeating the barbarian god. It didn't provoke the barbarians of the northern region who stayed in the mountains all year round. Now that Lin Jiufeng had arrived, he easily broke through the heavily guarded barbarian god mountain and walked to the library in the mountain. There were false immortals guarding the entrance of the library, but Lin Jiufeng still walked in calmly. The suppression of cultivation base and the suppression of the great Tao made these false immortals seem like people from a different dimension in front of Lin Jiufeng. The library of the barbarians had no secrets in front of Lin Jiufeng. Do you want to sign in at the barbarians of the northern region? In the very next moment, these words appeared before Lin Jiufeng's eyes. Chapter 289, The Human Race Was Once Briefly Glorious? Sign in. Lin Jiufeng nodded without hesitation. Sign in successful. Receive the barbarian god technique. Lin Jiufeng immediately checked the information about the barbarian god technique. This is the barbarian god's body tempering cultivation technique, an extreme body tempering immortal technique. After Lin Jiufeng checked the information, he was overjoyed. To him, this was akin to sending coal in the snow. His strength had skyrocketed, but his only drawback was that his body wasn't powerful enough. His body wasn't powerful as compared to his attack power. To Lin Jiufeng, his current physical strength was a little insufficient when compared to his extreme offensive power. Of course, compared to other ninth-stage false immortals, Lin Jiufeng's body was already very powerful. The strength of his body was enough to crush them. But from beginning to end, Lin Jiufeng never regarded them as his opponents. Now that he had signed in the barbarian god technique, this problem of Lin Jiufeng's was resolved. The barbarian god technique transformed into a stream of light that entered Lin Jiufeng's body and strengthened his body. The density of his muscles, the intensity, and the enhancement of his strength were all slowly increasing in his body. Lin Jiufeng stood in front of the library and calmly received all of this. He became incomparably powerful. After the barbarian god technique fused with his body, his cultivation had improved greatly again. No one knew about this matter. Lin Jiufeng walked into the library and saw many books, all of which recorded the affairs of the barbarians of the northern region. A nation that couldn't record its past could be easily wiped out. A nation that had abandoned its past also had no future. The barbarians of the northern region didn't do this. Even though they lived in tribes, they had very clear records of the past. All the history of the barbarians of the northern region could be found here. There were no gaps in the records of their history. Lin Jiufeng quietly browsed through various books in the library. No one expected that the number one powerhouse in the world, Great Emperor Jiufeng, would actually come to the library of the barbarians. Moreover, the library only recorded the barbarians' own past. These things were nothing in the eyes of powerhouses. Only people like Lin Jiufeng would come to take a look. Lin Jiufeng read through the information about the barbarians of the northern region from the beginning. He learned a lot and his horizons were broadened.
It turns out that when the human race was born, the barbarians of the northern region had yet to form a complete race. The founder of the barbarians of the northern region is the barbarian god, but that's what outsiders call him. The barbarians refer to the barbarian god as the Grand Supremacy. The Grand Supremacy is an immortal in the era of the myriad races. He is also the founder of the barbarians of the northern region. When he was still around, he accepted a portion of the human race and protected them. But after he left, the relationship between the barbarians of the northern region and the human race quickly deteriorated. Why? Lin Jiufeng flipped through many books and browsed through them one by one. He found information about the barbarians of the northern region, the Grand Supremacy, and the human race. They were all extremely important information. Lin Jiufeng was immersed in it. He found more information. The Grand Supremacy of the barbarians died during the end of the myriad races era. At that time, the human race no longer needed the protection of the barbarians of the northern region. Has the human race risen to power already at that time? Lin Jiufeng frowned. This was the first time he saw information about the rise of the human race in the era of the myriad races. Previously, no matter which race it was, they all said that the human race was the weakest among the myriad races, so they were very dissatisfied with the human race ruling the world. But there were actually records of the rise of the human race in the barbarians' library. What exactly was going on? Lin Jiufeng really wanted to find the answer. But there were no records of this in these books. Lin Jiufeng browsed through hundreds of books from that era, but he found nothing. He couldn't help but frown. There are no records of it in the books. Do the people of that time know about it? Lin Jiufeng's thoughts changed. He decided to ask the people of the barbarian race directly. With his current strength, he could clearly feel that there were several terrifying auras floating in the depths of the mountain. Ninth stage false immortals. These were the powerhouses of the barbarians of the northern region. Lin Jiufeng originally didn't want to disturb them. He planned to leave after reading the books. But from the looks of it, it was impossible not to disturb them now. Lin Jiufeng left the library and stepped into the restricted area of the barbarian race. The place where the ninth stage false immortals were sleeping. Compared to the false immortals of the other races, the few false immortals of the barbarian race were very composed. They weren't in a hurry to break through their seals. But being sealed didn't mean that they didn't know what was happening outside. Powerhouses from the barbarian race would make reports to them frequently. The information that they received gave them a clear understanding of the current world. When Lin Jiufeng walked into the restricted area of the barbarian race, he was immediately discovered. "Who are you?" a deep voice asked Lin Jiufeng. "Great Emperor Jiufeng." Lin Jiufeng reported his name. Compared to Lin Jiufeng, the people of the world were more familiar with Great Emperor Jiufeng. "You are the pillar of support for the human race in the current world, Great Emperor Jiufeng?" A surprised voice sounded from the other side. "Yes, it's me." Lin Jiufeng nodded. With his hands behind his back, he stood in the restricted area, his bearing calm. "You are a ninth stage false immortal, but you are alone. We have 4 ninth stage false immortals here, yet you still dare to come here openly?" A cold voice sounded. "I came here to understand some information. I don't want to become enemies with you lot, but if you insist on giving it a try, I can beat you lot into submission," Lin Jiufeng said coldly. Boom! Lin Jiufeng's god's domain appeared behind him. In his god's domain, several phenomena erupted. The auras were aggressive. The aura that filled this restricted area caused the expressions of these ninth stage false immortals to tremble. The array formation and divine source stone that sealed them directly shattered. Lin Jiufeng pressed down with one hand. Boom! Within this space, the world seemed to explode. The 4 ninth stage false immortals directly trembled as they looked at Lin Jiufeng in surprise. "You have become an immortal?" a boorish man asked in shock. He was a ninth stage false immortal, but he felt that he had no resistance against Lin Jiufeng at all. Great Emperor Jiufeng pressed down with his palm, and without any surprise, they were directly suppressed by him. Although they were all ninth stage false immortals,
Their combat power was on completely different levels. I haven't become an immortal. It isn't that easy to become an immortal. Lin Jiufeng shook his head. He looked at the 4 false immortals and asked softly, "Can you guys communicate with me calmly now?"
The 4 of them smiled bitterly. They looked at each other and saw the bitterness in each other's eyes. The gap between them was so huge that the fighting spirit that had just risen was shattered by Lin Jiufeng's palm.
"Great Emperor Jiufeng, please sit. What do you want to talk to us about?" The 4 false immortals invited Lin Jiufeng to sit down.
Lin Jiufeng walked to a nearby pavilion and sat down to look at them. "Please tell me, why did the barbarian god, who is also your grand supremacy, die? Also, has the human race ever had a short period of glorious age?"
Lin Jiufeng asked his doubts.
He needed the people barbarians of the northern region to solve his doubts.
Chapter 290, Mountain Shu. Lin Jiufeng's question made the few false immortals fall silent.
"No one knows the reason for the Grand Supremacy's death," one of them sighed and said.
"Who are you?"
Lin Jiufeng looked at him. "The current chief of the barbarians of the northern region." This 9th stage false immortal introduced himself. The other 9th stage false immortals behind him remained silent. It was obvious that they respected the chief and let him communicate with Lin Jiufeng.
Back then, the myriad races withered and the era of ice sealing fell.
We had no choice but to seal ourselves. The Grand Supremacy had left the barbarian race long ago before that and never returned, the chief said.
Lin Jiufeng asked, "In other words, the news of the Grand Supremacy's death is also a mystery?" "We have always believed that he's still alive.
It's just that the people outside all say that our Grand Supremacy has already perished," the chief said with a heavy expression.
"What about the human race? Why has your relationship with the human race deteriorated? Also, did the human race have a glorious age for a short period of time?" Lin Jiufeng continued to ask.
The deterioration of the relationship between the barbarians and the human race is actually due to various factors. That era has already come to an end, and the prestige of the myriad races was declining with each passing day.
Even the primordial god mountain isn't as powerful as it was back then.
As a result, the barbarians abandoned all our vassals and only kept our own people, cutting off ties with the human race. The other reason is that the human race has indeed experienced a short period of glory. At the end of the era of myriad races, the human race truly rose up and a very mysterious sect emerged, the chief said to Lin Jiufeng.
"Why do very few people know about it?"
Lin Jiufeng asked, puzzled.
"That's already the end of the era.
Many races have already sealed themselves and ignored the affairs of the world.
Under the background of the era of ice sealing, who would still care about the human race?"
The chief shook his head.
"Era of ice sealing?" Lin Jiufeng frowned.
The myriad races sealed themselves, were forgotten by the era, and the world shrank because of the era of ice sealing. The world suddenly became cold. In the extreme weather, the spiritual energy became weak, everything withered, and everything was frozen in ice.
That was a terrifying era. We saw a corner of the future.
If we didn't seal ourselves, the myriad races would have died in the era of ice sealing, so we sealed ourselves. After we sealed ourselves, the world also sealed us. This seal lasted for more than 10,000 years. Only the human race wasn't sealed by the world, allowing the humans to exist in the world.
Until today, the human race has controlled the world."
The chief sighed, feeling very regretful. Lin Jiufeng was very surprised.
This was the first time he heard of the so-called era of ice sealing. The nest of 10,000 dragons in the Kunlun Mountains didn't know about the era of ice sealing.
If not, they would have told Lin Jiufeng long ago.
The people of the primordial god mountain didn't know either.
Otherwise, Lin Jiufeng would have long found it in their library.
"The other races don't even know about the era of ice sealing, how did you guys know?" Lin Jiufeng asked curiously.
The Grand Supremacy sought for a powerhouse to calculate and predict the future.
I thought that it was an absurd prediction, but I didn't expect it to be true.
When we barbarians sealed ourselves, there were already signs of the era of ice sealing. The other races had long fallen into a deep sleep, that's why they didn't know about this matter, the chief said.
I see. Why did the human race escape this calamity? Lin Jiufeng asked curiously. I don't know. Perhaps it's because of Mountain Shu, the chief guessed. Mountain Shu?
Lin Jiufeng raised his brows. This was the first time he had heard of this place. Mountain Shu is the place that you mentioned, the place where the human race briefly shone, the chief said.
Tell me in detail.
Lin Jiufeng listened seriously. Mountain Shu was a human faction that rose to power in the era where the myriad races had declined.
It was a newly established faction.
Back then, before we sealed ourselves, I heard of this faction, but myriad races kept a low profile and never bragged about their strength.
Not many people know about it.
Even after we recovered and carefully investigated this Mountain Shu, there was no trace of it in history, the chief said.
Lin Jiufeng nodded.
If there were records in history, with the power of the Unrivalled God Dynasty and the books of the Unrivalled God Dynasty, how could Lin Jiufeng not know?
Then what exactly was the situation of Mountain Shu back then?
Lin Jiufeng asked.
I don't know.
The chief shook his head in confusion.
When Mountain Shu appeared back then, the era of ice sealing descended. We all had to seal ourselves.
We didn't want to care about the matters of the human race either, so we really had no idea about the situation of Mountain Shu at all. We only knew that there was a faction called Mountain Shu and was quite powerful because their reputation in that era of the myriad races' decline was really huge. But I didn't know what the situation was. This Mountain Shu didn't leave any news behind, the chief explained.
Then where is this Mountain Shu?
Lin Jiufeng asked with a frown. It's in the famous mountains and great rivers in the west. As for which famous mountain or great river it is, we don't know. The chief shook his head.
I understand. Other than Mountain Shu, do you guys have any other news?
Lin Jiufeng asked.
That's all we know.
We've actually always wanted to find out why the era of ice sealing was descended and why the myriad races declined, but we've never been able to find the source, the chief shook his head and said regretfully.
What about the god race?
Lin Jiufeng continued to ask.
The god race is too far away for us. Moreover, the news of the god race has always been sealed by the primordial god mountain.
It rarely circulates. The primordial god mountain is very serious about this. No one is allowed to inquire about it. The chief still shook his head. I heard that the primordial god mountain once mobilized more than half of its powerhouses to participate in a war.
Do you know what war it was?
Lin Jiufeng asked, unwilling to give up.
We don't know about this either.
To be honest, we barbarians have always lived in the mountains and forests, living a trial life.
We don't know much about the outside world. Were the powerhouses of the myriad races mobilized? The chief asked Lin Jiufeng instead.
Clearly, they didn't know about this matter before.
Lin Jiufeng was speechless. They didn't know anything.
They only knew about the Grand Supremacy in Mountain Shu, that's all. But they didn't know if the Grand Supremacy was dead or alive.
They also didn't know the exact location of Mountain Shu.
Since you don't know, then just live well. In the future, develop your race well in this piece of land. Also, don't find trouble with the Unrivalled God Dynasty.
Everything can be discussed.
The times are different, your mentalities have to be corrected. Don't let your thoughts fall to a dead end.
Cooperating with the Unrivalled God Dynasty and working together is also a choice. Improving the lives of your people is your responsibility as chief.
Lin Jiufeng stood up.
Since he couldn't gain any information, he didn't plan to stay any longer.
There was really nothing in the barbarian race that made him reluctant to leave. The chief got up, wanting to send Lin Jiufeng off.
There's no need to send me off.
By the way, I had gone to take a look at your library, so I'm letting you guys know now.
Lin Jiufeng waved his hand and left very coolly.
Before he left, he even told them a piece of news.
The few ninth-stage false immortals were very helpless. If he went to their library, so be it. There wasn't a need to tell them. Now that Lin Jiufeng had told them, wasn't this embarrassing them?
The human race, the Goliath patriarch looked at Lin Jiufeng's disappearing figure and mumbled with a wry smile. The current them had to accept the fact that the human race had already risen to power. This world was also not the era of the myriad races anymore. They needed to adjust their mentalities. Chapter 291, General Appointing Platform. Having learned a very important piece of information from the barbarians, Lin Jiufeng left the northern region. The human race had once briefly shown. A powerful faction called Mountain Shu had appeared and risen powerfully at the end of the era of myriad races. But Lin Jiufeng couldn't find any records of Mountain Shu in any historical books. He only knew that it was located in a great river or mountain in the west, but the range was huge. Moreover, if it was located in a small world, then he really wouldn't be able to find Mountain Shu. Lin Jiufeng wasn't in a hurry to find Mountain Shu. After leaving the barbarians of the northern region, he went to the primordial god mountain. The little white cat was here. She was still absorbing the vast amount of spiritual energy from the dragon's veins. Her aura was stable and her body began to transform. The current little white cat had at least reached the 8th stage of the false immortal realm. But she was still absorbing the spiritual energy. Moreover, she didn't walk the path of transcending the tribulation to become an immortal. Violent power surged out of her body. It was the power from her bloodline. This bloodline power was very unfamiliar. This was the first time Lin Jiufeng saw it. He circled around the little white cat and watched silently. Like a white halo entangling the little white cat, every time she inhaled, she would absorb this energy into her body to nourish every inch of her skin. She was transforming. Lin Jiufeng watched for a while and didn't disturb the little white cat. He turned around and left. The little white cat's transformation wasn't over yet, so he let her stay here and continue her breakthrough. Lin Jiufeng returned to the imperial capital. He didn't know where else to go. He went to the Kunlun Mountains and the barbarians of the northern region. He understood everything that he should know and shouldn't know. Many stories told Lin Jiufeng that what had happened in the past wasn't that simple. Under the thick dust of history, too many secrets were buried. These secrets had no clues. All the clues were cut off at Mountain Shu. The Kunlun Mountains had the Kunlun Immortal, but they also didn't know about Mountain Shu, let alone the other races. Lin Jiufeng didn't count on them. He returned to the imperial capital, the Cold Palace, and his small courtyard. He looked at the spring of life and the desolate ruins around him. He cleaned up the place quietly and then began to comprehend the secular world. Ascending to an immortal in the secular world. This was what Lin Jiufeng wanted to do. He wanted to become an immortal in the secular world and become a peerless immortal. Since there's no news of the Kunlun Immortal or Mountain Shu now, I shall come and improve myself. I shall improve myself and reach the immortal realm. Then, in the face of the next danger, I will have the confidence to deal with it. Lin Jiufeng thought silently. He originally thought that since he wanted to ascend to an immortal in the secular world, touring the world to take a look at this vast world would provide him a lot of insights. But after careful consideration, he still returned to the Cold Palace in the imperial capital. This place was the beginning of all stories, so it was naturally his choice of ascending to an immortal in this secular world. To Lin Jiufeng, ascending to an immortal in the secular world was the most important thing at the moment. Like an ordinary person, he strolled around the imperial capital every day. He was like an old man in the marketplace, leisurely looking at the world. He took in the sights of everything in the mortal world. Lin Jiufeng saw the joy of children. Lin Jiufeng saw the old man's nostalgia. Lin Jiufeng saw the beautiful women. Lin Jiufeng saw the hard-working men. And so on. He didn't know how much he had seen, but he spent 3 months like this. In the past 3 months, the world had been very stable. No one dared to offend the Xuanhuang God Dynasty. Even when the 9th stage false immortals had fully recovered, no one dared to offend the Xuanhuang God Dynasty. Because the entire Kunlun Mountains of the myriad races had sided with the Xuanhuang God Dynasty. The nest of 10,000 dragons even sent out a few true dragons to roam the void and appear around the Xuanhuang God Dynasty, attracting the sights of countless common people. The appearance of the true dragons shook the world like a thunderclap. Emperor De was governing the nation well. The Yuhua God Dynasty was a powerful nation that had never been seen before, and even true dragons had appeared within this dynasty. The pride of the common people couldn't be described with words. This was a sense of national pride. When the true dragons appeared in the sky above the imperial capital of the Yuhua God Dynasty, it caused an uproar. The common people danced and sang happily, loudly cheering for the Yuhua God Dynasty and praising Emperor De. During this period, Lin Jiufeng sat upright in the tea shop and watched everything silently. The people in the tea house with Lin Jiufeng were all white-haired old people. They were also very excited. They also wanted to cheer, sing, and dance. But they were too old, they could only watch from here. Looking at the revelry of the people outside, their eyes revealed too much. All they saw were memories. All they thought of were the past. All they looked at was regret. Like these old men, Lin Jiufeng was watching too. When the people cheered and the ancient Kunlun Mountains completely submitted to the Yuhua God Dynasty, when Winged Dragon flew in the void and descended to the imperial capital of the Yuhua God Dynasty offering the document of allegiance to Emperor De, when she lowered her head in front of Emperor De and willingly pledged allegiance under the witness of millions of people. At that moment, the destiny energy of the Yuhua God Dynasty rapidly increased and broke through the clouds. The originally weak golden dragon of destiny also became extremely terrifying and huge. It was as if it had grown up. When its might erupted, it was very terrifying. Emperor De accepted the allegiance of the Kunlun Mountains and announced an extremely lenient policy. He treated everyone equally and promoted national integration. At this moment, the concept of world unity was proposed. Emperor De stood on the tall platform, holding the destiny energy sword in his hand. He pointed at the air and said with a firm gaze, "The Yuhua God Dynasty is vast and can accommodate billions of people. Be it the myriad races or the human race, as long as they are peace-loving people, they can join us. The Yuhua God Dynasty welcomes all people from the myriad races who are willing to follow this policy and is also willing to appoint officials from the myriad races to manage the world." Today was the day where the ideology of a great nation was completely infused into the Yuhua God Dynasty, Emperor De, and the people of the world. Lin Jiufeng watched with a smile, feeling very gratified. "Emperor Yuan, if you were here, you would be very happy to see this scene, wouldn't you?" Lin Jiufeng muttered softly. Reforming the old era and stepping into the new era, the efforts of generations before and after, till today, the Yuhua God Dynasty was truly a great nation. The Yuhua God Dynasty had powerhouses and geniuses in large numbers. They were like the carps crossing the river. The development of a nation wasn't limited to the human race. The addition of the myriad races completely pushed for the reputation of the Yuhua God Dynasty. Lin Jiufeng no longer needed to act every time there was trouble. He looked at this scene in satisfaction. Back then, Emperor Yuan had envisaged a complete reform and achieved a progressive victory. Next was to work hard and reach the peak again. And in the past 100+ years that he had been guarding the Yuhua God Dynasty, he had developed a deep affection for this piece of land. Seeing Emperor De raise the Destiny Energy Sword and announce his ideals to the world, Lin Jiufeng was filled with a sense of achievement. Looked at the Yuhua God Dynasty's Golden Dragon of Destiny. "Do you wish to sign in?" These words appeared before Lin Jiufeng's eyes once again. He smiled and said, "Sign in. Sign in successful. Receive General Appointing Platform." The General Appointing Platform was a very terrifying item. Lin Jiufeng returned to the cold palace in surprise and studied it carefully. Chapter 292, Transformation of the Little White Cat General Appointing Platform? What was this? Lin Jiufeng checked the information curiously. Millions of gods and demons as generals, billions of living beings as soldiers. The General Appointing Platform. These words were filled with a thick sense of domineeringness. The General Appointing Platform appeared in the cold palace. It was simple looking, like a huge rock, but the heavy aura that it exuded and the dense killing intent displayed showed that it wasn't simple. This doesn't look like an immortal artifact, but its might is stronger than an immortal artifact. Lin Jiufeng muttered. He saw blood on the platform and a sentence. 3,000 stars as chess pieces, the ancient blue sky as the chessboard. All I ask for is one game. What did this mean?
This is the first time I've signed in for such a strange magic treasure. But the only magic treasure that can keep up with my strength is the light of the homes. The other magic treasures and swords can no longer catch up to me. Now that I have this general appointing platform, it can be considered a surprise gain, Lin Jiufeng said to himself. As for the strangeness of this general appointing platform, I believe that as I break through, I will definitely find out about it. Lin Jiufeng placed the general appointing platform in the cold palace and wasn't in a hurry to absorb it into his body. He circled the general appointing platform. After carefully observing it, he came to a conclusion. It might be related to the god race. With millions of gods and demons as generals, the gods here should be referring to the god race. As for the rest, Lin Jiufeng temporarily didn't discover anything. There was too little information. But since he couldn't discover anything else, he put it aside for the time being. At this stage, what Lin Jiufeng needed most was to ascend to an immortal in the secular world. It wouldn't be a problem for him to study the general appointing platform after he became an immortal. Lin Jiufeng continued to live an ordinary life. A very ordinary life. After the nest of 10,000 dragons unified the Kunlun Mountains and then completely threw themselves into the arms of the Yuhua God Dynasty, the combat strength of the higher-ups of the Yuhua God Dynasty instantly reached perfection. Even if the myriad races caused trouble again, there would be no need for Lin Jiufeng to act. The Yuhua God Dynasty didn't lack ninth-stage false immortals now. Moreover, as time passed, the martial temple also started to show its might. The first few batches of people who graduated from the martial temple were now breaking through to the false immortal realm. The false immortals of the Yuhua God Dynasty were like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. They appeared all at once and grew frantically. Their numbers and quality attracted the attention of the world. In just 3 years, the number of false immortals in the Yuhua God Dynasty had exceeded 3,000. This number was still increasing every day. The advantage of the human race had completely erupted. The advantage of strength in numbers. There were too many humans in the human race to count. Even if there was only one genius in every million humans, the number of geniuses still crushed the myriad races. Within the myriad races, the race with the most population only numbered about 1 million. How could they compare to the human race? Moreover, the humans were still reproducing wantonly. The potential of the Yuhua God Dynasty had completely erupted. It was now a real God Dynasty, not a floating existence supported by Lin Jiufeng alone. For 3 years, Lin Jiufeng lived an ordinary life. He cleaned up the abandoned places in the cold palace and planted fruits in the ruined land. He planted thousands of peach blossoms, hundreds of acres of fields, and flower gardens that were filled with hundreds of flowers in the huge cold palace. Lin Jiufeng didn't see Emperor Day, Princess Yulin, or anyone else. He stayed in the cold palace in peace and occasionally went out to chat with the common people. In this prosperous era, even the people at the bottom could eat their fill and dress warmly. The children were well educated, the elderly had people to take care of them, and ordinary people could have their own pursuits after work. These 3 years were really the 3 years of the Yuhua God Dynasty's transformation. The myriad races didn't dare to make trouble. The internal affairs were harmonious. Emperor Da's bold reforms made everything transparent and deeply cleaned up the social drawbacks. The Yuhua God Dynasty's Golden Dragon of Destiny had expanded 3 times in just 3 years. It practically improved by 1 stage every year. Everyone was busy. Emperor Da was busy. The myriad races were busy. Lin Jiufeng was also very busy. Emperor Da was busy with the reforms and making people's lives better. He worked hard as usual, managing the state affairs day and night. The myriad races were very busy because they saw the terrifying potential of the Yuhua God Dynasty, the soaring number of false immortals, and the huge state machine. Following Emperor Da's reforms, an order given in the morning in the imperial capital could be spread to every corner of the Yuhua God Dynasty in 10 minutes. This was a deep extent of linking the central government to the local people. Even if the local government did evil, it had no way of hiding the opinion of the common people. The myriad races saw all of these. They were afraid. But they were no match for the Yuhua God Dynasty. Even if they wanted to make a move on the Yuhua God Dynasty, internally, their people also wouldn't agree.
Some races even took the initiative to join the Xuanhuang God Dynasty, just like the Kunlun Mountains. They cooperated and let the people of their races enter the martial temple, and they even started to learn the outstanding system of the Xuanhuang God Dynasty. The strength of the races that did this greatly increased. The other races saw this and didn't care about their so-called face anymore. They began to interact with the Xuanhuang God Dynasty. Only a few stubborn races would still oppose the Xuanhuang God Dynasty. But they couldn't stir up any waves. Even the people within the myriad races wouldn't support them. When Lin Jiufeng left the cold palace once again, he had already become a middle-aged man. For 3 years, he hadn't shaved his beard. His hair casually draped behind him, making him look very rough and wild. His firm and strong body gave him a cold aura, sweeping away the scholar-like aura from before. When one reached a new age and encountered different things, their mentality would also change. Compared to before, Lin Jiufeng was stronger and more knowledgeable. But at the same time, he also knew how insignificant he was. He was like a grain of sand in a weak universe. He seemed to be very powerful, but under the heavy history of time, he wasn't worth mentioning at all. After 3 years, he had become really powerful. Lin Jiufeng had listened to the rain no less than 5 times. During each of these 5 times, he could directly break through to the immortal realm. Even if it was transcending the tribulation or the second method, he could easily break through. But if he wanted to use the third method, ascending to an immortal in the secular world, this wasn't enough. But he became stronger. He had really become stronger. The current Lin Jiufeng could directly kill the Lin Jiufeng from 3 years ago, the him who had just passed the 5 decay of the celestial being, with a single kick. The current him was only 1 reign away from ascending to an immortal in the secular world. Breakthrough while listening to the rain had already become Lin Jiufeng's tradition. He liked listening to the rain. In the rain, the pattering raindrops smashed onto the ground, as if cleaning up the dust on the ground and cleaning up the world. Lin Jiufeng felt that the rain was also cleansing his heart and clearing away his anxiety, bad temper, laziness, greed, jealousy, and other negative emotions. He liked the rain. At this stage, 3 years had passed. Lin Jiufeng was already quite confident in ascending to an immortal in the secular world. In the past 3 years, he didn't sign in many times. He only signed in at the imperial capital, the cold palace, and the land of extremely negative energy. The things that he obtained every time weren't of much help to his breakthrough. Lin Jiufeng kept them all and waited to use them in the future. In the land of extremely negative energy, he could sign in once in a while. Of course, his main objective was to go to the Undying Mountain. Lin Jiufeng knew that there must be a big secret in the Undying Mountain in the land of extremely negative energy. The key was that he didn't know how to solve this big secret. As his strength continued to increase, he felt that he could finally reach the threshold of this secret. Pushing open this threshold required him to ascend to an immortal in the secular world. But this step was only 1 reign away. Lin Jiufeng wasn't in a hurry. He waited slowly as time passed. Another 3 years passed. These 3 years were a world-shaking change for the outside world. 6 years was enough time for a generation to grow up and a generation to gradually retire. The young people of this world from 6 years ago had now become the cornerstones of their respective careers. The rise of the new generation of young people brought about a new era. Under the recovery of the world's spiritual energy, it was easy for young people to break through, but they were unable to do anything overboard in the Xuanhuang God Dynasty. The laws of the Xuanhuang God Dynasty were constantly improving, allowing them to learn that once they became adults, they should leave their families, leave the Xuanhuang God Dynasty, and travel the world with their swords. They would go overseas, go to the northern plains, go to the Great Desert, go to the territory of the myriad races. The new generation of young people brought with them the latest changes of the Xuanhuang God Dynasty. When the people of the world looked at these teens who were already at the void returning realm, the shock in their hearts could be imagined. The people nurtured by the Xuanhuang God Dynasty's martial temple were even more powerful. Breaking through to the false immortal realm after they matured had already become a benchmark. The path after the false immortal realm was also gradually taken seriously by everyone.
Regarding this, Lin Jiufeng wrote down the remaining paths for the false immortal realm.
He wrote down what he knew, like the method to transcend the tribulation and breakthrough to become a true immortal.
But he also wrote down the drawbacks.
Lin Jiufeng also wrote down the last path of ascending to an immortal in the secular world.
The drawback was that this path wasn't suited for ordinary people.
Only geniuses could have a chance of succeeding in this path. After this follow-up analysis of cultivation was written and entered the martial temple, it instantly spread throughout the world. Almost everyone chose the path of ascending to an immortal in the secular world. In this era, no one was willing to admit that they weren't geniuses among those who had broken through to the false immortal realm in their teens. Hence, everyone unanimously chose the most difficult path to become an immortal. When Lin Jiufeng heard this news, he revealed a slight smile. A group of young people with commendable courage, but they will encounter a lot of trouble in the future. However, if they succeed, their potential and strength will really soar into the sky. It would be difficult for one to achieve great success without experiencing hardships. It wouldn't be a problem for a person to choose the easy path of transcending the tribulation to become an immortal. But later on, when this person was surpassed by people who had ascended to an immortal in the secular world, he shouldn't complain. In this world, the Xuanhuang God Dynasty had already become a giant. In front of the Xuanhuang God Dynasty, the myriad races really had no room to resist at all. There were more than 10,000 false immortals in the current stage of the Xuanhuang God Dynasty, and the number was still increasing every day. As for 9th stage false immortals, there were more than 1,000 of them. Like Lin Jiufeng, these people all chose to ascend to an immortal in the secular world. Any 100 of these 1,000+ people would be enough to defeat the myriad races.
Who would dare to become enemies with the Xuanhuang God Dynasty?
The countries overseas and the people of the northern plains had all submitted to the Xuanhuang God Dynasty.
This world was finally peaceful.
As for Lin Jiufeng, who had disappeared for 6 years, he had also been forgotten. Now, no one mentioned the great Emperor Jiufeng, who single-handedly supported the human race and destroyed the primordial God Mountain.
Life calmed down and great Emperor Jiufeng's story was sealed.
Only in the deep conversations of some people did they remember the great Emperor Jiufeng, who single-handedly resisted the myriad races and protected the Xuanhuang God Dynasty back then, and wondered how he was doing. Lin Jiufeng was living a very good life now. He had completely transformed into a middle-aged man. His hair was tied up and his beard was shaved. He exuded a mature temperament, no longer the delicate temperament of the young scholar from before. He was already more than 100 years old. Lin Jiufeng felt that he wasn't suitable to act like a youngster anymore.
An invisible domineering aura began to appear on his body.
This was the domineering aura his strength brought him. It was just that he covered up this aura during his interactions with the common people very well. On this day, Lin Jiufeng went out. Dressed in a purple robe, he walked to a tea house and sat in his usual spot to drink tea. He looked calmly at the people on the streets outside. The crowd was surging.
Among these people, there were no ordinary people.
All of them were people who had cultivated before. Even the old people had practiced a few simple moves to prolong their lives. On the streets, men, women, children, and old people all wore blissful smiles. Among these people, some had high cultivation bases, some were false immortals, some with low cultivation bases, and some who had just started on the path of cultivation. But it didn't stop them from walking on the same street, nor did it stop them from having their own happiness. Lin Jiufeng was lost in thought as he watched. After a long time, he said, "This is what the secular world is. The common people live in it, and the true heroes are those who have seen through the sufferings of the secular world and still love it firmly.
Only then will they transcend."
Lin Jiufeng gained another realization. He took this down in his heart.
"Big grand uncle, you've changed so much."
At this moment, a gentle voice sounded.
Unsurprised, Lin Jiufeng turned his head and saw two people. Princess Yulin and Bai Tiandi.
They didn't change much from 6 years ago. They were a perfect match.
6 years had passed since their relationship was confirmed.
In these 6 years, Bai Tiandi and Princess Yulin had also walked the path of ascending to an immortal in the secular world. Hence, when they heard Lin Jiufeng's words, they were quite astonished.
Especially Princess Yulin. She looked at the domineering middle-aged man in front of her and compared him to the elegant and easygoing big grand-uncle in her memory before she said with emotion the above words. This era is constantly changing, so how can we remain the same and maintain our old appearance?
Lin Jiufeng smiled and asked.
Sit.
Lin Jiufeng reached out and indicated them to sit down. He poured tea for them himself. Each of his actions carried a sense of supreme confidence and domineeringness.
Princess Yulin and Bai Tiandi immediately sat down.
In front of Lin Jiufeng, they had no thoughts of resisting at all.
It's been 6 years since we last met. How have you been? Lin Jiufeng asked calmly. Bai Tiandi looked at Princess Yulin. Princess Yulin said, everything is quite good.
Other than being ignorant and living a peaceful life when we were young, the past 6 years were the most comfortable years so far. There was no war, no suffering, and no disaster. Bai Tiandi and I have traveled the world these 6 years.
We can be considered to have stepped into the same realm as Big Grand-Uncle.
Bai Tiandi added, although we're all 9th stage false immortals, the gap between us and Great Emperor Jiufeng is still worlds apart. I can't see through you at all, Great Emperor Jiufeng.
If you want to kill me now, you can do it with a glance, right? Lin Jiufeng didn't comment.
He was indeed ridiculously powerful. There was nothing that he didn't dare to admit.
He just didn't like to say how powerful he was in front of Princess Yulin and Bai Tiandi. Both of you have entered the 9th stage of the false immortal realm. Then, why have you come to look for me this time? Lin Jiufeng asked.
Princess Yulin and Bai Tiandi looked at each other. Then, they held each other's hands firmly and slowly raised them in front of Lin Jiufeng.
Great Emperor Jiufeng, I have already proposed to Princess Yulin.
I came to see you this time because I hope to receive your blessings, Bai Tiandi said firmly.
He didn't let Princess Yulin inform Lin Jiufeng about this matter.
He insisted on telling Lin Jiufeng himself.
Lin Jiufeng didn't comment. He looked at Princess Yulin and asked, you agreed? Princess Yulin nodded and said with a smile, we've been together for almost 7 years. I've got to know him very well these days. I'm also past 50 years old. Although this little age isn't much for cultivators, I also want to live a new type of life. I'm no longer just Princess Yulin of the Unrivalled God Dynasty, I can also be Bai Tiandi's wife.
After hearing this, Lin Jiufeng's expression became dazed for a moment. He had personally watched this beautiful and moving woman who was about to marry grow up. I vaguely remember that back then, you were only 13 years old. You found the key to the door of the cold palace and disrupted my peaceful life. At that time, you were beautiful and cute. You even thought that I was a ghost. In a flash, so many years have passed. You are already more than 50 years old and are about to become someone else's wife, Lin Jiufeng said with emotion. He usually wouldn't think that he was old. But at this moment, he really had the notion that he was already so old. He knew that he was more than 100 years old, but he didn't have a concrete concept in his heart. But when Princess Yulin said that she was already more than 50 years old, an age where normal women had already become grandmothers in the past, this immediately gave Lin Jiufeng a reference. He was really old. When Princess Yulin heard Lin Jiufeng's words, her eyes instantly turned red. She reached out and grabbed Lin Jiufeng's large hand. She choked and said, the happiest time in my life was that year when I discovered the key and found Big Grand-Uncle. Under Big Grand-Uncle's guidance, I began to cultivate and grow. When I was about to be sent away for the marriage alliance, it was you who brought me to the plains and let me draw my sword at it. When I chose to support the Unrivalled God Dynasty with my brother, it was you who supported us firmly. No matter what trouble we encountered, it wouldn't be trouble in your hands. When I was lost in my path, it was you who encouraged me. You watched me grow up and watched me transform from a little girl to a white goose. I'm really grateful. That's why I came to ask for your opinion. If you don't agree, I'll never marry in my life. I'll accompany you and the Unrivalled God Dynasty. As Princess Yulin spoke, tears fell continuously like rain, crashing onto the table. She recalled everything that had happened in the past. Big granduncle had always been the one giving, taking care of them, and supporting them.
But they didn't repay him anything. She couldn't help but blame herself. Lin Jiufeng smiled as he watched Princess Yulin cry.
Then, he reached out and took Bai Tiandi's hand, who didn't even dare to breathe. The man's and the woman's hands were stacked together. Then, Lin Jiufeng retracted his hand.
Princess Yulin looked at Lin Jiufeng with teary eyes. Bai Tiandi looked at Lin Jiufeng in surprise and delight. "All right, don't cry, this is a happy matter. That timid girl from back then has grown up.
It's time for her to get married. She's always at home and has become an old girl now," Lin Jiufeng said gently.
Princess Yulin chuckled and complained, "What old girl? You're already in your 50s, aren't you an old girl now?"
Lin Jiufeng reached out with a smile and wiped Princess Yulin's tears.
"Brat, treat Yulin better. Remember, she has an invincible big granduncle. If you want to let her down, think about me first." Lin Jiufeng's face suddenly turned cold as he said domineeringly to Bai Tiandi. Bai Tiandi held Princess Yulin's hand tightly and said firmly, "I won't let Yulin down. Don't worry, big granduncle." Lin Jiufeng's expression calmed down. He looked at their clasped hands and asked, "When's the wedding?" "We aren't planning on doing that. After all, we aren't young anymore," Princess Yulin said. Bai Tiandi wanted to say something, but he didn't say it. "You're the only princess of the Unrivalled God Dynasty, how can you not hold a wedding when you get married?"
Lin Jiufeng said domineeringly, "Not only do we have to hold a wedding, but we also have to do it in a grand manner.
Your wedding shall be announced to the world. 9th stage false immortals shall carry your palanquin and send the princess of the Unrivalled God Dynasty to get married." Princess Yulin opened her mouth. Bai Tiandi's expression lit up as he said, "Big granduncle is right. As I said, we have to have a big party. We can't let the princess have any unhappiness."
10 miles of the red carpet, phoenix coronet, robes, and the dragon phoenix carriage, none of them can be missing.
But Princess Yulin is unwilling. She said that it's too extravagant. Discuss these things with Emperor De.
She's just a bride, she just has to prepare to sit in the bridal carriage. She doesn't have to worry about these things, Lin Jiufeng said to Bai Tiandi.
Don't reject. This is the only wedding a girl can have in her entire life.
In the thousands of years to come or even tens of thousands of years to come, you can still use this to think back on.
Don't let this become a regret when you remember it in the future.
I will decide for you on this matter, Lin Jiufeng said to Princess Yulin.
Princess Yulin's face was red.
After hearing that this would be the only wedding in her life and a memory for the countless years to come, she was convinced. I shall listen to whatever you say, big granduncle, Princess Yulin said softly.
Lin Jiufeng laughed and pointed at Bai Tiandi. You can go and discuss with Emperor De now. You guys can handle this matter. Bai Tiandi immediately took his leave.
He knew that Lin Jiufeng wanted to speak to Princess Yulin, so he left tactfully to look for Emperor De.
In the tea house, no one else noticed Lin Jiufeng and Princess Yulin.
It was as if they were in different dimensions, and no one could hear them even if they spoke loudly. Lin Jiufeng had long sealed the surroundings. Now, there was only him and Princess Yulin left.
You are about to get married, I don't have much to give to you. It just so happens that you learned the sword from me. I've used this for 100 years, I'll give it to you today.
Lin Jiufeng took out his sword case and handed it to Princess Yulin. The sword case was as powerful as ever, but it couldn't keep up with Lin Jiufeng anymore. However, because of its growth attribute, the sword case still had a lot of potential. Giving it to Princess Yulin as a wedding gift was quite suitable. Princess Yulin waved her hand, wanting to refuse. But Lin Jiufeng stretched out his hand and pushed it to her. He directly said, since it's a gift from an elder, just accept it. This thing isn't of much use to me. I'm too powerful. Princess Yulin was speechless. She put the item away and looked at Lin Jiufeng, touched. You can leave now. You're about to get married, and a part of my heart still can't bear to let you go. Lin Jiufeng chased Princess Yulin away. But Princess Yulin stood up, knelt down respectfully, and kowtowed to Lin Jiufeng.
Thank you for your nurturing, big granduncle. In the future, I will change my identity and continue to accompany you.
Princess Yulin bowed her head and said with tears in her eyes. Lin Jiufeng also couldn't bear to let her go in his heart.
He really raised Princess Yulin as his daughter.
After all, Princess Yulin shared the same bloodline as him.
Get up, get up. You will forever be my granddaughter. Even if I give up my life, I'll also protect you and Emperor De. Lin Jiufeng supported Princess Yulin up and said firmly. Princess Yulin left with tearful eyes. Lin Jiufeng looked at her back.
He didn't know what kind of feeling it was in his heart now, but it wasn't comfortable. At this moment, he finally understood the complicated and indescribable emotions of a doting father who knew that his daughter was about to get married. But no matter how complicated his emotions were, they ultimately turned into a blessing. This is also a kind of experience for humans in the secular world, Lin Jiufeng said with emotion. 3 days later, the Unrivalled God Dynasty issued a statement. 1 month later, the only princess of the Unrivalled God Dynasty was going to get married. As soon as this news came out, the entire world was in an uproar.
Countless people were cheering. Princess Yulin's beauty, Princess Yulin's might, and Princess Yulin's intelligence all represented the Unrivalled God Dynasty. Momentarily, the life of Princess Yulin was dug out by some people.
The intimate sibling relationship between her and Emperor De.
Princess Yulin was the person whom Emperor De trusted the most. From the beginning to the end, he had given a huge amount of the Unrivalled God Dynasty's power to Princess Yulin. Even though Princess Yulin gave up this power and position in the end, that was her own choice, not that Emperor De didn't trust her. As a woman, Princess Yulin contributed greatly to the liberation of the women of the Unrivalled God Dynasty. She encouraged women to learn, founded the medical school, and recruited women wantonly. She even let talented women enter the martial temple and enjoy the same rights as men. She was the faith of all women in the world. And now that she was about to get married, everyone was discussing that this wedding would definitely be a magnificent one. In this month, the common people discussed Princess Yulin's marriage during their meals. The people also learned of the person she was marrying to. Bai Tiandi, the ninth-stage false immortal of the Unrivalled God Dynasty, and a peerless genius. He was young and had a promising future. They were truly a perfect match. The common people all gave their blessings. Even the people of the myriad races, the countries overseas, the northern plains, and the land of Xiliang sent their blessings and sent people to participate in the wedding. This wedding officially started a month later. On this day, the imperial capital was a sea of red. The gongs and drums sounded, and the sound of wedding music filled the air. 10 miles of the red carpet, phoenix crown and robe, a dragon and phoenix carriage, and a bridal escort team that was hundreds of miles long. There were ninth-stage false immortals carrying the carriage, and Emperor De personally carried Princess Yulin on his back to get married. The pink rose petals flew in the air, and countless factions came to congratulate them. Princess Yulin was getting married. The moment she left the palace doors, the royal cannon sounded a total of 108 times. Emperor De carried Princess Yulin on his back. Amidst the sound of the cannons, he sent Princess Yulin into the bridal carriage. At this moment, Princess Yulin and Emperor De saw Lin Jiufeng. He stood in the center of the open space with flower petals dancing around him. However, only Emperor De, Princess Yulin, and Bai Tiandi saw him. The other ninth-stage false immortals didn't notice him at all. Happy marriage. Lin Jiufeng smiled and blessed her. He watched as Princess Yulin boarded the carriage. Then, his figure faded and disappeared. Princess Yulin's wedding continued. With tears in her eyes and carrying a smile, she started a new stage of her life. This wedding lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. The imperial capital also reveled for 3 days and 3 nights. The common people were happy for Princess Yulin. They wrote their blessings together in a book and sent it to her. It was a book as thick as an encyclopedia, representing that she had gained the support of the common people. 3 days later, everything returned to normal. Princess Yulin and Bai Tiandi lived a low-key life.
They began to comprehend the secular world and prepared to walk Lin Jiufeng's old path. As for Lin Jiufeng, he left the imperial capital and headed for the primordial god mountain. He wanted to go see the little white cat. 6 years had passed, but the little white cat still hadn't returned. Lin Jiufeng thought that she would return soon and that his cat-eared girl would also appear. But from the looks of it, the little white cat's path of transformation wasn't a smooth one. It had been 6 years. Lin Jiufeng had come a few times to take a look. Just like before, she was absorbing the spiritual energy in the dragon's veins. After she finished absorbing the spiritual energy in the dragon's veins, she began to absorb the recovered spiritual energy in the air and even the recovered immortal energy. She just wouldn't wake up. She was determined to break through to the immortal realm in one go and then transform into human form. Lin Jiufeng was still quite worried. He would come over once a year to reinforce the defense and ensure that the little white cat wouldn't be harmed. Even Princess Yulin is already married, and I'm still an old bachelor. Little white cat, if you still don't transform, I will have to continue being single, Lin Jiufeng said with emotion. He took a step forward, shattered the space, and appeared on the primordial god mountain. The current Lin Jiufeng was just that powerful. With a single step, he shattered space and traveled from the imperial capital of the Xuanhuang God Dynasty to the primordial god mountain that was tens of thousands of miles away. Space was no longer that mysterious in front of him. 6 years had passed in the ruins of the primordial god mountain. It was still the same as before, except that many huge stones and mountain ranges had begun to form a new foundation. New mountains and wild beasts had also settled down here. But no cultivator dared to stay here, because Lin Jiufeng would warn them and scare them away. Lin Jiufeng looked at the black hole and jumped down. Dong! Entering the depths of the Earth's core once again, Lin Jiufeng saw the little white cat floating in the air. Endless energy surged out from the depths of the Earth. The color was very white. This was no longer spiritual energy, but immortal energy. Lin Jiufeng knew. He reached out and stroked a wisp of immortal energy. The immortal energy entangled his fingertip. Such refined immortal energy exists in the core of the earth without any impurities. You've absorbed it for 6 years. You are already at the 9th stage of the false immortal realm. Why are you still unable to wake up? Lin Jiufeng looked at the little white cat and asked curiously. No one gave him an answer. The white cat fell into a deep state of cultivation. She was very determined this time. She wouldn't stop until she transformed. Moreover, Lin Jiufeng had examined her body for her. In the core area of her dantian, a bloodline power had erupted. She should have undergone atavism. Hence, when the little white cat woke up this time, she could definitely transform. Lin Jiufeng didn't doubt this. But the problem was, when would she wake up? Lin Jiufeng sat on a diamond-shaped rock in the center of the earth. Then, he looked at the little white cat with a doting gaze. Princess Yulin is married and she has a family now. Emperor Day is busy with reforms, and the only person who I can talk to now is you, Lin Jiufeng said to the little white cat. After you transform, I shall marry you. Let's agree on that this time. I know that you like me. You've always wanted to transform and truly stand by my side, not as a pet cat. Actually, I'm also waiting for you to transform. All these years, I've been ignoring the other women and didn't give them any response at all because I'm waiting for you. The beauty of the world will eventually wither. Only the caring company of each other is eternal. We depended on each other and accompanied each other for 100 years. In these 100 years, I'm very lucky to be able to meet you, so I will wait for you. Take your time, there's no hurry to transform. Lin Jiufeng looked at the little white cat and murmured to himself the words in his heart. Once the little white cat transformed, he would marry her. Perhaps it was because the little white cat heard this, but in the past 6 years, this was the first time Lin Jiufeng saw the little white cat's body tremble. Dong dong dong. Inside the little white cat's body, the sound of her heart beating came. She was struggling. Lin Jiufeng's eyes lit up. Was she about to succeed? But immediately after, he became worried. If anything happened to the little white cat, he would feel guilty for the rest of his life. Lin Jiufeng decisively acted as a guardian. He protected the little white cat's body and then his energy seeped in to check the problem.
The white cat's heart pounded violently as she frantically absorbed the energy in the air.
Then, this energy burst out and traveled around her entire body. Lin Jiufeng could clearly see that the little white cat's body was changing. She was changing her body.
She wanted to transform into a human.
Lin Jiufeng didn't dare to disturb the little white cat. He could only guard her and ensure that he could save her if something really went wrong.
Ah!
Suddenly, the white cat closed her eyes and let out a tragic cry. Her face was twisted in pain.
Lin Jiufeng's expression was heavy.
He could clearly see that the little white cat had broken her bones and her source energy.
She was forcefully creating a new body. A body that she dreamed of.
The price was extreme pain and a tragic cry that seeped into one's bones. The little white cat quickly became a little red cat. Her entire body was stained with blood.
Her transformation process was extremely difficult.
But she didn't regret or hesitate at all. Under the intense pain, she firmly transformed her body and burned herself in the raging flames.
Boom!
In the very next moment, the little white cat's body directly exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Right in front of Lin Jiufeng, the blood mist began to reform.
An outline quickly formed. The outline of a human.
The outline of a woman, an extremely shaped figure of a woman, slowly took shape. And at this moment, a terrifying aura erupted.
Clang! Clang! Clang!
The little white cat had absorbed 6 years of pure immortal energy and stored it in her body. She had advanced to the 9th stage of the false immortal realm. She broke her bones and reshaped herself.
Without destruction, there would be no construction.
At this moment, she actually broke through to the immortal realm.
That's right.
In the current world, regardless of whether it was the Unrivalled God Dynasty, the people of the previous eras, or the myriad races, no true immortals had appeared yet. Even Lin Jiufeng needed to wait for the rain to break through to the immortal realm.
He was also a little distance away from becoming an immortal. He wasn't an immortal yet.
But now, the little white cat had become an immortal.
She was the first immortal in this era of the world. The aura of an immortal instantly spread.
It was vast and mighty, like smoke spreading over the river and spreading throughout the entire world.
Rumble! The first immortal was born.
Even the great Tao of the world was much more lenient and expanded the little white cat's aura. In the area of the myriad races, a rumbling aura spread over, suppressing everyone until they couldn't breathe. Those with low strength couldn't discover anything at all. They thought that it was the aura of a false immortal. This aura was so terrifying, they considered it to be the aura of a high-level false immortal. Only people at the false immortal realm could experience this terrifying feeling.
Not a false immortal.
This aura was worlds apart from that of the false immortal realm. The few 9th stage false immortals of the barbarians of the northern region looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes.
This aura makes me panic. I feel difficulty breathing. But I'm a 9th stage false immortal. This is a true immortal. There's actually a real immortal in this world? From the looks of it, this immortal doesn't look like someone from the past.
The heavenly Tao is also pushing for the birth of this immortal. If it were someone from the past, they definitely wouldn't receive such help from the heavenly Tao.
That's right. This is a person from the recent eras and won't exceed one previous era. Could it be Great Emperor Jiufeng?
The chief guessed in shock.
The other false immortals swallowed their saliva frantically.
They suppressed the shock in their hearts. It was really indescribable. In other regions and in different races, everyone was guessing.
Who exactly was this?
At this moment, the top powerhouses simultaneously thought of Great Emperor Jiufeng.
In their opinion, the only person in the world who could definitely become an immortal was Great Emperor Jiufeng.
But in the Kunlun Mountains, when Winged Dragon felt this pressure, her expression was solemn as she said, "This aura is different from Great Emperor Jiufeng's.
Not great Emperor Jiufeng? Another person actually became an immortal before him? Huang Xian'er asked in shock.
Big Sister Divine Silkworm said, even if it's not great Emperor Jiufeng, this person is also very powerful.
This person's aura is so terrifying.
Although this person has the help of the heavenly Tao, we also can't underestimate this person. From now on, this world will enter the rank of the true immortals.
We, the 9th stage false immortals, are no longer useful. Winged Dragon sighed. She was still a little distance away from breaking through.
This little bit of distance could be broken through in a month, a year, 10 years, or 100 years. I hope this immortal doesn't cause trouble. The world has only been stable for a few years and we don't have to worry about it. I don't want this world to become chaotic. Big Sister Divine Silkworm sighed.
I believe in great Emperor Jiufeng. He will handle this matter well.
The era of our myriad races has really passed. In such a good era, we didn't even manage to break through to the immortal realm first.
In the future, we won't have a chance anymore.
The myriad races will be surpassed further and further away by the human race. Those arrogant and proud races are destined to seek their own deaths and disappear from this world, Long said firmly.
Those who couldn't keep up with the times were destined to be eliminated.
As for the Unrivalled God Dynasty of the human race, there were also discussions going on internally.
This wasn't a small matter.
A true immortal had appeared. The era where the false immortals were king finally disappeared. Next, only those factions which had immortals would have the right to speak. And in the center of the earth, the little white cat's human form outline continued to become clear.
An absolutely beautiful woman appeared in front of Lin Jiufeng. Her skin was snow white and her black hair cascaded down.
She had a charming face, a curvaceous figure, and long legs that were straight and slender without a trace of flab. Most importantly, her devastatingly beautiful face instantly stunned Lin Jiufeng. This woman stood in front of Lin Jiufeng, dressed in a white veil, carrying with her a hazy type of beauty.
Meow, the woman said lazily.
She was still the same as before.
Lin Jiufeng watched in surprise. Am I beautiful? The woman looked at Lin Jiufeng with a smile.
Yes. Lin Jiufeng nodded firmly.
The white cat smiled like a flower.
Then, she held Lin Jiufeng's hand and said, "From now on, I'm your wife." Lin Jiufeng held the little white cat's soft hand and said gently, "I will give you a grand wedding." The white cat was so happy that she wanted to hug Lin Jiufeng.
Boom!
But at this moment, a loud sound came from the world. It was as if the sky had collapsed, and a terrifying path appeared.
An immortal appeared, the path to immortality is opened.
Chapter 293, the story of the celestial realm. The little white cat who had been waiting for a long time really succeeded in transforming into a human form. A young girl who seemed to have walked out of a fairy tale smiled innocently and held Lin Jiufeng's hand, smiling sweetly. This was the cat-eared girl that Lin Jiufeng had waited for 100 years. But before he could be happy for long, a loud bang shook the world. Accompanied by a huge sound, it was like a thunderclap that shook the world. Lin Jiufeng and the little white cat looked at each other in surprise.
What's this?
The little white cat held Lin Jiufeng's wrist tightly and asked.
I don't know. Let's go out and take a look.
Although Lin Jiufeng was surprised, he didn't panic. He and the little white cat came to the surface from the depths of the earth. Standing on the surface, Lin Jiufeng saw that at the edge of the world, a new world appeared, like a mirage, reflecting in the sky. What connected the two worlds was a broad road.
That's the immortal road?
The little white cat leaned against Lin Jiufeng and asked in surprise.
I think so. That's the immortal road. Lin Jiufeng's expression was solemn.
At this moment, he saw many things, such as the huge world at the end of the immortal path and the people who walked out of that world. That's right, a person walked out of the immortal road. Under the gaze of countless people in this world, he hovered high in the sky and stood on the immortal path like a god. He announced coldly, "An immortal has appeared in this world again.
Hurry up and enter the immortal road."
Immortals are no longer allowed to stay in this world.
This person had a plump face and a profound aura. He wasn't simple at all.
But his words made Lin Jiufeng and the little white cat frown at the same time.
He wants me to go to the immortal road?
The little white cat's embroidered brows frowned slightly. Her eyes were unhappy. She had only transformed with great difficulty just to stay with Lin Jiufeng forever.
How could she enter the immortal road?
Lin Jiufeng frowned and said, I should have guessed long ago that this strange world should belong to the immortal court.
Immortal court?
The little white cat looked at Lin Jiufeng, puzzled. Before the myriad races, there was the god race, and the one who opposed the god race was the immortal court.
I know this information, but I've never been able to find the immortal court.
There's no immortal court in this world either, so I'm very puzzled. I never expected that the immortal court would be in another world, a world that's above our world.
It's hidden really well.
Lin Jiufeng explained to the little white cat.
The immortal court should just manage their own affairs well. Why are they bothering about me? I'm not going to the immortal road. I've worked so hard to transform because I want to accompany you and be your wife.
I don't want to go to some bullshit immortal court, the white cat said without hesitation. Lin Jiufeng said firmly, don't worry, I've waited for you for 100 years.
With me around, no one can take you away.
The two of them stood hand in hand in the ruins of the primordial god mountain as they looked at the immortal road and the person on it. He was a true immortal just like the little white cat. After he finished speaking, he waited silently.
But no one came.
Soon, he opened his eyes and looked straight at the area where Lin Jiufeng and the little white cat were. Immortals aren't allowed to exist in this abandoned world. Those who have become immortals must enter the celestial realm.
Hurry up and come?
This person frowned and scolded. His voice was like a tsunami, causing huge waves in the world.
It was deafening, and everyone heard it.
The white cat took a deep breath. Her plump chest rose as she replied, I won't enter the celestial realm.
There are people in the mortal realm that I cherish, and the mortal realm is also very interesting. I don't want to enter the celestial realm. You can go back yourself.
The little white cat was an immortal, the only immortal in the world. When she opened her mouth, her feminine voice spread throughout the world.
The person on the immortal road heard it. He sneered and said with faint disdain, do you think you can make the decision?
Immortals are not allowed in this abandoned world. If you don't enter the celestial realm, I will make sure that there are no more immortals in this world.
Becoming an immortal in the mortal realm isn't a good thing. Instead, it will become a reason for your death.
The person standing on the immortal road spoke coldly. His attitude was tough. If she didn't enter the immortal realms, he would kill her. He slowly descended from the celestial realm and into the mortal realm. He spread his arms, his clothes fluttered, and his aura surged. The great Tao accompanied him, his aura was glorious, and the phenomena constantly erupted. Under the gaze of the world, he landed in the area of the primordial god mountain. He hovered in the air and looked coldly at the little white cat and Lin Jiufeng. The moment the immortal path opened, he locked onto Lin Jiufeng and the little white cat. It was mainly because he had locked onto the little white cat. Lin Jiufeng hadn't become an immortal, so this wasn't his target. Let me introduce myself.
Celestial Realm, Zhou Qing.
The cold-faced man introduced himself. By Mauer, 1, the white cat said coldly. Before she transformed, she had no name. She had always been Lin Jiufeng's little white cat. After she transformed, she gave herself a name.
By Mauer.
This was her name now. With Bai as her surname and the Mauer as her name, she represented herself and also represented that she treasured Lin Jiufeng's address of her. During the past 100 years, Lin Jiufeng had always called her Little White Cat.
She didn't want to change this.
Zhou Qing looked at Lin Jiufeng from above. With a cold gaze, he said, you don't want to enter the celestial realm because of this person?
Bai Mao nodded and said, I'm his wife, we won't be separated, so please go back.
Since I'm already here, there's no reason for me to go back. Seeing that you're a female immortal, I'll allow you to bring him into the celestial realm. In any case, he's already on the verge of breaking through. It won't be long before he ascends to become an immortal too. When the time comes, he will also be entering the celestial realm. Zhou Qing stood in the air and looked at Bai Mao as he said. Lin Jiufeng narrowed his eyes. A man's intuition told him that Zhou Qing had other thoughts about Bai Mao. Was this person coveting Bai Mao's beauty? Or was he coveting her cultivation base? Hence the reason for these high-sounding words. Of course, these were all his guesses. But with a man's understanding of men, Lin Jiufeng felt that he wasn't wrong. When Bai Mao heard Zhou Qing's words, she didn't agree. Instead, she looked at Lin Jiufeng, letting him handle this matter. Lin Jiufeng asked calmly, "Why can't there be immortals in the mortal realm?" An impatient expression appeared on Zhou Qing's face as he said coldly, "This was decided by the celestial realm, how would I know?" In any case, every time someone reaches the immortal realm and the mortal realm, they either enter the celestial realm or die. What's in the celestial realm? We've lived in the mortal realm for very long, but we don't know anything about the celestial realm. Lin Jiufeng asked calmly. The celestial realm is a vast world. Entering the celestial realm represents eternal life. Zhou Qing was very impatient, but in order to leave a good impression in front of Bai Mao, he still explained. Immortality, Lin Jiufeng smiled and said, immortality has always been everyone's pursuit. Now, you are telling me that one can become immortal just by entering the celestial realm. Since it's so easy to obtain, what's the price? Zhou Qing frowned and scolded impatiently, you are just a mortal realm cultivator, you should already be grateful you can enter the celestial realm. Why are you asking so many questions? Lin Jiufeng looked at him and said with a relaxed smile, I'm just asking you a few questions, yet you are already so anxious. Which fellow from the celestial realm used his but to make the decision in letting you be the guide to the celestial realm? Zhou Qing's face turned cold. He said coldly, you, a false immortal, also dared to discuss the matters of the celestial realm? Now that I've mentioned the center of the matter, you've become angry out of humiliation. I might as well make another guess. The immortality in the celestial realm must be very tragic. After all, the immortality that countless people dream of can be obtained by entering the celestial realm. Then, can I guess that after entering the celestial realm, you won't be you anymore? Everything about you will be controlled by the celestial realm? The so-called immortality is actually just a lie? Is that right? Lin Jiufeng looked at Zhou Qing with a smile. Zhou Qing first looked at Lin Jiufeng in surprise. Then, he frowned and scolded, you are just a person who hasn't entered the celestial realm, what nonsense are you talking about? If it weren't for Miss Bai Mao, I would definitely kill you. Zhou Qing's eyes were filled with killing intent. Bai Mao watched from the side with a solemn expression. She wanted to protect Lin Jiufeng but was rejected by him. Lin Jiufeng slowly floated in the air. He looked at Zhou Qing and said, I only said some real words, yet you can't take it. Your mentality still needs to be strengthened. Zhou Qing's expression was dark as he stared at Lin Jiufeng. His aura was surging like waves. The terrifying great Tao of an immortal invisibly imprisoned Lin Jiufeng. But Lin Jiufeng didn't feel anything about this at all. He treated it calmly. He was like a small boat in the turbulent sea. No matter how strong the waves were, he would just flow with the waves and persevere. He wouldn't capsize. Since you are so angry, it means that I'm right. The celestial realm is definitely not like what you said, and this immortal road isn't that simple. Lin Jiufeng smiled slightly. Zhou Qing looked at Lin Jiufeng's smile and felt that it was blinding. After thousands of years, he had once again descended to the mortal realm. He thought that he could display his might, but who would have thought that he would encounter Lin Jiufeng? This person had an extremely annoying smile and eyes that could see through everything. Do you want to kill me? Lin Jiufeng asked softly. It seems that you aren't stupid, Zhou Qing said through gritted teeth. Before you kill me, can you answer another question of mine? If you do, I will die a worthy death, Lin Jiufeng said sincerely. Zhou Qing sneered, you're really a lunatic. You're coming to me and seeking death. Even Bai Mao can't save you now. It doesn't matter if I die. Before killing me, please tell me, do you know Elder Universe? Lin Jiufeng waved his hand indifferently and then asked. After asking this question, Lin Jiufeng stared at Zhou Chang without blinking.
Zhou Chang was originally smiling coldly, full of killing intent, and full of confidence.
But in the very next moment, after Lin Jiufeng asked this question, his expression changed drastically. He flew into a rage, and his aura erupted like a volcano as he stared at Lin Jiufeng.
Rumble! The terrifying aura of an immortal swept in all directions. Zhou Qing's terrifying power surged fearlessly and surrounded Lin Jiufeng. What did you say? How do you know about Elder Universe?
This person has long died.
You are the successor of Elder Universe?
Zhou Qing was enraged. His aura was surging as he asked in succession. He no longer concealed himself. In front of the little white cat, he reached out his hand, wanting to grab Lin Jiufeng's neck. At this distance, even the little white cat couldn't save Lin Jiufeng.
She could only scream. Boom!
The little white cat's immortal aura rushed up. She looked anxious, wanting to save Lin Jiufeng.
Meanwhile, Lin Jiufeng's expression was determined.
His gaze was sharp, and his entire body was glowing. Every pore of his body was emitting a battle aura, and a deep sea-like aura surged out, making him look like a god. Zhou Qing's large hand grabbed over, but Lin Jiufeng directly raised his leg and kicked him away.
Boom!
Immortal Zhou Qing thought that he would definitely defeat Lin Jiufeng, but he didn't expect Lin Jiufeng's kick to be so fast that he couldn't react at all.
Moreover, this force made his eyes widen in disbelief. It was as if he had collided with Mount Buzhou, too.
His vital energy and blood reversed, and he directly rolled in the air.
Impossible.
Zhou Qing tried his best to stabilize his body. He looked at Lin Jiufeng in horror and covered his chest. There was a clear footprint in that place that Lin Jiufeng had just kicked out. How could this be? Zhou Qing had no idea.
He was dumbfounded.
He looked at Lin Jiufeng.
Lin Jiufeng wasn't an immortal.
He looked at himself. It had been thousands of years since he entered the immortal realm. Although his improvement in recent years wasn't that great, he was still a veteran immortal.
But this kick?
Zhou Qing felt a terrifying force that made his abdomen ache.
The current false immortals of the mortal realm were this powerful? Why do you have such a terrifying power?
Zhou Qing's eyes widened in fury as he stood in the air.
Do you really think that you are very powerful? Do you really think that I'm very weak?
You keep saying that the mortal realm has been abandoned, but I grew up in this world.
Also, is the celestial realm that you are talking about the immortal court from back then? The immortal court was destroyed by Elder Universe, right? Lin Jiufeng's smile disappeared.
He said mockingly with a trace of contempt on his face. He was showing disdain to an immortal. Lin Jiufeng had already sensed that something was amiss when the immortal road just appeared. The place where immortals
lived actually had such an ordinary aura?
The auras displayed by the immortal road and the celestial realm were very terrifying in the eyes of the people of the world.
But in Lin Jiufeng's perception, it was very ordinary.
Lin Jiufeng felt that if he really attacked with his full strength, he wouldn't be much weaker than this immortal. In fact, his strength might even surpass this immortal. Hence, what he said previously was all to fool this immortal. Now, he had already figured out that the so-called celestial realm, the so-called immortal road, and the so-called abandoned world were actually the immortal court that competed with the god race back then. Later on, the immortal court was destroyed by Elder Universe. Lin Jiufeng learned of this matter in the Undying Mountain. He had revealed this information because he wanted to test Zhou Qing.
Sure enough, Zhou Qing flew into a rage and anxiously asked Lin Jiufeng if he was the successor of the Elder Universe.
All of this was self-evident.
The celestial realm wasn't as good as Zhou Qing had said.
This was just a place established by the remaining troops of the immortal court. Once Lin Jiufeng and the little white cat believed in Zhou Qing's nonsense and entered the celestial realm, they would be meat on a chopping board that would be at the mercy of others. Zhou Qing looked at Lin Jiufeng in shock and anger. He didn't expect Lin Jiufeng to mention the past of the celestial realm so easily. He attacked in fury and raised his hand to strike. The great Tao appeared in his palm. This surrounding space was like a cage, wanting to imprison the ferocious beast, Lin Jiufeng.
Drawing a cage in space.
This was an immortal technique. Together with the great Tao of the world, it suppressed down, wanting to teach Lin Jiufeng a deep lesson.
Immortals mustn't be humiliated. Boom! This strike was extremely terrifying. When it landed, the mountains and rivers shook.
The aura and attacks of a true immortal were more terrifying than those of false immortals.
At this moment, the bones in Lin Jiufeng's body crackled non-stop.
He was indeed under pressure, but he turned his head and said expressionlessly, "I haven't fought in the past 6 years. No one knows how powerful I am.
Even I don't know.
Today, I will defeat a perfected immortal with the realm of a false immortal."
Lin Jiufeng shouted.
With a bang, the golden blood energy in his body was like a vast sea, surging over in all directions, suppressing people to the point that they were about to suffocate. It directly broke the picturesque prison and punched out.
Boom! This strike was extremely terrifying. Lin Jiufeng directly brandished his fist. There were no fancy moves anymore, it was simple and direct.
In an instant, a blinding light tore through the sky, dissipating Zhou Qing's immortal aura and shocking the world.
Countless people were watching.
The top powerhouses were shocked when they saw great Emperor Jiufeng, who had disappeared for 6 years, reappear and defeat an immortal with a raise of his hand.
Countless people sighed in their hearts.
They thought that after 6 years, they would be able to catch up to great Emperor Jiufeng's pace. But from the looks of it, they had climbed to the mountain where great Emperor Jiufeng had once stood, only to discover that he had already gone to another mountain. At this moment, every wisp of aura that seeped out of Lin Jiufeng's body wasn't weaker than that of immortal Zhou Qing. Naturally, it made people feel the pressure of a tall and great mountain. The various powerhouses were really convinced of great Emperor Jiufeng in their hearts. At the same time, they were also very surprised by this immortal who had suddenly appeared. This was the first time they had heard of the immortal road and the celestial realm. Lin Jiufeng's attack made Zhou Qing furious and embarrassed.
He was an immortal.
He represented the celestial realm, the once invincible immortal court.
You're seeking death. Immortals are not people that you can deal with.
Zhou Qing was enraged. He raised his hand and struck. A huge earthen yellow hand with a radius of more than 30,000 feet pressed down with a shocking might. The huge hand collided with Lin Jiufeng's fist. With a bang, it was directly smashed into pieces by Lin Jiufeng. His expression was cold. The vital energy and blood in his body shone with resplendent golden light. He punched out one punch after another, each punch striking the sky. The ascending to an immortal in the secular world that he had comprehended for 6 years finally displayed a huge might at this moment. The golden fist was invincible. It shattered Zhou Qing's huge hand.
Its powerful edge even struck out the aura of chaos. The light was blinding and the aura was surging. It was so dazzling that people couldn't even see clearly. When everything calmed down, when the divine fog dissipated, when the earth yellow light and the resplendent golden blood energy retreated, the light of the world scattered down. People were shocked to discover something. Tick, tick, tick. It was raining. It wasn't just a small area, but that the entire world was starting to rain. It was drizzling at first, followed by a gentle breeze and light rain, then a violent wind and heavy rain. In the heavy rain, Lin Jiufeng stood in the air. His chest was straight, his face domineering, and his clothes fluttered. Opposite him, the immortal, Zhou Qing, had a swollen face and was beaten into a very sorry state. Immortal? You're nothing much.
Lin Jiufeng said coldly. Zhou Qing glared at Lin Jiufeng. His heart was in a mess. He never expected that after tens of thousands of years, when he returned to the mortal realm, this would be the situation he would be in. He was being chased and beaten up by a 9th-stage false immortal.
You've really angered me. Immortals cannot be humiliated, nor can immortals be bullied. You're seeking death. Zhou Qing's expression was gloomy.
A huge mountain appeared behind him. This mountain was very thick and had Tao runes falling down. It was very terrifying.
This is my immortal Tao.
Today,
I will definitely kill you," Zhou Qing roared. He was using all his strength now. He wanted to kill Lin Jiufeng. The battle between the two had already shocked the world. Everyone knew that Great Emperor Jiufeng was fighting a true immortal. This was an unprecedented battle. But that was only what the people of the world thought. In Lin Jiufeng's eyes, this opponent wasn't much. He looked at the great Dao mountain behind Zhou Chang and sneered, "Do you think you are the only one who has it?" Boom! 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 A great Dao mountain also appeared behind Lin Jiufeng, but it wasn't just one. It was a mountain range with 100,000 mountains. Yes, 100,000 mountains. This change shook the world. Zhou Qing broke down on the spot. He shouted and shook his head frantically, "This is impossible. How can there be such a terrifying person in this world? You actually have 100,000 mountains? I've never seen anyone with so many great Dao mountains." "Since you've never seen it before, I'll let you have an eye-opener today," Lin Jiufeng said coldly. He clenched his left hand into a fist and then punched out. A terrifying phenomenon instantly appeared. Great Dao descending into the mortal realm. This move directly combined with Lin Jiufeng's great Dao mountain. Its might was torrential and instantly erupted, causing Zhou Qing's body to explode. Boom! His body really exploded in an instant, turning into a large ball of blood fog. "Aha!" Zhou Qing screamed. It took him all his strength to return to reality from the brink of death. He was drenched in sweat, and his face was pale. In the very next moment, his body went soft. He swallowed continuously and stared at the scene in front of him. Lin Jiufeng's fist was right in front of him. As long as it landed, he would definitely die. He, an immortal, would die. Behind Lin Jiufeng, a sea appeared. In the sea, there were 100,000 mountains. That was Lin Jiufeng's great Dao mountain. In the sky above the 100,000 mountains, a round moon appeared. "See rising bright moon." Zhou Qing gasped for breath as he cried out, You actually entered the immortal realm? Is it very difficult?" Lin Jiufeng asked as he looked at Zhou Qing aggressively. Zhou Qing looked at Lin Jiufeng bitterly. His arrogance, his proudness, and everything about him had been shattered by Lin Jiufeng. "You are so powerful, how could you be born in this era?" Zhou Qing asked bitterly. "What do you mean?" Lin Jiufeng asked coldly. "The meaning is literally what the words mean. Let me go and I will tell you the information." Zhou Chang wanted to bargain with Lin Jiufeng. Boom! Lin Jiufeng was too lazy to respond. He directly threw a punch at Zhou Qing's face. Boom! Zhou Qing exploded again. He couldn't revive this time. But Lin Jiufeng flipped his hand. See immortality in the cycle of reincarnation. Lin Jiufeng reversed the cycle of reincarnation and saved Zhou Qing. Zhou Qing seemed to have been fished out of water. He was drenched in sweat. Although it was raining, the rain wouldn't be able to land on an immortal. Zhou Chang looked at Lin Jiufeng weakly in horror. "Answer what I ask you. Say one more extra word and I will directly beat you into parts." "I won't save you anymore," Lin Jiufeng said coldly. He was too lazy to talk nonsense. He wasn't interested in haggling with Zhou Qing. "I will definitely tell you everything I know." Zhou Qing had no strength in his body left at all. He was scared stiff by Lin Jiufeng. Immortals were also afraid of death. "Answer the previous question," Lin Jiufeng said coldly. "This era is an era where cultivation is weak. Cultivation has become difficult in this era. Even if there is a recovery of spiritual energy, it will only be for a few hundred years. Then, it will gradually disappear and return to the era of weak cultivation. It's impossible for the people of this era to have someone as powerful as you," Zhou Qing replied. "How was this era formed?" Lin Jiufeng asked. He brought Zhou Qing down from the sky and threw him onto a huge rock. He calmly looked at him as he wiped his wrist. His attitude was cold.
It's because the immortal court fought with the god race and destroyed the foundation of the world that resulted in this situation, Zhou Qing said.
Be more specific. After the spiritual energy disappeared, where did the huge amount of spiritual energy go? Lin Jiufeng asked. He wasn't satisfied with Zhou Qing's answer just now.
Previously, Lin Jiufeng thought that the spiritual energy had been absorbed by the Forgotten Worlds. But now, with the improvement of his cultivation base, Lin Jiufeng realized that the recovery of the spiritual energy in the world was too huge for these Forgotten Worlds to contain. Since the spiritual energy was recovering, dissipating, and circulating continuously, that meant that it didn't dissipate, but it went to another place. Where was this place? Lin Jiufeng looked at Zhou Qing indifferently. It was this indifferent gaze that scared Zhou Qing.
Do you see that immortal road in the celestial realm?
Zhou Qing pointed at the immortal road in the sky.
Lin Jiufeng nodded.
This immortal road is to absorb the spiritual energy in this world and transfer it to the celestial realm to ensure that the celestial realm can continue to exist, Zhou Qing said.
How did the celestial realm form? Lin Jiufeng asked.
The celestial realm was separated from this world by the remaining old and young of the immortal court back then after the war, Zhou Qing replied.
Lin Jiufeng sneered. I guessed it too. Continue. When it was stripped away back then, I was recruited by the celestial realm and became one of them. Over the years, I've only entered the mortal realm twice. The first time, I was beaten half to death by someone. The second time, I was almost beaten to death by you, Zhou Qing said bitterly, wanting to cry.
When was the first time?
Lin Jiufeng asked.
About 10,000 years ago. At that time, a terrifying person appeared. I was lucky enough to escape with my life. I didn't expect to fall into your hands this time, Zhou Qing sighed and said.
The little white cat watched from the side and couldn't help but laugh.
She suddenly remembered the arrogant and domineering Zhou Qing before they started fighting. The current Zhou Qing was weak, pitiful, and helpless. He was like the saying of pretending to be the greatest but receiving the most vicious beatings.
Who is that person?
Lin Jiufeng raised his brows and asked curiously. I don't know his name, but he has a title called the King of Recovery.
Zhou Qing said. Lin Jiufeng's eyes narrowed.
This was beyond his expectations. The King of Recovery from 10,000 years ago. Lin Jiufeng had come into contact with him before. Among the 7 supreme powerhouses, one of them was called the King of Recovery. Lin Jiufeng still remembered what he said. I came from the dusty era, shattering the sun, moon, mountains, rivers, overturning the immortal court, and rebuilding the mountains and rivers. To Lin Jiufeng's surprise, the King of Recovery beat up Zhou Qing just like him.
Do you know where the King of Recovery went? Lin Jiufeng asked. How would I know?
No one would know where a terrifying genius like him went.
Zhou Qing shook his head. Has the King of Recovery overturned the immortal court? Lin Jiufeng asked. Wasn't the immortal court already destroyed in the war with the god race back then? Zhou Qing asked curiously.
Lin Jiufeng used the Eye of Origin to check him and confirmed that he wasn't lying. It seemed that he didn't know about the King of Recovery. Since the King of Recovery said that he would overturn the immortal court, Lin Jiufeng believed him. Because there was no need for him to lie about this matter. It seems that Zhou Qing is just a small fry in the celestial realm.
There are many things that he doesn't know.
Lin Jiufeng thought to himself. He looked at Zhou Qing and changed the subject.
Tell me, what's the situation in the current celestial realm? The current celestial realm is filled with the old and young of the former immortal court.
In addition, the immortals that they have recruited over the years have formed a small immortal court that has always been trying to restore the glory of the immortal court back then, Zhou Qing replied.
So when you say that immortals must enter the immortal court, it was a lie? The little white cat asked. It's indeed a lie. The goal is to deceive some immortals into entering the celestial realm.
Zhou Qing nodded awkwardly. What's the use of this?
Lin Jiufeng didn't understand the meaning of this.
The interior of the celestial realm has been trying to repair a problem, Zhou Qing said. Lin Jiufeng and the White Cat listened silently. Back then, although a lot of the old and young members of the Immortal Court separated a lot of source energy from this main world and built a celestial realm to live in, they lacked some of the most important things: living creatures. In the celestial realm, no new life can be born. Over the years, there hasn't been a single newborn child in the celestial realm. The group of descendants from the Immortal Court have gone crazy from anxiety. That's why they let me deceive the immortals of this world. Zhou Qing explained. Can't you just bring ordinary people in to solve this problem? Lin Jiufeng asked, puzzled. That's a good question. I don't know either. They told me that anyone who enters the celestial realm must be an immortal. Either that or they are like you, who can become an immortal at any time. Others aren't allowed to enter the celestial realm, Zhou Qing said helplessly. Why is there such a strange rule? The White Cat asked curiously. I don't know about that, but sometimes, when we discuss in private, we all say that those descendants of the former Immortal Court are afraid of this mortal realm, Zhou Qing said softly. Afraid of this mortal realm? Lin Jiufeng frowned. What do you mean? Literally. Those seniors and young members of the former Immortal Court once entered the mortal realm with me, but for some reason, they fled in a hurry. After returning to the celestial realm, they don't dare to step into the mortal realm till now. They only sent us subordinates to deceive others into entering and expanding the celestial realm, Zhou Qing said. How many people are there in the celestial realm now? Lin Jiufeng asked. Over the years, we have also deceived many immortals into entering. But including the old and young of the Immortal Court, there are only 3,000 immortals or so, Zhou Qing said. 3,000 immortals, the White Cat looked at Lin Jiufeng in surprise. They are just weaklings that can be easily killed. If they are all like him, they can be exterminated with a flick of the finger, Lin Jiufeng pointed at Zhou Qing and said disdainfully. Zhou Qing nodded, indicating that Lin Jiufeng was right. About 1,000 immortals in the celestial realm are the same as me, they are about my strength. But the truly powerful ones are those old and young of the former Immortal Court. They are the people who truly gained the inheritance of the former Immortal Court. Since that's the case, can you still return now that you failed? Lin Jiufeng asked. I can go back. I'll just receive a scolding, that's all. I'm used to it, Zhou Qing said helplessly. What leverage do they have against you? Lin Jiufeng asked. After entering the celestial realm, just as you guessed previously, life and death are no longer in my own control. They have a treasure of the former Immortal Court that can give birth to spiritual liquid that can keep the immortals at their peak without dying. But the problem is that as long as you consume it once, you will be addicted and can't quit. If you don't consume it for a period of time, you will age faster and be devoured of all the energy and primordial spirit. Therefore, they aren't afraid of us resisting at all. If we resist, only death will await us, Zhou Qing said helplessly. I see. Then let me ask you, do you want to free yourself from them? Lin Jiufeng's expression moved, then he asked. Zhou Qing blinked and quickly got up. Ignoring his swollen face, he asked cautiously, You're saying? I want to destroy the celestial realm. Lin Jiufeng said firmly. Zhou Qing was shocked. He looked left and right, then he said in a low voice, I know that you are powerful. You could defeat me when you were at the false immortal realm. And now that you have entered the immortal realm, you can kill me with a single slap. But there are 3,000 immortals in the celestial realm. Ignoring those of us who joined the celestial realm subsequently, the remnants of the former Immortal Court are the key to the problem. Seeing Zhou Qing like this, Lin Jiufeng knew that he was tempted. It was obvious that this group of remnants of the former Immortal Court didn't treat Zhou Qing and the other newly joined immortals well. Are these remnants very powerful? Lin Jiufeng asked. Of course they are powerful. They aren't ordinary immortals. They are all former descendants of the Immortal Court and have terrifying inheritances. Moreover, among these descendants, several of them have reached the peak of the immortal realm. They aren't so easy to defeat, Zhou Qing explained. Then, do you think that I'm powerful? Lin Jiufeng asked calmly. You're powerful.
The feeling you give me is like facing those old and young people of the previous immortal court.
But you are alone, there are many of them, Zhou Qing explained.
Can you stall for 3 months?
Lin Jiufeng thought for a while and asked.
3 months. It's a little difficult.
Because I failed to bring back an immortal this time, they will send someone else.
What if the others aren't as obedient as me?
Zhou Qing asked worriedly. Lin Jiufeng thought for a while and said, if I give you an immortal to bring back, can you stall for 3 months?
That won't be a problem. In the next 3 months, as long as no one makes a breakthrough, the celestial realm won't make a move.
Zhou Qing nodded.
All right, then I will bring you to look for an immortal.
Bring him back and stall for 3 months.
3 months later, I will kill my way into the celestial realm. This is your chance to leave the celestial realm. It's up to you to decide if you want to seize the opportunity.
Lin Jiufeng looked at Zhou Qing with an indifferent gaze.
Of course, you can also report me.
After all, the people of the celestial realm don't dare to come to the mortal realm.
If some small fish like you come, I will slap them to death.
Lin Jiufeng warned Zhou Qing.
Zhou Qing smiled awkwardly. Why would I?
I also want to escape from the celestial realm, but can you solve the thing that's trapping us in the celestial realm? I'll think of a solution when the time comes. As long as you fulfill what you promised me, I will definitely keep my promise.
You can only choose to not believe me now, Lin Jiufeng said.
I believe you. To be able to reach such heights in this era of weak cultivation, if you were a despicable person, you definitely wouldn't be so powerful.
Zhou Qing wasn't worried about this. He was worried about another problem. Is there a third immortal in this world?
Lin Jiufeng looked into the distance. His eyes were faint as he said, there are more things in this world than you think. The waters are very deep.
Zhou Qing thought about it carefully. Those old farts from the celestial realm didn't dare to come down no matter what.
This meant that the mortal realm was very dangerous.
Damn it.
This group of old farts stole the source energy of the mortal realm, then hid in the celestial realm, and they do not dare to come down. All they know is to send us to our deaths, Zhou Qing scolded angrily. More than 10,000 years ago, he was beaten half to death by the King of Recovery. More than 10,000 years later, he was beaten half to death by Lin Jiufeng.
Let's go. We have an agreement between us now. I will bring you to find another immortal.
I hope that you can stall for 3 months. 3 months later, I will definitely kill my way into the celestial realm, Lin Jiufeng said.
Pardon me for asking, but do you have a grudge against the celestial realm?
Zhou Qing asked curiously. No, but this world has a grudge with the celestial realm, and a deep grudge at that, Lin Jiufeng replied. The culprits for the spiritual energy tide in this world were the group of descendants in the celestial realm. They stole the source energy of the world and caused the world to become like this. Lin Jiufeng had to take back the source energy of the world so that the spiritual energy wouldn't dissipate and the people could continue living a good life. This was what the great Emperor Jiufeng should do. He had never met anyone from the celestial realm, but they were already mortal enemies. There was no room for reconciliation. Lin Jiufeng turned around and left. A line of words appeared before his eyes.
Defeated immortal Zhou Qing. Do you wish to sign in?
Lin Jiufeng decisively signed in. Although he had broken through to the immortal realm, he still felt that he was very weak. This was also the reason why he wanted Zhou Qing to stall for 3 months.
Sign in successful.
Received immortal technique, fleeting time. A terrifying immortal technique appeared in Lin Jiufeng's mind. Although it was called an immortal technique, it was more like a great Tao. When this immortal technique was executed, it was as if a terrifying great Tao of time would be formed in the void. Lin Jiufeng checked the information and discovered that this fleeting time could instantly make a person become older or younger. This was an extremely terrifying immortal technique. Lin Jiufeng decisively started learning. The fleeting time immortal technique entered his body. As he walked, he successfully learned it. His aura became stronger. Zhou Qing followed behind and muttered in his heart, why is he becoming stronger and stronger?
This is too strange. He just broke through to the immortal realm and already surpassed my realm. His true combat strength is simply terrifying, like a ferocious prehistoric beast. Perhaps I can really have hope that he will be able to destroy the celestial realm. This way, I will be free. If I can obtain that mystical spiritual liquid, that would be even better.
Zhou Cheng started plotting in his heart. Lin Jiufeng left the primordial sacred mountain with the little white cat and Zhou Cheng to look for someone. Or rather, a skeleton. In the mysterious world beneath the eye of the North Sea, Lin Jiufeng had killed the god of darkness because of the skeleton's persuasion. The skeleton also came out and returned to its original world. Then, it worked hard to recover. The skeleton was originally at the immortal realm, and it was now in this era of spiritual energy recovery. Now that 6 years had passed, Lin Jiufeng had sensed that the skeleton had recovered the aura of an immortal a few years ago. The current skeleton was just an ordinary commoner in the imperial capital of the Xuanhuang God Dynasty, just like Lin Jiufeng. The two of them would occasionally meet, becoming old friends. This was also the reason why Lin Jiufeng swore that the waters in this world were very deep. They returned to the imperial capital very quickly. Then, they found the skeleton in a small courtyard. The former skeleton was now a thin old man. After he recovered to the immortal realm, flesh and blood grew out of his body, his skin also grew, and he recovered to the appearance of a human. As for the traces of the past that he wanted to find, they had long been washed away by time. He was disheartened. In the end, he remembered Lin Jiufeng's words. Go to the imperial capital. The imperial capital is filled with heroes. There's great Emperor Jiufeng in the imperial capital. You should go there. He lived in the imperial capital for the next few years till now. Lin Jiufeng returned to the imperial capital and directly looked for him. The two of them could be considered old friends. Lin Jiufeng didn't treat him as someone unfamiliar and directly told him about the plan to destroy the celestial realm. After hearing this, the skeleton smiled and said, I didn't expect that I can still contribute to the human race now. I agree. The former skeleton was now called Xuanhuang. 1. Literally, translate as white cat. 2. The king of mountains that connected the earth and heaven in Chinese legends. Chapter 294, A real man. Xuanhuang and Zhou Cheng left. They stepped onto the immortal road and entered the celestial realm. The mirage-like celestial realm disappeared on the horizon just like that, as if it never existed. But everyone knew that it really existed. Including the myriad races, they were all surprised in their hearts. It turned out that outside of this world, there was another world called the celestial realm. For a time, many of the myriad races yearned to leave this purgatory called the mortal realm and enter the celestial realm. But in reality, they didn't know that this so-called celestial realm was like a vampire, lying on the body of this world and frantically sucking blood. Lin Jiufeng had already decided to destroy this celestial realm. For this reason, he convinced Zhou Cheng, not through force, but the promise of freedom. After being imprisoned in the celestial realm for more than 10,000 years, Zhou Cheng had long wanted to escape, but he had never had a chance. Now that he had encountered Lin Jiufeng, the opportunity was right in front of him. Zhou Cheng didn't want to miss it. He wanted to give it a try. Hence, he took Xuanhuang away and went back to report. The remnants of the former immortal court in the celestial realm would never have imagined that the waters in this main world were so deep. Not only was there an immortal like Xuanhuang who existed from more than 10,000 years ago, but there was also a genius like Lin Jiufeng who ascended to an immortal in the secular world. After replacing the little white cat with Xuanhuang to ensure her safety, Lin Jiufeng held her hand and returned to the cold palace. In the cold palace, everything was different from before. In the past 6 years, Lin Jiufeng had managed the place in an orderly manner. The peach blossoms shone and fell, creating a pink path. As the little white cat watched, her beautiful eyes were filled with surprise. She reached out and hugged Lin Jiufeng's arm, her face full of happiness. You planted all of these? The little white cat asked in surprise. Of course. I planted these myself. Lin Jiufeng nodded. This was part of his cultivation in ascending to an immortal in the secular world.
It's actually quite good for the abandoned cold palace to become like this, the little white cat said with a flower-like smile.
In Lin Jiufeng's eyes, the bright and beautiful peach blossoms made the little white cat seem even more beautiful as she walked through them.
Human being more beautiful than flowers. Peach blossoms complementing the beauty.
Both of these phrases could be used on the little white cat. The little white cat leaned on Lin Jiufeng and wandered under the peach blossom trees. She looked around the scenery of the cold palace and finally sat on a bench, saying what was in her heart.
Why wasn't there any movement when you broke through to the immortal realm? The white cat asked curiously. I became an immortal through the secular world. When I became an immortal, my aura wasn't very strong on the outside.
It was restrained, domineering, and I silently completed the transformation, Lin Jiufeng said.
I didn't become an immortal through the secular world.
My bloodline power erupted and I broke through to the immortal realm, the little white cat said softly.
Bloodline power? You have the white tiger bloodline? Lin Jiufeng asked.
He had previously checked the little white cat's bloodline. It seemed to be related to the white tiger, so he had always guessed that the little white cat was a tigress. No, the white cat rolled her eyes at Lin Jiufeng coquettishly. The white tiger is one of the 4 great divine beasts, but in front of my bloodline, it's nothing much, the little white cat said.
As one of the 4 great divine beasts, the white tiger bloodline is nothing much in front of your bloodline?
Lin Jiufeng looked at the little white cat in surprise. The little white cat nodded slightly.
Then, what exactly is your bloodline?
Lin Jiufeng was very curious. The little white cat looked at Lin Jiufeng awkwardly. I don't know where my bloodline comes from either, the little white cat said.
But, didn't you already transform? You still have no way of pursuing the source of your bloodline?
Lin Jiufeng asked, puzzled.
That's right. Although I've transformed, my bloodline is still an unknown mystery. I can't figure out what bloodline it is at all. The source power hidden deep in my bloodline also didn't listen to my orders.
It only helped me when I broke through. A force emerged from it, pushing me to break through at that time.
The little white cat explained in detail.
Lin Jiufeng had discussed with her the problem of her bloodline many times, but they weren't able to figure it out.
It remained a mystery.
Lin Jiufeng didn't know where the demon lord picked up the little white cat back then, but this made him very curious.
Why is your bloodline so mysterious? You're already an immortal.
Lin Jiufeng was puzzled.
I don't know either.
The little white cat leaned in Lin Jiufeng's arms, aggrieved.
I've always paid close attention to the evolution of my bloodline.
The moment I transformed, I saw the tip of the iceberg of my bloodline.
The tip of the iceberg, what is it?
Lin Jiufeng cupped the little white cat's delicate face and asked.
It's a huge sea of blood with countless divine beasts worshipping around it.
The 4 great divine beasts are also there.
That's why I said that the white tiger bloodline isn't as powerful as my bloodline, the little white cat said.
A huge sea of blood? Lin Jiufeng held the little white cat's soft hand, and his expression became serious.
Relax your body and don't resist.
Let me check your body and see if I can come into contact with your bloodline, Lin Jiufeng said to the little white cat.
Okay.
The little white cat leaned into Lin Jiufeng's arms.
Smelling Lin Jiufeng's scent, her entire body relaxed.
She closed her eyes and let Lin Jiufeng freely do whatever he wanted to.
Boom!
Lin Jiufeng's huge mental strength smoothly entered the little white cat's body, flowing along the blood flow into her heart. The core of her bloodline was in her heart. The little white cat's heart beat powerfully, bursting with blood and circulated repeatedly. In this blood, there was a special kind of divinity that far exceeded the blood of ordinary people. Even for Lin Jiufeng, his blood had no divinity. The source of this divinity was unknown, but it was extremely special. Lin Jiufeng's mental strength integrated into the blood, and the little white cat didn't resist at all. Just like that, the blood brought him into a vast world. It was a world of doomsday wastelands. The sky was gray and filled with smoke. In several places, it seemed to be patched up. It was like an exquisite piece of canvas. But due to the passage of time, several pieces had been torn apart. Then, these pieces were being stitched up with needles and thread. There were countless ravines on the ground. From a high place, they looked like the blood veins of humans. Thick blood flowed from these ravines and was transmitted to the little white cat. Following these ravines and advancing step by step, Lin Jiufeng's mental strength solidified, and what he saw was very shocking. Just as the little white cat said, it was a sea of blood. Vast, huge, dense, and terrifying. But this sea of blood wasn't that bloody. Instead, it emitted the radiance of divinity, dyeing half the sky red. At the edge of the sea of blood, there were indeed many holy beasts paying their respects. True dragon, divine phoenix, black tortoise, white tiger, and so on. These holy beasts had already become fossils. They had existed here for countless years. Lin Jiufeng just watched. This sea of blood was the source of her bloodline. The sea of blood was indeed a sea of blood, but he didn't know its origins at all. Lin Jiufeng walked to the side. He wanted to enter the sea of blood, but the divine light rebounded and didn't let him go down. Do you want to sign in before the blood sea? Suddenly, a line of words appeared in front of Lin Jiufeng's eyes. He was delighted. This sea of blood could actually be signed in? Sign in. Lin Jiufeng really didn't expect that he could sign in, even though he was now a spiritual body. What a pleasant surprise. Sign in successful. Received a golden lotus flower. A resplendent golden lotus flower appeared on Lin Jiufeng's body, emitting a faint glow. There were 12 leaves, and in these leaves, a blood-red glow lingered. Together with the exterior golden color, it looked very demonic. What's this? Lin Jiufeng didn't understand. He began to look at the information of the golden lotus. This is a golden lotus born from the sea of blood. It has a magical effect. This was the so-called information. Everyone could see that it has a magical effect. Giving this information is equivalent to not telling me anything. Lin Jiufeng complained. Looking at the golden lotus flower, Lin Jiufeng was rather helpless. He thought that it was something that could investigate the origins of the little white cat's bloodline, but it seemed that this wouldn't work. Lin Jiufeng continued to circle around the sea of blood a few more times. He found nothing, so he could only choose to leave. He left with the golden lotus flower. The huge divine consciousness returned to reality and entered his body together with the golden lotus flower. Lin Jiufeng opened his palm. The golden lotus flower appeared. Do you know what this lotus flower is? Lin Jiufeng asked. I don't recognize this flower. The little white cat observed carefully. Then, she shook her head and said, but the aura on this seems familiar to me, as if it comes from the same source as my bloodline. Lin Jiufeng nodded. He handed the golden lotus flower to the little white cat and said, take this well and refine it carefully. Although I don't know what its use is, there's no doubt that it has something to do with your bloodline. Lin Jiufeng had no use for the golden lotus flower anyway, so he might as well give it to the little white cat. The little white cat put it away. She had accompanied Lin Jiufeng for 100 years, and they were already inseparable since a long time ago. Although the white cat was curious about Lin Jiufeng's treasures, she never asked. Everyone had their own privacy, why ask in detail? What are your plans for the next 3 months? The little white cat asked softly, her eyes showing worry. After all, 3 months later, Lin Jiufeng would go to the celestial realm to fight against the old and young descendants of the immortal court. I want to travel around and experience the culture of different places, Lin Jiufeng said. He wanted to go around to sign in everywhere. In fact, there were many places in this world that Lin Jiufeng hadn't gone to. He had always signed in at the cold palace in the imperial capital. Occasionally, he would go out, but he only signed in along the way. He didn't take the initiative to sign in at specific places. This time, it was different. Lin Jiufeng was taking the initiative to go to the core area of the major races and began signing in. In 3 months, he believed that his cultivation base would once again climb onto a new step. Bring me along. The little white cat's watery eyes were filled with desire. You have just broken through to the immortal realm. Stay in the cold palace. Look after this place for me and take care of everything here. When I come out of the celestial realm, I will come and marry you. I will give you a grand wedding." Lin Jiufeng cupped the little white cat's little face and said solemnly. The little white cat looked at Lin Jiufeng pitifully. "But I haven't seen you for 6 years. I've only seen you now, and now I have to part ways with you. I can't bear to part with you." Mwak! Lin Jiufeng planted a kiss on the little white cat's red lips and said with a smile, "Do you still can't bear to part with me now?" The little white cat's face was pink and delicate. The love in her eyes was about to flow out. She said sweetly, "I can't bear to part with you even more now." "You are really a greedy kitten." Lin Jiufeng stroked the little white cat's nose and said lovingly. "I'm a greedy little cat towards you only. I don't care. You have to accompany me for a few days." The little white cat acted coquettishly. Her well-shaped body rubbed against Lin Jiufeng's. Like dry wood meeting fire, Lin Jiufeng was instantly ignited. "You are seeking trouble." Lin Jiufeng immediately carried up the little white cat's well-developed and delicate body and walked straight to the courtyard. Plap! The door to the courtyard instantly closed. The inside of the house was filled with a pink atmosphere. Outside the house, a pair of magpies were sleeping with their necks crossed against each other. Inside the house, a male and a female who had known each other for 100 years were sleeping on the same bed. When everything was over and the clouds and rain stopped, the couple hugged each other and enjoyed a beautiful moment. It was already dawn. Became a real man. "Do you wish to sign in?" A reminder appeared before Lin Jiufeng's eyes. He was speechless. Could it be that the previous me wasn't a man? Lin Jiufeng complained in his heart. This sign-in system was really ridiculous. It could even use this thing to sign in. Lin Jiufeng felt disdainful. Then, he decisively agreed. Sign in. Although he felt disdainful, he still wanted to sign in. After all, who wouldn't want something for free? Sign in successful. Received the title of real man. Lin Jiufeng looked at this line of words and became even more speechless. Just a title? Lin Jiufeng thought that there would be a special gift. But he only signed in for a title. This was very rare in his 100-year career of signing in. After all, titles were rare. Lin Jiufeng didn't even know what use they had. He checked the message. This is a gift to congratulate you on your coming of age. The title of a real man. Once you wear it, your physical strength will increase by 30% and your soul strength by 30%. Seeing this, Lin Jiufeng was surprised. This was a supreme treasure. It was even more powerful than a defensive immortal artifact. If Lin Jiufeng's physical strength was at a stat of 10, then wearing this title and increasing it by 30%, giving him an extra 3 stats points for free. This looked inconspicuous and didn't seem to be very powerful. But assuming that Lin Jiufeng's physical strength stat was 100,000, wearing this title would increase this stat by more than 30,000. This was extremely terrifying, much more powerful than an immortal artifact. Equip it, Lin Jiufeng said hurriedly. This title greatly increased the strength of his body. His body was already at an invincible stage, but now, it became even more terrifying. His confidence in destroying the celestial realm was even greater now. Thinking of it like this, I don't feel sad at all about the sign-in this time. Lin Jiufeng was secretly delighted. He looked at the tired little white cat who had fallen asleep beside him and kissed her gently. Then, he hugged the little white cat with a blissful expression. During this day when Lin Jiufeng accompanied the little white cat, they didn't even get out of bed. The couple who tasted the forbidden fruit for the first time was especially clingy when they were together, unwilling to part ways. If they didn't squeeze themselves dry, they wouldn't be willing to let go. The white cat wasn't a weak woman. She was the first immortal in this world, so it was very difficult for Lin Jiufeng to deal with her. The next day, Lin Jiufeng got out of bed with great willpower and walked into the land of extremely negative energy. The little white cat wanted to ask him to stay, but he really had not even a drop left. It was better to leave first and recover. Entering the land of extremely negative energy, a line of words suddenly appeared in front of Lin Jiufeng's eyes.
Return to the land of extremely negative energy. Do you wish to sign in?
Lin Jiufeng signed in decisively.
He wasn't surprised anymore.
As long as he came here once every 6 months to a year, he would be able to trigger a sign-in.
Sign-in successful. Received a leaf from the Tao Comprehension Tea Tree.
Chapter 295, Departure. Lin Jiufeng knew about this leaf of the Tao Comprehension Tea Tree.
The Tao Comprehension Tea Tree was a divine tree of this world.
In the past, there were very few of them.
But every time it appeared, it would create a commotion in the world. The Tao Comprehension Tea Tree had 365 leaves.
Each leaf could allow one to comprehend the Tao and walk deep into the great Tao. They were top-grade cultivation treasures. Although he didn't manage to sign in the complete Tao Comprehension Tea Tree, just a single leaf was also very useful to Lin Jiufeng. The leaf of the Tao Comprehension Tea Tree was oval in shape.
The pattern on the leaf was the pattern of the great Tao. It was green in color and emitted a cold aura. This isn't bad.
I can comprehend the Tao before leaving. It will indeed make my great Tao become even deeper, Lin Jiufeng said in satisfaction. He put away the leaf of the Tao Comprehension Tea Tree and walked into the land of extremely negative energy. Lin Jiufeng obtained different insights and gains every time he entered this true land of extremely negative energy. Lin Jiufeng still hadn't figured out the origins of the land of extremely negative energy.
He had no solution either. All sorts of documents and people from various eras didn't have an accurate answer for the land of extremely negative energy.
Lin Jiufeng could only find the answer by slowly investigating on his own.
But he wasn't in a hurry. As he slowly became stronger, these things would eventually surface.
Lin Jiufeng discovered that the Undying Mountain might be the head of a person the last time he came.
This time, he studied it seriously.
He circled the Undying Mountain and compared it in detail. He was certain that the Undying Mountain really was a person's head.
How powerful must this person be? Lin Jiufeng murmured.
The most powerful people he knew were probably the 7 supreme powerhouses.
But could the heads of those 7 supreme powerhouses transform into a huge mountain after they died? Lin Jiufeng wasn't sure.
He didn't discover much in the Undying Mountain this time. There was no one in the Undying Mountain. Lin Jiufeng went in and strolled around. After he ascended to an immortal through the secular world, he could withstand the pressure of the Undying Mountain and go to those terrifying places to take a look, but he gained very little. I can't even discover anything after ascending to an immortal through the secular world. In that case, I'll just wait and study it again in the future. Lin Jiufeng left helplessly. The land of extremely negative energy now, including the Undying Mountain, was still a mystery to him.
As for when he could unveil its secrets? This would depend on how hard-working Lin Jiufeng was.
After leaving the land of extremely negative energy, Lin Jiufeng returned to the cold palace.
He didn't choose to be with the little white cat. The little white cat was too clingy.
Especially after the two of them experienced fusing with each other, the degree of her clinginess increased exponentially. Lin Jiufeng needed time to comprehend the Tao, so he couldn't always accompany her.
He chose another courtyard and laid straight on the bed.
Placing his hands on his lower abdomen, he folded them up and fell asleep peacefully. He held the Tao Comprehension Tea Tree in his mouth. He soon entered the Sea of Great Tao.
The effect of the Tao Comprehension Tea Tree was quite powerful.
Lin Jiufeng entered the Sea of Great Tao that everyone dreamed of without any obstacles. He swam freely inside, feeling very comfortable. The previously obscure Great Tao had now become extremely smooth.
It was like eating, drinking, and sleeping.
All of these had become instinctual.
He could completely comprehend them in large amounts.
Lin Jiufeng's own great Tao source energy rapidly increased at this moment. He didn't know how long a leaf of the Tao Comprehension Tea Tree could last, but it didn't matter.
If he grasped every minute well, it wouldn't be a waste.
Being immersed in the Sea of Great Tao, every wisp of Tao radiance he comprehended was slowly increasing Lin Jiufeng's strength.
He was very powerful.
He was a person who walked the path of ascending to an immortal through the secular world.
In addition, he had the god's domain which could grow indefinitely. There were also a few major phenomena adding to his power.
Moreover, he constantly signed in, obtaining all sorts of benefits that allowed him to become infinitely powerful from the beginning until now. His might was his foundation. It was also his capital to go to the celestial realm.
3 days passed. Lin Jiufeng opened his eyes.
There seemed to be a world in his eyes. They were colorful, beautiful, flawless, and very pure. Anyone in this world who saw this pair of eyes and the world in this pair of eyes would become obsessed with it. In the very next moment, Lin Jiufeng blinked.
Everything became normal.
His eyes returned to their original black color. Then, he got up from the bed and stretched his muscles.
He had become stronger again.
The increase in power this time was very useful for Lin Jiufeng. He was more confident in going to the celestial realm now. Lin Jiufeng pushed the door open and walked out. In the warm spring breeze, peach blossoms were everywhere. In the pink sea of flowers, the little white cat was dressed in white. Her hair was tied into a bun, and a hairpin was inserted. She had a well-developed figure, a willowy waist, and a delicate face. She watered the flowers in the flower bed. Then, she saw Lin Jiufeng and said with a smile, "You're awake, husband." The word husband was something that the little white cat had been looking forward to for 100 years. It was also something that Lin Jiufeng had been waiting to hear for 100 years. Lin Jiufeng looked at the little white cat standing in the flowers. He smiled slightly and asked, "How have you been these few days?"
"Not bad.
There are flowers, an orchard, and a vegetable garden here.
I also tried to cook by myself. Other than not having my husband's company, everything is fine."
The little white cat put down the showerhead and walked over slowly. She was elegant and wore a gentle smile as she said to Lin Jiufeng,
"I'm leaving now. I'm going to take a look at this world."
"Look after our home well," Lin Jiufeng said to the little white cat.
"Go, husband.
I will take good care of this home."
The little white cat nodded. She didn't cling to Lin Jiufeng like before.
She also knew that Lin Jiufeng was going to do something important. She couldn't let herself become an obstruction to her husband.
"You are already an immortal.
Help me protect the Xuanhuang God Dynasty in this peaceful and harmonious world." Lin Jiufeng walked over and hugged the little white cat as he said,
"I will."
"Don't worry, husband." The white cat leaned against Lin Jiufeng's chest and listened to his surging heartbeat as she said gently. Lin Jiufeng hugged the little white cat for a long while before he released her and walked to the general appointing platform. This was the treasure that he signed into. It was very powerful. Millions of gods as generals, billions of creatures as soldiers, this was what the general appointing platform was. This was the information regarding the general appointing platform. 3,000 stars as chess pieces, the ancient blue sky as the chessboard.
All I ask for is one game.
These were the words carved on the general appointing platform. Without a doubt, this was a treasure similar to the Light of the Homes.
It had infinite possibilities.
Light of the Homes was absorbing the scent of life of this world. It guarded the Xuanhuang God Dynasty and this cold palace.
Lin Jiufeng wouldn't take it with him.
Then, when going to the celestial realm, Lin Jiufeng could only rely on the general appointing platform. Absorbing the general appointing platform into his body, Lin Jiufeng felt that his entire body had become much heavier. The general appointing platform was kept in his soul sea, resonating with the Fusang tree.
"I'm leaving now."
Lin Jiufeng waved at the little white cat. Then, without looking back, he flew into the sky and directly disappeared from the cold palace. The white cat watched as Lin Jiufeng left. She felt a sense of loss, but she quickly adjusted her mentality and said firmly, "I shall wait for you to come back and marry me." The little white cat believed that Lin Jiufeng would definitely give her a wedding. A magnificent wedding at that. She was willing to be the woman behind Lin Jiufeng and support him firmly. Chapter 296, War in the Celestial Realm. After leaving the imperial capital, Lin Jiufeng began to travel around. His first stop was the territory of the myriad races. Among the myriad races, he had never been to many of them. Now,
he had enough time to visit them one by one.
Among the so-called myriad races, there were only a few major races that were really worthy for Lin Jiufeng to go to.
The others weren't worth going to. The myriad races of the current era were no longer as magnificent as before.
At the peak of their strength, there were really tens of thousands of races in the myriad races. Each of these races had false immortals, and the more powerful ones all had immortals. At that time, the number one race was also present. The primordial god mountain also slowly became stronger under the guidance of the god of darkness. That should be the peak of the era of the myriad races.
After all, the Kunlun immortal was just a small immortal back then. Although he displayed unlimited potential, that was all. Before he truly realized his potential, he was still just a weakling after all as compared to the other immortals. For example, when many people made mistakes and others defended themselves, the most common excuse was the following: he was still a child. He still had a lot of potential. The meaning was the same. In history, what realm did the peak figures of the same era reach? What huge contributions had they made? Could a person be comparable to such peak figures just because he had potential? Would he be able to obtain 10% of the peak figures' achievements? If he couldn't, then the potential that he mentioned was just potential, that's all. At that time, the Kunlun immortal was like that.
He was inconspicuous among the myriad races, and he wasn't too presumptuous. When the primordial god mountain rose up, he tried to resist. But with the help of the god of darkness, he was defeated without any surprise. The Kunlun immortal remembered this grudge.
Then, after the myriad races declined, he rose up unbelievably and killed his way into the eye of the North Sea. He killed the god of darkness who lived in seclusion there and then established a tomb to suppress the eye of the North Sea for more than 10,000 years. As for him, he brought the number one race with him to fight a war together. Since then, there had been no news of him. The Kunlun immortal realized his potential and became powerful. In the peak of the myriad races, there were countless immortals who were as talented as him. But without exception, they all disappeared midway.
Some died, some fell, and some walked the wrong path. In the corners of history, there were many such stories. In the past, these stories might be specks of dust, but for the protagonist of the stories, these stories were their entire lives. Lin Jiufeng walked through the myriad races.
He went to the ends of the world and the corners of the earth. He signed in and comprehended the Tao. He measured the ground with his feet. He observed the clouds and listened to the rain. He walked through the mortal realm. Every day, he would go to a place. After signing in, he would begin to comprehend something new. The treasures that he signed in were random. He didn't know if they could help him, so he comprehended the Tao himself. Being able to sign in provided him a shortcut. But he never slacked off. He was willing to be lonely. In his loneliness, he washed his inner mind and his restless heart. 3 months was neither long nor short. In the past 3 months, he didn't deliberately pay attention to the matters of the world. He also didn't care so much about the improvement of his cultivation base. He repeatedly searched for his own shortcomings. Or perhaps it could be called a weakness. Find them and then modify them. This was what Lin Jiufeng was doing. He successfully found several weaknesses and patched them up accordingly. Although the improvement didn't seem to be big, it made him into a person with no weaknesses. On this day, Lin Jiufeng raised his head and looked at the horizon. His eyes were lifeless and empty. In front of him was a huge lake. The evening light scattered on the lake, making it look like broken gold pieces, reflecting gold in the sparkling waves. In the distance, in the fields, the grain swayed and splashed like waves. The wind blew through the waves of wheat, showing that the year of harvest had arrived. Nearby, the call of chickens and the barks of dogs sounded. The mountain village in the sunset was filled with auspiciousness. It was detached from the world, like a utopia. Lin Jiufeng had been here for 3 days. In these 3 days, he didn't go anywhere and settled down in the small mountain village. He was tall and sturdy. His hair and beard had grown frantically in the past 3 months. His clothes were also tattered, making him look like a homeless man.
He was immersed in his own world all day long and had little communication with the outside world. He was originally going to leave this place, but the village chief saw that he was in a daze as if he had a mental problem, so he asked Lin Jiufeng to stay, giving him a place to live in. Our Unrivalled God Dynasty is so prosperous, how can we let you wander outside homelessly? In such a good era, as long as you are diligent, why would you starve to death? Although you are mentally ill, you are still tall and strong. Stay in this village, I will take care of you. Our Unrivalled God Dynasty doesn't allow anyone to beg. The old must have people to support them and the young must have people to depend on. This is an order from Emperor Day. If you are physically disabled, that will be easy to handle. I can send you to Little River Town. There's a disabled people's shelter there, and food will be distributed every day. There will also be free doctors to treat you. But your body is fine, so don't waste the country's resources. I'll take care of you. The village chief patted Lin Jiufeng's tall shoulders and went out to command the people to harvest the rice. Lin Jiufeng sat on a small stool with his back against the wall. He watched a group of old men playing with a group of young children in the distance, laughing and joking. There was also a dog barking at the side. This place was filled with the flavor of life. Lin Jiufeng narrowed his eyes and looked into the distance. His spiritual consciousness was slowly awakening. In the past few days, he had been immersed in his own world, so much so that the village chief thought that he had a mental problem and asked him to stay. He should have continued walking forward instead of stopping. But, like being in a dream, he actually stayed in this village like this, listening carefully and looking carefully at the world around him. This was the scent of life of the mortal realm. It was the most common and ordinary thing, but how many other worldly powerhouses yearned for it? This village was called the Village of Heaven. The villagers moved here from all directions and lived in seclusion in the forest. In the distance, Lin Jiufeng saw a green ox slowly walking past. A shepherd was riding on it, playing the flute. The sound of the flute was crisp and ringing. It was like a clear spring flowing in the desert, leisurely and cool. It soothed the sense of imbalance in Lin Jiufeng's heart. A few days ago, he was still an immortal in the eyes of the world, high and mighty. At this moment, he was a lunatic. A sloppy lunatic. He stayed in the small village in a daze. The difference between these two scenes was too great, causing Lin Jiufeng's heart to feel a little imbalanced. But now, under the shepherd boy's flute, all of this disappeared. He remembered what he had to do. 3 months had passed. Lin Jiufeng raised his head and looked at the sky. At this moment, there was no confusion or emptiness in his eyes. Only infinite determination was left. Lin Jiufeng came to the lake. There were a few aunties washing clothes here, and a few children playing catch fish in the shallow water area, full of laughter. Using the water as a mirror, Lin Jiufeng looked at his savage-like appearance and smiled calmly. He condensed his immortal energy into a razor and cleaned himself up seriously. He shaved off his beard, cleansed himself, and tied up his hair. He threw away his sloppy clothes and put on the sparkling and flawless Yuhua immortal robe. Lin Jiufeng returned to his original appearance, that of an elegant young man. That weak scholar. The others looked at him in disbelief. They didn't expect Lin Jiufeng to be so stunning after his transformation. Yes, stunning. This was their evaluation of Lin Jiufeng. They had never seen anyone like Lin Jiufeng. In the eyes of the people, he was a peerless immortal. Lin Jiufeng only smiled at them. Then, without hesitation, he flew straight into the sky. Over there, the sky opened a hole for him. He was on his way to bury the celestial realm. Chapter 297, War in the Celestial Realm, Part 2. Zhou Qing had been waiting for this day. He had been counting the days. The source energy of the celestial realm belonged to the main world, but it had been cut off from the main world, so there wasn't much connection between them. The old and young descendants of the immortal court took advantage of the weakness of the main world and stole the source energies of the main world to create the celestial realm. Their actions caused a spiritual energy tide to appear in the world. Every few thousand years, the spiritual energy would retreat. Then, a period of time was needed before it recovered again.
But the celestial realm wasn't affected. This wasn't right.
The immortal court has been wiped out.
You bunch of remaining remnants should adapt to the new era instead of trying to rebuild it.
Even if you want to rebuild it, don't exploit the entire world for yourselves. Lin Jiufeng's eyes were cold.
He had walked onto the immortal road.
The immortal road was very beautiful. It was as if it was far away, standing alone in the world, looking at this world, high and mighty. Lin Jiufeng stepped onto the immortal road and stood on it, looking behind him. What he saw was a world. A vast and strange world. The world was slowly improving, and the recovery of spiritual energy was also beginning to reach its peak. It was like the 11 o'clock sun at noon, close to the center. When it reached the center and reached the peak, it would slowly slide down. At that time, the spiritual energy in the world would weaken and once again revert back to how it was when Lin Jiufeng just came to this world. A world where martial sages were king.
What were the martial sages now?
Perhaps they were a lackey for others. There were martial sages in every profession. Martial sages, which were the former pillar of the dynasty, were now everywhere.
In the era of spiritual energy, the positions of martial sages were infinitely pulled down. I won't let the spiritual energy weaken again.
The celestial realm must be shattered.
Lin Jiufeng looked firmly at the end of the immortal road. A high and mighty world.
A world with a group of weaklings and a group of cowards.
He walked in. This time, the celestial realm opened for him.
At the end of the immortal road stood Zhou Qing. He looked at Lin Jiufeng solemnly. You have to know that once you are attacked, there will be no escape.
Are you confident?
Zhou Qing asked. I'm not confident, Lin Jiufeng said softly.
Zhou Qing's expression turned anxious. I'm just confident in myself, that's all. Lin Jiufeng smiled gently.
Zhou Qing took a deep breath and said solemnly, listen, once you make a move, you will definitely alert the remnants of the immortal court. They have always had persecutory delusions and have always wanted to rebuild the immortal court. But because they are afraid of death, they refuse to go out and hide here to numb themselves.
But even so, their strength is still very terrifying. How terrifying? Lin Jiufeng asked.
I don't know, but you just need to know that in the celestial realm, no one can defeat them, Zhou Qing said solemnly. Okay, I understand, Lin Jiufeng said lightly, not taking it to heart.
Since he was already here, how could he retreat now? I'm asking one last time. Have you really decided?
Zhou Qing stopped Lin Jiufeng and asked.
What are you afraid of? Lin Jiufeng looked at Zhou Qing with a mocking expression. I just want to make sure that nothing goes wrong. Zhou Qing frowned. Ask yourself in your heart.
You are just afraid. You are afraid of being discovered to be in the same group as me. You are afraid of death, but you also yearn for freedom and desire to leave the celestial realm and escape their control. Therefore, you are very contradictory, moving back and forth indefinitely. Lin Jiufeng pointed at Zhou Qing's heart and said coldly.
Zhou Qing was speechless. Let me tell you one more thing.
The people who waver in their stand are very annoying. You can either expose me now and also kneel down and beg for mercy from those descendants who have oppressed you for more than 10,000 years and see if they will let you go. Or you can follow me now and walk all the way to the end to deal with this group of parasites that are sucking blood from the source energy of the world.
There's no third choice. Decide for yourself.
Lin Jiufeng coldly stared at Zhou Qing, blocking his path. Zhou Qing's face turned black and white. It was obvious that he was in an intense struggle. Lin Jiufeng remained silent as he watched him silently. A minute later, Zhou Qing raised his head and looked at Lin Jiufeng. He revealed a hideous smile and gritted his teeth. I'll bring you in. You follow me first, and I'll bring you with me to ensure that you won't be discovered. The celestial realm is ruled by this group of old and young descendants. After more than 10,000 years, they have long relaxed their vigilance and are trusting in me.
I'm a commander in the celestial realm, I can cover for you.
After saying this, Zhou Qing stepped into the celestial realm with Lin Jiufeng.
Lin Jiufeng's expression was calm. He wasn't surprised at all. He followed him into the celestial realm. Boom!
The source energy of spiritual energy in the celestial realm directly pounced on them. The rich source energy of spiritual energy transformed into a tangible fog that filled the celestial realm. In Lin Jiufeng's eyes, the interior of the celestial realm was filled with immortal energy. It shrouded the mountains, the palaces, and the gorgeous buildings. It was like a fairyland, incredibly beautiful. But this beauty was rooted in the outside world, absorbing the blood of the main world to create this beautiful celestial realm. With this look, Lin Jiufeng's eyes turned cold. "Come with me." Zhou Qing waved at Lin Jiufeng and weaved through the clouds. Lin Jiufeng followed him. Behind him, he saw what the interior of the celestial realm looked like. "How big is the celestial realm?" Lin Jiufeng asked. He temporarily didn't dare to scan with his spiritual consciousness. He would be easily discovered. Although he wasn't afraid of those remnants of the imperial court, it was better not to expose himself if he could. The celestial realm isn't big. It's less than 100,000 miles from the front to the back, but it's divided into several layers. It's imitating the immortal court model of the past. Zhou Qing led the way in front. He scanned the surroundings to ensure that no one would discover them and explained in a low voice. "Immortal court model?" Lin Jiufeng was curious. When the immortal court was at its peak, it controlled the 9 heavens. The 9 heavens was very vast, and each of them was as big as the mortal realm. The 9 heavens was the foundation of the immortal court. This group of old and young descendants also created this in the celestial realm. They imitated the immortal court and created the 4 extreme heavens, but they weren't as magnificent as the 9 heavens back then. They are just small worlds that are smaller than the celestial realm, Zhou Qing explained. Lin Jiufeng understood. This group of old and young descendants live in the 4 extreme heavens. The world's source energies that they stole back then are stored there, and they don't allow outsiders like us to touch them. They choose people and manage the celestial realm for them separately. I'm one of them. I'm in charge of a portion of the celestial realm, including the immortal path, so it's very easy for me to let you in. Zhou Qing explained. Once the people of the celestial realm start fighting, how many people will support this group of old and young? How many people will choose to stand aside and watch? Lin Jiufeng asked. He wasn't afraid of these immortals, they were really nothing in front of Lin Jiufeng. But if there were too many mosquitoes, it would be very annoying too. If there were many people who supported the old and young descendants of the immortal court, Lin Jiufeng would take the initiative to settle them first. Don't worry about that. This group of people only came in later. The old and young members of the immortal court never trusted them. They have always chosen to control them through force as the priority. Once you guys start fighting, there will definitely be no one to help them. Everyone will only choose to sit idle and wait for the outcome of the battle to be determined, Zhou Qing said solemnly. He was very confident of this. Because he was such a person. The difference was that he had a closer relationship with Lin Jiufeng and couldn't stand by and do nothing. After all, he was the one who brought Lin Jiufeng in. Once Lin Jiufeng lost, he would be held accountable. That was why he was so troubled before. Now that he had made up his mind, he immediately told Lin Jiufeng everything he knew. He hoped that Lin Jiufeng could kill this group of old and young people as soon as possible. Then where are we going now? Lin Jiufeng asked. Since this group of people would choose to stand aside and watch, there was no need to be so careful. There are the old and young members of the immortal court patrolling in the celestial realm. They don't trust us. If they stay in the 4 extreme heavens for a long time and don't care about us, what if the people below collude with each other and rebel? That's why they have people patrolling. Right now, we have to avoid them and enter the 4 extreme heavens. When the time comes, you can find those old and young members to take action, Zhou Qing said. Catch them off guard. These old and young descendants who lived in comfort definitely wouldn't expect that someone would be so audacious as to barge into the celestial realm. They also wouldn't expect that I, who had always been loyal and devoted to them, would betray them so firmly and stab them in the back. As long as you are powerful enough, they will definitely suffer a calamity this time, Zhou Qing sneered and said.
He hadn't been idle for the past 3 months. He had been rehearsing the events for today. He really yearned for freedom.
Hence, he chose to cooperate with Lin Jiufeng.
He became Lin Jiufeng's accomplice. Before killing them, obtain the spiritual liquid that controls you lot first.
Then, take the spiritual liquid and tell the others not to make a move.
Leave the rest to me, Lin Jiufeng said to Zhou Qing. Zhou Qing's eyes lit up. He nodded and said, Sir, you are indeed more thoughtful. Although you said that this group of people will stand aside and do nothing, what if those old and young descendants order you lot to attack me and use this thing to control you lot?
If there are too many flies and mosquitoes, I will also be vexed and delay time, Lin Jiufeng said. Zhou Qing took note of this. Seeing that there was no one along the way, he brought Lin Jiufeng to the entrance of the 4 extreme heavens. In the center of the celestial realm, there was a pillar that supported the sky, extending endlessly. At the top, it supported the 4 extreme heavens. In the 4 extreme heavens, there are many powerhouses. The one controlling the spiritual liquid is a person called Taoist priest Xuanhuang. He's from a non-human race and is very powerful. He's the one who supplies the spiritual liquid to us every time so that we won't age, Zhou Qing said.
Is there anyone nearby this Xuanhuang? Lin Jiufeng asked. No, there isn't. Now that you've mentioned it, it's strange.
The other members of the previous imperial court have all grouped together, but he's the only one who's always been alone and doesn't interact with others. With a cold face, he lives alone in the first level of the 4 extreme heavens. No one dares to offend him, Zhou Qing said curiously.
All right.
Since he's so lonely and no one dares to offend him, let's go over, Lin Jiufeng said decisively.
Okay, I'll bring you to visit him. Zhou Qing nodded.
Zhou Qing avoided the people patrolling the celestial realm. He had lived here for more than 10,000 years. No one expected him to betray them, no one could possibly imagine this to happen. As a result, he easily deceived his way inside. Lin Jiufeng followed him to the first level of the 4 extreme heavens. There was a 7,000-mile plain here. Together with the 3,000-mile mountain range, it was like a vast wilderness world. In the depths of this wilderness-like world, on the mountain range that was 3,000 miles long, many mountains had been split by axes. They were cut in half, and the huge mountains collapsed. It was as if they had been smashed by an immortal hammer and were devastated. Dead branches and leaves covered the land in desolation. A great battle had once taken place here.
Get out! Who let you in? But before Lin Jiufeng could take another look, an angry voice sounded.
With a surging aura, this person directly slapped over. The target was Zhou Qing. Caught off guard, Zhou Qing's body immediately trembled. He spat out a large mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. Lin Jiufeng didn't look at Zhou Qing. He was injured, but he wouldn't die. He looked at the 3,000 miles long mountain range. Over there, a yellow dragon appeared in its true form in fury. Its eyes that were the size of a house glared angrily at Lin Jiufeng and Zhou Qing.
No one is allowed to enter here. Why did you bring people in? Xuanhuang said angrily.
His huge dragon body was revealed, and he crushed a mountain with one claw. Lin Jiufeng said calmly, I wanted to try some dragon meat, so I asked him to bring me here. Xuanhuang stared at Lin Jiufeng with a cold gaze. He snorted and said, You're seeking death. Chapter 298, War in the Celestial Realm, Part 3, white smoke spurted out of Xuanhuang's nose and spread in all directions as if a huge wind had blown. Lin Jiufeng smelled the pungent smell of sulfur. There should be a huge volcano in this yellow dragon's body. He was very angry now. His huge body appeared on the 3,000-mile mountain range as he looked down at Lin Jiufeng.
You aren't from the celestial realm. Xuanhuang discovered that Lin Jiufeng was an outsider. He immediately glared at Zhou Qing and shouted, You traitor, how dare you bring an outsider in?
Zhou Qing stood up and smiled weakly. This sir wants to eat dragon meat, so I brought him here.
I also want to try the meat of a dragon and see if it tastes good. Roar! Xuanhuang roared, shaking the small world. He directly spat out a huge dragon's breath. Boiling magma spurted out, and its heat surged. It could instantly burn a false immortal, and its destructive power against immortals was also very great. He wanted to burn Lin Jiufeng and Zhou Qing together. But Lin Jiufeng took a step forward and punched forcefully. Boom! A demonic-like figure appeared behind Lin Jiufeng and punched towards the sky. It was a golden fist. Carrying an invincible force, it smashed towards Xuanhuang. Boom! 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 The huge dragon's breath was directly shattered, and then even Xuanhuang was alarmed. You still dare to attack? Xuanhuang was enraged. His claws smashed down ruthlessly. His 5 sharp fingers brought with them sharp astral energy that directly tore through space, wanting to pierce through Lin Jiufeng. But the figure on the ground had a surging blood energy. Lin Jiufeng stood tall and didn't take a step back at all. His fist smashed down, striking Xuanhuang. The scorching energy was even more intense than magma, devouring Xuanhuang. Boom! Lin Jiufeng's fist smashed onto Xuanhuang's claws. The huge force directly overturned Xuanhuang's huge body. Rumble! Xuanhuang's body was overturned in the mountain range 3,000 miles away. A terrifying force directly struck him. His body trembled and rolled endlessly. Lin Jiufeng didn't waste time talking anymore. He instantly arrived in front of Xuanhuang and smashed his fist down. Dragon Race's great immortal technique. Xuanhuang roared. His expression was vicious and extremely irritable. He opened his mouth and spat out a large expanse of terrifying immortal light. The immortal light transformed into a golden circle, then transformed into a stream of light that rushed out. It rapidly expanded, suppressing the sky and sealing Lin Jiufeng in the circle. Dragon Race's great immortal technique, Heaven and Earth Seal. Xuanhuang got up and swam in the air. His 1,000 feet long body was huge as he glared at Lin Jiufeng. He was furious. He was very powerful. This terrifying immortal technique came from the Dragon Race. It sealed a person in one place and then used the heavenly Tao to refine them into pure Tao. Then, Xuanhuang could absorb this Tao and use it to improve his own Tao. Xuanhuang hated Lin Jiufeng to the core, so he opened his mouth and spat out this rare and peerless immortal technique. Lin Jiufeng was sealed in the world by the golden circle. Then, an incomparably terrifying Tao charm fluctuation attacked, wanting to forcefully transform Lin Jiufeng into the Tao. Lin Jiufeng's eyes turned cold. His hands moved as he executed a great immortal technique in front of this terrifying power. Fleeting time. This was an immortal technique that Lin Jiufeng had signed in. It contained the power of time. He raised his hand and executed a strike. A terrifying Tao charm flowed out of his body. It wasn't transforming things into Tao, but it reversed everything around him. Fleeting time. Time was definitely one of the most powerful great Tao in history. The golden circle was very powerful now, but Lin Jiufeng's fleeting time directly returned everything in the surroundings to its original state. Time was pushed by Lin Jiufeng and reversed the past. Under the shocked and surprised gaze of Xuanhuang and Zhou Qing, the golden circle's sealing world directly disappeared and the situation reverted to moments ago. Lin Jiufeng raised his hand and struck. He wasn't that courteous this time. He attacked decisively. Boom! A huge phantom appeared behind him. It was the back of an invincible figure who directly soared into the sky and went against the 9 heavens. Immortal King attacking the 9 heavens. Lin Jiufeng executed this terrifying phenomenon and struck with the power of an immortal king. Although his realm and strength couldn't compare to a true immortal king, Xuanhuang wasn't someone that an immortal king would deal with. He was only at the immortal realm. Lin Jiufeng was also at the immortal realm. Now, the might of the immortal king attacking the 9 heavens phenomenon directly erupted, charging into the sky with a dazzling light. Lin Jiufeng's eyes were cold. In a short period of time, he reversed the situation of the battle and directly killed his way out. The immortal king attacking the 9 heavens carried Lin Jiufeng's power and transformed into a dragon-shaped curve that rotated in the air. It erupted with a huge aura and its speed was very fast, sweeping across the air.
In the end, what appeared was the yin-yang division of the Taiji symbol. An invincible phantom with its back facing the people of the world charged through the 9 heavens.
Pooh! Xuanhuang couldn't dodge at all. The immortal king directly charged over with an unstoppable might.
His body was directly cut into 2, and his primordial spirit was instantly incinerated. Xuanhuang let out a sad cry and directly fell to the ground.
Boom!
The ground shook as a dragon corpse smashed onto the ground. His soul had already been destroyed, and there was no life in the body left at all. Seeing this, Zhou Cheng licked his dry lips and stuttered, Is it that simple? Xuanhuang, who was very powerful in his eyes, was actually killed just like that.
He was on last breaths, lying on the ground motionless. I'm stronger than him.
It won't take me long to kill him, Lin Jiufeng walked over and said casually. But this is too powerful.
You are even more terrifying than 3 months ago.
Zhou Cheng looked at Lin Jiufeng in shock. I naturally have a reason for making you wait for 3 months.
Daoist Xuanhuang isn't powerful.
His only advantage is being from the dragon race and having the great immortal technique of the dragon race. If it weren't for my ultimate move, killing him wouldn't have been so easy, Lin Jiufeng said honestly.
He wasn't arrogant and was just stating the truth. The Daoist Xuanhuang in front of him was equivalent to him 3 months ago.
He was very powerful, but he wasn't invincible. Alright, there's no need to look at him anymore. Go look for the spiritual liquid.
After finding the spiritual liquid, I can start my attack, Lin Jiufeng said to Zhou Cheng.
Okay, I'll go right away. Zhou Cheng knew that the matter was urgent, so he was very proactive as he ran off to look for the spiritual liquid. Zhou Cheng had unlimited trust in Lin Jiufeng. Previously, he thought that Lin Jiufeng was boasting. Wasn't it a pipe dream for a person to want to destroy the celestial realm alone? But now, he extinguished this thought. He obediently listened to the command and went to look for the spiritual liquid. As for Lin Jiufeng, he looked at Daoist Xuanhuang.
Killed Daoist Xuanhuang. Do you wish to sign in?
These words appeared before his eyes. Sign in, Lin Jiufeng said without hesitation. He really wanted to know what could be signed in from killing Xuanhuang.
Sign in successful. Receive the dragon race's great immortal technique, Heaven and Earth Seal. Lin Jiufeng's eyes lit up. Wasn't this the terrifying immortal technique that Daoist Xuanhuang used just now? Lin Jiufeng couldn't break the golden circle. He only managed to escape after executing fleeting time. This meant that this Heaven and Earth Seal was very powerful and terrifying. But now that I've signed in, this is mine. I will make good use of it. Lin Jiufeng closed his eyes and accepted all the information of this immortal technique. Just as Zhou Cheng was searching for the spiritual liquid and Lin Jiufeng was absorbing the immortal technique, the other 3 worlds let out deafening roars. Someone broke into the celestial realm and killed Daoist Xuanhuang. How dare this thief! This furious voice, coupled with the surging terrifying power, directly exploded, causing the entire celestial realm to shake. Countless people cast their eyes on Daoist Xuanhuang's small world. Damn it, they are furious because they have already discovered that Daoist Xuanhuang is dead, Zhou Cheng said worriedly. Don't worry. Continue to search for your thing. I will go out and deal with them. No one can come in. Hurry up. Lin Jiufeng waved his hand. Although he had been discovered, it didn't matter to him. He put away Daoist Xuanhuang's huge dragon body. It could be of use to Emperor Da. Then, he directly stretched out his hand and everything was cut off like a piece of cloth with a cracking sound. And the current space he was in was that piece of cloth in Lin Jiufeng's eyes. He tore through the space and walked in, arriving at the celestial realm. Boom! Lin Jiufeng didn't hide his aura at all. His aura frantically stacked and continuously surged upwards. All of a sudden, it exploded. It was like a tsunami sweeping across the land, causing chaos in the entire celestial realm. Lin Jiufeng stood outside, facing a person from the celestial realm. He stood with his hands behind his back fearlessly, looking on coldly. Powerhouses from the other 3 small worlds appeared one after another.
There were old and young-looking people, but without exception, they were all at the immortal realm.
Moreover, they hadn't just entered the immortal realm.
They had been in the immortal realm for a long time. At this moment, the 7 old men in the lead stared at Lin Jiufeng. Their eyes were unfriendly as they instantly saw the problem.
An outsider. You're actually from the outside world? Where's Zhou Qing? You're just a human, how can you kill Taoist Xuanhuang?
I'm afraid Zhou Qing has rebelled.
I told you long ago that humans cannot be trusted. He's not one of us, so he can't be trusted. Let me handle this, I shall kill him. The old and young descendants of the immortal court spoke one after another.
They looked at Lin Jiufeng coldly, their eyes carrying dense killing intent. One of the old men even pointed at Lin Jiufeng and said that he would come and kill him.
In the surroundings, hundreds of immortals were watching Lin Jiufeng. They didn't act rashly. Lin Jiufeng didn't care about these surrounding immortals at all.
They were all of the same levels as Zhou Qing.
He could kill them with a flick of his finger. What was there to pay attention to? He looked at the old man and asked coldly, "You want to kill me?"
That's good. When I killed that dragon just now, I learned a terrifying immortal technique.
I'll let you taste it this time.
Lin Jiufeng directly took a step forward and punched out.
Boom! The ground trembled and the sky split.
Lin Jiufeng executed the great immortal technique that he had just learned with invincible strength.
The dragon race's great immortal technique, Heaven and Earth Seal.
This immortal technique erupted under his fist, directly freezing the old man in the air.
Lin Jiufeng directly flicked his finger.
A sharp light that mainly used the charm of the Tao directly penetrated this powerful old man. No, the old man shouted frantically. A huge chunk of his heart went missing. The hole was the size of a fist, and blood was flowing non-stop. It shattered the old man's confidence. He suddenly realized that he seemed to be, possibly, perhaps.
He couldn't defeat Lin Jiufeng.
This was the most terrifying thing. He swore solemnly that he would kill Lin Jiufeng, but in the blink of an eye, his heart was penetrated. It wasn't that there was a lack of parts in his heart, but that his entire left chest area was empty. Lin Jiufeng flicked his finger and the old man's heart directly exploded.
Chapter 299, War in the Celestial Realm, Part 4, Trapped in the Air, his body couldn't move at all.
The huge hole in his heart seemed to be a bottomless abyss, sapping all of his strength. The old man's Tao, the great Tao that he had comprehended all his life, directly began to disintegrate into the air. It was extremely brilliant, like beautiful fireworks blooming in the night. It was beautiful beyond words. Although it was short, it shocked the celestial realm at this moment. Right in front of everyone's eyes, Lin Jiufeng executed a great immortal technique.
Then, with a tap of his finger, an immortal died gorgeously.
This was too terrifying.
This scene shocked everyone.
The remnants of the immortal court gasped. The way they looked at Lin Jiufeng changed.
The arrogance from before disappeared.
Replacing it was crazy killing intent. The 7 old seniors in the lead stared at Lin Jiufeng at this moment. It was as if Buddha had opened his eyes. Hell appeared in their eyes, carrying deep killing intent. It seems that you dare to come to the celestial realm to behave atrociously because you are relying on your own strength. An old man with a wooden expression said. His 5 claws spread out like eagle claws, extremely terrifying. They streaked across the sky, leaving deep scars. Lin Jiufeng looked at him and asked, "How long has it been since you guys visited the outside world?" The wooden-faced old man frowned.
What's there to see in the mortal realm outside? When the others heard of the mortal realm, they disdained it.
But Lin Jiufeng said seriously, "The common people of the mortal realm are living a serious life, do you know that?
The outside world is now ruled by a dynasty called the Unrivalled God Dynasty.
Under the rule of the Unrivalled God Dynasty, the old have support, the young have people to depend on, and the law is impartial. The children have schools to attend and have a promising future. Those who don't know how to cultivate won't be in danger either. They can learn other skills to provide for their families, don't have to worry about food and clothing, and reproduce," Lin Jiufeng explained.
But the remnants of the immortal court looked at Lin Jiufeng as if he was mentally disabled.
Mortals will die after 100 years, they are like leeks, able to grow again and be harvested once in a while.
It's enough just to ensure they won't die. You are an immortal, why are you telling us about the matters of mortals?
Beside the wooden-faced old man, a black-robed old man sneered, his words disdainful of mortals. Lin Jiufeng looked at him with a deep gaze.
Suddenly, he smiled and said, "You don't want to hear about the mortals?
Then, I'll tell you about the myriad races.
You guys should be interested in them."
As soon as these words came out, these people were indeed interested.
The contempt, disdain, and even disregard for mortals disappeared. The myriad races, have they returned to this world?
The wooden-faced old man asked.
Of course, they have come to this world. Lin Jiufeng nodded. Then, can the Yuhua God Dynasty that you mentioned resist the myriad races?
The black-robed old man chuckled. He looked down on the Yuhua God Dynasty from the bottom of his heart.
What future did a dynasty that cared about leek-like mortals have? The remnants of the immortal court wouldn't care about them. Back then, the immortal court was high and mighty. Now, they were still high and mighty.
Lin Jiufeng looked at them. His eyes were slightly cold, but he still smiled and said, "The Yuhua God Dynasty that you guys look down on has suppressed the myriad races.
The most powerful primordial god mountain among the myriad races has also been destroyed by the Yuhua God Dynasty. Countless races have joined the Yuhua God Dynasty. Everyone gets along harmoniously, and in the era of spiritual energy recovery, we move into the new era together." Impossible.
The wooden-faced old man's eyes widened as he shouted decisively, not believing Lin Jiufeng's words at all.
The myriad races will join a god dynasty established by the human race? The primordial god mountain was destroyed by the Yuhua God Dynasty? Live in harmony and move into a new era together?
The stoic-looking old man questioned Lin Jiufeng with a clear attitude.
Then, he shouted decisively, "What you said is just a pipe dream."
The others had the same attitude. It wasn't like they had never interacted with the myriad races before. Although they didn't think much of the myriad races, they were indeed much stronger than the human race.
How could it be as Lin Jiufeng said?
Lin Jiufeng looked at this group of stubborn people. He sneered and asked, "How long has it been since you lot went out to take a look?
You lot have always been high and mighty. You lot have never come into contact with the mortal world before.
You lot stand in the clouds and look at this world, but you don't know that the era has long changed. The world that you know has long changed into a different world.
As for you all clung to the original impression and refused to understand it. Instead, you all rebutted me righteously.
You guys are simply too foolish.
A group of ancient rotten wood, frogs in a well, morons who covered their eyes."
Lin Jiufeng scolded impolitely. The old man with a wooden expression looked at Lin Jiufeng.
He was tall and had eagle-like claws. He was tall and thin like a mummy.
He stared at Lin Jiufeng, bringing with him a cold feeling.
"It seems that you came here for those mortals," the black-robed old man said sinisterly.
Lin Jiufeng shook his head and said, "Not for the mortals, but for this world, the mortal world that you guys look down on."
What high-sounding sentiments! The wooden-faced old man shouted, "You dare to say you are here for the sake of this world? Why can't I say it?"
Lin Jiufeng stood with his hands behind his back. He raised his head and chest, looking at the group of old and young people in front of him.
He was fearless. He rebuked them in an unrestrained manner. No one can say that it's for the sake of this world.
What you said is just making yourself look dignified.
What treasures in the celestial realm do you fancy that are worthy of you spending so much effort to convince Zhou Qing? What treasures have you promised him to make him betray us?" The black-robed old man asked coldly.
The group of remnants gradually surrounded Lin Jiufeng. They closed in from 3 directions and trapped Lin Jiufeng, so they weren't in a hurry and wanted to probe more. They hated Zhou Qing's betrayal to the core. Hence, they wanted to figure out Lin Jiufeng's motive and why Zhou Qing betrayed them. Lin Jiufeng thought carefully and said, "Indeed, I have my eyes on the treasure in this celestial realm. Back then, you lot stole the source energy of the world, this is what I'm targeting."
The wooden-faced old man laughed. He laughed disdainfully and said, "You are really audacious. This is the foundation of our celestial realm, yet you still dare to covet it? It's a treasure, after all."
Everyone wants treasures, and I'm no exception. Lin Jiufeng was surrounded, but he wasn't worried at all. Therefore, he shared his thoughts.
"Then, how did you convince Zhou Qing to betray us?"
The black-robed old man persisted.
He just wanted to figure out why. Lin Jiufeng looked at him and said, "I didn't promise him anything.
I only said that I could crush the celestial realm, so he agreed. He agreed for his own freedom, not for the treasures."
Freedom? Bullshit freedom.
In the celestial realm, he can be considered a commander.
This isn't freedom for him?
The black-robed old man spat.
"I've had enough of a dog for you all."
Zhou Qing suddenly came out from Taoist Xuanhuang's small world and stood behind Lin Jiufeng as he said.
He had already understood the current situation.
His only way out was to hope for Lin Jiufeng to destroy the celestial realm and kill this group of remnants. Other than that, he had no other choice.
The black-robed old man stared at Zhou Qing, his eyes blazing with fury.
Unlike his anger towards Lin Jiufeng, his anger this time carried endless regret.
"I trusted you so much and promoted you.
In the future, when the celestial realm is completed and the glory of the immortal court is restored, you will be the first batch of meritorious ministers of the immortal court.
Why did you betray me?"
The black-robed old man gritted his teeth, enduring his anger as he questioned Zhou Qing. His hand was trembling. He was afraid that he would kill Zhou Qing with one slap. Zhou Qing sneered, "Trust in me is the result of tens of thousands of years of flattery, bootlicking, and being a dog in front of you. Your so-called trust is by stepping on my dignity."
"Don't make it sound so dignified. As for restoring the glory of the immortal court? These are just words of a dreamer.
You guys have been hiding in the immortal realms for more than 10,000 years, not daring to leave.
You guys don't even know the information of the outside world.
You guys sealed yourselves and hid in the celestial realm to live a stable life.
Other than oppressing us and enjoying the supreme glory, immersing yourself in the glory of the past immortal court and daydreaming, what else have you guys done?
A group of incompetent trash.
You guys think you can restore the glory of the immortal court? You guys are simply laughable.
I would rather believe in Lord Lin Jiufeng than believe that you useless people of the immortal court can restore your glory.
Lying on your old glory books and dreaming. This is the daily routine of you useless people.
The spirit liquid is in my hands now, you guys won't be able to threaten me anymore. As long as Lord Lin Jiufeng can kill you guys and crush the celestial realm, I will win the bet."
Zhou Qing cursed loudly.
His words were shocking.
One after another, he scolded the remnants of the immortal court until they were dumbfounded.
Then, they glared at him, but they were unable to interrupt him. After suppressing his emotions for more than 10,000 years, Zhou Qing decided to go all out. The worst-case scenario was that Lin Jiufeng would fail and he would die with him. Hence, he might as well speak his mind first. He vented the anger and resentment in his heart.
"You dare to scold us? You're seeking death." The black-robed old man was completely enraged.
His anger had truly erupted like a volcano that had been silent for 10,000 years.
The earth quaked and the mountains shook, and it was unstoppable. Anger towards Lin Jiufeng. Anger towards Zhou Qing.
He attacked decisively.
A huge hand condensed in the air and directly pressed down. Heaven-raising palm. This was an immortal technique from the immortal court.
It came crashing down, wanting to slap Zhou Qing to death.
"Your opponent today is me,"
Lin Jiufeng said coldly. He took a step forward, and with a bang, a stone platform appeared beneath him.
General appointing platform.
This was Lin Jiufeng's confidence, a powerful treasure of unknown grade.
Millions of gods as generals, billions of lives as soldiers.
3,000 stars as chess pieces, the ancient blue sky as the chessboard. At this moment, it truly displayed its might.
Boom! As soon as the general appointing platform appeared, the celestial realm trembled.
Terrifying energy quickly spread like an irredeemable tsunami, slapping against the shore.
An extremely terrifying force instantly destroyed everything, including the black-robed old man's heaven-raising palm. The huge hand mudra condensed from this immortal technique was instantly destroyed.
Then, it was swept up and rushed towards the black-robed old man.
The black-robed old man's pupils shrank violently. He waved his sleeve, and a huge shield appeared. Boom! 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 Boom!
The terrifying energy struck the shield, causing it to tremble, crack, and then explode.
Pooh!
The black-robed old man spat out a large mouthful of blood and was directly sent flying.
Boiling hot energy washed over his body.
Attack together and kill this person.
The black-robed old man roared angrily.
His expression was hideous and in extreme pain.
As soon as the general appointing platform appeared, the group remnants of the past immortal court couldn't sit still at all.
Each of them attacked, wanting to suppress the general appointing platform and kill Lin Jiufeng.
Chapter 300, War in the Celestial Realm, Part 5, Boom!
At this moment, boundless waves of energy attacks rushed over. The weakest among them was at the immortal realm level, which was very terrifying.
Vast and mighty energy swept through the celestial realm.
In the vast heaven and earth, the might of immortals cleansed through the space. Each wisp of energy could make a false immortal tremble and kneel down. But at this moment, even immortals were just common-level combat power. The general appointing platform expanded to 1,000 feet in size, floating in the air.
Lin Jiufeng stood on it.
Behind him, a sea appeared. In the sea, there were 100,000 mountains, which was Lin Jiufeng's Great Dao Mountain. Above the 100,000 mountains, a round moon appeared.
See rising bright moon. This was the phenomenon that Lin Jiufeng signed in at the beginning.
Until now, it was still growing and accompanying him all the way. It was very powerful. In the void of the celestial realm, a vast and boundless sea was created out of thin air. A bright moon rose, and the sea surged.
Accompanied by scorching energy, it surged in all directions.
Lin Jiufeng's god's domain slowly spread. He held two immortal techniques in his hands and faced the old and young of the immortal court with an absolutely terrifying and domineering attitude.
There were 3,000 immortals in the celestial realm.
Among them, 1,000 were people like Zhou Cheng who had joined later on. They weren't trusted by the remnants at all. The remaining 2,000 immortals were the old and young remnants of the immortal court. They were high and mighty, oppressing the other 1,000 immortals.
At this moment, these 2,000 immortals were also Lin Jiufeng's main opponents.
Although Lin Jiufeng looked elegant and refined, he was now very violent, directly suppressing the general appointing platform towards them.
Boom!
At this moment, there was golden light everywhere in front and behind Lin Jiufeng. He displayed a phenomenon and temporarily merged with it.
The body and the phenomenon became one.
At this moment, Lin Jiufeng was the sea, the moon, the Great Dao Mountain, and the violent energy. The surrounding 2,000 immortals attacked. Their energies were just as vast. Just like that, both sides charged together and directly exploded.
Boom! 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 Boom!
In the celestial realm, the splattered energies were like a boiling galaxy.
Lin Jiufeng's sea was very strong.
He had the general appointing platform to suppress it. He also had the full 30% increase brought by the Real Man title and the immortal artifact, the Yuhua immortal robe. In addition, with Lin Jiufeng's own strength, he actually single-handedly resisted the 2,000 immortals without being at a disadvantage at all.
Boom! 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 Boom!
Under the energy explosion, Lin Jiufeng's Yuhua immortal robe immediately exploded. This defensive immortal artifact wasn't that powerful.
Amongst the immortal realm level, its defensive attributes weren't that outstanding. It wasn't as invincible as it was when Lin Jiufeng was only facing false immortals.
This was also normal.
Everyone who attacked was an immortal. How could a defensive immortal artifact be that powerful?
But Lin Jiufeng didn't care about this. The first attack of the 2,000 immortals destroyed the Yuhua immortal robe. However, he still had his own strength and his terrifying phenomenon. At this moment, Lin Jiufeng's sea, the moon, and the Great Dao Mountain also began to fight back. Xie! Suddenly, a blazing light exploded from Lin Jiufeng's hand.
This scene was very dazzling in the chaotic battlefield. It became the only scene discernible.
This was Lin Jiufeng revealing his most powerful side.
See rising bright moon.
Immortal king attacking the 9 heavens. The Great Dao Mountain that he had comprehended. At this moment, they became one and transformed into this strike. In an instant, everything in the world lost its luster. The descendants of the immortal court watched in shock. In front of this strike, they sensed fear and tasted the fear of death. They wanted to escape. But the fused phenomenon mixed with the strike of the Great Dao was magnificent and glorious. It was too fast. It exceeded the limits of what these immortals could understand. This could be said to be an immortal light that erupted from the ancient era. It shuttled through space and descended into this world, descending here. This time, it directly shot through all the obstacles in front of it.
Pooh! Accompanied by a muffled groan, the old and young descendants from the immortal court fell one after another.
The blood of the immortals splashed all over the sky, causing the mountains below to collapse and the myriad trees to wither.
Hundreds of immortals were instantly penetrated by this strike. They couldn't escape at all. All of them had a panicking look. All of them were indescribably terrified. They wanted to shout loudly. They wanted to shout for help, but they couldn't make a sound. At this moment, time seemed to have stopped. The space seemed to have frozen. Hundreds of immortals died at once. This shocking scene had never happened since the establishment of the celestial realm. Hence, the old and young members of the immortal court watched in horror. Because the scene before their eyes was too shocking. Blood splattered everywhere. These penetrated immortal court descendants opened their mouths. They wanted to say something, but they felt incomparably weak. Their lips moved, their eyes lost focus, and then they completely fell into the dust. Boom! At this moment, hundreds of people disintegrated into the Tao together. Their bodies disappeared. The great Tao that they had comprehended in their entire lives burned at this moment. It was extremely resplendent, and then it became a rain of light that scattered down on the celestial realm. Disintegrate into the Tao. This was a terrifying and short scene. The speed of disintegration was very fast. An immortal who had spent his entire life cultivating, at the end, not even a single crystal bone was left. All of them became ashes. The wooden-faced old man instantly stared at Lin Jiufeng. His eyes seemed to want to eat Lin Jiufeng alive as he said with a trembling voice, "You killed hundreds of immortals of my immortal court." Lin Jiufeng retreated from the state of integrating with his phenomenon and stood on the general appointing platform. Behind him was a vast sea, 100,000 mountains, a bright moon, and the phantom of an immortal king. Aren't we fighting to the death? If I don't kill you lot, won't I be just playing house? Really? Really? Lin Jiufeng countered. Then, I will come and kill you now. The wooden-faced old man took a step forward and directly attacked. He was one of the 7 terrifying old men from the celestial realm. Like the black-robed old man, he was also very powerful. In fact, he was much stronger than the black-robed old man. He raised his hand and a blazing light flew over. It was like a shocking rainbow that connected the sky and the earth. It was extremely terrifying. In the celestial realm, at this moment, it was all his terrifying aura and blazing light. These lights shone so brightly that everyone closed their eyes, unable to look at them directly. The wooden-faced old man stared at Lin Jiufeng. Blood-red tears flowed from his eyes. He was self-mutilating, destroying his eyes as if he was being cut by a blade. Lin Jiufeng frowned. After this old man injured himself, the terrifying immortal light actually increased by more than half its might. This was too frightening. To Lin Jiufeng, this might wasn't easy to resist. Fleeting time. Lin Jiufeng shouted. He executed an immortal technique. An extremely terrifying immortal technique erupted at this moment. Time reversal weakened the might of this strike and returned it to before.
Then, Lin Jiufeng got the general appointing platform to suppress it. He directly blocked this terrifying immortal light and instantly struck several immortals from the celestial realm.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
After these immortals were struck, a muffled groan sounded as they were directly slashed across the waist.
Blood spurted as their bodies were separated. The toughness of their immortal bodies still couldn't withstand this strike.
At this moment, they also directly became a rain of light.
They fell onto the mountain area and disintegrated into the Tao. Nothing was left behind. Tears of blood continuously flowed down the wooden-faced old man's face.
He became more and more terrifying.
He knew that his own people had been killed again. This made his aura become even more terrifying.
He walked towards Lin Jiufeng.
His aura overlapped and actually triggered a special restriction at this moment. 9 restrictions of the immortal.
Under extreme anger, he stepped into this realm and raised his hand to strike.
Boom!
The void directly exploded.
Lin Jiufeng's expression froze. He sensed an aura that made the myriad worlds tremble.
A huge fluctuation and a dazzling immortal light made the bones in his body almost shatter.
This was a very terrifying scene. Lin Jiufeng's eyes narrowed. He quickly retreated to avoid his might and said, "You broke through to the next realm?"
In the immortal realm, there are no ranks or stages.
Immortals are immortals.
From beginning to end, there is only one realm for immortals.
But immortals can still continue to improve themselves.
When they open the threshold of the immortal realm, they will discover that there are 9 restrictions for immortals. With every restriction opened, they will become stronger.
You are an immortal, and I am also an immortal.
But now, I have already self-destructed and opened the 9 restrictions. You have no way of escaping now. At this moment, the wooden-faced old man was like a malicious spirit or demon that had crawled out of hell.
His words were also eerie as they swept over with a terrifying aura.
When he talked about the 9 restrictions, he had a lofty attitude. This was something that he was born with, and it was what the immortal court from back then had given him. When he was born, the final glory of the immortal court still existed. Myriads of forces worshipped the immortal court.
The direct descendants of the immortal court could look down on everything from the moment they were born.
Hence, this feeling of being high and mighty was really very normal to him. He just looked down on the other races and all living creatures other than the immortal court. He was born to be high and mighty, standing in the clouds and watching the common people of the mortal world live like ants. Previously, he was shocked by Lin Jiufeng and was flustered for a moment. But now that he had stepped into the 9 restrictions, his confident and calm attitude returned to him.
Xie!
He shot out an immortal divine light that seemed to be able to pierce through the myriad worlds.
All tangible matter couldn't escape the calamity of death. Boom!
This immortal light transformed into a ruler. It was his immortal artifact. It had always followed him and experienced countless great battles.
Until now, its might was boundless.
This ruler was called the Heaven Measuring Ruler. It was a replica of an immortal artifact, a replica of one of the few terrifying treasures of the immortal court, the Heaven Measuring Ruler.
At this moment, the Heaven Measuring Ruler erupted with boundless immortal light.
It cascaded down in thousands of strands and shrouded Lin Jiufeng, wanting to kill him at this moment.
Lin Jiufeng frowned. He didn't want to retreat anymore.
His expression was cold.
Suddenly, his chest heaved as he let out a loud roar. His tall body exuded the majesty of a god.
Roar! Like the sea surging backward or a volcano erupting. It was extremely frightening. At this moment, beneath Lin Jiufeng's feet, the general appointing platform was also enraged.
Xie! At this moment, the general appointing platform erupted with an immortal-like blood-red glow.
In this blood-red glow, countless shadows of past battles could be seen. Scenes flashed and shrank rapidly, impossible to see clearly. But the only thing that was certain was that the general appointing platform had experienced countless battles. The traces of blood and injuries left behind in these battles were carved on the general appointing platform. At this moment, they all erupted. Boom! 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 The heaven measuring ruler, made from the top-grade divine iron, immortal tears green metal, was smashed until it trembled. The vast expanse of white immortal light that fell directly exploded at this moment. Even the heaven measuring ruler flew back, wanting to avoid the attack of the general appointing platform. It chose to rush towards its master. However, it wasn't that simple to avoid the wrath of Lin Jiufeng and the general appointing platform. Lin Jiufeng used all his strength to control the general appointing platform. The terrifying power transformed into an immortal light that followed behind the heaven measuring ruler like a shadow. It even caught up and struck the heaven measuring ruler. Clang! A crisp sound rang out. The general appointing platform struck the heaven measuring ruler, causing cracks to appear on its surface. Rumble! Then, the heaven measuring ruler directly exploded. It was smashed apart by the general appointing platform. Although the heaven measuring ruler was a replica, it had been nurtured for more than 20,000 years. At this moment, the explosion immediately erupted with incomparable light that swept in all directions indiscriminately. The terrifying might directly made many people shed tears of blood, finding it difficult to face it directly. The immortal splendor after this explosion was too terrifying. Everyone was stunned. Just how powerful was this treasure? It could actually destroy the heaven measuring ruler made from an extremely precious top-grade material in the immortal court? This was definitely something that surpassed the level of an immortal artifact. Otherwise, it wouldn't have such might. The old man with the wooden face spat out blood from his heartache. His body swayed and he couldn't stand steadily. He glared at Lin Jiufeng and screamed. His heart ached when the heaven measuring ruler was smashed apart. This was a treasure that he had nurtured for more than 20,000 years. How many 20,000 years could an immortal live for? Just one. The only treasure that could witness his 20,000 years of life was smashed apart just like that. Therefore, the wooden-faced old man's heart ached. He roared and rushed towards Lin Jiufeng. With a terrifying fury that resembled endless black clouds, he wanted to kill Lin Jiufeng. Lin Jiufeng watched coldly. He thought the same way. He wanted to kill this old man too. So what if you unlocked the 9 restrictions? I have achieved immortal ascension in the secular world. This is a realm much higher than the 9 restrictions of yours. I can still defeat you easily. Lin Jiufeng said coldly. The general appointing platform was displaying its might. An immortal lightning storm attacked. The divine light was dazzling as it directly rushed towards the wooden-faced old man. Lin Jiufeng then roared and waved his most powerful fist in great doubt to kill the wooden-faced old man. Boom! Lin Jiufeng's strike directly sent the wooden-faced old man flying. Even someone as powerful as him, who had unlocked the 9 restrictions, couldn't withstand it at all. Without any suspense, he was sent flying. Moreover, Lin Jiufeng's fist was already prepared. He punched the wooden-faced old man hard. In an instant, divine blood splattered. Glistening divine radiance dyed the world red, and this wasn't the end. Lin Jiufeng grabbed him and injected surging energy into him without hiding anything. I will invite you to disintegrate into the Tao today, Lin Jiufeng shouted. The wooden old man that he grabbed screamed loudly and struggled with all his might, wanting to escape Lin Jiufeng's control. But Lin Jiufeng's hand was like a pair of pliers that firmly locked onto him, preventing the wooden-faced old man from escaping. No, don't. I don't want to disintegrate into the Tao. The wooden-faced old man roared in horror. His Tao heart was in chaos now. Lin Jiufeng looked at him coldly, unmoved by his pleading. The wooden-faced old man screamed loudly, but it was useless. No one could save him. Lin Jiufeng watched coldly. Under his gaze, the wooden-faced old man's entire right arm began to disintegrate into the Tao, rapidly turning into a rain of light. In this rain of light, he truly achieved evolution. He would never have any more troubles in his life. Chapter 301, War in the Celestial Realm, End. The wooden-faced old man was forced to disintegrate into the Tao by Lin Jiufeng. His cultivation base transformed into rain that fell down, looking very beautiful. But this beauty made one feel cold all over, without a trace of warmth, especially in the celestial realm.
The remaining immortals were currently silent from Lin Jiufeng's feet. Disintegrate into the Tao.
This word was something very distant to the immortals in the celestial realm.
After breaking through to the immortal realm, who would be willing to disintegrate into the Tao? Who would want to disintegrate into the Tao? Who could make them disintegrate into the Tao?
The immortals had never thought of this matter. They believed that the so-called Tao disintegration was very, very far away from them. But now, they saw with their own eyes that there was actually someone who could forcefully make them disintegrate into the Tao. Hundreds of ordinary immortals were forced to disintegrate into the Tao together. Even an immortal who had unlocked the 9 restrictions was no exception.
He was also easily disintegrated into the Tao.
The remnants of the immortal court were stunned. Leading this group of remnants were the 7 great elders. Each of them was very domineering, deciding everything in the celestial realm. But now, facing Lin Jiufeng, they had only fought for a short while, but one of them was already dead and the other was seriously injured. What's more, the one who died was one of the most powerful elders.
He couldn't escape the danger of Tao disintegration even after unlocking the 9 restrictions. Raindrops fell from the sky.
Some people raised their heads and looked at the sparkling raindrops, feeling despair in their hearts. You didn't break the threshold of the immortal realm or unlock the 9 restrictions.
Then, why are you so powerful?
An elder's voice trembled as he asked with an ugly expression. The others also wanted to know too.
They stared at Lin Jiufeng, shocked.
Lin Jiufeng stood on the general appointing platform, becoming the center of attention of the entire celestial realm. He answered this question, because when you all break through to the immortal realm, you all chose the path of transcending the tribulation or by transcending the mortal world.
I'm different from you all.
I chose to ascend to an immortal in the secular world. The things that I comprehend and the difficulties that I encounter are 10 or 100 times more difficult than you all.
Isn't it normal for me to be 10 or 100 times stronger than you all after breaking through?
The faces of the immortals in the celestial realm twitched. When they heard this, they were very speechless. Ascending to an immortal in the secular world, this is usually something used to deceive others.
You actually succeeded?
The seriously injured old man in black trembled as he looked at Lin Jiufeng, his face filled with horror.
Yes, that's why I came here.
Lin Jiufeng nodded and looked at them. You've already ascended to an immortal in the secular world. Why are you still targeting our celestial realm?
We've always been aloof from the world, never interfered with the matters of the mortal world, and we've never offended you before. The black-robed old man asked angrily.
Indeed, you lot have never offended me. I haven't even heard of you all before I became an immortal, Lin Jiufeng said honestly. Then why are you targeting the celestial realm and fighting your way in? An old man in green clothes gritted his teeth and asked.
Why? Lin Jiufeng smiled.
There is no love or hatred for no reason in this world. Although we have never met and there is no hatred between us, sometimes, it's exactly like this that the two of us are in a situation where we will fight to the death, Lin Jiufeng said.
Why?
The old man in black asked angrily. Ever since the founding of the celestial realm, we have been standing here, aloof from worldly affairs, the black-robed old man said.
Stand aloof from worldly affairs? Lin Jiufeng smiled. It was disdain, a cold smile, and an angry smile. You lot are aloof from worldly affairs, but have you forgotten how the celestial realm was built? Lin Jiufeng sneered. The remnants of the immortal court looked at Lin Jiufeng.
Their hearts skipped a beat. The establishment of the celestial realm was because you stole the source energies of the main world, causing the main world to lack this source energies and producing a spiritual energy tide. Every few thousand years, the spiritual energy tide would repeat itself. The people of the main world are in distress, but you lot are standing aloof from the world. You don't think it's sarcastic? Your aloofness from worldly affairs comes from exploiting the people of the main world.
Lin Jiufeng sneered and said.
We obtained it with our own capabilities.
What do you mean by stealing?
The old man in black said angrily.
Yes, the weak are prey to the strong. What right does that group of mortals have to enjoy so many source energies of the main world? It belonged to the immortal court in the first place.
As descendants of the immortal court, we naturally have the right to take away the source energy of the world.
The elders of the immortal court said angrily. They thought that Lin Jiufeng was being a busybody.
He actually came to the celestial realm for the sake of mortals and wanted to take back the world's source energies.
Dream on.
Once the source energies of the celestial realm were taken away, the celestial realm would no longer exist. They hated Lin Jiufeng to death for being a busybody. When Lin Jiufeng heard what they said, his brows were tightly furrowed. He was very angry, and his face was livid.
Then, me entering the celestial realm and killing you all now is also just the survival of the fittest, right?
In any case, according to what you all said, it's not wrong for you all to steal the world's source energies. Then, it's also not wrong for me to enter the celestial realm and kill all of you. After all, the weak are prey to the strong.
You lot actually still think that the source energy of the main world belongs to you?
The immortal court has long been wiped out.
You guys aren't high and mighty anymore.
You are just weak immortals who hide in the celestial realm and don't dare to leave.
Yet, you guys even dare to be so arrogant. Who gave you the confidence to do so?
Today, either let me kill all of you and disintegrate you all into the Tao, then crush the celestial realm, or you all obediently hand over all this world's source energies now. There is no third path. Lin Jiufeng stood on the general appointing platform, his clothes fluttering, his expression cold, not giving the other party any extra choice. There were only two paths. As soon as these words came out, the old and young members of the immortal court jumped up in anger.
This wasn't an option, this was forcing them.
All the immortals attacked together. I don't believe that a few thousand immortals won't be enough to kill this fanatic, the old man in black bellowed. He wanted all the immortals to attack Lin Jiufeng together.
But only a portion of people moved. The old and young descendants of the immortal court were very proactive.
They relied on the world's source energies to be carefree, so they naturally wouldn't agree to hand over the world's source energies. But the immortals who had joined later were persuaded by Zhou Qing to rebel.
None of them moved. All of them were watching the show. They even retreated and moved aside, clearly indicating that they didn't want to participate.
While Lin Jiufeng was fighting, Zhou Qing wasn't idle. He brought the spiritual liquid spring to these people and convinced them not to interfere. When these people saw how powerful Lin Jiufeng was, forcing people to disintegrate into the Tao, they no longer had any desire to fight. Now that they saw that Zhou Qing had obtained the spiritual liquid spring that they needed, they agreed without hesitation. Hence, when the old man in black shouted, only the descendants of the immortal court were mobilized. This group of immortals moved away and watched the battle, staying out of it.
Lin Jiufeng didn't need their help.
It was good as long as they didn't attack him too and increase his troubles.
Since you lot don't want to choose, I will choose for you,
Lin Jiufeng said solemnly.
Boom!
Light burst from his entire body as he directly erupted. The general appointing platform also displayed its might and attacked together. In front of him, a blazing light soared, blowing up many ancient mountains in the celestial realm. Large pieces of majestic mountains exploded, great rocks collapsing the clouds. This terrifying energy swept in all directions. Lin Jiufeng stretched out his hand and spread his 5 fingers. When they fell, a huge cage appeared.
Drawing a cage in space.
The world, time, and space were all sealed.
The remnants of the celestial realm were shocked.
They looked around, trying their best to break the seal. But it was useless.
What kind of unforeseen event was this?
Lin Jiufeng and the general appointing platform worked together against these remnants of the immortal court. Then, the rumbling energy surged out from the depths of the earth, erupting with terrifying power. Rubble shot through the air. The immortal light was like raging waves slapping the shore. Boundless chaos exploded, and the ancient mountains were torn apart.
The remnants of the immortal court suffered a huge blow.
Lin Jiufeng wasn't idle either. Behind him, his god's domain spread. In the domain,
music that scared the remnants sounded. First music of the 12 Music of the Gods, Overture of the Gods. When this music sounded, it caused a shock to the remnants of the immortal court. The overture of the gods that descended made these remnants go crazy. The gods. This is the music of the gods. You actually belong to the god race? It's the gods, damn it. They were the ones who destroyed the immortal court. Didn't the gods completely disappear in the long river of history along with the immortal court? The gods, it's actually the gods. Damn it, damn it, damn it. The remnants of the immortal court were angry, terrified, furious, and scared. All sorts of emotions appeared. They were truly afraid of the gods from the bottom of their hearts. It was the gods who had overthrown their immortal court. Many old people had personally witnessed the might of the gods. They thought that by hiding in the celestial realm, they wouldn't be able to encounter the gods. But who would have thought that Lin Jiufeng would actually bring the overture of the gods? Overture of the gods reverberated through the air and landed in the picturesque prison. It made the remnants tremble. They felt very uncomfortable and resisted with difficulty. Lin Jiufeng's expression was solemn. He once again executed a move from the 12 Music of the Gods. 7th Music of the 12 Music of the Gods, Roar of the War God. This was the first time he used this move. The previous enemies weren't worthy for him to use this move, but now, he could use it. After all, the immortal court and the gods were existences that would fight to the death. The immortal court was destroyed by the gods. The immortal court collapsed. The battle between the top powerhouses of the immortal court and the gods was definitely exciting. Among them, Roar of the War God was a mass-killing machine. Behind Lin Jiufeng, a war god appeared. He was dressed in armor and had a determined gaze. His entire body flowed with the radiance of divinity. He was 3,000 feet tall and held a spear. He suddenly roared. Roar! The boiling divine charm was like the raging waves of the sea. It folded hundreds of layers at once and then slapped out. It caused the destruction of the world. This roar directly caused the space to collapse, the chaotic streams to surge, and endless power to spread. Then, it landed on the body of the remnants of the immortal court. Boom! 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 One by one, the remnants of the immortal court directly exploded without any resistance. In front of the roar of the war god, they had no ability to resist at all. At this moment, the celestial realm was torn apart by the roar of the war god. Lin Jiufeng saw the source energies of the main world hidden behind the celestial realm. Something thick and huge, like grains, was gathered together. It was like a resplendent galaxy in the starry sky, surrounding the celestial realm. The remnants of the immortal court, regardless of their strength, instantly exploded at this moment. They had no ability to resist. As for Lin Jiufeng, he gasped for breath. Standing on the general appointing platform, his body turned soft from being empty of energy. This roar directly depleted all the energy in his body. But its might was also pleasing to the eyes. It wiped out this group of remnants who were like parasites. Lin Jiufeng chuckled. As expected, the greatest enemy of the immortal court is the gods. Chapter 302, One of the 9 cauldrons. A great roar sounded, shaking the celestial realm, making these remnants all explode, dying on the spot. This was a terrifying scene that was deeply imprinted in the hearts of the other immortals. A shocking scene. The roar of the war god almost shattered their divine souls. Each of them was shocked. The huge phantom of the war god slowly dissipated. The god's domain, see rising bright moon, and the immortal king attacking the 9 heavens also disappeared together. Lin Jiufeng stood on the general appointing platform and looked around as he slowly floated down and landed. The remnants of the immortal court were shattered by the roar. A huge amount of energy disintegrated into the Tao and fell like rain, diverse and beautiful. This beauty carried a trace of blood. Even though Lin Jiufeng was very weak now, no immortal dared to look him in the eye. They were scared witless. These immortals were really afraid of Lin Jiufeng now.
He single-handedly swept through the celestial realm and killed all the remnants of the immortal court.
Was this something a single human could do?
Only Zhou Qing's face was red with excitement. All his hair stood on end.
He had bet on the right person.
This great Emperor Jiufeng who killed him and resurrected him was really powerful enough to sweep through the celestial realm alone.
He was free. How could Zhou Qing not be excited? Great Emperor Jiufeng, you are too amazing.
Zhou Qing was thrilled as he said loudly.
He was convinced by Lin Jiufeng's strength and almost prostrated himself in worship.
Xuanhuang, who was in the crowd, also watched excitedly.
He was indeed right.
The son of destiny of this era was great Emperor Jiufeng. He was very proud and excited to become friends with great Emperor Jiufeng.
Lin Jiufeng's pores were all absorbing the immortal energy in the air. He recovered some of his energy and put away the general appointing platform.
He landed on the ground and looked at Zhou Qing. From now on, let these immortals leave the celestial realm and enter the mortal realm, Lin Jiufeng said to Zhou Qing.
Zhou Qing nodded. That's not a problem.
Everyone has been trapped here for more than 10,000 years. They all want to leave and go to the outside world.
After leaving the celestial realm, don't allow them to make trouble in the mortal realm. Tell them that I'm from the Unrivalled God Dynasty and that I'm protecting the human race.
If anyone dares to make trouble, I will kill them, Lin Jiufeng said coldly.
Zhou Qing smiled.
Sir, after witnessing your combat power just now, no one will do anything stupid. Even if they enter the mortal world, they will still be obedient.
That's good. Let them leave first. It's time for this celestial realm to be destroyed.
I want to bring the source energies of the world back to the mortal realm and let the mortal realm maintain its peak and restore the glory of the ancient era. Lin Jiufeng nodded and waved Zhou Qing away to handle this matter. Zhou Qing immediately gave the order to the other immortals. Relying on Lin Jiufeng's might, no one dared to disobey him.
Moreover, after staying in the celestial realm for so many years, everyone wanted to go out and take a look, so no one refused.
Zhou Qing had control of the immortal road. He opened the road and let the 1,000 or so immortals go out. Before leaving, Zhou Qing told them all the things to take note of after entering the mortal realm. Then, he said something.
Great Emperor Jiufeng is the great emperor of the human race, the great emperor of the Unrivalled God Dynasty.
You guys should take note of this. The immortals all gasped. No one dared to offend Lin Jiufeng. They had personally witnessed how Lin Jiufeng destroyed the remnants of the immortal court. Even if they had a few more guts, they wouldn't dare to offend Lin Jiufeng. The immortals left one after another, leaving only Xuanhuang and Zhou Qing. Xuanhuang looked at Lin Jiufeng and said happily, "You are becoming stronger and stronger." Lin Jiufeng smiled and answered, "It's been tough on you for the past 3 months." Xuanhuang came here in place of the little white cat. Lin Jiufeng was very grateful to him.
It's not tough at all.
I'm also very honored to see the last of the immortal court's power being wiped out and be a witness to this history. Xuanhuang shook his head and said with a smile, "You and Zhou Qing should go out too. After I recover, I will crush the celestial realm and integrate the source energies of this world into the mortal realm, allowing the main world to return to its previous state like 20,000 years ago. The two of you have to work hard. There are chances for you both to improve. The main world is about to welcome its long-lost peak."
Lin Jiufeng reminded the two of them. We will work hard.
Xuanhuang and Zhou Cheng nodded at the same time and remembered it in their hearts.
Everyone wanted to improve.
After entering the immortal realm, they wanted to break the shackles of the immortal realm, enter the 9 restrictions, and then aim towards the next realm.
This was just human nature.
Lin Jiufeng watched as the two of them left. He looked at the huge celestial realm, only he was left. The distant mountains were in chaos, the sky split open, and this world's source energies were right in front of him. He sat cross-legged in meditation, frantically absorbing the immortal energy to improve himself and reach his next goal. The 9 restrictions. The current Lin Jiufeng wasn't far from unlocking the 9 restrictions, and he had only briefly touched the threshold of the 9 restrictions when using the Wrath of the War God just now.
The wooden-faced old man was able to enter the 9 restrictions by self-mutilating.
He destroyed his own eyes and used his great willpower to break through the 9 restrictions. But this method is very extreme. It's not very suitable for me. I just have to follow the prescribed order and improve myself. I will use my powerful strength and invincible Tao to forcefully unlock the 9 restrictions. While Lin Jiufeng pondered this in his mind, the surging immortal energy entered his body and quickly re-energized him.
His powerful strength returned once again. The 12 music of the gods is indeed powerful.
With a roar, it sapped my strength.
If I were to execute them all, how terrifying would that be?
Lin Jiufeng smiled happily. All this time, he had treated the 12 music of the gods as his trump card. Until now, he still thought so. And the 12 music of the gods didn't disappoint him. The powerful gods actually perished together with the immortal court. It can be seen how terrifying the immortal court was back then. It's far from what these descendants can compare to. Lin Jiufeng wasn't proud of his victory at all. He was very solemn. He even knew very clearly that he was still very weak.
In the current era, he was indeed very powerful. He could be said to be the #1 expert in the current era.
But compared to the immortal court, the god race, and some top powerhouses in history, he was far inferior.
He still needed to continue improving.
Tonight, Lin Jiufeng spent the time cultivating. The next day, when the morning sun rose, Lin Jiufeng reached out and held the first ray of sunlight. Then, he stood up, his aura pouring out from his body. 9 restrictions of the immortal realm.
He unlocked them.
Stepping into the 9 restrictions realm, he opened a new world. Lin Jiufeng was a small character in this world.
There were countless apprehensive paths ahead that he needed to walk on. Next, Lin Jiufeng looked at the cracked void.
Outside the void, a boiling world source surrounded this celestial realm. There were so many source energies in this world, it was no wonder that there was an energy tide in the mortal realm. Now, we have to solve this problem, Lin Jiufeng muttered. But in the very next moment, a line of words appeared before his eyes.
Do you want to sign in before the source energy of the world? Lin Jiufeng wasn't surprised. He said, sign in. Sign in successful.
Received one of the 9 cauldrons.
Lin Jiufeng's expression froze. What treasure was this? He quickly checked the information.
In the distant era, there was a celestial who created the 9 cauldrons to suppress the source energy of the world. But later on, due to the war and various reasons, the 9 cauldrons shattered and disappeared.
This was one of them.
This was the only message, but it revealed many things. In the distant era of the past, there was a celestial who created the 9 cauldrons to suppress the source energy of the world.
What era was this distant era from? Also, why did the 9 cauldrons disappear?
Lin Jiufeng needed to investigate these problems thoroughly.
He took a deep breath. We will investigate the problem in the future.
The most important thing now is to keep this cauldron and then return to the mortal realm with the source energies of the main world.
Dawn. In the very next moment, a huge bronze cauldron appeared in the air.
It was ancient and majestic, and its design was retro.
It was very different from the modern cauldron.
There were mountains and rivers carved on it, the mountains and rivers of the mortal realm. Lin Jiufeng reached out and grabbed it. True chi seeped into the core area, and he instantly saw an ancient continent.
One of the 9 provinces of the ancient era. The 9 cauldrons represented the 9 provinces.
At the core of each cauldron was a continent, which was the source energy of the 9 cauldrons.
Lin Jiufeng refined this cauldron and threw it into this world's source energy. Absorb.
Lin Jiufeng shouted coldly.
Rumble. The cauldron frantically absorbed this world's source energy.
The vast source energy entered the core of the cauldron obediently, like a child who had encountered his mother. The source energy that surrounded the celestial realm was slowly shrinking. Bit by bit, the source energies were absorbed by the cauldron in front of Lin Jiufeng. The crack in the celestial realm's sky became even larger. It was as if it had been torn apart. Seeing this, Lin Jiufeng said, "The establishment of the celestial realm itself is a mistake. This mistake has lasted for more than 10,000 years, it's time to correct it.
Ka ka ka.
The tear in the celestial realm continued.
At this moment, the mountains and rivers directly collapsed, turning into pure source energy that was absorbed into the cauldron. The celestial realm transformed into pure source energy.
Lin Jiufeng stood in the starry sky. Beneath him was the vast main world. The galaxy was vast and silent. When the cauldron absorbed the last wisp of the celestial realm's source energy and returned to Lin Jiufeng's hand, it quickly shrank, becoming a unique small tripod.
Lin Jiufeng returned to the mortal realm with it.
Chapter 303, Detailed Discussions. Descending from the starry sky, Lin Jiufeng returned to the imperial capital with the world's source energy. Standing outside the imperial capital, he saw the intensity of the world's energy tide. The wind and clouds surged. The spiritual energy in the air was surging, and immortal energy was born.
Moreover, it was increasing every moment.
It seems that the influence of the 1,000 immortals entering the mortal realm directly pushed the recovery of the spiritual energy to its peak. Lin Jiufeng's eyes were sharp as he discovered some clues. It had only been 100 years since the recovery of spiritual energy started. According to the usual pattern, the recovery of spiritual energy at this time should have only reached 1/3 of its peak. It was far from being this powerful. But this era was different from the previous eras. In the previous eras, there were neither myriad races nor immortals descending into this world. Most importantly, no one like Lin Jiufeng came out to stabilize the situation. There were geniuses and heaven-defying freaks in every era, but there wouldn't be a Xuanhuang God Dynasty in every era. There wouldn't be common people receiving comprehensive education, nor would there be martial temples of all sizes built throughout the world. The rise of a freak-like genius could only affect the few people around him, it couldn't affect the world. However, Lin Jiufeng's rise was different. He had always supported the Xuanhuang God Dynasty to eliminate difficulties, resist dangers, and protect the people. Under the efforts of several generations of emperors, the Xuanhuang God Dynasty also became more prosperous by the day, constantly reforming its own problems.
Lin Jiufeng dared to say that the reforms of the Xuanhuang God Dynasty were unprecedented.
Especially the martial temple. This was established by Emperor De. Ever since Emperor De ascended to the throne, he had been constantly investing in the martial temple hugely, spreading the martial temple to every corner of the Xuanhuang God Dynasty. In the big cities, there were large martial temples with thousands of disciples. In the remote mountain areas, there would also be a martial temple built within the region. The only difference was its size. These martial temples weren't under the jurisdiction of the officials. The martial temples in the world directly accepted the jurisdiction of the biggest martial temple, which was the one built outside the imperial capital. Each martial temple had 2 assessments a year. Once the students passed the assessment, they would be able to enter a higher-level martial temple. The mobility of talents broke the established class system that had existed since ancient times. It allowed the common people at the bottom to see hope and actively send their children to the martial temple to learn. It wasn't just the boys. The girls also changed their status of being locked at home. Especially under the unbridled publicity of Princess Yulin of the Xuanhuang God Dynasty, there was a significant increase in the status of women, which was unprecedented. These continuous reforms and the martial temples that spread throughout the world intensified the recovery of spiritual energy. This was also why Lin Jiufeng had always said that as long as Emperor De persevered, his historical status and his influence on the reform of this world would definitely surpass Emperor Yuan's.
Emperor Yuan was the pioneer of reforming the decaying Xuanhuang God Dynasty.
He was the first emperor to face the huge pressure of the reforms. There was no need to go into detail about his achievements in the world. Emperor Ming succeeded the dynasty and did a good job, but he couldn't surpass Emperor Yuan. He also made mistakes subsequently. Although he corrected them in time, he died young. The great cause wasn't completed, and the reforms were still continuing.
Emperor De stood forward at such a time.
His reform path continued the path of Emperor Yuan and Emperor Ming. Logically speaking, he shouldn't be able to surpass them either. But once the martial temple appeared, it was an unprecedented reform. especially when Emperor Di insisted on making the martial temples completely free and teaching the children even during the most difficult times of the Yuhua God Dynasty. This achievement was also one of the reasons why the recovery of spiritual energy had reached its peak. The geniuses of the Yuhua God Dynasty were simply uncountable. Every day, many people broke through to the false immortal realm. Every day, there were people coming close to the immortal realm. Every day, countless young children entered the martial temple, looking forward to becoming immortals as soon as possible and contributing to the Yuhua God Dynasty. This was a virtuous cycle. This was also the wealth of the Yuhua God Dynasty. Lin Jiufeng wasn't afraid at all when he released the 1,000 immortals in the celestial realm. Because as the recovery of the spiritual energy reached its peak, in less than a week, the number of immortals belonging to the Yuhua God Dynasty would definitely surpass them. This was the confidence of a broad era. As the recovery had reached its peak, part of the spiritual energy transformed into immortal energy. The world was huge, and countless people felt that the shackles above their heads had been broken. The true immortal realm wasn't far from them. All of them were excited and worked hard towards their goal. In Lin Jiufeng's range of perception, hundreds of people broke through to the immortal realm at this moment. The portion of immortal energy in the spiritual energy of the world became active and constantly increased. Lin Jiufeng smiled. Not bad. The more powerhouses there are, the more useful they will be to this era. In the future, I won't have to take charge of the Yuhua God Dynasty anymore. Everyone can be of use. He stopped paying attention to these things. As soon as he walked into the imperial capital, he immediately sensed Xuanhuang and Zhou Qing. Lin Jiufeng wasn't surprised that Zhou Qing was also here. Zhou Chang and Xuanhuang became neighbors. They lived in the imperial capital and observed this familiar yet also unfamiliar world. Lin Jiufeng didn't disturb them. As long as they didn't cause trouble, the Yuhua God Dynasty welcomed anyone. Everyone could come to the Yuhua God Dynasty and settle down there. The world was prosperous, all races lived together, and the Tao of the human race was at its peak. This was the goal that the Yuhua God Dynasty was working hard to achieve. It was also Emperor Di's slogan. Lin Jiufeng returned to the cold palace. Pushing open the door of the cold palace, he immediately saw a beautiful flower of this mortal realm. Bai Mauer. She was wearing a water-sleeve dress with light blue patterns, making her look pure and flawless. The little white cat was reading with her head lowered. Her hanging temples made her look more like a married woman. Sitting there, she was like the most beautiful flower in the world, graceful and flawless. The sound of the door opening startled her. She raised her head, and a trace of surprise flashed in her beautiful eyes. She quickly put down the book, ran to Lin Jiufeng, and threw herself into his arms. "You're finally back," Bai Mauer said sweetly. Lin Jiufeng hugged her and smiled gently. "Don't worry, I'm invincible. No one can hurt me." Bai Mauer clung to Lin Jiufeng's body, refusing to let go. These days, she missed Lin Jiufeng all the time. She was worried that something would happen to Lin Jiufeng, but she also felt that there wouldn't be a problem. She felt conflicted. In the end, she forced herself to read and immersed herself in it, reducing her longing for Lin Jiufeng. Seeing her like this, Lin Jiufeng reached out and gave her a princess hug, letting her jade arms wrap around his neck. Then, he strode into the room. "I miss you too," Lin Jiufeng said. Boom! The door closed. Bai Mauer's charming voice sounded, causing one's heart to waver for a long time. Lin Jiufeng came back to accompany Bai Mauer for a night to relieve her worry. The next morning, Lin Jiufeng ate the breakfast that she prepared. Bai Mauer was like a flower that had been watered, blooming beautifully. She sat down close to Lin Jiufeng and asked softly, "Has the celestial realm been destroyed?" It was too intense last night, she forgot to ask and only remembered now. "It's destroyed. I've already brought back the source energies of the celestial realm. They are all in this small cauldron." Lin Jiufeng took out the cauldron and placed it on the table. It was one of the 9 cauldrons. Although it had become smaller, the weight of history on it didn't decrease at all. Bai Mauer looked at it solemnly and said hesitantly, "This cauldron. I seem to have seen it in my bloodline.
Lin Jiufeng looked at her beautiful face and asked curiously, "Have you really seen it before?" Bai Mao nodded and replied affirmatively, "Other cauldrons don't have this aura. Those who have seen it will definitely have a photographic memory. I'm sure that I've seen it before. It was at the moment I transformed. I've seen your bloodline too."
"There's no image of the 9 cauldrons in it," Lin Jiufeng said hesitantly.
"No. Not there. It's deep in the bloodline, in the sea of blood."
Bai Mao shook her head.
Lin Jiufeng became serious.
He had seen the depths of Bai Mao's bloodline and saw the sea of blood, but he didn't enter the sea of blood, so he didn't see what Bai Mao said. "But the cauldron I saw was broken,"
Bai Mao added. "Broken?"
Lin Jiufeng's expression changed slightly. He knew that the 9 cauldrons were forged a long time ago. Later on, due to the battles, they disappeared. He didn't know if they were still intact. The cauldron that he signed into was unscathed. But that didn't mean that the other 8 cauldrons were still intact.
"How many cauldrons did you see in the sea of blood?" Lin Jiufeng asked solemnly.
"1, and it was broken, but I can still feel the heavy feeling on it. It's lying quietly under the sea of blood," Bai Mao said quietly. "It was shattered and lying quietly under the sea of blood." Lin Jiufeng's heart trembled for some reason. He didn't know why, but he looked at the unscathed cauldron in front of him, and his heart fluctuated a little.
"Don't worry. As I break through and become stronger, I will definitely be able to find the source of my bloodline." Bai Mao grabbed Lin Jiufeng's hand and comforted him.
"I've always had a feeling that the scenes that I've seen in my bloodline really exist in a certain place, so we have a chance to investigate it thoroughly,"
she added.
"Then, you have to work hard to become stronger." Lin Jiufeng smiled gently at her.
Bai Mao smiled and said, "I will work hard.
I must catch up to your pace.
I won't be far behind you."
Lin Jiufeng reached out and pulled Bai Mao into his embrace. He said, "When the world is stable and under the witness and blessings of countless people, I will marry you and make you my wife."
Bai Mao leaned on Lin Jiufeng's chest and listened to his surging heartbeat.
For some reason, she felt peaceful.
"Then what are you going to do next?" Bai Mao asked Lin Jiufeng.
Lin Jiufeng looked at the cauldron and said, "I need to release these source energies stored here and restore this world to its peak like 20,000 years ago.
From then on, the spiritual energy tide won't repeat and will always be at its peak." "How are you going to release it?" Bai Mao asked curiously. "Nothing troublesome. Most of the land in the world now belongs to the Xuanhuang God Dynasty. I just need to bury the cauldron under the imperial capital of the Xuanhuang God Dynasty and then let the source energies and the destiny of the dynasty stack together. This way, the geniuses of the Xuanhuang God Dynasty will definitely advance by leaps and bounds and write a glorious piece in this era," Lin Jiufeng said longingly. In fact, he could have chosen to devour the world's source energies himself. Then, he would definitely be able to cross the 9 restrictions of the immortal realm and advance to the next unfathomable realm. But Lin Jiufeng didn't do so. He chose to return the world's source energy to this world and the future young people. If an era wanted to be glorious, it required the stars to be resplendent and dazzling throughout the world. Just the glory of a single person wasn't enough. Moreover, Lin Jiufeng couldn't support a god dynasty by himself forever. Therefore, by letting the world's source energy return to its rightful place, many geniuses would appear and accompany the Xuanhuang God Dynasty in reforming this world. Under the little white cat's gaze, Lin Jiufeng buried the cauldron in the soil of the cold palace. Then, a line of words appeared before Lin Jiufeng's eyes. "Released the world's source energy. Do you want to sign in?" Lin Jiufeng nodded. "Sign in successful. Received a Xuanhuang immortal robe." Lin Jiufeng had signed in before to this. This defensive immortal artifact is quite useful. His Xuanhuang immortal robe had been destroyed when he was in the celestial realm. It blocked many attacks for him. Now that he had signed in for another one, Lin Jiufeng was naturally very happy. But he didn't keep this Xuanhuang immortal robe for himself. Instead, he gave it to Bai Mao. The current Lin Jiufeng no longer needed the Xuanhuang immortal robe. His defense was already powerful enough.
For example, the title of Real Man was more useful to him than the Yuhua Immortal Robe. There was nothing more powerful than this title. Hence, Lin Jiufeng took out the Yuhua Immortal Robe and handed it to Bai Mao. He said, "This is an immortal artifact called the Yuhua Immortal Robe. Wear it on you and you can transform it as you please. It's quite a good item. Don't you need it?" Bai Mao asked. "I don't need it. This won't be of much help to me." Lin Jiufeng shook his head. Seeing this, Bai Mao didn't refuse. She took the Yuhua Immortal Robe and changed into it. "Do you still have anything to do next?" Bai Mao asked Lin Jiufeng. "Next, I want to investigate the matter between the Immortal Court and the God race back then." Lin Jiufeng thought for a while and said. He and Bai Mao had long shared everything between them. Other than the secret of signing in, she knew everything about Lin Jiufeng. Lin Jiufeng also knew everything about her. "Where are you going to start investigating from? It's been 20,000 years, there's no information about it at all now." Bai Mao asked in puzzlement. "There's a place I can start from. 1,000 immortals came out of the celestial realm this time. They have all lived in the celestial realm for more than 10,000 years, so they definitely know a lot of secrets. I'll go and ask around, I will be able to gain a lot of information from them," Lin Jiufeng said. "No wonder I felt a violent fluctuation in the world's spiritual energy the day before yesterday. So it's because 1,000 immortals appeared." Bai Mao was enlightened. The spiritual energy in the world fluctuated previously. She was an immortal, so she definitely sensed it immediately. Their appearance has accelerated the recovery of the world's spiritual energy. The recovery of the world's spiritual energy has already reached a peak. With the return of the world's source energy, the appearance of this world will change drastically, Lin Jiufeng said. For the Yuhua God Dynasty, this is also a chance and a challenge. I won't interfere, but because these immortals are afraid of me, the safety of the Yuhua God Dynasty won't be a problem. Lin Jiufeng added. I sensed it. Just today, hundreds of people from the Yuhua God Dynasty have already become immortals. Every day from now on, there will be people reaching the immortal realm. Those 1,000 immortals are still too weak to stir up a storm. Bai Mao was very confident in the Yuhua God Dynasty. So was Lin Jiufeng. Chapter 304, The Story of the Immortal Court and the God Race. It was very quiet in the Yuhua God Dynasty. The increase of 1,000 immortals really had no effect on the Yuhua God Dynasty at all. It didn't cause any waves. Especially when there were people breaking through from the false immortal realm every moment and becoming a true immortal. To the Yuhua God Dynasty, it could truly suppress the world now. Not only was there Lin Jiufeng, but there was also a large group of geniuses. The speed at which these geniuses broke through to the immortal realm was far beyond what the myriad races could compare to. In the myriad races, a few people would break through to the immortal realm every day. On the better days, there would be around 10 people who broke through to the immortal realm. But how could this compare to the hundreds of people in the Yuhua God Dynasty who broke through to the immortal realm every day? Moreover, this was just the beginning. Only when the martial temples fully exerted their strength and the young people of the entire country started working hard would the potential of the Yuhua God Dynasty be completely exploited. Back then, Emperor De withstood the objections and established the martial temple. He truly achieved a long-term strategy. Grooming talents was a long-term project. Education is the #1 policy for a nation to become strong. On this foundation, Emperor De surpassed the contributions of any previous emperor. He would be known as one of the wisest emperors throughout history. The people of the Yuhua God Dynasty also called the recent 3 emperors the 3 emperors of revival. The 3 emperors started with Emperor Yuan and reached the peak with Emperor De. Now, the Yuhua God Dynasty had a terrifying powerhouse like Lin Jiufeng to suppress the world. There were also the martial temples, constantly producing countless powerhouses. The people of the world were improving by the day. Because the immortals groomed by the martial temples supported Emperor De, Emperor De's reforms were still continuing. The reforms went deep into every corner of the society and considered the benefits of the common people. All those things that were harmful to the common people were reformed.
The imperial court managed the Yuhua God dynasty in an orderly manner. As for the emancipation of the women of the Yuhua God dynasty, it also started with Princess Yulin breaking through to the immortal realm and becoming the first female immortal of the Yuhua God dynasty.
Then, the number of female immortals who broke through to the immortal realm began to increase. Although they weren't as many as men, there were still a certain number of them. At the very least, they were working towards the independence of women. This was a good start. The immortals who came from the martial temple were very respectful to Emperor De, who had a low cultivation base. Every student of the martial temple had received Emperor De's great grace. Moreover, when receiving education, patriotic education was one of the compulsory subjects. Every immortal had a good understanding of the state of affairs of the dynasty. They knew that the reforms that Emperor De had implemented over the years were all about people and benevolence. Hence, although they had broken through to the immortal realm, when these people saw Emperor De, they would willingly bow and have an audience with him in the manner of officials, giving Emperor De, the emperor who worked hard for the dynasty, their own respect. How could such a divine dynasty not last long? How could it not be glorious? The myriad races really extinguished their thoughts of competing for glory with the Yuhua God dynasty. How were they supposed to compete? The number of immortals in the myriad races both on the surface and in secret only numbered a few thousand when added up. But the Yuhua God dynasty caught up to this number in just 10 days, and it was still increasing. Could they win against the Yuhua God dynasty? The population base was huge. Once they completely displayed the advantage of the population, the terrifying energy that would erupt from them was something that no one could match. Therefore, the myriad races extinguished their thoughts of competing for glory and began to learn the methods of the Kunlun Mountains. They merged with the Yuhua God dynasty and took the initiative to join the Yuhua God dynasty before the Yuhua God dynasty completely rose up in power. They became a member of the Yuhua God dynasty and enjoyed the advantage of the Yuhua God dynasty. Race after race began to surrender and came to see Emperor De, taking the initiative to join the Yuhua God dynasty. The great integration of the myriad races began to become complete in this era. Emperor De welcomed them. After they joined the Yuhua God dynasty's side, Emperor De didn't ask them to pay much of a price. He only asked them to reform their cultures. The children of the younger generation were to enroll in the martial temple to learn the knowledge of the martial temple. As the students of the Yuhua God dynasty, they were to receive a patriotic education and the ideals of treating the common people well. When these races joined in, they also had to completely follow the management system of the Yuhua God dynasty, freeing the slaves, assisting the poor, improving the roads, and improving the facilities. They fully sided with the Yuhua God dynasty. From culture to custom, from the higher-ups to the common people. The Yuhua God dynasty would lead the reforms, abandon the old shackles, embrace the new culture, learn the words of the Yuhua God dynasty, and learn the thoughts of the Yuhua God dynasty. Emperor De didn't have any hope of changing those who had already formed a complete worldview, but he wanted to influence the children of the next generation of the myriad races. Those teenage children and newborn babies were Emperor De's goal. The education of these children had to start from a young age. Generations of people would grow up and then age. There would always be people growing and also people aging. Emperor De only needed to catch the young people of every generation and nurture them, instilling in them the ideals that they were all the people of the Yuhua God dynasty. In less than 2 generations, the myriad races would completely integrate into the Yuhua God dynasty. From the fundamental, he would destroy the possibility of the myriad races rebelling. There were also wise people among the myriad races who saw through this scheme, but facing the glorious situation of the Yuhua God dynasty, they were very powerless in their hearts. The Yuhua God dynasty didn't even need to use Lin Jiufeng, and it was already enough to make the myriad races fear it. As for the immortals who came from the celestial realm, they thought that they were top existences in this world. Although they were unable to act fearlessly due to the restrictions of great Emperor Jiufeng, as long as they didn't provoke the Yuhua God dynasty, it was still very comfortable. Moreover, even if they had provoked some humans, the Yuhua God dynasty was so big, how could great Emperor Jiufeng know everything that happened? But who would have thought such a situation would happen? After they descended to the mortal realm, the world was overturned. Immortals emerged endlessly, and incomparably powerful strength erupted from them. They suddenly discovered that after spending more than 10,000 years in the celestial realm, the mortal realm had become unfamiliar to them. At the very least, it wasn't the mortal realm that they thought it was.
When these factors were stacked together, they created the incomparable ruling power of the Xuanhuang God Dynasty.
Compared to the disturbances of the outside world where the world had completely entered the era of immortals, the cold palace was relatively very quiet. Lin Jiufeng and Bai Mauer lived here quietly just by themselves. After accompanying Bai Mauer for a few days to ease her longing for him, Lin Jiufeng went to look for Xuanhuang.
Xuanhuang lived in seclusion in the imperial capital.
Compared to the newly broken through immortals who were high-spirited, prosperous, and in the limelight, Xuanhuang was much more low-key. He enjoyed living an ordinary and quiet life as a nameless person. Especially with the addition of a neighbor, Zhou Chang. The two of them gathered together when they had nothing to do and chatted about their respective pasts. In the 3 months in the immortal realms, they became companions and good friends. Their personalities and their experiences were very similar. Xuanhuang had once made a mistake. He betrayed the human race and joined the ranks of the God of Darkness. Zhou Chang also made mistakes and became the lackey of the immortal court's descendants, serving them for more than 10,000 years. Now, they had realized the error of their ways and were tired of their former lives. They had experienced the trials and tribulations of the world, and their mentalities were completely different from that of young immortals. They chose to live in seclusion peacefully. Lin Jiufeng came to look for Xuanhuang. He found him in his courtyard, cooking a delicious meal and preparing to eat with Zhou Chang. Knock, knock, knock. Lin Jiufeng arrived and knocked on the door. Seeing that it was Lin Jiufeng, Xuanhuang opened the door to the courtyard in surprise. He said happily, "Great Emperor Jiufeng, your presence truly graces my humble house." "Great Emperor Jiufeng, shall we have a drink together?" Zhou Chang invited Lin Jiufeng. Lin Jiufeng nodded in agreement. "Sure, it just so happens that I have something to ask you guys too. I'll ask as I drink. As long as it's something that I know, I will definitely tell you everything." Zhou Chang patted his chest and agreed. Xuanhuang took out the wine and said proudly, "These are all good wines that have been around for 10,000 years. I personally buried them back then. It's been 10,000 years, they are peerless grade wine now." "You can still find wine that's 10,000 years old?" Lin Jiufeng asked curiously. Xuanhuang smiled helplessly. "I found the wine from 10,000 years ago, but I couldn't find my family and friends from 10,000 years ago. There was no trace of them at all. They disappeared in the long river of history. It's been more than 10,000 years. Too many things have been buried in history. Back then, my family members also passed away one after another. I had nothing holding me back in the mortal realm, that's why I joined the celestial realm." Zhou Chang laughed at himself. "Then let's toast to the people who have existed in the past but disappeared. Although they have disappeared, they will never disappear in our hearts. They will definitely continue to exist in the future." Lin Jiufeng raised the wine cup. The wine in the cup was crystal clear and light blue. After experiencing the baptism of time, its taste became increasingly delicious. The three of them raised their cups and drank the wine in one gulp. After 3 rounds of drinks, Zhou Chang asked Lin Jiufeng, "Great Emperor Jiufeng, what do you want to ask me?" Lin Jiufeng looked at Zhou Chang and said, "I want to know about the true immortal court and the god race." "Tell me whatever you know." The true immortal court and the god race, Zhou Chang smacked his lips and fell into his memories. Actually, speaking of which, in the celestial realm, there are very few people who know the true grudges between the immortal court and the god race, including that group of remnants. Most of them were born at the end of the era of the immortal court. When they were slightly more mature, the war between the immortal court and the god race had already ended. At that time, the true powerhouses of the immortal court had already been wiped out. The god race were fully killed too. According to this situation, the immortal court could have continued to recover. After waiting for a few thousand years, it could have suppressed the world again. But at that time, an old man came to the immortal court. He suppressed the immortal court with his lone strength and wiped out the last of the immortal court's powerhouses. He even shattered the immortal court. It was at that time that those descendants saw that the immortal court could no longer be saved. They stole the world's source energy and escaped. They built the celestial realm and then recruited me. Zhou Qing shared everything he knew. He explained it clearly. Lin Jiufeng and Xuanhuang listened attentively. The old man who destroyed the immortal court is called Elder Universe, right? Lin Jiufeng asked. Zhou Qing nodded. I also heard it from the remnants of the immortal court. They have a deep taboo against this name, so when you mentioned Elder Universe previously, my reaction was very big. It's because they told me these things. Lin Jiufeng nodded. He knew that Elder Universe had destroyed the immortal court. But later on, he learned that the main destruction of the immortal court was in the hands of the god race. At that time, he was puzzled as to why Elder Universe had said that he destroyed the immortal court. Now that he heard Zhou Qing's explanation, it turned out that after the war between the god race and the immortal court, the god race had yet to completely destroy the immortal court. Some of the powerhouses of the immortal court remained. This also proved that the immortal court back then was really powerful. The god race did their best, but they weren't able to completely eliminate the imperial court. If it wasn't for Elder Universe delaying the recovery of the immortal court by a few thousand years, then the myriad races wouldn't have been able to develop. Hence, it was also possible for Elder Universe to say that he could crush the immortal court. Then, how much do you know about the immortal court and the god race? Lin Jiufeng asked curiously. I did read some records about the god race in the books in the celestial realm. The god race is a very huge race. They have two major factions, light and darkness. They are like the front and the back of a world, or maybe they are yin and yang. Light and darkness don't deal with each other, but for the sake of the immortal court, they actually join forces to resist the immortal court together, Zhou Qing said. Light and darkness. Lin Jiufeng drank a mouthful of wine. Yes, I know that too. For example, the previous god of darkness. He was originally the god of light, but after the immortal court was destroyed, for some reason, he gathered a lot of dark energy and ultimately transformed into the god of darkness. After he fell into depravity, his strength became stronger, Xuanhuang chimed in. I know that. I killed him with my own hands. He's indeed very dark. Lin Jiufeng nodded. How many powerhouses are there in the immortal court? Lin Jiufeng asked curiously. It's recorded in the immortal court that there was a lord of the immortal court, 4 great emperors, and 38 combat generals. These were all top powerhouses, and there were also countless powerhouses below them. At that time, the immortal court was really high and mighty. This was also the reason why the group of remnants of the immortal court was so lofty and proud, Zhou Qing said. But it has already been destroyed now, Lin Jiufeng said. The remnants of the immortal court were too weak, but they were still acting high and mighty. They couldn't even defeat him, so how could they recover the immortal court? If the immortal court relied on them to recover, that would really be the greatest joke in the world. Why did the immortal court and the god race have a conflict that caused the light gods and dark gods to actually join forces to resist? Lin Jiufeng asked, puzzled. This was something he didn't understand. Competing for territory? Or competing for control of the world? Zhou Qing guessed. He shook his head, not knowing. I didn't find any answers in the books in the celestial realm. When I asked the remnants of the celestial realm, they didn't tell me. I felt that they didn't know either. This is a secret that only the higher-ups of the immortal court know. Zhou Qing added. Some of the old and young descendants of the immortal court survived. Then didn't anyone from the god race survive too? Lin Jiufeng asked, puzzled. Didn't the god of darkness survive? Xuanhuang asked with a smile. He doesn't count. Lin Jiufeng shook his head. When the god of darkness was in power, that was during the era of the myriad races. Moreover, he had clearly betrayed the god race. The key was that he was probably still young when the god race was fighting with the immortal court, just like the remnants of the immortal court. The remnants have also discussed this problem, Zhou Qing said. What's the outcome of the discussion? Lin Jiufeng looked at Zhou Qing curiously. Xuanhuang was also very curious. The outcome of the discussion is that the group of people from the god race back then has completely disappeared with the counterattack of the immortal court. But the bloodline of the god race should have been passed down, it's just that we don't know where it is, Zhou Qing said.
The bloodline from the god race has been passed down? Lin Jiufeng's eyes lit up.
It was good if the bloodline of the god race had been passed down. If this bloodline still existed, he would be able to find it and continue investigating the sealed history of the past. Listen to the past of the immortal court and the god race.
Do you want to sign in?
A line of words suddenly appeared in front of Lin Jiufeng's eyes.
He was stunned. He could even sign into this?
It seemed that this piece of history really had a lot of significance.
Chapter 305, Inviting God. Sign in successful.
Received a map of the god race village. These words appeared before Lin Jiufeng's eyes. His expression changed and he was surprised. Just now, he was still talking about whether there were any descendants of the god race being passed down. Now, he signed in for this map. Even the heavens were helping him. In a good mood, Lin Jiufeng picked up his wine cup and drank it in one gulp. Then, he continued to chat with Zhou Qing and Xuanhuang. After 3 rounds of drinking, the effect of the 10,000-year-old wine was quite strong.
They didn't resist the wine effect forcefully.
Therefore, the faces of the 3 people turned slightly red. Their mood was quite high at his moment. Xuanhuang looked at Lin Jiufeng and gave him a thumbs up. It's really the blessing of this era for a person like Great Emperor Jiufeng to exist in this era.
Zhou Cheng nodded and agreed.
That's right. In the previous eras of spiritual energy recovery, I came down to ferry immortals into the celestial realm and witnessed the tragic state of the era of spiritual energy recovery.
It's completely incomparable to the current prosperity. Lin Jiufeng waved his hand. This era wasn't created by me alone.
It was built by the millions of officials and common people of the Unrivalled God Dynasty.
There's no need to be humble. We can still see this clearly. Without Great Emperor Jiufeng, there wouldn't be the Unrivalled God Dynasty.
Zhou Qing shook his head. He took a sip of wine, his eyes dazed as if he was looking back at the previous eras. I clearly remember that 5,000 years ago, when I came out to recruit the immortals and stood on the immortal road to look at the mortal world, it was really a purgatory.
Cultivators ran amok.
A single battle could destroy hundreds of thousands of common people and bring disaster to the people.
In an era of spiritual energy recovery, large numbers of ordinary people died.
Whether it was intentional or not, even if they were hundreds of miles away, the aftershocks of a battle could sweep the common people away. What's more, the common people had no one to complain to or ask for support, Zhou Qing said. Lin Jiufeng and Xuanhuang were speechless.
This is what I respect the most about Great Emperor Jiufeng. To the common people, the national policy that the Unrivalled God Dynasty has set up is simply a paradise in the mortal world. It's harmonious and beautiful. In such a magnificent era, the Unrivalled God Dynasty not only protected the common people but also gave the common people hope. It nurtured so many immortals and practically gave all of the people a chance to cultivate. Through the river of time, this is a type of broad-mindedness that only Great Emperor Jiufeng has. Xuanhuang toasted Lin Jiufeng.
Lin Jiufeng drank it all in one gulp. He smiled slightly and said, "You guys are praising me so much that I'm embarrassed.
I've always insisted on a dream, and that is that everyone will become talented. Everyone has a chance to become talented. In such a good era, the world of the living shouldn't become a purgatory. The world of the living should be filled with benign competition. Even the common people at the bottom of society have a chance of becoming immortals. Although talent is needed, the Unrivalled God Dynasty is nurturing them for free, allowing the bottom-level people, who have been ignored by countless people in the past, to truly erupt with a huge amount of energy." Zhou Qing and Xuanhuang listened attentively. It was obvious that they were very interested in Lin Jiufeng's words. Because since ancient times, there had never been a dynasty that did this. This was very new and attractive to them. The might of an individual's strength is an individual's matter.
But for a nation and a dynasty to be powerful, they need to be powerful from top to bottom.
What is the most common thing in this era? Cultivators? Myriad races? Cultivation techniques? Or aristocratic families? The most common thing is humans. Common and extremely ordinary humans. They are farmers who have lived their entire lives in the yellow soil and facing the sky. They are the common people at the bottom who have lived a very bitter life and can't see hope. There are hundreds of millions of them, but they have never been taken seriously. They are treated as leeks and reaped back and forth. If the Yuhua God Dynasty continues to learn from its predecessors, it will be seeking death. The Yuhua God Dynasty needs to be reformed, so from Emperor Yuan onwards, I have been silently supporting from behind the scenes. I believe that the future of the Yuhua God Dynasty will definitely be in the hands of these people. This is because their base numbers are huge. Once their wisdom is developed and has channels to improve, the mortal world will also surpass the so-called immortal court and the so-called celestial realm. The mortal realm will be equal to paradise. Lin Jiufeng said firmly. His ideals, Emperor Di's ideals, and the Yuhua God Dynasty's ideals. It was all written into the new laws of the Yuhua God Dynasty. Zhou Chang and Xuanhuang's blood boiled as they listened. They had no doubt that these words were true. Because this was what the Yuhua God Dynasty had always been doing and was doing it beautifully. They weren't people with vision disorder, nor were they people with incomplete intelligence. With their own judgment, they could see how the lives of the ordinary people were. And the channels for them to improve in this era. Currently, hundreds of people in the Yuhua God Dynasty were breaking through to the immortal realm every day. Many of them were the children of the common people who were once at the bottom. If it weren't for the Yuhua God Dynasty and Lin Jiufeng, they would still be at the bottom of the food chain now. They would continue to live the lives of their ancestors and live tough lives. One day, they might accidentally pass away. You too, you are currently living in seclusion in the Yuhua God Dynasty. Do I have the honor to invite you two to join the Yuhua God Dynasty and contribute to the human race and the most difficult dream of this world? Seeing that the two were excited, Lin Jiufeng decisively sent out an invitation, inviting them to join the Yuhua God Dynasty. Xuanhuang and Zhou Qing weren't ordinary immortals. They had cultivated in the immortal realm for a long time. Although they hadn't broken through the threshold to the next realm, it would be simple for them to break through soon in the current era. If they joined the Yuhua God Dynasty, the strength of the Yuhua God Dynasty would rise to another level. Zhou Chang and Xuanhuang looked at each other. Hearing Lin Jiufeng's invitation, the two of them smiled at each other. Then, they raised their wine cups and said, "We accept." Lin Jiufeng laughed out loud. He was in a good mood. He raised his wine cup and clinked it with theirs, then drank it all in one gulp. You two can go and look for Emperor Di tomorrow. Tell him that I recommended you to go there and arranged for you two to go to the martial temple to manage it. There are more and more immortals now, and the management of the martial temple also needs to keep up with the times. You guys are just in time to nurture the countless people at the bottom and let their children become dragons and phoenixes. Lin Jiufeng got up, arranged their duties for them, and then turned to leave. Lin Jiufeng already knew what he wanted to know. In addition, he also received a map. To Lin Jiufeng, he had enjoyed his meal. He didn't plan to continue disturbing Zhou Qing and Xuanhuang. The key was that he had finished drinking the good wine and therefore left chicly. Zhou Chang and Xuanhuang looked at each other. I've never been a teacher before, but I'm looking forward to it. Zhou Qing chuckled. I've been living in a muddled state for half my life, and I've never had a clear goal all this time. But now, I've found a new direction. Like a ship that has lost its way on the sea, I found a sea route. In the future, I will work hard for the martial temple, Xuanhuang said firmly. He had previously fallen into darkness and given up his identity as a human. He had always regretted it. Now that Lin Jiufeng gave him this chance, he must make a contribution to the human race. Lin Jiufeng left Xuanhuang's courtyard. He wasn't in a hurry to return to the cold palace. Instead, he opened the map that he had received from signing in. This was a map of the God Race village. For Lin Jiufeng, it was very important to go to this village and obtain information about the God Race. The map was made of an unknown material and was well preserved. Some of the routes on it were clearly marked. But there was one thing. The roads and locations on this map were not from this era.
Lin Jiufeng frowned as he looked at it. With the changes of the era, the names of the various places are constantly changing. The names on the maps from more than 10,000 years ago or even 20,000 years ago weren't passed down.
This is a problem. He had a map and a name, but he just couldn't find it. Because the map was different from the current era. Moreover, in the past 20,000 years, many roads had long disappeared in the long river of history.
This was also a problem. Lin Jiufeng looked at the map carefully, speechless.
I need to find someone to help me read this map.
Lin Jiufeng thought carefully.
Who could help him decipher this map?
After thinking for a while, a person appeared in Lin Jiufeng's mind.
Miss Hong. Heavenly Dao Sect's Miss Hong.
The holy maiden who was deeply entangled with him at the beginning, the Heavenly Dao Sect's Miss Hong, was also a woman who carried her ideals and persisted to the end. It had been many years since Lin Jiufeng last parted ways with her. Previously, Lin Jiufeng had met her a few times in the Mountain Sea realm.
But after there was no news of her elders, senior brothers, and senior sisters, Miss Hong became disheartened.
She brought the people of the Heavenly Dao sect and began to live in seclusion. Then, after the emergence of the myriad races, Lin Jiufeng also met her in the 100,000 mountains. That time was the last time she fulfilled the responsibility of being a member of the Heavenly Dao sect. She sealed a very powerful race among the myriad races. But the 7 great sages of the monster race and demon race weren't on good terms with her. A conflict broke out and she almost went to look for her senior brothers, sisters, and master in the afterlife.
It was also Lin Jiufeng who saved her at the crucial moment.
Then, he handed Elder Universe's secret manual to her. It was the supreme secret manual of the Heavenly Dao sect. It had been lost, but Lin Jiufeng obtained it and handed it to her.
Since then, until now, the two of them had never met again.
He didn't know where Miss Hong went. She should be comprehending the supreme mystic technique of the Heavenly Dao sect, the Universe Clock.
This was Elder Universe's mystic technique. He also used the secret technique to kill his way into the immortal court in that era and buried the immortal spirits, gods, and the immortal court of the old era.
Lin Jiufeng personally handed the Universe Clock technique to Miss Hong.
Then, the two of them never interacted again. Where exactly is Miss Hong currently at? Lin Jiufeng murmured.
He thought about it carefully. He thought about all the places where Miss Hong had appeared previously. After a long time, an idea came to Lin Jiufeng's mind. He remembered a place.
Northwest Territory, Mountain Sea Realm. That place buried Miss Hong's master, senior brothers, and senior sisters. It buried the absolute main force of the Heavenly Dao sect in the previous era.
They were the people she treasured the most. If I were Miss Hong, I would definitely choose to live in seclusion there, Lin Jiufeng said firmly.
He made up his mind.
He took a step forward and changed the space around him. At a speed incomprehensible to ordinary people, he rushed to the Northwest Territory, the Mountain Sea realm. In the past, he lived in the depths of the Northwest Territory for a few years and signed in countless treasures. His gains were huge.
Now that he was here again, what greeted his eyes was a completely different Northwest Territory from before. The national policies of the Xuanhuang God Dynasty had been stable over the years.
The myriad races no longer stirred up trouble.
The common people's lives had improved. The once deserted Northwest Territory was now filled with people.
The desert had turned into greenlands, and the rolling yellow soil also disappeared.
All of this displayed the merits of the Xuanhuang God Dynasty's governance. Lin Jiufeng walked across the Northwest Territory and went deep into the Mountain Sea realm.
He saw that the situation there was still the same as before. There were few people here. There was an oasis and a single city here. It was well preserved. Here, it was still a boundless desert. The Xuanhuang God Dynasty retained this place as its original state, allowing the descendants of the Xuanhuang God Dynasty to see what a boundless desert was like.
But the once crowded ancient city was now empty. The entrance was open.
Lin Jiufeng walked closer and saw a red-robed girl fishing by the lake. The door that floated in the center of the lake had already sunk. The small world had integrated into the main world and was no longer an independent world. The red-robed girl was very beautiful. Time had never left a mark on her body. Instead, it gave her composure and elegance. She was very powerful and was at the immortal realm. Long time no see, great Emperor Jiufeng. The red-robed girl's voice was gentle as she turned to look at Lin Jiufeng with a smile. Her beautiful eyes turned around and her beautiful hair fluttered in the breeze, passing through Lin Jiufeng's heart. It was like a pool of spring water, slightly wrinkled and rippling. Lin Jiufeng's heart quickly calmed down. He also smiled and said, "Long time no see." It had really been a long time. How many decades could a mortal live for? You unlocked the 9 restrictions? Lin Jiufeng walked over and asked curiously. Yes, I just entered this realm a few days ago. It's all thanks to you giving me the mystic technique, the universe clock. Miss Hong smiled sweetly. It seemed that her mood had improved after meeting Lin Jiufeng. I wanted to look for you, but there was no news or traces of you. Over the years, there have been turbulent times in the outside world and countless geniuses have emerged, but there's no news of that Miss Hong who suppressed the world back then. I have to say, it's a pity. Lin Jiufeng stood beside Miss Hong and looked at the familiar lake as he said. Miss Hong sat there, her red clothes spread out like a flirtatious blooming flower. Lin Jiufeng stood beside her in white, accentuating her beauty and nobility. Everyone has their regrets, but without Miss Hong in this world, there's still the indomitable great Emperor Jiufeng. This is enough, Miss Hong said. How have you been all these years? Lin Jiufeng asked. Not bad. When I left the 100,000 mountains back then, the world was huge, but it made me feel afraid and empty. I could go anywhere I wanted, but at the same time, I had nowhere to go, and no attachment. In the end, I still came here. At the very least, this is the closest place to my master and the others, Miss Hong said calmly. After the baptism of time, she could also tell this story that she once didn't dare to face very calmly. Her heart would still ache a little. But the feeling of being lost back then no longer existed. Why have you come to look for me this time? Miss Hong quickly composed herself. She looked up at Lin Jiufeng and asked. Lin Jiufeng wasn't embarrassed. He took out the map and handed it to Miss Hong. He said, "Help me take a look at the location of this map." Where is it today? Miss Hong observed carefully. She frowned and said, "It's still a little difficult to find the exact location of such a map from ages ago." "If there are no difficulties, I won't come to look for you," Lin Jiufeng said with a smile. You really believe that I can handle it? Miss Hong squinted at Lin Jiufeng. When I encountered this problem, only you appeared in my mind. There was no one else, so I came, Lin Jiufeng said seriously. Miss Hong pursed her lips. Her heart warmed. She lowered her head and seriously recorded the names of each place. Then, she stood up and walked towards the ancient city. Lin Jiufeng immediately followed Miss Hong into this ancient city that he was once very familiar with. But now, there were very few people in this ancient city. There was only Miss Hong and her disciples. Miss Hong lived in seclusion here. She recruited dozens of disciples and then nurtured them carefully to continue the legacy of the Heavenly Tao sect. Hence, this ancient city was the foundation of the Heavenly Tao sect now. Miss Hong had already moved all the books of the Heavenly Tao sect here and settled down here. Previously, Lin Jiufeng had already read all the books in the Heavenly Tao sect's library, but this time, Miss Hong didn't use this method. Do you know there's a mystic technique in the Heavenly Tao sect called inviting God? Miss Hong asked Lin Jiufeng. Lin Jiufeng shook his head. I don't know. What's the use of this mystic technique? This mystic technique can invite my former ancestors to descend and tell me some information, Miss Hong said. That powerful? Lin Jiufeng looked at her in surprise. It's indeed quite powerful, but the restrictions are also huge, Miss Hong said. This requires you to ask the ancestor you are inviting to be a very powerful existence and to have left his own traces in the long river of history. This way, even if he has already died and disintegrated, there will still be traces of him existing in this world.
Only then could the inviting God mystic technique succeed. Moreover, once it succeeds, it will also be a huge burden for the one who executed this mystic technique.
The body of the person must bear the terrifying pressure of the ancestor, so no one will be willing to try using this mystic technique.
But we've known each other for so many years, I'm willing to use this mystic technique for you this once. Treat it as returning a favor.
Miss Hong said to Lin Jiufeng with a smile.
Lin Jiufeng frowned and asked, "Is it very oppressive to your body?" Miss Hong tilted her head cutely. She thought for a while and said, "It's not that big. I'm not weak either.
Although I'm not as powerful as you, I can still withstand it.
Moreover, this mystic technique is hidden in the secret manual you gave me. If you didn't give this mystic technique to me, I won't be able to use it either. Therefore, doing good deeds causes good results."
Congratulations, you have found the right person. Miss Hong patted her chest and teased Lin Jiufeng. Lin Jiufeng smiled and stopped talking. He followed Miss Hong to a hall. In the center of this hall, countless memorial tablets were enshrined. They were all past seniors of the Heavenly Tao sect.
These are the ancestors of the Heavenly Tao sect. These are my master, senior brothers, and senior sisters. Miss Hong introduced.
Lin Jiufeng bowed seriously and then looked at Miss Hong.
Have you completely let go?
The previous Miss Hong didn't admit that these people had died. She was willing to live in the fake story that she had constructed, she didn't want to accept this cruel truth. But now, she faced it calmly and said, "I'm no longer a young girl.
I can't deceive myself anymore."
After all these years, both the young boy and young girl had grown up.
Miss Hong pointed at the one with the highest ranking and said, "That's Elder Universe, the person I'm inviting this time. I will communicate with him.
When the time comes, I will ask for the names of these places and tell you the result.
Help me keep guard and don't let anyone disturb me."
Lin Jiufeng nodded seriously.
"Go out now and close the door. I will help you ask for answers." Miss Hong waved Lin Jiufeng out and stood elegantly in front of the memorial tablet.
Lin Jiufeng walked out and slowly closed the door. The door gradually closed.
The sunlight also constantly shrank and locked onto Miss Hong.
She looked at Lin Jiufeng with a flower-like smile.
Boom!
Until the door was completely closed, it was as if they were in two different worlds.
Miss Hong looked at the closed door.
The luster on her face dimmed. She turned around and looked at the countless rankings. She revealed a happy smile and said softly, "The inviting God mystic technique that can only be executed once per lifetime.
What kind of feeling is it? I'll give it a try."
Chapter 306, The Weak Miss Hong inviting God was a special ability for the people of the Heavenly Tao sect.
However, they could only use it once in their life.
The only use was to communicate with the seniors of the Heavenly Tao sect who had left traces in the long river of history. At a huge price, they would communicate with these peak powerhouses to obtain key information and then use it to improve themselves. This was equivalent to paying a certain price in exchange for a chance to break through. In the past, the Heavenly Tao sect had produced many powerhouses. The inviting God mystic technique was part of the main reason. Unfortunately, due to the chaos of war and other reasons, the inviting God mystic technique had already been lost. It was only when Lin Jiufeng gave the mystic technique, the universe clock, to Miss Hong that she comprehended the inviting God mystic technique. She could only use this technique once in a lifetime. She could have used it to break through to the next realm, but now, she was willing to use it to solve Lin Jiufeng's problem. In the dark hall, Miss Hong sat down. Her hands were placed on her lower abdomen. Her breathing was calm, and her glabella shone. A wisp of divinity erupted, bringing her soul into a mysterious world. Pooh! In the very next moment, blood flowed from her nose. It was as if all her energy had been sucked out of her body. She instantly became weak and aged 10 years. This was a very heavy loss for an immortal. She had injured her source energy. Moreover, this injury would continue as the time needed to execute the technique increased. As long as she didn't stop channeling this technique, this kind of injury wouldn't stop. Over time, it would cause permanent damage. At this moment, Miss Hong didn't realize that her body was already bearing a huge burden. Her consciousness left her body and came to a magical space. It was a boundless wasteland. The sky was crimson, the ground was brown, and there were large ruins in the distance.
Miss Hong's spiritual body looked down and was instantly stunned. She was actually in the void at this moment. In the endless void, there was a world that seemed to have been destroyed. On this ruined world sat an old man. His face was aged, his hair was scattered, and his gray hair was mixed with white hair. He looked extremely old. Miss Hong walked over and looked at this old man. Suddenly, her hands formed a seal. A special seal that only the people from the Heavenly Tao sect knew made the old man's eyes light up. I didn't expect that a descendant of the Heavenly Tao sect would come to look for me. The old man's voice rang as he laughed. Miss Hong of the Heavenly Tao sect greets Senior Elder Universe. Miss Hong bowed. Little girl, you are already at the 9 restrictions of the immortal realm. You came to look for me this time because you want to ask about the method to break through to the next realm, right? Elder Universe asked. It's a pity that you came too early. You shouldn't have come to look for me to break through from the 9 restrictions. This threshold isn't a problem for the people of the Heavenly Tao sect. You should have come when you want to break through from the immortal king realm. That way, your body can still persist for a long time. I can completely unfold the path of the immortal king for you to comprehend in detail. You are still too weak. You can't withstand my realm. You won't be able to stay for long and can't learn anything. All you can learn now is just the knowledge of the 9 restrictions. It's not worth it. Elder Universe shook his head and sighed, saying that Miss Hong was too anxious. But in the next moment, Miss Hong shook her head and clarified, I'm not here to ask about these. I'm here to ask Senior some questions for a friend. Elder Universe was stunned. He looked at Miss Hong and asked, puzzled, you know the price of executing inviting God, right? I know. Miss Hong nodded. Since you know, why did you waste the inviting God technique that can only be used once in your life on others? Elder Universe asked, puzzled. Miss Hong was silent for a while before saying, and I feel that I should help him. He has also helped me a lot. This person is a male child, right? Elder Universe chuckled. Miss Hong's face was very calm. She wasn't shy from Elder Universe's teasing laughter. She faced it rather calmly. Yes. What kind of male child is worthy of you paying such a huge price? Elder Universe's gossipy heart perked up. Senior, I don't have much time. My body won't be able to withstand for too long. Miss Hong reminded Elder Universe. It's fine. I will help you offset some of the pressure. When one is old, one will love to listen to gossip. You are the descendant of the Heavenly Tao sect, which means you are also my descendant. I have no relatives in my life. The Heavenly Tao sect nurtured me, and I treat the descendants of the Heavenly Tao sect as my own children. Now that you have crossed endless time to come and find me, I naturally have to ask. This is probably the last time I get to communicate with the descendants of the Heavenly Tao sect. Elder Universe sighed. He raised his hand. His skin was dry and thin like chicken claws. There wasn't much flesh left on him. He gently stroked Miss Hong's forehead. Miss Hong didn't refuse. She only felt her body relax, and her spiritual body became slightly more complete. The vast majority of the pressure was offset by Elder Universe. Are you that powerful? Miss Hong asked in surprise. The Elder Universe in front of her wasn't a physical body. Moreover, he was different from Miss Hong. Miss Hong was a spiritual body while the Elder Universe here was only a wisp of mark that had been branded in the long river of time in the past countless years. But it was this mark that could help her resist so much pressure. Elder Universe's power was really terrifying. Do you see the ruins behind you? Elder Universe sat on a huge rock and pointed behind him. Miss Hong nodded. Do you know where this is? Elder Universe asked again. Miss Hong's eyes narrowed as she guessed. It's the Immortal Court, right?
She heard from Lin Jiufeng that in Elder Universe's final battle, he killed his way into the Immortal Court and buried the immortal spirits of the old era, the gods, and the Immortal Court.
This should be the Immortal Court.
That's right. The Immortal Court that once ruled the world for tens of thousands of years was personally destroyed by me. The Immortal Court that was infinitely glorious and had extremely terrifying powerhouses and background was shattered by me.
There won't be another Immortal Court in the future.
Elder Universe smiled proudly.
You are really powerful. Miss Hong praised sincerely. Actually, the joy of destroying the Immortal Court isn't as great as your arrival.
I'm very happy to see you at this moment, so tell me, what kind of outstanding person is that male child to be willing to let you give up so much?
Elder Universe continued to gossip.
His arrogance and smugness from before disappeared, like a grandfather of an ordinary family who was concerned about the gossip of his granddaughter.
Miss Hong recalled and said, he is a great hero, an idealist, and also a practitioner.
The ideals of the Heavenly Tao sect were implemented very thoroughly by him. He did what our Heavenly Tao sect hasn't done for tens of thousands of years.
There's such a person? Elder Universe didn't believe it and was very suspicious.
He knew how ideal the ideals of the Heavenly Tao sect were.
Realizing it was really difficult. The world is peaceful, the people are united, the common people at the bottom live and work in peace. There is no killing. Everyone has a bright future. Someone actually managed to realize such an ideal?
Elder of the Universe felt that Miss Hong was bragging.
Yes, it has been realized.
Miss Hong smiled for the first time.
It was a happy, beautiful smile. She said it firmly.
In the future, the children of the farmers, the children of the merchants, the children of the scholars, and the children of the aristocratic families will all have a bright future. A nation called the Xuanhuang God Dynasty conquered the world, treated the common people well, and reformed all the bad habits.
Countless immortals were born, and no faction dared to behave atrociously in front of the Xuanhuang God Dynasty. The myriad races actively integrated into the Xuanhuang God Dynasty, and there are new changes in the Xuanhuang God Dynasty every day. All of this was brought here by a person called Great Emperor Jiufeng.
He's the supreme powerhouse of this era. He saved me many times. I need to repay him.
Moreover, he also actively investigated the Immortal Court and the God race. He's a person that I have to look up to.
Miss Hong said seriously. This was her true feelings for Lin Jiufeng. She had been paying close attention to what Lin Jiufeng had done. Even deep in the Northwest Territory, her source of information had never stopped.
She was very clear about the latest events. You praised this person too much.
Elder Universe curled his lips. Miss Hong said, he deserves such praise.
Alright, since you praise him so much, what exactly is the matter that he asked you to do?
Elder Universe asked.
After the passage of time, we are no longer able to find the original location of this map.
Senior, please advise me.
Miss Hong took out the map. Elder Universe didn't take it. Instead, he glanced at it. He raised his brows and asked, isn't this a map of the Third World? Miss Hong looked at Elder Universe in confusion.
That was the world of the God race, but it was subsequently destroyed by the Immortal Court.
Then, it became a village, and this map was created.
If you really look for it according to this map, it will be very difficult to find. It should have been closed, and the passageway to it from the main world has been sealed.
Elder Universe explained. Then, how do we find the village in this? Miss Hong asked. Well, I'll give you a solution. Back then, I even went into this place before.
It was a magical place.
If that whatever Great Emperor Jiufeng wants to go, you have to go too. You can learn a lot over there.
You are too weak now, you have to improve yourself. Elder Universe reached out and patted Miss Hong's forehead. A memory was stored in her mind.
Miss Hong nodded.
She understood how to find the village now.
You still have a little time. Since you are here, I can't be stingy.
I will teach you some of the great Tao so that you will take fewer detours on the path of cultivation.
Perhaps in the future, you can bear some heavy responsibility. Elder Universe said solemnly. Miss Hong asked curiously, "What do you mean? What will happen in the future?" "I don't know. After I buried the immortal spirits, gods, and the immortal court of the old era, I discovered that there are many secrets behind them. I didn't figure them out, so I didn't tell you. But the immortal court will definitely recover in the future at a certain time," Elder Universe said affirmatively. "Wasn't the immortal court buried by you?" Miss Hong pointed at the distant ruins. "That's only the tangible stuff. I can destroy the tangible ones, but I can't destroy invisible ones. The tangible ones aren't terrifying, but the terrifying ones are the invisible immortal court. You are the hope of the heavenly Tao sect, you have to work hard. I examined your body just now. You cultivated my universe clock, so I will teach you all my comprehension of the universe clock in my life. This pressure will be quite huge. Once you comprehend it, you will definitely be very powerful. The immortal king realm won't be too far away for you," Elder Universe said solemnly. Boom! After saying that, he directly injected a large ball of light into Miss Hong's spiritual body without giving her much time to react. Miss Hong's body trembled violently. She cried out involuntarily and floated up. She was surrounded by a large ball of energy and couldn't move at all. Elder Universe waved his hand and directly sent her away, disappearing from this strange space. In the hall, shrouded in darkness, Miss Hong had already fainted on the ground. Her face was pale and she was drenched in a cold sweat as if she had been fished out of water. Her body was stained with blood, and her limbs went soft. Although Elder Universe blocked most of the pressure for her, with his terrifying strength, the remaining pressure she needed to bear wasn't something that the current Miss Hong could easily withstand. In a daze, Miss Hong woke up. She looked at her current tragic situation. She got up with difficulty and washed her body with her power. The long robe magic treasure on her body changed and washed the bloodstains away. Then, she let herself recover a little strength before she opened the door. Lin Jiufeng stood outside the door, his brows tightly furrowed. He couldn't see what was happening inside. However, he smelled blood. He could also feel Miss Hong's rapidly weakening aura. Perhaps executing the inviting God technique wasn't as easy as Miss Hong said. Lin Jiufeng's mood was complicated. For his matter, Miss Hong actually paid such a huge price. He remembered this favor in his heart. When the door opened, what Lin Jiufeng saw was the delicate and weak Miss Hong. If the previous Miss Hong was a large red peony that bloomed beautifully, then the current her was a peony that had been beaten by the wind and rain. The leaves had drooped, lost their luster, and lost their vigor. "Why is your body so weak?" Lin Jiufeng asked in concern. "It's nothing. This is just a simple sequela." Miss Hong's body still didn't have much strength. She leaned against the door, revealed a pale smile, and said softly, "You injured your source energy." Lin Jiufeng looked at Miss Hong solemnly. "I shouldn't have come to look for you. I can look for others to decipher the map, but you injured your source energy because of me. This shouldn't have happened." Lin Jiufeng blamed himself. Miss Hong smiled slightly. "In actual fact, you really can't find anyone else to help you on this. I should be the only one in this world who can solve this map. Even if others know the information of the map, they won't be able to bring you in." Lin Jiufeng looked at Miss Hong, puzzled. "I met Elder Universe, a senior of our Heavenly Tao sect. I communicated with him and he told me the details of this map," Miss Hong said slowly. She was very weak. She leaned against the door, her body weak. Lin Jiufeng hurriedly supported her to a chair and let her sit down, watching with concern. "You need to recuperate now. You can't act rashly regarding matters of the source energy. Let's talk about the map in the future," Lin Jiufeng said solemnly. "It's not a problem. I will recover this little bit of source energy after resting for a period of time. Elder Universe has already helped me resist a lot of pressure. Because my cultivation level is too weak, I can't withstand the pressure of his huge cultivation base. This is why my source energy is injured. But if there's a price to pay, there's also a reward to be gained.
I've already figured out the information on the map, Miss Hong said.
Alright, let's not talk about the map first. You need to rest, I will help you to your bed. Just rest and recover your source energy first. When you are better, we will discuss this matter again. Your body is important, I'm not in a hurry at all.
Lin Jiufeng interrupted Miss Hong and forcefully brought her to rest. He didn't dare to be careless regarding the injury of the source energy. If anything happened to Miss Hong because of him, Lin Jiufeng would feel guilty for the rest of his life. Chapter 307, Entering the Third World. Miss Hong rested for 3 days. Lin Jiufeng stayed by the lake in the mountain sea realm for 3 days. In the past 3 days, he had been paying close attention to Miss Hong's injuries. However, she sent Lin Jiufeng away and stayed in her room to treat her injuries with the Universe Clock mystic technique.
The Universe Clock transformed into a huge bell that surrounded Miss Hong.
It absorbed the various energies of the world and patched up her source energy. There was also the insight of the Universe Clock that Elder Universe comprehended throughout his life. To Miss Hong, her injury this time might instead be a blessing in disguise. 3 days later, she appeared by the lake. Her weakness from 3 days ago was gone. The current her had a rosy complexion, wore a long dress, and had a ponytail. She looked at Lin Jiufeng with a light smile.
Have your injuries healed? Lin Jiufeng asked in surprise.
No, I've only stabilized my injuries now, but I won't be able to do anything for the time being.
I wonder if the #1 powerhouse in the world, Great Emperor Jiufeng, can protect a weak woman like me well? Miss Hong asked with a smile.
I will protect you well, Lin Jiufeng said firmly. Miss Hong was injured because of him, Lin Jiufeng definitely had to protect her well. Miss Hong's eyes were gentle as she said in a relaxed manner, I'm relieved then.
We are going to the third world soon. With you protecting me, I instantly feel a strong sense of security. Lin Jiufeng asked curiously, the third world?
It's the place marked on your map.
I asked Elder Universe.
He said that place is called the third world. It was once the territory of the god race. The connection to the main world has been sealed, Miss Hong said.
She was no different from a normal person now.
The only difference was that she couldn't use her huge cultivation base at all and had to use it to repair her source energy. The village on this map is actually the former territory of the god race, the third world.
Lin Jiufeng looked at the map in surprise. How do we go to this third world? He asked. The route is in my mind.
You have to bring me along, Miss Hong said with a smile.
Sure.
We've known each other for more than 100 years, but we've never traveled a distance together.
Do I have the honor to invite you to the third world with me? Lin Jiufeng asked with a smile. It's my great honor.
Miss Hong replied seriously before revealing a smile.
Then where are we going now? Lin Jiufeng asked.
Xuanhuang Mountain Range.
Miss Hong said. Xuanhuang Mountain Range? This place isn't that far from the Northwest Territory. Lin Jiufeng immediately remembered. Outside the Xuanhuang Mountain Range was the Western regions.
There were many Buddhist sects there.
There were also many beautiful sceneries and natural grasslands in the Western regions. It was the borders of the Unrivalled God Dynasty.
The entrance to the third world is the Xuanhuang Mountain Range. When we reach there, we need to find the time node and then use a mystic technique to enter, Miss Hong said.
Then, let's leave now. Immortal energy appeared around Lin Jiufeng's body.
He separated a wisp out and lifted Miss Hong with it. Then, he flew with her and left the mountain sea realm. With Lin Jiufeng's current speed, even though he was carrying Miss Hong, he was still very fast.
The Xuanhuang Mountain Range wasn't far from the Northwest Territory, but it wasn't that close either.
It would take a few days for others to travel, but for Lin Jiufeng, he arrived in 15 minutes. And this was because he was afraid of hurting Miss Hong if he flew too fast. The Xuanhuang Mountain Range was similar to the Kunlun Mountains.
It was majestic and imposing, towering into the clouds.
The top of the mountains was covered in pure white snow, and the bottom of the mountains was lush and green. Here, the sky and land were both vast. When the wind blew and pressed down the weeds, cattle and sheep could be seen. The blue sky, white clouds, and the breeze here were all different from the central plains. Here, the world looked vast. Looking into the distance, everything could be seen. The Xuanhuang mountain range is a beautiful scenic line that isolates the western region from the central plains. Crossing the Xuanhuang mountain range is the western region. There are many Buddhist sects there, and most of them are ascetic monks. They have believed in Buddhism all their lives and persevered through it. They are different from us, Miss Hong said. Have you been there? Lin Jiufeng asked. I was lucky enough to go there once. It's indeed very pure there. There are ascetics everywhere. For the sake of faith in their hearts, they knelt down and worshipped the Buddhist and Bodhisattva in their hearts. That's why I said that they are very pure people, Miss Hong said. I have to take a look when I have the chance. Lin Jiufeng yearned to visit the western regions. Let's go to the third world first, Miss Hong said. Where is the entrance to the third world? Lin Jiufeng looked at the surrounding mountains. He couldn't find it. Use this mystic technique. Miss Hong taught Lin Jiufeng a mystic technique. It was passed down to her by Elder Universe. She couldn't use it now, so she handed it to Lin Jiufeng. Lin Jiufeng received the mystic technique and instantly mastered it. Then, he formed a seal with his hand and formed one seal after another at the foot of the Xuanhuang mountain range. These seals danced in the air, seemingly searching for something. Finally, they flew in a direction. Let's go, follow the seals, Miss Hong immediately said. Lin Jiufeng hurriedly followed, bringing along Miss Hong. Their speeds were very fast. Following behind these seals, they arrived at a broken wall of the Xuanhuang mountain range. The broken wall was very flat. There were no weeds, and it was very neat like a huge mirror. The seals flew over and directly collided with the broken wall. Buzz! Ripples actually appeared on the broken wall, as if a stone had been smashed into the calm water surface, causing water to splash and waves to appear. Then, an entrance appeared in the broken wall. Lin Jiufeng and Miss Hong looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. I'll go in first. Follow me. If anything happens, I will protect you well, Lin Jiufeng said to Miss Hong. Miss Hong nodded. Lin Jiufeng took the lead and walked into the rippling wall. It was like a water gate, hiding a completely different world inside. The path was narrow at the beginning, just enough for one person to walk. After walking for tens of steps, the view in front suddenly became clear. The land was flat and the houses were upright. There were fields, beautiful ponds, and bamboo trees. The roads were filled with chickens and dogs. Among them, there were all sorts of activities, and both men and women were dressed in a foreign style. Their yellow hair drooped down, and they were happy with their lives. This was the scene that Lin Jiufeng saw. It wasn't as dangerous as he initially thought. This so-called third world was completely a utopia. It was stable, happy, and relaxed. Miss Hong also saw it. She whispered, how did the third world of the god race become an ordinary village? Lin Jiufeng shook his head. I don't know either, but I can see that the cultivation bases of the people here are generally not high. The cultivation bases of the people who were farming were really not high. The most powerful ones were only at the 5 decays realm. Facing the arrival of Lin Jiufeng and Miss Hong, the people here were also stunned. All of them looked at him, not knowing what had happened. You guys are, from outside? At this moment, an old man walked over and asked curiously. Lin Jiufeng nodded and asked, are you all descendants of the god race? Chapter 308, White Dragon. Lin Jiufeng's question stunned the people in the village. Descendant of the god race. I haven't heard of this name in a long time. The old man was in a daze for a while before he said with emotion. How did you guys become like this? Lin Jiufeng asked curiously. Please have a cup of tea and rest your feet. There aren't many people here. We are the descendants of the god race, but the number of people here has decreased over the years. The old man invited Lin Jiufeng and Miss Hong to his home for a chat. Lin Jiufeng nodded. He had nothing to be afraid of. Among these people, there was really no one who was particularly powerful.
their cultivation bases were generally low. Being the descendants of the god race, yet their cultivation base was very low. Something must have happened. Lin Jiufeng and Miss Hong followed the old man to his bamboo house. This was a village built at the foot of the mountain. It was filled with bamboo houses scattered everywhere, forming a poetic and picturesque scene with the mountain behind it. Green mountain, bamboo houses, the setting sun, and smoke. When these were combined, it created a painting in this small world. On the way, Lin Jiufeng asked the old man, "Are there only so few people here?" Along the way, Lin Jiufeng saw some people working in the fields and some others fishing leisurely, drinking tea, and chatting. The feeling everyone gave Lin Jiufeng was that they were living a very leisurely and slow life. These people also looked at Lin Jiufeng and Miss Hong with curious expressions, but no one came forward and they instead let the old man bring Lin Jiufeng to the village. In the bamboo house, the old man brought tea for Lin Jiufeng. He said with a smile, "This tea was grown by themselves. The taste should be different from what you people drink outside. The breed of this tea tree was passed down more than 20,000 years ago. It can be considered an ancient tea." Miss Hong picked up her teacup and said in surprise, "The tea tree has been here for more than 20,000 years? You guys preserved it so well?" Lin Jiufeng took a sip of the tea. A refreshing fragrance lingered between his lips and teeth, making him feel comfortable all over. He said happily, "It's indeed good tea." The old man laughed and said rather proudly, "All these years, the only thing I'm proud of is this tea tree. It's perfectly preserved and even more outstanding than 20,000 years ago." As soon as these words came out, Lin Jiufeng and Miss Hong looked at the old man in a daze. But the old man didn't notice it. He continued, "When you guys drink this tea, you won't feel anything at first. But at night, when you meditate and cultivate, you will feel that your entire body is bright, the great Tao is in front of your eyes, the world is so clear, and the flow of everything is so interesting. This is a tea tree grown from the branch of the Tao Comprehension tea tree, the small Tao Comprehension tea tree." The old man introduced proudly. Lin Jiufeng's heart trembled. This tea tree was grown from the branch of the Tao Comprehension tea tree? Miss Hong's wrist trembled, almost jumping up in fright. She hurriedly picked up the teacup with both hands and looked at the tea leaves floating in the tea. She was extremely shocked. "Elder, how old are you this year?" Lin Jiufeng took a deep breath to calm himself down before asking softly. "Me? About, more than 20,000 years old. I haven't counted in detail, but I must be more than 20,000 years old. I remember that when I was young, the immortal court was still around." The old man recalled. Lin Jiufeng looked at the old man. With a stomach full of questions, he asked, "Old sir, your cultivation base is only at the 5 decays realm. How did you extend your life for so many years?" Miss Hong nodded too. "Even if you are an immortal, you can only live for 10,000 to less than 20,000 years. You have lived for more than 20,000 years, and you are still so energetic and healthy?" The old man looked at Lin Jiufeng and Miss Hong. He laughed out loud and said, "Is what can be seen with the naked eye definitely real? I look like I'm at the 5 decays realm now, but is my cultivation base really only at the 5 decays realm?" The old man asked Miss Hong. "Then, what exactly is your cultivation base?" Miss Hong asked curiously. "The 5 decays of the celestial being realm," the old man pointed at himself and said. "Didn't you sense it yourself?" Miss Hong. Lin Jiufeng couldn't help but laugh. He looked at the old man and asked, "Senior, how should I address you?" "White Dragon." The old man stroked his beard and said with a smile. "Senior White Dragon, how many descendants of the gods are there here?" Lin Jiufeng asked curiously. "Not many. More than 90 people, less than 100, White Dragon said. Senior, Miss Hong wanted to ask more, but she was interrupted by White Dragon. "You guys asked me a few questions, now it's my turn to ask you guys, right?" White Dragon chuckled. "Go ahead." Lin Jiufeng nodded. It was naturally right for him to answer any questions White Dragon had. "Who are you people? What's the situation in the outside world? Tell me honestly." White Dragon asked solemnly. Lin Jiufeng looked at Miss Hong.
Then, he honestly told White Dragon about his origins, Miss Hong's origins, and the situation of the outside world.
There was nothing to hide. White Dragon listened silently. He drank his tea and pondered.
After a long time, Lin Jiufeng explained his situation clearly. The sky outside had already darkened.
He finished the last bit of tea and let out a long breath.
White Dragon basically understood the situation of the outside world now. He had been observing Lin Jiufeng all this time and didn't discover that Lin Jiufeng was lying to him. He was confident in his judgment. Although he was at the Five Decays realm, it was unknown where he got the confidence in being able to confirm if Lin Jiufeng's words were true or false.
The sky has already darkened.
I'll go prepare dinner for you guys and treat you guys to some special food of the god race.
There's nothing like it in the outside world. White Dragon looked at the sky and stood up to say. With that said, he walked into the back kitchen and got busy.
Miss Hong reached out and tapped Lin Jiufeng's waist. She said in a low voice, "You've been talking all afternoon, but we didn't find any useful information."
Lin Jiufeng smiled and said, "We are guests, outsiders.
If we want him to tell the truth, we have to tell the truth first.
Don't be anxious.
He has already treated us to the tea leaves of the small Tao comprehension tea tree.
Are you still afraid that he won't tell us?"
"If I treat others sincerely, they will definitely treat me sincerely too," Lin Jiufeng said confidently.
White Dragon wasn't a despicable person.
Lin Jiufeng trusted his eyes.
Moreover, since they needed his help, they had to show their sincerity.
Lin Jiufeng had told him everything that White Dragon wanted to know. Then, White Dragon would definitely tell him everything that Lin Jiufeng wanted to know in return. The blind confidence of men. Miss Hong supported her chin with her hand and mumbled.
Lin Jiufeng didn't continue to answer.
Instead, he looked in front of him silently. A line of words appeared.
Entered the third world, incomplete? Do you wish to sign in?
Lin Jiufeng was staring at the word, incomplete.
This third world is incomplete?
Lin Jiufeng muttered in his heart. He didn't expect that instead of being able to sign in immediately after entering, the sign-in only came after he stayed for a whole afternoon and night fell. But he had no right to refuse.
Sign in. Sign in successful.
Received the friendship badge of the god race. When Lin Jiufeng saw this notification, he immediately remembered his title of real man.
They should be of the same type. What is this friendship badge?
Lin Jiufeng searched for information. The friendship badge of the god race. After wearing it, one will naturally receive the friendship of the god race. When the people of the god race look at you, they will naturally feel a sense of intimacy with you. You can get along well with them with just a few words and quickly become bosom brothers.
This was the information regarding the friendship badge. It wasn't useful for Lin Jiufeng's cultivation base because it wasn't powerful overall. It only had one function.
But in the current situation, it was a treasure that couldn't be bought with money. He really lacked the confidence to make the descendants of the god race believe in him. Now that he had signed into this, he was confident that he could gain the trust of the people here and learn more about the god race. Perhaps he could even learn some of the situation of the past from the mouths of the descendants of the god race, the truth buried by history. Hence, Lin Jiufeng was very satisfied with the reward of the sign-in this time. White Dragon swiftly cooked 3 meat and 3 vegetable dishes. They were all simple farm dishes, but the wine that he took out smelled delicious and made people drool.
Even Miss Hong's eyes lit up.
She licked her lips with her pink tongue and watched eagerly. She was also a wine lover.
This wine is good stuff.
Back then, during the age of the god race, there was a wine god.
His brewing technique was invincible.
During the War of the Gods and Immortals, he brewed more than 10,000 jars of good wine and buried them underground.
He left them here.
After so many years, we drank a lot of them one after another. We don't have much left now, White Dragon chuckled and said. He filled Lin Jiufeng's cup with wine and looked at Miss Hong. Without needing to ask, Miss Hong consciously raised the wine cup.
White Dragon laughed.
He admired Miss Hong's character very much and filled her cup. Let the three of us have a drink together. White Dragon raised his wine cup and said.
Sure. The two of us are born in this era, we didn't expect to be able to drink such good wine. It's simply our honor.
Lin Jiufeng smiled slightly. He raised his wine cup and drank it in one gulp.
Miss Hong also drank it in one gulp.
Then, she felt comfortable all over. Her face was red, and she smacked her lips cutely.
The taste is excellent. It's the best wine I've ever drunk.
White Dragon placed this jar of good wine in front of Miss Hong and said, in the afternoon, you guys told me everything you know.
I choose to believe you guys. It's your turn to ask me tonight. I will also tell you everything I know. Lin Jiufeng was overjoyed upon hearing this.
It was the same for Miss Hong.
They really had a lot of questions. Have you really lived for more than 20,000 years?
Miss Hong asked with a red face.
Really? White Dragon nodded. Then, what's your cultivation base?
Miss Hong looked at White Dragon, puzzled.
Is the cultivation base of the Five Decays realm very low? White Dragon asked with a smile. There should be a reason for this, right? The Five Decays realm can at most live for a few hundred years.
Even if you used all sorts of methods to extend your life, you still couldn't live past 800 years.
How did you live for 20,000 years? Lin Jiufeng asked.
My current cultivation base is at the Five Decays realm, but that doesn't mean that my previous cultivation base was also only at this realm, White Dragon said. Lin Jiufeng and Miss Hong were all ears. White Dragon pointed at Miss Hong and Lin Jiufeng. He shook his head and said, the two of you are now immortals who have stepped into the Nine Restrictions realm, but it will be a little difficult for you to live for more than 20,000 years.
Unless you can enter the second lifetime at the last moment of your life. Only then will you have a chance. But that will be too difficult. No one in our village can do it. You just said that no one in the village can live until the second lifetime. Doesn't that mean that these people are from the same era as you? Miss Hong asked in surprise.
Of course. Other than one child, the others in this village are all of the same generation as me.
In the past, we were much stronger than the two of you.
Although we weren't top-notch in the god race, we were still outstanding. That's why we were able to live for more than 20,000 years until now.
White Dragon explained tirelessly. Then what happened to your cultivation bases? Lin Jiufeng asked. Our cultivation bases?
We used it to strengthen and repair the seal. White Dragon ate a mouthful of food and said casually.
Seal?
Lin Jiufeng and Miss Hong looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes.
Sure enough, this god race village wasn't simple.
Only now did White Dragon reveal a little of the truth.
Is there a seal here? Lin Jiufeng asked.
Of course. White Dragon looked at Lin Jiufeng and directly said with a smile, don't keep asking me. I'll directly tell you what happened in this place over the past 20,000 years. Lin Jiufeng immediately raised his wine cup.
Let me toast you.
Miss Hong also raised her wine cup.
I toast you too.
White Dragon gulped down the wine in his cup. He looked at Lin Jiufeng and suddenly felt a sense of intimacy. Recalling how Lin Jiufeng told him everything honestly in the afternoon, he had the desire to tell him everything too. This used to be a vast world called the Third World. It's the territory of our god race.
It's actually not that different from the main world. The main world is the first world and this is the third world.
This world also has a lot of source energies. When I was young, my life was actually carefree. But all of this disappeared after we went up against the immortal court.
White Dragon recalled the past.
His eyes were in a daze as if he was seeing the glory of the god race 20,000 years ago. Compared to today, the situation of the god race during that time and now was really worlds apart.
Do you know why this place has become like this? White Dragon looked at Lin Jiufeng and asked.
Lin Jiufeng shook his head. He personally filled the wine cup for White Dragon and then drank the wine in his cup in one gulp.
White Dragon took another sip of wine. His face was slightly red.
This wine was brewed by a master brewer of the god race. It was a wine that could make immortals drunk. The battle between the god race and the immortal court spread to several major kiliocosms. They even shattered several worlds. The third world is no exception. A war god from the immortal court came here and wanted to destroy the third world, but he was defeated by a powerhouse of the god race. But the war god's life force was powerful and couldn't be killed, so we set up a huge array to seal the war god. Then, the great war between the gods and the immortals broke out. The powerhouses of the god race joined the war one after another. The fighting in the outside world was very intense, leaving only us young people to guard the third world. This guarding lasted for 20,000 years. White Dragon said sadly. He himself didn't know if he was feeling regret or something else. The feeling he felt didn't seem to be as serious as to be called regret. But he was unwilling to accept this situation. 20,000 years of time had been spent here. Why didn't you leave? Wasn't that war god of the immortal court already suppressed by you guys? Miss Hong asked curiously. The power of the seal is weakening year by year. Our village once had more than 90 immortals. They weren't only at the 9 restrictions like you guys, but were powerful people who could each be used to suppress an era. We infused the majority of our energy into that array to reinforce the seal, thereby weakening our cultivation bases. So what you saw was that our cultivation bases are really only at the 5 decays realm. White Dragon answered Miss Hong's doubts honestly. Chapter 309, Immortal Court Female War Goddess. Through what White Dragon said, Lin Jiufeng and Miss Hong finally understood why this place was once the territory of the god race, but the people inside were all very weak. The reason was still related to the immortal court. A war god of the immortal court was suppressed here. More than 90 powerhouses who were once immortals and above continuously suppressed this place for 20,000 years, depleting their cultivation bases. This was why the strongest people Lin Jiufeng saw here were only at the 5 decays realm. If you guys were so powerful, why didn't you kill this war god? Miss Hong asked, baffled. If it was possible, we would also want to do this. But the truth is that with our combined strength and relying on the array formation set up by our predecessors, we barely managed to suppress this war god. We are unable to do anything else. White Dragon drank a mouthful of wine and said regretfully. The war god of the immortal court is that powerful? Lin Jiufeng asked in surprise. The war gods of the immortal court are indeed very powerful, but the war god of each generation is different. The war god of the immortal court back then is different from the war god of the current immortal court. This female war god has a very powerful background. She was the source of confidence of the immortal court in fighting that battle. For this reason, the top powerhouses of the god race set up a huge array back then and lured her into the array formation to suppress her. They didn't want her to come out and cause trouble and affect the outcome of that battle, White Dragon explained. This immortal court war god is actually a woman? Miss Hong looked at White Dragon in surprise. She thought that this war god was a man. After all, not just anyone could bear the name of the war god. Yes, it's a woman. She's very powerful. In that battle, she caused more than half of the third world to collapse. Right now, only the current region we are in is stable. The other regions are all shrouded in chaos. Occasionally, a continent will appear, but it's also extremely unstable, so it's impossible to live in it. Therefore, we, the descendants of the god race, stay here and guard this female war god. Not letting her break free is our priority now, White Dragon nodded and said. In that case, how much longer can you guys suppress her? Lin Jiufeng asked worriedly. If these descendants of the god race failed to suppress this female war god and let her come into being, it would have a huge impact on the first world, which was also the main world, that had finally become peaceful. Lin Jiufeng had to take precautions. I don't know either. White Dragon shook his head. We've been persevering. We suppressed her again not long ago, but compared to the previous time, the duration she will be suppressed this time is very, very short. In the beginning, when we suppressed this female war god, we could have lasted for at least 3,000 years. It wasn't until 3,000 years later that the seal started to weaken. But the second time, we could only maintain it for 2,800 years.
Then, it was 2,500 years, 2,000 years, 1,500 years, 1,000 years.
Until now, every time we tried our best to infuse energy into the seal, but we could only suppress her for decades. The more we suppressed her, the more difficult it became. 3 years ago, we only just suppressed her. The gap between this time and the previous time is only a short 60 years. Therefore, we can't guarantee that we will still be able to recover to our peak when she wakes up next time. The suppression over the years has also exhausted our spirit, energy, and soul. It's been 3 years, but our cultivation has only recovered to the 5 decays realm. As White Dragon spoke, Lin Jiufeng and Miss Hong listened. Their faces were solemn. White Dragon's words carried a deep sense of helplessness. Clearly, they were a little powerless now. In other words, the next time this female war god wakes up will be about 50 years later? Lin Jiufeng deduced solemnly. Yes, maybe less than 50 years, but it's obvious that we won't be able to recover to our peak cultivation base in 50 years. We won't be able to continue suppressing her, White Dragon said helplessly. That's why we came, Lin Jiufeng said solemnly. You guys, White Dragon looked at Lin Jiufeng, shook his head, and said, you guys have just entered the 9 restrictions realm. To many people, you guys are very powerful, but in front of the immortal court war god, even if you guys break through the 9 restrictions and enter the perfected immortal realm in 50 years, you guys will only just be cannon fodders. These words were very straightforward. But Lin Jiufeng and Miss Hong weren't infuriated at all. Because what he said was the truth. The first realm of the immortals was the immortal realm. In the immortal realm, there were the 9 restrictions of the immortal. One could enter the next realm after crossing the 9 restrictions. The next realm was the perfected immortal realm. Of course, there were also people who didn't cross the 9 restrictions and directly broke through to the perfected immortal realm. But such combat power was completely incomparable to those who crossed the 9 restrictions. Miss Hong asked curiously, the next step for an immortal is to become a perfected immortal, then what's next after the perfected immortal realm? What realm are you guys at? And what realm is that immortal court war god at? Lin Jiufeng was also very curious about this matter. He had investigated countless books in the mortal realm, but there was no introduction to the realms after the immortal realm. There were too few immortals in the mortal realm. He didn't even know about the 9 restrictions previously. If Lin Jiufeng hadn't seen that old man enter the 9 restrictions, he wouldn't even know of it. After the immortal realm is the perfected immortal realm, then the mystic immortal realm, the ancestral immortal realm, the sovereign immortal realm, and then the immortal king realm. Among us, the majority are ancestral immortals. I'm a sovereign immortal, but that immortal court war god is at the immortal king realm. This is what makes us feel pressure. White Dragon said regretfully. Lin Jiufeng blinked. His heart was turbulent. He didn't expect that the immortal realm that he had painstakingly entered was only the beginning of the next stage. Perfected immortal, mystic immortal, ancestral immortal, sovereign immortal, immortal king. Lin Jiufeng had no confidence in surpassing these realms at all in just 50 years. Even if he signed in every day and received good items to improve his cultivation base, it would still take a lot of time. Now, do you all know how terrifying this matter is? White Dragon suddenly chuckled and broke the heavy atmosphere at the table. It's indeed very serious, especially now that it's peaceful outside. The common people live and work in peace, and countless people are working hard. The old have people to support them, and the young have people to depend on. Don't you think it's a pity if such a beautiful life can only last for 50 years? Lin Jiufeng said softly. He wanted to let the people continue living such a beautiful life. Lin Jiufeng didn't care about treasures, cultivation base, or power. He could sign in for treasures that improved his cultivation base, and he could also sign in for magic treasures. He could live in the cold palace for hundreds of years with just Bai Mauer to accompany him. He was indifferent to power and fame. But there were also things he cared about. Lin Jiufeng liked a line of a poem. Building millions of buildings and protecting the people of the world from the cold. If this sentence was used now, Lin Jiufeng indeed had the ability to achieve it. He supported the Unrivalled God Dynasty, which brought welfare to the people of the world, protecting the people of the world from the sufferings of the world. But now, all of a sudden, he received a piece of alarming news from White Dragon. In the Third World, the former territory of the god race, they had actually suppressed an immortal court war god here. This immortal court war god would wake up about 50 years later. Then, she would discover that the immortal court had been wiped out 20,000 years ago. Would she go crazy? Would she destroy the mortal realm and then rebuild the immortal court? These things needed to be resolved. Lin Jiufeng's originally relaxed mood instantly became solemn and nervous. Actually, you don't have to worry. There are still some terrifying forces in this world. It's just that you guys won't be able to sense them usually. White Dragon comforted Lin Jiufeng. What kind of forces? Lin Jiufeng looked up at White Dragon. In the Western Desert, I once felt a terrifying force that temporarily erupted. There's a powerhouse in the Western Desert, White Dragon said. The Buddhist sects in the Western Desert? Lin Jiufeng frowned. 100 years ago, when Emperor Yuan was still around, he exterminated the Buddhist sects in the Jiangnan area. As a result, Lin Jiufeng's impression of the Buddhist sects was still negative even now. The Buddhist sects of the Western Desert are very different from the Buddhist sects that you know. If you have the chance, go to the Western Desert. I remember that there was once an ultimate powerhouse in the Western Desert. White Dragon recalled. Ultimate powerhouse? Lin Jiufeng raised his brows. I think his name is Great Emperor Shakyamuni. He's a terrifying Buddhist supremacy throughout the river of time. Just like you, Great Emperor Jiufeng, the people of the world also address him as Great Emperor. Titles like Buddha and the like can no longer express their respect for him, White Dragon said. Have you seen Great Emperor Shakyamuni before? Miss Hong asked. How could I have seen him before? Great Emperor Shakyamuni appeared 100,000 years ago. He was the Supreme Emperor, an invincible supremacy who walked out of the Buddhist sects back then. No one knows of his deeds anymore. As time passed, your generation no longer knows of Great Emperor Shakyamuni, but I've heard of his name back then. The higher-ups of our god race are very respectful to Great Emperor Shakyamuni and respect him as the living emperor. White Dragon shared his childhood memories. That's why I highly recommend you take a trip to the Western Desert to see if there are any other forces hidden in the Western Desert. If you can find this force, it might be useful against the war god, White Dragon said to Lin Jiufeng. Lin Jiufeng nodded and remembered these words in his heart. He agreed. I will go to the Western Desert. I wonder if we can go take a look at this immortal court war god. Miss Hong suddenly asked. Sure, but the sky is already dark. Let's go tomorrow. White Dragon looked at the night sky and said. No problem, let's have a drink. Lin Jiufeng toasted again. White Dragon didn't stand on ceremony and drank it all in one gulp. That night, Lin Jiufeng, Miss Hong, and White Dragon drank until their faces turned red. They stopped after having their fill. In the end, they stayed in White Dragon's bamboo house. Miss Hong directly fell asleep. Her face was pink, and her body carried a beautiful light. Under the moonlight, the injuries in her body were actually slowly recovering. As for herself, she sank into the sea of great Tao. The tea in the day was from a tea tree transplanted from the Tao Comprehension tea tree. Its tea leaves also carried a portion of the effect of the Tao Comprehension tea tree. It was just nice to help Miss Hong recover and improve herself. Lin Jiufeng was also cultivating. To him, he was already used to being drunk. At night, he experienced the benefits of the cup of tea. He sent his spiritual consciousness into the sea of the great Tao and let his body lie down drunk. His spiritual consciousness and spiritual soul were both in the sea of great Tao, quickly comprehending it. Previously, Lin Jiufeng had signed into the Tao Comprehension tea tree and had long had the experience of roaming the sea of the great Tao. Therefore, he was very skilled this time. He quickly found something suitable for him to comprehend and absorbed it to improve himself. There are so many realms to cultivate in. I'm only at the immortal realm now, I can't be arrogant and complacent. Moreover, there are still many challenges in the future. I need to slowly improve myself. Lin Jiufeng reminded himself in his heart. He then cultivated as the night passed swiftly. Early in the next morning, Lin Jiufeng woke up while the sky was still slightly bright. He stretched his body. He didn't feel hungover at all. He felt refreshed, and the realm in his body had also improved slightly. Of the 9 restrictions, he seemed to have reached the 3rd restriction. It was just one night, but to Lin Jiufeng, that cup of tea was very useful. The advancement of the immortal realm is incomparable to before. Many immortals can only improve by this one step in their entire lives. Now, with just a cup of tea and a night, I've already taken this one step. It's already very fast. Lin Jiufeng was in a good mood. He looked at the distant mountains and breathed in the fresh air, feeling comfortable all over. Not long after, Miss Hong woke up. Today, she looked rosy, radiant, and much more energetic than yesterday. That cup of tea is really not bad. Yesterday night, more than half of the damage to my source energy was directly healed. I just need to rest well next. The injury shouldn't affect my subsequent cultivation, Miss Hong said happily. Lin Jiufeng was also happy for her. That's great. If anything happens to you, I will feel so guilty. You were injured because of me. Miss Hong rolled her eyes at Lin Jiufeng. I'm doing this for myself. I met Elder Universe and asked a lot of things, and I also learned a lot. As for asking for directions for you, that was just a matter of convenience. Don't think so highly of yourself. Lin Jiufeng laughed and didn't take it to heart. At this moment, White Dragon walked out. He looked at Lin Jiufeng and Miss Hong with a ruddy complexion. He said with a smile, "Didn't you guys want to see that immortal court war god? We can go now." Lin Jiufeng and Miss Hong instantly became energetic. "Lead the way," Lin Jiufeng said. White Dragon brought Lin Jiufeng and Miss Hong along the small path in the fields. They walked along the way, looked at the scenery, and chatted. They didn't fly over. Soon, they arrived at a huge mountain. The mountain was majestic, vast, and green. But inside, the area where Lin Jiufeng and the others came to was barren. The ground was dark green, and the surrounding rocks were also green. There were no trees or weeds around, it was empty. From the sky, this place looked like a green stone deep in a mountain. Emerald green energy flowed everywhere. It was very beautiful and lingered around, making this place look like a dreamland. Miss Hong reached out, wanting to touch the green energy flowing in the air. The green energy immediately became like a naughty child, flowing around Miss Hong and surrounding her. "Look, this green energy seems to have a mind of its own," Miss Hong said. Unexpectedly, White Dragon took a look and immediately shouted, "Hurry up and get away from this energy." Lin Jiufeng's expression froze. He raised his hand and patted towards Miss Hong's shoulder. Boom! His energy poured down, and within a second, the green energy surrounding Miss Hong's body was sent flying. Miss Hong asked nervously, "Is there any harm in this energy?" This energy was subconsciously released by that female war god of the immortal court. It should be her energy. Once it surrounds you and makes you let down your guard, it will enter your body and devour your energy and flesh. At that time, you won't be able to save yourself even if you want to, White Dragon said solemnly. Miss Hong looked at the green energy in fear. Lin Jiufeng protected her. He said with a serious expression, "From now on, we can't touch anything here randomly. Let's be careful. It's not that exaggerated. These green energies are all unconscious. Only when you take the initiative to come into contact with them can you possibly be infected. Just be careful." White Dragon reminded them. Lin Jiufeng and Miss Hong remembered this in their hearts. Then, they followed White Dragon and soon arrived at a blue lake. This blue lake was a little similar to the one Lin Jiufeng saw in the Undying Mountain in the land of extremely negative energy. But the difference was that there was a transparent frost jade coffin floating on this blue lake. Inside the coffin laid a woman quietly. She was dressed in a white dress with long black hair. Her face was clean, and she looked like a young girl from a humble family. At this moment, White Dragon spoke up, "This is the female war god of the immortal court. Lin Jiufeng and Miss Han looked at each other silently.
This girl who looked neighborly-like was actually the Immortal Court's female war god.
Chapter 310, Sea of Books. The female war god of the Immortal Court laid quietly in the transparent coffin, floating on the blue lake, quiet and peaceful. She looked just like the neighborly kind of girl who lived next door. The only distinguishing feature was long hair, each of which was crystal clear.
The transparent frost jade coffin floated on the water surface. Wherever it passed, waves would appear, surging with blue energy that filled the surroundings. The female war god of the Immortal Court looks very quiet like this, Miss Han said.
If only she had been so quiet all this time. Then, we wouldn't have to expend so much effort and we can let her out now, White Dragon said helplessly. 50 years, Lin Jiufeng looked at the Immortal Court war god as he calculated the time in his heart. 50 years later, the world would face the attack of this female war god. Would the world be able to withstand it?
Lin Jiufeng wasn't confident. Do we have any chance of killing this female war god now?
Lin Jiufeng asked White Dragon, unwilling to give up. Even though he knew that it was impossible, he still wanted to ask.
That's impossible. You're facing an immortal king, a female war god of the Immortal Court. There's no doubt about her strength.
Even if you destroy her body, she can still revive.
White Dragon shook his head.
Then, 50 years later, we will have to face this war god.
Lin Jiufeng sighed. He was under a lot of pressure.
Yes, the third world has actually been more or less destroyed, but the first world, which is also the main world, is still intact. The common people live and work in peace, and the Unrivalled God Dynasty rules the world. But all of this will disappear after this female war god wakes up.
Everything that exists now will disappear.
If you want to maintain the original state, then think of a way to solve this problem in front of you. White Dragon advised Lin Jiufeng.
The trouble in front of him.
Lin Jiufeng looked at the quiet woman in the frost jade coffin. He found it hard to believe that she would destroy the world 50 years later. But this was the truth. He had no choice but to believe it.
As Lin Jiufeng continued to look, a line of words suddenly appeared before his eyes.
Do you want to sign in before the Immortal Court war god? Lin Jiufeng agreed decisively. He couldn't wait to sign in for more treasures or pills to improve his strength. This way, he would have the confidence to face this female war god 50 years later.
Sign in successful. Receive the Immortal Court's Origin Daoist book.
Lin Jiufeng frowned and looked at the blue lake water.
He was silent, but he was wondering in his heart what kind of treasure was this Origin Daoist book?
Since he couldn't figure it out himself, Lin Jiufeng decided not to think about it anymore and directly read the information.
Origin Daoist book.
It is one of the books left behind by a few grand supremacy from a long time ago.
It records supreme secret techniques.
Those who comprehend the Origin Daoist book will receive the power of the source energies. As for what the power of the source energies was, Lin Jiufeng had no idea.
He had yet to comprehend it.
After understanding the information, Lin Jiufeng directly accepted the Origin Daoist book. In any case, it was to improve himself. He had no reason to refuse it. As soon as the Origin Daoist book entered his mind, it was as if he had practiced it millions of times.
He instantly became familiar with it.
Lin Jiufeng also became familiar with the operation of the nomological powers and the use of the cultivation technique inside. Energy surged in his body and he directly broke through several of the 9 restrictions. Previously, he had only taken 3 steps in the 9 restrictions. But now, this book directly allowed Lin Jiufeng to take another few steps.
He seemed to reach the 7th of the 9 restrictions.
Almost doubling in the number of steps taken, this was really incredible to Lin Jiufeng. He had just felt that it was very difficult to improve in the immortal realm. He had worked so hard to comprehend and sign in, but he had only taken 3 steps in the 9 restrictions.
These 3 steps took him a lot of time.
But now, a single Origin Daoist book allowed him to take 4 steps in a row. He was only 2 steps away from completing the 9 restrictions.
Moreover, the benefits brought by the Origin Daoist book were far more than that. They were very useful for Lin Jiufeng's future cultivation.
Beside the blue lake, Lin Jiufeng and the other two stood there. They looked at the immortal court war god speechlessly. This female war god laid there quietly, but it was already enough to make people apprehensive.
She was unmoving like a mountain.
Even so, she brought immense pressure to those facing her. One could imagine how terrifying it would be once she woke up and broke free from the shackles of this place.
After a while, Miss Hong remembered something.
Senior White Dragon, I heard from an elder in my sect that the third world is very interesting and we can learn a lot of things after entering, but we haven't seen any such things yet.
I wonder if you can tell me? Miss Hong asked curiously.
This matter was told to her by Elder Universe, she had remembered it in her heart.
The third world is very interesting? White Dragon was stunned. He thought carefully and finally remembered something. You're talking about the time wheel, right? White Dragon suddenly understood. Time wheel? What is it?
Miss Hong's eyes lit up as she asked curiously. It can consume one's life energy to activate the time wheel and enter the past period, traveling freely in the past.
It's indeed a very interesting thing. White Dragon explained. There's such a thing? Doesn't this interfere with events of the past? Lin Jiufeng asked in surprise. What happened in the past is already destined. There's no way to change it. The only thing that can be changed is our future.
Many people tried to use the time wheel to change the course of history, but the correction power of history made them pay a huge price and they also didn't achieve anything, White Dragon told Lin Jiufeng.
Then, where is this time wheel? Miss Hong asked curiously. It has already disappeared. White Dragon sighed. Disappeared?
Miss Hong frowned, her expression stiffened. Back then, the female war god of the immortal court entered the third world and destroyed the third world.
The time wheel was also lost at that time.
Some people said that it was shattered, and some people said that the time wheel left on its own. In any case, we haven't found it till now, White Dragon shook his head and said.
So, unfortunately, I can't help you with what you're thinking.
There's only this small area existing in the third world now.
The scenery isn't bad, but the interesting things no longer exist, White Dragon said apologetically.
Miss Hong waved her hand.
I only remembered it in my heart after hearing it from the elder in my sect. But since it no longer exists, then forget it. Senior White Dragon, may I take a look at the library of your god race?
I hope to understand more about what happened back then. This way, I can be more mentally prepared.
Lin Jiufeng raised his request. He wanted to see the books of the god race.
That won't be a problem, but I'm afraid that you won't be able to finish reading everything in the library.
White Dragon didn't hesitate. He was just a little worried about Lin Jiufeng. Can't finish reading?
Lin Jiufeng raised his brows.
What do you mean by that?
What I mean is that except for those top-secret books that have been taken away, the rest of the books are all here.
There are more books here than you can imagine.
Even if I give you 50 years, you won't be able to finish reading them.
White Dragon waved his hand. There's so much? That's great. Lin Jiufeng's eyes lit up.
He wasn't afraid of having too much information, but he was afraid of not having enough information. Then I'll bring you guys to the Sea of Books. It's suitable for you guys there. When you're tired of reading, you can just leave this place, White Dragon said.
Chapter 311, 9 Pure Immortal Lights. White Dragon had a good impression of Lin Jiufeng and Miss Hong.
He brought them into the Sea of Books of the God race. As a powerful race that could once compete with the immortal court, the God race was one of the most terrifying factions in the world. Their Sea of Books was really vast. A library that could be described as a sea wasn't that simple. After taking one last look at the female war god of the immortal court, Lin Jiufeng turned around and left. He followed White Dragon to the green mountain behind the village. The green mountain was charming. It had rained in the morning, so the air was moist. Trees, branches, vines, and green grass all carried the morning water vapor to welcome Lin Jiufeng and Miss Hong. In this green mountain, there was a dimensional space. When White Dragon opened the dimensional space, they could see endless bookshelves inside. On these bookshelves were endless books. Miss Hong cried out, the books of our heavenly Dao sector like playing house compared to the books here. Lin Jiufeng added, even the books in the martial temples of the Unrivalled God Dynasty added up can't compare to the amount here. White Dragon said proudly, this is the sea of books of my race. There are books in all aspects inside. Be it cultivation techniques, immortal techniques, or anything else, they can be found here. You even allow us to view the immortal techniques? Miss Hong looked at White Dragon in surprise. White Dragon stood with his hands behind his back. He said very calmly, as immortals, you will discover in the future that the truly powerful immortal techniques are not something that you can use just by learning them. You still need something huge. You guys don't have this thing yet. Moreover, there's no harm in giving these immortal techniques to you too. If you guys don't learn it, it will also be a waste to leave it here. It's been 20,000 years, and the mystic techniques here have basically been lost in the first world. 50 years later, if the war god of the immortal court commits a massacre and we die here, no one will be able to discover this sea of books in the future, White Dragon said worriedly. This was also the reason why he let Lin Jiufeng and Miss Hong come in to read as much as they wanted. He even looked at Lin Jiufeng and said, if you have the ability, move the sea of books away and bring them to the first world. To us, it's a sin to let the sea of books be lost forever. Let me move them away, Lin Jiufeng was stunned. He didn't expect the surprise to come so soon. If you don't move them away, letting them remain here will be akin to a pearl covered in dust. The sea of books will be buried in the dust of history, no one will know of it. White Dragon sighed. If I let you take them away, I can also let the future generations know that in the past, there was a terrifying race like the God race that fought with the immortal court and overturned it. Although there are only a few of us left in the God race now, we have never lost the face of our ancestors. White Dragon's voice was soft, but the power revealed was so surging and powerful. All right, I will move the sea of books away. Lin Jiufeng nodded. To the Unrivalled God Dynasty in the current world where many inheritances of the past had been lost, these books were a precious treasure. Especially when there were many records about the God race inside. In the current world, the God race had already disappeared from the records of history, no one knew of this race anymore. These books could make people understand the history of 20,000 years ago. Lin Jiufeng couldn't ask for more. Are you able to bring them all out? Miss Hong looked at Lin Jiufeng and asked. The sea of books was huge and uncountable. This wasn't something that an ordinary person could move. Lin Jiufeng said confidently, I have a treasure that can move the sea of books away. What treasure? The storage space is that big? Miss Hong asked in surprise. White Dragon also looked at Lin Jiufeng curiously. General Appointing Platform. Lin Jiufeng took out the General Appointing Platform and floated it in front of him. A desolate killing aura erupted, shocking even White Dragon. This is a very ominous item. White Dragon wanted to approach the General Appointing Platform, but he was sent flying by its energy. He wasn't allowed to approach at all. It's indeed a very ominous item. After I obtained it, I've never figured out its origins, Lin Jiufeng said. He hoped that White Dragon could solve his doubts. But White Dragon shook his head regretfully and said, I don't know either. This treasure is also very unfamiliar to me, but this is my problem. I'm inexperienced and don't know many things. I've always been a frog in the well in the third world, that's why I don't recognize this treasure. He spoke very sincerely, thinking that it was his problem not to know the General Appointing Platform. This made Lin Jiufeng wave his hand, and he hurriedly said, It's not your problem. I don't recognize it either. We are all the same. Can this General Appointing Platform contain the sea of books? Miss Hong asked curiously. Yes, it can. I will go in and pack the sea of books into it and bring the books to the martial temple to spread them to the world. I will let the people of the world know what happened in the past, Lin Jiufeng said. All right, I'm looking forward to it. The story of the God race shouldn't be lost. White Dragon's eyes lit up as he said. Lin Jiufeng and Miss Hong stepped into the sea of books together. Under the gaze of White Dragon, the two of them were immersed in the sea of books. At this moment, countless books drowned Lin Jiufeng. A huge amount of knowledge was waiting for Lin Jiufeng to look through them. The moment he stepped into the sea of books, Lin Jiufeng directly locked onto his cultivation insights category. He didn't pay attention to historical stories, he didn't care about immortal techniques, he didn't care about the secrets of the past. He only wanted to know the difficulties and setbacks that would come with cultivating in the future realms. Especially when the immortal court war god was about to awaken in 50 years. At that time, if the people of the world couldn't resist her, Lin Jiufeng would have to resist her. He had to continuously become stronger in these 50 years. Hence, this was also the reason why Lin Jiufeng headed straight for the cultivation insights of countless seniors. As for the rest, it wasn't that he didn't care. It was just that he temporarily didn't have the energy to do so. Later on, he would read all the books here once. The most important thing now was to read the cultivation insights of countless seniors. Miss Hong's choice was different from Lin Jiufeng's. She went to see the history of the god race and the immortal court. She didn't lack cultivation insights, nor did she lack immortal-grade mystic techniques. Elder Universe had given all of these to her. As long as she cultivated according to the foundation set by Elder Universe, her future would be boundless. Hence, she and Lin Jiufeng went to different places. Soon, they couldn't see the other party's figure anymore, and they were drowned in the vast sea of books. Lin Jiufeng opened a cultivation manual written by a predecessor. This book recorded the detailed direction in which an immortal advanced in the future. If an immortal wants to break through to the perfected immortal realm, they must comprehend the nomological powers of the perfected immortal realm. The more nomological powers comprehended, the stronger the immortal will become after breaking through. The nomological powers of the perfected immortal realm are a manifestation of the great Tao. They are very powerful. Only by condensing the nomological powers of the perfected immortal realm can one enter the perfected immortal realm. As immortals advanced in the future realms, they will be able to roam freely in the various great Tao nomological powers. The number of great Tao nomological powers that you can comprehend will depend on how powerful you are. I cultivated at the age of 3. It has been 8,000 years since then. I entered the mystic immortal realm early, but I was unable to touch the threshold of the ancestral immortal realm. I have just been living a muddled life since and unable to improve. In sorrow, I wrote down these insights and passed them down to the future generations. I hope that you can press forward in the mystic immortal realm and not be stuck by the mystic immortal tribulation. Lin Jiufeng quickly finished reading the insights of this short piece and fell into deep thought. It turns out that what immortals need to break through to the perfected immortal realm are the nomological powers of the perfected immortal. It's no wonder that some immortals broke through to the perfected immortal realm even though they didn't enter the 9 restrictions of the immortal stage. It's because they transformed the great Tao that they comprehended into nomological powers. Then they entered the perfected immortal realm. However, this kind of perfected immortals are definitely very weak. They definitely won't be able to break through to the next realm. Therefore, this isn't the path that I want to take. It's better for me to obediently complete the 9 restrictions and then condense the nomological powers of the perfected immortal realm before breaking through to the perfected immortal realm. After the perfected immortal realm is the mystic immortal realm. In the mystic immortal realm, there seems to be a tribulation too. This immortal who wrote down in his insights that he was trapped in the mystic immortal realm and had no hope of becoming an ancestral immortal for the rest of his life. The path of an immortal is a hurdle with every step. Every inch of land is buried with countless talented immortals. It's difficult for the people of the world to walk this path, but if they really successfully walk through it, they will definitely become ultimate powerhouses. Lin Jiufeng thought about it carefully and felt the brutality of the immortal path. There were only a few sentences in the book. The writing seemed light and casual, but after studying it carefully, he felt a cruel pressure coming from it. Lin Jiufeng put down the book and picked up the cultivation insights written by an ancestral immortal. Basically, it was the same. The cultivation insights of the ancestral immortals were also about the cruelness of the immortal path. The previous one was stuck at the mystic immortal realm and couldn't enter the ancestral immortal realm. He felt that the path to the immortal realm was cruel and thought how good it would be if he could find a way to enter the ancestral immortal realm. But now, Lin Jiufeng was looking at the cultivation insights of the ancestral immortal realm. This ancestral immortal's troubles were exactly the same as that of the previous mystic immortal realm cultivator. He was also stuck at the ancestral immortal realm, unable to improve at all. He thought of all sorts of methods and exhausted his mental strength, but all his efforts were in vain. He was also wailing in his cultivation insights, writing down how good it would be if he could break through to the next realm. After reading it, Lin Jiufeng only had one feeling in his heart. The immortals in the realm after the ancestral immortal realm probably have the same thoughts too. This was just how difficult it was to walk the immortal path. As for those who could truly enter the mystic immortal realm and the ancestral immortal realm, they were all absolute geniuses. They were full of willpower and tenacity, removing from themselves the shortcomings of ordinary people. Their goal was to advance with all their might. Hence, they were in great pain. Lin Jiufeng then carefully read the cultivation insights of a few more mystic immortals and ancestral immortals. The general situation was the same. After introducing the difficulties in these realms, they lamented how rugged and difficult the path of an immortal was. To Lin Jiufeng, these insights had broadened his horizons and also cast a shadow in his heart. The path of an immortal was so difficult. Could he break through to the realm that he wanted in 50 years? At 10 a.m., a line of words suddenly appeared in front of Lin Jiufeng's eyes. Sign in the sea of books? Lin Jiufeng put down the book in his hand and said softly, "Sign in." Another new day arrived. Early in the morning, Lin Jiufeng received a new sign-in opportunity. Sign-in successful. Received 9 pure immortal lights. Lin Jiufeng was stunned. What were these 9 pure immortal lights? From the name, it was probably an immortal technique. But he didn't know anything else. Lin Jiufeng quickly checked the information of the 9 pure immortal lights. The 9 pure immortal lights are divided into 9 immortal lights: Shangqing, Yuqing, Taiqing, Lingqing, Yuanqing, Shuqing, Huaqing, Muqing, and Jiqing. Each of these 9 immortal lights has invincible might. They can wipe out heaven and earth, divide the filth from the clean, settle down the vital energy of the land, and open up the space of chaos. Once this technique is truly executed, all evil will not be able to invade the user. If a perfected immortal falls into the light, they will all turn into dust and clear water, dying on the spot. Lin Jiufeng looked at the words on the message and was overjoyed. This was an extremely powerful and terrifying immortal technique. He had never signed in for such a terrifying immortal technique before. Now that he had it, he naturally couldn't wait to start cultivating. The 9 pure immortal lights instantly transformed into a stream of light that entered Lin Jiufeng's body. The foul air instantly sank, and the clear air rose. 9 supreme immortal energies were born in his body. Primordial chaos entangled his body. 9 great immortal energies hid within, unmoving like a mountain. But once they moved, each of them had invincible might. They could destroy everything and kill the enemy on the spot. "I finally have a trump card that can protect my life," Lin Jiufeng said with a smile. After learning the 9 pure immortal lights, Lin Jiufeng's realm actually quietly advanced a step forward and arrived at the 8th step of the 9 restrictions. If only I could sign into such an immortal technique or treasure every time and improve my cultivation base. That way, I wouldn't have to worry about the troubles that will come in the future, Lin Jiufeng lamented. Compared to the number of treasures he could sign in, the chances of him signing in for immortal techniques or treasures that could improve his strength were too small. Hence, Lin Jiufeng couldn't place all his hope on this. He had to find other ways to improve himself. For the latter half of the night, Lin Jiufeng continued to study the 9 pure immortal lights until daybreak. By then, he was well versed in it and could execute it with a raise of his hand. It was extremely powerful. In the morning, Lin Jiufeng took out the general appointing platform and placed it in the sea of books. Then, he activated the general appointing platform. Rumble. The entire sea of books trembled. In the distance, Miss Hong raised her head. She put down the books in her hand and looked at the countless books around her that were being absorbed by the general appointing platform. The general appointing platform hovered in the air and began to frantically absorb the books in the sea of books. The commotion wasn't small, and it attracted the descendants of the god race in the third world. They stood together with White Dragon.
You gave the sea of books to someone else just like that?
A thin-faced old man asked White Dragon.
So instead of letting him bring the books out and be of use to the world, we should keep the sea of books here and wait for it to be destroyed? White Dragon asked.
The thin-faced old man was speechless.
It's a pity.
The fate of us people has long been destined. It's just that I wonder if we can die in the end in a more glorious and dignified manner, a young woman said regretfully.
Actually, it's not a pity.
That's the female war god reputed to be the strongest in the history of the immortal court. Even the leader of our god race had to lure her here to lie in ambush. Such a powerful existence has been suppressed by us for 20,000 years.
It's very meaningful to think about it.
An old man with a brandy nose chuckled. The others also felt better upon hearing this. The only pity is that the bloodline of the god race will be broken in our hands, White Dragon said regretfully.
Every race has its own historical responsibility.
Our god race is in charge of ending the immortal court. It's not a pity because we managed to achieve our goal.
If our bloodline is broken, so be it. Countless races have perished in history.
Perhaps in the future, our god race will rise from the dead. The thin-faced old man comforted White Dragon. Now that the sea of books has been handed to him, it's equivalent to handing the burden of our history to him.
I wonder if he can withstand it and hand over a satisfying answer.
White Dragon looked at Lin Jiufeng, his eyes filled with anticipation.
Chapter 312, Welcome Home.
The general appointing platform quickly gathered the books in the sea of books into its gigantic interior space. Its interior space was very huge, able to store the huge sea of books. Millions of gods and demons as generals, billions of living beings as soldiers. An item described in such a way was naturally no ordinary thing. After storing the sea of books, Lin Jiufeng and Miss Hong came out.
They saw the descendants of the god race.
More than 90 descendants of the god race were gathered here. They looked at Lin Jiufeng and Miss Hong with complicated looks in their eyes. The sea of books that they had protected for 20,000 years was now taken away by Lin Jiufeng. Although they had convinced themselves in their hearts that letting the sea of books be brought out was the best choice now, when they really saw Lin Jiufeng walking out with the general appointing platform, their mood was still very complicated.
White Dragon smiled and said, "Now that you have the sea of books, are you going out?"
Lin Jiufeng nodded. He bowed to these descendants of the god race and said sincerely, "Thank you all for sacrificing your lives and spending your entire lives to suppress the female war god of the immortal court. I will bring the sea of books out and spread it throughout the world, letting the people of the world know of this piece of history.
I will not let you all be drowned in the dust of history."
Lin Jiufeng's actions made the group of descendants feel a little embarrassed.
With White Dragon as the leader, they bowed to Lin Jiufeng in return. The god race and the immortal court are irreconcilable. Back then, the ancestors fought a bloody battle.
Now, us descendants haven't tarnished their reputation.
But in the future, we still need you to deal with the immortal court's female war god.
We will do our best to stall for 50 years, White Dragon said. Lin Jiufeng nodded and smiled slightly. His smile was warm and full of strength as he said, "I've always been protecting the world and the mortal realm, and I'll continue to do so in the future." The people of the god race watched as Lin Jiufeng left.
They had nothing to say anymore.
Seeing the sea of books being brought out and going to become of great use to the world, they were already very satisfied.
Lin Jiufeng didn't say anything more.
They all understood each other without the use of words. If this group of descendants of the god race had other intentions, they could have long left the third world and gone to the first world to show their might to the world. After all, they were much stronger than the immortals in the first world now. But unbeknownst to the world, they still guarded the third world and suppressed the immortal court war god. Lin Jiufeng admired this willpower and effort. The only thing he could do was to stop the outbreak of the immortal court war god 50 years later. After leaving the third world and standing in the Hangduan mountain range, Lin Jiufeng felt like he had spent a lifetime there. It turned out that the immortal court and the god race, which he thought had long been drowned in the dust of history, actually still existed. Moreover, there were other worlds outside this world. The first world was the main world and was unscathed. The third world was destroyed by the female war god of the immortal court. Until now, only a small portion of the world was stable, and the rest had already become chaotic. Lin Jiufeng was glad that he had come here and personally witnessed the descendant of the god race and the immortal court war god who only existed in the legends. If he didn't come here and spent 50 years in the outside world leisurely, when the female war god recovered, the harmony that this era had painstakingly welcomed would instantly collapse. This was absolutely unacceptable for Lin Jiufeng. Standing in the Hangduan mountain range, looking into the northwest, it was the western desert with unpredictable climate changes, the birthplace of Buddhism. Lin Jiufeng watched carefully. He still remembered that White Dragon had said that the western desert had a terrifying power hidden there. The Buddhist sects of the western desert were also worthy of him taking a look. I'll go back and put the sea of books down first before going to the western desert. Lin Jiufeng made the necessary arrangements. He would handle this step by step. He still had 50 years. These 50 years weren't considered short or long, but it was enough for him to do many things. Miss Han, let me send you back to the Northwest Territory, Lin Jiufeng said. Miss Hong's injuries had yet to recover, so Lin Jiufeng wanted to ensure her safety. No need. I'm almost healed. Moreover, I don't want to return to the Northwest Territory. I want to go somewhere else. Miss Hong shook her head and rejected Lin Jiufeng. You can't use your powers now, you should go back and recuperate, Lin Jiufeng advised. Great Emperor Jiufeng, you're not the only one who's worried about the immortal court war god, I'm worried too. I'm going to improve myself. See you in 50 years. Miss Hong rejected Lin Jiufeng again. Then, with a beautiful smile, she turned around and left chicly. Miss Hong's graceful figure disappeared before Lin Jiufeng's eyes. She slowly released her power, not worried about her injuries at all. She wanted to comprehend the insights of the universe clock that Elder Universe gave her. 50 years later, she would appear again. This is what the people of the Heavenly Tao sect should do. The female war god of the immortal court sounds domineering. If I defeat her, wouldn't that make me even more domineering than her? The corner of Miss Hong's mouth curled up. She liked this feeling. Watching Miss Hong leave, Lin Jiufeng didn't persuade her anymore. He directly returned to the martial temple base camp of the Xuanhuang God Dynasty. As the era passed, the martial temple's base camp continued to expand. It was constantly being built and spread in all directions. A mountain range wasn't enough, and it was expanded beyond the mountain range with a radius of 1,000 miles. A large city that was even more prosperous, magnificent, and beautiful than the imperial capital was built. The most outstanding geniuses of the world were gathered here, and this was also the peak martial temple that countless people yearned for. When Lin Jiufeng arrived, what he saw were countless energetic youths. Their faces were young, but their cultivation bases were all extremely powerful. Lin Jiufeng looked ordinary as he walked in this new city. No one who passed by him noticed him. The martial temple had now changed to a new mountain leader. It was Zhou Cheng and Xuanhuang. Emperor Day had also issued an order for this. They took over the martial temple and began a new round of changes. The rules set by the martial temples back then were no longer useful. After all, many students had already broken through to the immortal realm. They had to follow the new era and develop new rules that conformed to the current situation. For this reason, Xuanhuang and Zhou Qing did their best to gather a large group of immortals. After a period of intense discussion, they finally decided on the new rules and regulations. The martial temple officially started the stage of immortals being the teachers. In other words, in this peak martial temple, the teachers were all immortals. Those who weren't immortals were called teaching assistants, meaning they were assistants to the immortal realm teachers. As for those immortals registered with the Xuanhuang God Dynasty, they had to come to the martial temple every 6 months to teach for half a month. This was to broaden the horizons of the students of the martial temple. While being trained in the ways of cultivation, the cultural lessons of the students didn't stop too. The culture lessons taught the children how to love their country, their families, and themselves. The education on ideals and morals was proposed by Lin Jiufeng back then. He didn't want the students taught by the martial temple to ultimately rebel against the Xuanhuang God Dynasty. A school that only imparted strength, not thoughts and morals, would definitely harm others and themselves. Lin Jiufeng walked past the crowd, the heavily guarded door, the interior of the martial temple, and saw Xuanhuang and Zhou Qing. The two of them were now dressed like scholars, perfectly blending into their current roles. When they saw Lin Jiufeng, they were delighted.
"Great Emperor Jiufeng, why have you come?" Zhou Chang asked curiously.
"I'm here to deliver books to you," Lin Jiufeng said with a smile.
"Deliver books?" Xuanhuang looked at Lin Jiufeng, puzzled.
"I took a look at the books in the martial temple. It can be said that the martial temple has collected all the books in the world. Moreover, some of the isolated books have always been saved, printed, and reproduced. Then, they were spread all over the world. It can be said that there is no other place in the world that contains more books than the martial temple," Zhou Qing said proudly. He was now one of the mountain leaders of the martial temple, so he naturally paid a lot of attention to the martial temple. Everything he did now revolved around the martial temple.
It was the same for Xuanhuang.
When it came to the books in the martial temple, he was very confident. Lin Jiufeng smiled and said, "The books that I brought this time will drown the martial temple. It will broaden your horizons. I need a large open space. There's a wide and open place here. We've just hollowed out this huge mountain range. The interior is like a huge underground castle that's thousands of miles long."
"Is that enough?"
Zhou Qing asked.
Lin Jiufeng pondered for a while.
"Just barely. It's enough if the books are more compactly placed." Xuanhuang and Zhou Chang were shocked. How many books were there? Such a huge space was barely enough? Lin Jiufeng didn't say anything more. He let them lead the way to the huge underground castle and released the sea of books that he had brought from the third world. Boom! 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 The sea of books was put down with a huge commotion, broadening Xuanhuang and Zhou Qing's horizons. "These books are all books that were previously lost in history?" Zhou Qing picked up one and carefully read through it as he asked excitedly. Because he discovered that the words and things recorded in these books came from 20,000 years ago. This discovery excited him. Then, looking at the huge sea of books, his entire body trembled. He was trembling in excitement. Xuanhuang was no exception. He was also very excited. "Great Emperor Jiufeng, where did you find these books?" Zhou Qing also looked at Lin Jiufeng curiously. "I obtained them from the descendants of the god race. Your current mission is to carefully study the sea of books here and then publicize the stories buried in history so that the people of the world will know what happened in the past and why we have the current situation. Tell the people of the world not to forget those glorious races in the past," Lin Jiufeng said solemnly.
"Great Emperor Jiufeng, rest assured. I will do as you ask." Xuanhuang nodded. "There are also many lost immortal techniques here. Let the students of the martial temple look for them themselves. These mystic techniques are the hard work of the predecessors, they shouldn't have been lost just like that. After the students learn them, they can continue to develop on the foundation techniques of the predecessors. It's what this generation of people should do." Lin Jiufeng continued. Zhou Chang and Xuanhuang listened attentively. They were convinced of Lin Jiufeng from the bottom of their hearts. Especially when there were so many immortal spells and so many precious books among these books, but he placed them here just like that for the children of the common people to read. It was worthy of admiration. Not only was Lin Jiufeng very powerful, but he was also very loving and good to the people of the world. "There are some loan books here, you guys have to protect them seriously and make new copies of them. But you also have to keep what the predecessors wrote well and let our descendants know what inheritance is." Lin Jiufeng continued to remind them. "Don't worry, we will do all of these," Xuanhuang said confidently. "That's good. Since you guys can do this, I shall leave first. Groom more geniuses and treat them all equally, understand?" Lin Jiufeng reminded them before he left.
Xuanhuang and Zhou Qing looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes.
As expected of great Emperor Jiufeng. These books are comparable to the sea. There are books as far as the eye can see.
Even so, he can bring all of them here, Zhou Qing said. The key is that he took them all out and let the students read them for free.
He even let the young people inherit and learn from them.
His broad-mindedness is worthy of us learning from him, Xuanhuang said.
We need to build a huge library here so that the students can come in and learn.
We also have to protect the loan books.
It will take a lot of work.
Zhou Qing shook his head and said with a happy smile.
We're going to be busy now.
But thinking of how we can unveil the fog of history and place a real story of the past in front of the people of the world, I'm full of energy now, Xuanhuang said excitedly.
Zhou Qing laughed and got busy.
Lin Jiufeng left the martial temple and stood on the peak of a huge mountain. In front of him was the imperial capital.
The imperial capital was still the same as before.
Looking from afar, it was very astonishing, especially when looking from a height.
Inside the imperial capital, there were millions of people living there. It was the political center of the Xuanhuang God Dynasty.
But to be honest, 100 years ago, this was the political center and the geographic location was also very good. But now, with the territory of the Xuanhuang God Dynasty constantly expanding and could be said to be a huge landmass, the location of the imperial capital was very remote. Especially when there were several mountains around the imperial capital. More importantly, the imperial capital had always been close to the martial temple's base camp. Lin Jiufeng felt that this wasn't a good idea.
The current martial temple was too close to the political center.
If anything happened, the two most important places of the Xuanhuang God Dynasty would suffer together.
Hence, they had to split up. Lin Jiufeng murmured, "It's time to move the imperial capital." But this couldn't be done too hastily.
There were millions of people inside. Moving the imperial capital wasn't a simple thing. Lin Jiufeng watched for a while before he returned to the imperial capital and entered the cold palace. In the heavily guarded imperial capital, Lin Jiufeng easily entered.
No one discovered him.
In front of the cold palace, the light of the homes swayed slightly when it saw Lin Jiufeng's return. The center of the flame became even more intense, bringing with it a bright light that shone in all directions.
It had become even stronger.
Compared to its previous display of power, the current light of the homes had become more restrained. But it was really very powerful. Lin Jiufeng just watched. The man and the lamp stood in front of the cold palace. Their auras clashed within a radius of 30 feet, but they didn't spread out. Under the pressure of the light of the homes, Lin Jiufeng frowned slightly. It was too powerful and terrifying. Lin Jiufeng was forced to use all his strength. But the light of the homes didn't even go all out yet. Because no one came to activate it. It was displaying its might based on its own instincts. After a while, Lin Jiufeng gave up. He was no match for the light of the homes. Looking at the light of the homes, Lin Jiufeng rejoiced in his heart. Fortunately, this was his treasure. But Lin Jiufeng didn't expect this treasure of his to evolve faster than him. Evolve as early as you can and develop a spirit of our own. Then, you will be able to think and act on your own. Only then will you be truly powerful, Lin Jiufeng said to the light of the homes. The light of the homes swayed for a while, the flames danced a few times, then returned to silence. At this moment, the door of the cold palace was opened. A flower of the mortal realm appeared. When her beautiful white face saw Lin Jiufeng, she revealed a happy expression.
"Welcome home,"
MokbhaiMJ said with a smile.
Chapter 313, Reincarnation and Rebirth. Home.
Lin Jiufeng had never experienced this word before. It wasn't until he met the little white cat that he finally had a home. In the past, Lin Jiufeng treated the little white cat as his pet, so he didn't have any other thoughts. But after the little white cat transformed and they truly became husband and wife, this feeling was incomparably intense.
He had a home now. There was someone at home who missed him. This ordinary warmth made Lin Jiufeng cherish it even more. He reached out and hugged MokbhaiMJ.
He leaned against her and his heart calmed down. No matter what happened next, he would be able to face it calmly.
I missed you, so I came back.
Lin Jiufeng gently cupped Bai Mao's face and kissed her.
I don't believe you. Bai Mao shook her head flirtatiously.
Her eyes darted around, luring the primitive feelings in Lin Jiufeng's heart. Lin Jiufeng carried her up and strode into the cold palace.
The door closed with a bang.
I will let you know how much I miss you now, Lin Jiufeng said firmly. Bai Mao hugged Lin Jiufeng's neck and said softly, then, let me see how powerful Great Emperor Jiufeng is.
I'm not convinced.
Her breathing was sweet and her red lips were fiery, causing Lin Jiufeng to stop in his tracks.
Bai Mao was unable to talk anymore.
Lin Jiufeng pushed her into the room. The flute sounded, the jade pot shone, and the fish and dragon danced throughout the night. Lin Jiufeng and Bai Mao lived intimately for 3 days. He didn't go out of the cold palace at all, relieving their pain of longing for each other. But in the past 3 days, the outside world had been in an uproar. Because the Martial Temple released a piece of heavy news that shocked everyone in the world. The Martial Temple obtained countless books, immortal spells, and the truth hidden by history. Each of these things was shocking. Now that they were placed together, how could the people of the world not be excited? It turned out that 20,000 years ago, there was still an immortal court in this world. It turned out that the immortal court had a terrifying opponent called the God Race. It turned out that a huge battle broke out between the God Race and the immortal court, causing both sides to disappear into the long river of history. Other than that, many top powerhouses and peerless talents were also revealed by the Martial Temple.
The human race was excited.
The myriad races were also excited. Now, countless people had come to the Martial Temple, hoping to see these books. The Martial Temple wasn't courteous either. They set some rules. Outsiders could read the books, but they had to either become teachers in the Martial Temple or pass down their legacy. If they chose the second option, they had to choose 2 students in the Martial Temple as disciples and teach them. These policies made a large group of immortals curse endlessly.
But they had no choice.
They really wanted to read and know what had happened in the past. Hence, in just 3 days, the Martial Temple gained thousands of teachers. There were also tens of thousands of students who were accepted as disciples by the immortals. This number was still increasing. The outside world was in a flurry of discussion. Regarding the immortal court, the God Race, the Martial Temple, and finally the Unrivalled God Dynasty. These discussions caused the story of the God Race to quickly spread throughout the world. The Martial Temple had also become a place that everyone yearned for. Deep in the mountains of the Martial Temple, various books were placed in the hollowed-out place. The teachers of the Martial Temple were tidying them. Among them, there were also students reading the books with full attention. These were basically outstanding students from the Martial Temple. Among these students, there was a quiet and taciturn student with a heaven-defying talent who was currently distancing himself from the crowd and reading a book of the God Race. He read very meticulously. This book recorded the battles between the God Race and the Immortal Court. It was written very excitingly, and the battles were also very intense. Of course, the final victory belonged to the God Race. The more the young man read, the more he frowned.
What bullshit tea? The young man couldn't stand it anymore. He threw the book aside angrily. The God Race can't destroy the Immortal Court at all.
Although the main force of the Immortal Court perished with the God Race, the capital of the Immortal Court is too abundant. Therefore, after the main force of the Immortal Court perished with the God Race, the Immortal Court continued to exist. The young man snorted coldly.
He was very angry. If it weren't for that damn Elder Universe perishing together with the Immortal Court, how could it be possible for the human race to rule the world now?
The young man gritted his teeth and said. Compared to the God Race, he actually hated Elder Universe more. Back then, 20,000 years ago, I was just a foot soldier in the Immortal Court. I couldn't participate in the war between the God Race and Immortal Court at all. I should have been safe and sound, but when Elder Universe came and destroyed the last bit of power of the Immortal Court, I was also killed. Fortunately, after I died, my soul was saved by the Immortal Court's supreme treasure, the Eternal Dragon Boat, and I've been floating in the long river of time. It wasn't until 20 years ago that I was reincarnated and was born in this world. In the past, my divine soul hadn't awakened, and I was just living in a blur. But now, I've already awakened. I won't allow anyone to malign the Immortal Court wantonly. I have to find the seniors of the former Immortal Court to uphold justice and rebuild the Immortal Court. This era is the best era. The young man was shy, silent, and not good with words previously. But now, these traits were all gone. He became extremely confident in himself. After experiencing so many things, one would naturally become more at ease in life. The heavens gave me a second chance. In my previous life, I was just a small soldier in the Immortal Court, a peripheral figure. I was casually swept by the residual energy of Elder Universe and died on the spot. But I swear that I will definitely rise up in this life. I want to be the foundation of the Immortal Court. I want to establish a new Immortal Court in this era. Be it the human race or the myriad races, they must submit to the majesty of the Immortal Court. But with my current strength, I can't do this. I need help. The Immortal Court once enshrined 2 injured seniors of the Immortal Court in the Buddhist sects of the Western Desert. I have the Eternal Dragon Boat that can treat or wake them up. This way, I will have helpers. The first step of reviving the Immortal Court is to go to the Western Desert. The young man was excited. He wanted to go to the Western Desert to wake up the former seniors of the Immortal Court and conquer the world. What bullshit! T Great Emperor Jiufeng. In front of the seniors of my Immortal Court, he can be destroyed with a flick of his finger. The foundation of the Xuanhuang God Dynasty is ours to take. On the foundation of your Xuanhuang God Dynasty, we will bring it to greater heights. Just wait for the Immortal Court to come into being. The young man's heart rippled violently. He looked at the books around him in disgust. They were all trash, their evaluation of the Immortal Court wasn't fair at all. The Immortal Court should be high and mighty, sacred and noble. He looked down on the teachers here crazily in his heart, but he still bade farewell to them very politely. He wanted to go back to his hometown. His hometown was in the Western Desert. Right where the Buddhist temples were prevalent. Just as he was quietly leaving the martial temple, a man walked out of the cold palace in the imperial capital. It was Lin Jiufeng. He had accompanied by Mauer for 3 days. Now, he wanted to go to the Western Desert and investigate carefully. Chapter 314, Monk Crescent. The Western Desert was located far away from the Xuanhuang mountain range. It was far away from the Central Plains and had a special culture. It was the source of Buddhism. The biggest sect in the Western Desert was Buddhism, but there were also different branches of Buddhism. On the way to the Western Desert, Lin Jiufeng had carefully studied that area. The biggest Buddhist sect in the Western Desert was the Great Thunderclap Temple. The sect was in the depths of the Western Desert, in the core area. But they were very low-key. They were only a little famous in the Western Desert. In the Central Plains, very few people knew about them. If it weren't for White Dragon telling Lin Jiufeng that a great Emperor Shakyamuni had once appeared in the Western Desert, he wouldn't have noticed this piece of land at all. In the past, I placed my sights on the Central Plains, the Northwest Territory, and the 100,000 Mountains. I haven't paid attention to a large piece of land like the Western Desert. This really shouldn't be the case. Lin Jiufeng arrived at the Xuanhuang mountain range and stood at the entrance of the Third World. He looked ahead at the vast world that stretched as far as the eye could see. The Western Desert. Do you want to sign in at the Xuanhuang mountain range? Just as Lin Jiufeng was about to move, a line of words appeared before his eyes. He blinked and immediately said, "Sign in. Sign in successful. Receive the Xuanhuang sword." This was a very long sword, with a strange sword hilt that resembled a mountain. The sword was thin and sharp. When slashed horizontally, it was as if it could cut through space. What grade is this sword at? Lin Jiufeng held the sword in his hand. The feeling of the sword felt good, but he still needed to check the information. Xuanhuang Sword, Supreme Grade Immortal Artifact, excels in attacking power and explosive power. This introduction made Lin Jiufeng smile. A Supreme Grade Immortal Artifact. Not bad, not bad. This can be considered my third strongest magic treasure. Lin Jiufeng looked at the Xuanhuang Sword in satisfaction. Needless to say, his strongest magic treasure was the Light of the Homes. The second strongest magic treasure was the General Appointing Platform. Then, Lin Jiufeng no longer had any other magic treasures. He gave his sword case to Princess Yulin, along with all the swords in the sword case. After that, Lin Jiufeng no longer had a weapon in hand. He only brought the General Appointing Platform along with him. Now that he had signed in this Xuanhuang Sword, Lin Jiufeng didn't have to smash out the General Appointing Platform whenever he wanted to fight. After casually gaining control of it and integrating it into his body, Lin Jiufeng crossed the Xuanhuang mountain range and stepped into the land of the Western Desert. The first time Lin Jiufeng stepped into the Western Desert, he felt that it was completely different from the Central Plains and the Northwest Territory. The land of the Western Desert and the air of the Western Desert seemed to be chanting in Sanskrit. Lin Jiufeng quickly walked deeper into the vast land. He crossed the mountains and rivers. What he saw and heard were all strange sights that were different from the Central Plains. Everything around him carried a sense of beauty. When Lin Jiufeng saw the natives, they dressed differently from the people of the Central Plains. They looked exotic. Lin Jiufeng didn't chat with them. He just advanced silently. The places and people he saw along the way gave him a refreshing feeling. On this day, Lin Jiufeng went deep into the land of the Western Desert for 10,000 miles. Even so, this speed was only because he wasn't in a hurry to leap over the mountains and the river valleys. At night, Lin Jiufeng saw the first temple in the Western Desert. That's right. Not only was the Western Desert and the Central Plains separated by a mountain range, but there was also a buffer zone of 10,000 miles between them. In this area of 10,000 miles, there wasn't a single temple. There were even very few people. But after crossing this 10,000 miles, one could see that the number of temples and monks increased greatly. There were many ascetics in the Buddhist sects of the Western Desert. Lin Jiufeng was also advancing at night. He saw quite a lot of scenes. These monks abandoned everything on the surface. Living in luxury, living a prosperous life, and the desires of the secular world were all regarded as the foundation of their mental demons to seduce people into falling. Only by overcoming all these could one ultimately reach the realm of Buddha. At night, Lin Jiufeng encountered an ascetic monk. He kowed out every 3 steps and bowed deeply every 9 steps. This person was a false immortal. Among those of the false immortal realm, he was very powerful. But he was still so pious. Like an ordinary person, he followed the thoughts in his heart. Lin Jiufeng was greatly shocked. Taking advantage of the latter's rest in the night, he also stopped to communicate with the other party. Why do you insist on kowtowing every 3 steps and bowing every 9 steps? Lin Jiufeng asked curiously. The monk was an ascetic, dark and thin. The clothes he wore were patched up, and he looked travel-weary, like a homeless man. But his eyes were so pure, like a child's or like the stars in the night sky. They were very pure. Lin Jiufeng swore that he had seen many people in his life, but he had never seen such a pure gaze in the eyes of adults. He had only seen it on children before. This kind of purity wasn't naivety. It wasn't that he didn't understand anything, but it was a kind of tolerance and curiosity. It was a special feeling. Even though he had already seen the world, he was still very curious about it. This curiosity was akin to a baby seeing the world for the first time. Lin Jiufeng saw these special feelings in this ascetic monk. Patron, are you from the Central Plains? The ascetic monk asked calmly. Lin Jiufeng nodded and continued to look at the monk. He was waiting for the answer to that question. The ascetic monk smiled and said, "Some people in this world do smart things, and naturally, there are also people who do foolish things. A lot of people are fighting to do smart things. I can't win against others, so I can only do something foolish," the ascetic replied. But what exactly is a smart thing and what is a foolish thing?
Lin Jiufeng asked with a frown. Something that is advantageous is a smart thing.
Something with no benefits to be gained, but instead, one has to pay a lot of things to do this thing, is a foolish thing.
The monk explained.
Lin Jiufeng fell silent. This ascetic in front of him was doing a foolish thing.
He cut out every 3 steps and bowed every 9 steps. He didn't obtain anything substantial. But it could put him at ease.
Being at ease was actually very important.
Where are you going, Banti? Lin Jiufeng asked again after a short silence. Great Thunderclap Temple. The monk replied. Lin Jiufeng's eyes lit up. Great Thunderclap Temple was also his target for this trip. How far are you from the Great Thunderclap Temple now? Lin Jiufeng asked. According to my current speed, I can reach there in half a year.
The monk calculated and answered Lin Jiufeng.
Is there a real Buddha in the Great Thunderclap Temple? Lin Jiufeng asked curiously. The real Buddha is in the hearts of everyone. As long as the inner ape is tamed, all living beings will be Buddha.
There is no Buddha in the Great Thunderclap Temple, the ascetic monk replied.
By that, you mean that even the monks of Great Thunderclap Temple are unable to subdue their inner apes? Lin Jiufeng asked with a frown. The monks of Great Thunderclap Monastery are also humans.
They also have mental demons and thoughts of anger.
Buddha isn't that easy to be born into. The monk explained. Then, one last question. Is Great Emperor Shakyamuni in the Great Thunderclap Temple? Lin Jiufeng asked. The ascetic monk was dazed.
Then, he shook his head and laughed. If you want to look for Emperor Shakyamuni, you have to go to 100,000 years ago.
He should still be around then. Lin Jiufeng also smiled.
He knew that this question of his was a little stupid, but he didn't mind. Instead, he said, then the question just now doesn't count.
This is the last one. How should I address you? The monk looked at the moonlight and said, You can call me Crescent.
It was only at this moment that Lin Jiufeng realized that he wasn't old.
He should be very young.
About 18 years old, but his cultivation base was at the peak of the false immortal realm.
He wasn't far from becoming an immortal. Monk Crescent, let's meet again in the future. Thank you for answering my questions. Lin Jiufeng waved his hand and turned to leave. Patron, you know my Dharma name, but I don't know what your name is.
Since you are thanking me, then tell me your name, said Monk Crescent with a smile. Lin Jiufeng turned around and looked at the dark and thin monk. The corner of his mouth curled up as he said, The people of the world call me Great Emperor Jiufeng. With that, Lin Jiufeng disappeared without a trace this time and went deep into the western desert.
Great Emperor Jiufeng, the son of destiny of this era? Monk Crescent looked at the place where Lin Jiufeng disappeared and murmured. The aura on his body began to fluctuate. He directly broke through from the peak of the false immortal realm to the immortal realm, and it was still continuing to rise. Until in the end, his aura fell again. Then, Monk Crescent followed his heart. He cut out every 3 steps and bowed every 9 steps, heading for the Great Thunderclap Temple. Chapter 315, Perfected Immortal Seed. After bidding farewell to Monk Crescent, Lin Jiufeng directly headed for the Great Thunderclap Temple. In the vastness of the western desert, the most important was still the Great Thunderclap Temple. According to the rumors, the legacy of Great Thunderclap Temple had yet to end. It had always kept a low profile. Although it was the orthodox sect of the Buddhist sects, it wasn't famous in history. If it weren't for Lin Jiufeng's careful investigation, there would really be no news at all. On the way there, Lin Jiufeng saw many ascetics, all of whom were paying religious homage to the Great Thunderclap Temple. The faces of the ascetics looked sallow. They were dirty from the sun and wind. But their hearts were very pure. Without being disturbed by external things, they focused on doing what they wanted to do. Lin Jiufeng didn't continue to inquire with them. He followed the ascetic's footsteps and crossed the western desert to the front of Great Thunderclap Temple. The Great Thunderclap Temple wasn't as vast and majestic as Lin Jiufeng thought. The Great Thunderclap Temple in front of him was a slightly dilapidated ancient city. In the center of the ancient city was the Great Thunderclap Temple. The incense offerings were endless.
Around the ancient city, pious believers knelt on the ground and worshipped this ancient city, seeking the comfort of the soul. Lin Jiufeng reached the Great Thunderclap Temple just like that.
This is an ancient faction that had been passed down for 100,000 years? Lin Jiufeng frowned. He couldn't figure it out. No matter how he looked at it, it didn't look like it. Hence, he walked towards the ancient city.
Unlike the ascetics worshipping around him, Lin Jiufeng seemed out of place and very conspicuous.
In the Great Thunderclap Temple, two terrifying lights shot out from the eyes of a young man.
They were extremely resplendent, like two divine lights that pierced through the sky.
Great Emperor Jiufeng.
The young man recognized Lin Jiufeng. He came from the Martial Temple. Lin Jiufeng was the previous mountain leader of the Martial Temple. His statue was even placed in front of the Martial Temple by Emperor De. In addition, when the myriad races appeared later on, Lin Jiufeng suppressed them. Therefore, everyone knew about his appearance. The young man instantly recognized Lin Jiufeng.
He was furious.
"You are the one who brought out those rebellious god race books and even spread them throughout the world to slander my immortal court." The young man gnashed his teeth in anger.
His expression was gloomy.
His hands clenched into fists. He hated this number one person in the world, the number one immortal in the world, the praised great Emperor Jiufeng. But he didn't act rashly. Instead, he turned around silently and retracted his angry gaze, not wanting to be discovered by Lin Jiufeng.
"I'll go find someone."
The young man turned around and left.
He wasn't a young and immature man.
Although he looked young on the outside, he was from the immortal court back then. He knew that it would be difficult for him to deal with Lin Jiufeng on his own now, but he had his ways.
The current Great Thunderclap Temple wasn't the Great Thunderclap Temple from 100,000 years ago.
But what he didn't know was that Lin Jiufeng directly caught his glance.
Lin Jiufeng frowned as he looked at the Great Thunderclap Temple.
He had noticed that resentful gaze just now.
"This is my first time in the Great Thunderclap Temple and I didn't offend anyone. Who has such great hatred for me?"
Lin Jiufeng was puzzled.
He looked around.
The hatred was now gone.
But that didn't mean that Lin Jiufeng would let down his guard. He slowly stepped into the ancient city of Great Thunderclap Temple. "Do you want to sign in before the Great Thunderclap Temple, fake?" This notification shocked Lin Jiufeng. Was this Great Thunderclap Temple actually fake?
The key was that even though it was fake, Lin Jiufeng could still sign in from it. He agreed without hesitation.
Sign in successful. Received a perfected immortal seed. What is this?
A crystal-like seed appeared in Lin Jiufeng's palm as he curiously checked the information. The perfected immortal seed is an opportunity to break through to the perfected immortal realm. Planting a perfected immortal seed will result in the nomological powers of the perfected immortal realm being harvested. The number of nomological powers harvested will depend on how you water the perfected immortal seed.
This information made Lin Jiufeng's eyes light up. It was indeed not bad.
This would be his treasure to break through to the perfected immortal realm.
Without hesitation, Lin Jiufeng put away the perfected immortal seed and waited for the chance to plant it. Then, he looked at this ancient city and the Great Thunderclap Temple in the ancient city and frowned. How was this fake? The Buddhist charm, the Tao charm, and the ancient aura in this Great Thunderclap Temple weren't fake.
In other words, this fake Great Thunderclap Temple has existed for a very, very long time. That's why it has such a thick Tao charm and Buddhist charm, to the point that even a true eminent monk wouldn't be able to discover it. Lin Jiufeng looked around solemnly. Suddenly, he realized that the door of the Great Thunderclap Temple had opened.
An old monk walked out from inside.
This was a thin, emaciated old monk. He wore a kasaya and had a hunchback, looking like a monkey wearing clothes. He walked straight towards Lin Jiufeng. When he got close, he smiled at Lin Jiufeng. He pressed his palms together and held the Buddha beads in his palms. This string of Buddha beads weren't round beads, but bone relics with the face of Buddha carved on them. The Buddha on each pearl had a kind look on his face.
He looked kind, noble, and powerful.
Lin Jiufeng saw it at first glance.
But in an instant, he frowned.
Because his vision was very strong, he could see the true appearance beneath the surface. On the back of these beads, there were faces that looked like an evil demon that had crawled out of hell, filled with evil.
Buddha and the demon were one. What was this old monk trying to do?
Lin Jiufeng looked at him cautiously.
Emperor Jiufeng, I am Anan. Welcome.
The old monk smiled.
Lin Jiufeng frowned. You know me?
The #1 powerhouse in the world, the foundation of the Unrivalled God Dynasty, and the powerhouse who suppresses all the myriad races.
Who doesn't know about this?
Monk Anan said with a smile. It was just that his already relaxed skin and shriveled face made him look like a demon when he smiled. I didn't expect my reputation to be so great that it even spread to the great thunderclap temple of the western desert.
Lin Jiufeng sneered.
He didn't believe such nonsense.
An old friend told me.
At the same time, he asked me to tell Emperor Jiufeng something, Monk Anan said.
What is it?
Lin Jiufeng frowned at him.
Monk Anan suddenly waved his hand and his thin body erupted like a volcano. Boundless power surged out from his body in an earth-shattering manner.
At the same time, in this ancient city, the great thunderclap temple also surged with infinite power. In the very next moment, countless array patterns appeared out of thin air and instantly drowned this area. A vast curtain of light shrouded the land. Lin Jiufeng immediately wanted to tear through the void and leave. But the space was sealed by the array patterns. He couldn't tear it apart no matter how hard he tried. Lin Jiufeng wanted to escape. He knew that he had been tricked. The sudden array formation shrouded him, catching him off guard. But he couldn't escape. With a bang, the ancient city completely became a huge array. It trapped Lin Jiufeng inside.
However, Lin Jiufeng didn't panic.
Instead, he observed calmly.
This was an extremely complicated and profound ancient array.
Every step it took was filled with killing intent as it completely sealed this area. Lin Jiufeng vaguely recognized that this was a corner of an invincible killing array. The divine runes flowing in the air came from the era of the god race and the immortal court. When the two combined, their majestic and complicated Dao runes were born. The array formation was densely packed with it. The ancient array formation sealed the land and suppressed Lin Jiufeng, preventing him from escaping. It also shocked the monks around him. But no one cared about the ascetics. Under the seal of the array formation, Monk Anan looked at Lin Jiufeng with a smile. His smile was like that of a demon. It swept away the amiable monk's appearance from before. The Buddha beads in his hand also turned over, revealing the appearance of an evil demon. Emperor Jiufeng, if we kill you, the Unrivalled God Dynasty will no longer have a pillar of support. A young man walked out from behind Monk Anan. The young man was dressed in the clothes of the martial temple. He looked at Lin Jiufeng calmly. His cultivation base was only at the false immortal realm, but he and Monk Anan were on equal footing. Monk Anan's sudden outburst made Lin Jiufeng realize how terrifying he was. Perfected immortal realm. A false immortal and a true immortal standing on equal footing. This scene was a little strange. You are a student of the martial temple? Lin Jiufeng placed his hands behind his back and looked at the young man calmly. He didn't take the array formations around him seriously at all. I was before, but not anymore. The young man smiled proudly. I also have to thank you for building the martial temple so well and teaching the students for free. It allowed the poor me in this life to quickly cultivate to the false immortal realm and recover my old memories, the young man smiled and said. Old memories? Lin Jiufeng frowned. I'm an orthodox soldier of the immortal court. I died in battle back then and am now reincarnated into this world, the young man said proudly. There are still reincarnations in this world? Lin Jiufeng didn't care about his attitude. Instead, he was concerned about this matter. If reincarnation was possible, he could also quickly revive Emperor Yuan and Emperor Ming. This was what Lin Jiufeng had promised at the beginning. Back then, he thought that he could do it very quickly. But looking back at the past, his thoughts were really too childish.
He didn't know anything and didn't know the immensity of the world. He only wanted to revive others. The ignorant were simply fearless. Even the current Lin Jiufeng also couldn't revive them yet.
That was why he was staring at this young man in front of him. I don't want to tell you about this matter, and you aren't worthy of knowing. It's just that there are no heroes left in this era, allowing you to make a name for yourself. See, today, you fell into a trap so easily, the young man said disdainfully. Lin Jiufeng stared at him with a deep gaze. But the young man wasn't afraid at all. He looked at Lin Jiufeng disdainfully.
You are now suppressed by a corner of Monk Ainan's killing array. What can you use to fight me?
The young man mocked. Monk Ainan sighed and said, if I were still at my peak, I could have killed this Emperor Jiufeng with one finger. I wouldn't need to use this corner of the killing array. Your array formation can trap me, but it can't kill me. Lin Jiufeng snorted coldly.
Roar! Right at this moment, Monk Ainan suddenly roared. A dense head of black hair instantly grew out of his originally bald head. It danced like chaotic grass.
He became thousands of years younger in a breath. He was originally incomparably old, having lost countless years. He was extremely old, like a person waiting for death. But now, after a loud roar, his body suddenly changed. He directly became tall and mighty, turning into the appearance of a middle-aged man. But the current him was very terrifying. His resplendent eyes erupted with a bright light. It was very terrifying, as if he had gone mad. His roar directly activated this corner of the killing array.
Rumble! Killing intent filled the air.
There was a huge array formation blocking it, and it directly rampaged inside, causing Lin Jiufeng's skin to split apart, unable to bear the might of the array formation.
Lin Jiufeng frowned.
Using the general appointing platform as his base, he stepped out.
Boom!
A powerful light exploded from the general appointing platform, directly destroying the array runes that were charging towards Lin Jiufeng. Seeing this, Monk Ainan shouted again.
In an instant, the mountains collapsed, and the earth split. With the second roar, the ancient city completely collapsed. At this moment, the great thunderclap temple was also reduced to dust. It was destroyed by this killing array.
When Lin Jiufeng saw this scene, his expression changed.
Perfected immortal nomological powers.
Lin Jiufeng discovered that the perfected immortal nomological powers flowed in this corner of the killing array. But what he did next wasn't to become afraid. Instead, he took out the perfected immortal seed and directly let it take root and germinate on the general appointing platform. A perfected immortal seed that grows in such an environment should be very powerful, right?
Lin Jiufeng's eyes flashed. He stopped resisting and let the perfected immortal nomological powers strike his body.
Even if a perfected immortal nomological power swept over and killed Lin Jiufeng, he would instantly use the mystic technique of sea immortality in the cycle of reincarnation to revive. He began the process of being cut into pieces. During this process, this corner of the killing array really tried its best to kill Lin Jiufeng.
But they didn't notice that on the platform, a flower was slowly blooming. It was the flower that bloomed from Lin Jiufeng's perfected immortal seed.
Chapter 316, 36 Perfected Immortal Nomological Powers. This flower that grew from the soil of suffering and blood was very beautiful.
This corner of a killing array was very terrifying.
The killing intent, baleful aura, and terrifying energy fluctuations that erupted from it were like surging waves that turned the world upside down. This killing intent caused the world to tremble. At this moment, the killing array slashed down. Lin Jiufeng's body instantly splattered apart into flesh and blood, scattering on the general appointing platform and the perfected immortal seed. After absorbing Lin Jiufeng's flesh and blood, absorbing the terrifying attack of this killing array, the perfected immortal seed germinated and bloomed. It was very beautiful. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled all around. Energy surged all around.
Ice and snow surrounded them.
But this flower watered by Lin Jiufeng's flesh and blood bloomed on the general appointing platform. It bloomed very beautifully. Lin Jiufeng was constantly being killed in this corner of the killing array. But his source energy was very powerful now. When he used the see immortality in the cycle of reincarnation technique, he could reverse life and death. Boom! Another great Dao rune filled with killing intent directly struck Lin Jiufeng's body, causing his body to collapse. Once again, blood splattered on the flower. It became even more beautiful looking. Because of the general appointing platform, Monk Anan and the young man didn't notice it. See immortality in the cycle of reincarnation. Lin Jiufeng gritted his teeth. He once again reversed life and death, recovering from death. He comprehended the Tao and the state of nirvana and returned to life. In a corner of the killing array, Monk Anan, who was in the safe spot of the killing aura, frowned and said, "It's really difficult for him to die." That's normal. After all, he's the son of destiny of this era, the first immortal. His source energy is powerful, but continuing to revive like this will consume his source energy. If we kill him a few more times, he won't be that powerful anymore, the young man said. But why do I feel that I'm panicking? Monk Anan frowned and asked. His cultivation base was very powerful and was at the perfected immortal realm. He appeared in this era of the recovery of spiritual energy and quickly reached the perfected immortal realm. Hence, the panic of a perfected immortal meant that something bad was about to happen. Do you think this great Emperor Jiufeng can stir up a storm in this corner of the killing array? The young man mocked. Monk Anan watched as the killing array surrounded and killed Lin Jiufeng. When Lin Jiufeng was revived, the killing array once again blasted him into pieces. He suddenly heaved a sigh of relief. Perhaps it's the panic from killing the son of destiny of this era. Monk Anan comforted himself. Seeing that Lin Jiufeng had once again reversed life and death and come back to life, Monk Anan said, "No matter how much you struggle, it won't change the current situation. This killing array is passed down from an immortal king. It's simply more than enough to kill an immortal like you. How many more times can you revive? You were killed time and time again and have experienced death so many times. Could it be that you have a masochistic tendon?" Monk Anan didn't understand. "Monk, you've killed me 36 times. I've died 36 times, Lin Jiufeng said solemnly. Taking advantage of the fact that he had just recovered, he took a deep breath. At the same time, his comprehension of the great Tao continued to climb. Then, "Please die earlier, great Emperor Jiufeng," instead of continuing to struggle, Monk Anan said coldly. "Monk, do you know what I saw in the 36 deaths?" Lin Jiufeng suddenly asked. Lin Jiufeng stood on the general appointing platform, his face pale. After 36 deaths, his source energy was almost depleted. Monk Anan also saw this. He chuckled and said with a cold gaze, "I wonder what you saw in the cycle of death." "I saw a flower." Lin Jiufeng constantly absorbed the spiritual energy to make up for his lost source energy as he said. "A flower?" Monk Anan frowned and looked at Lin Jiufeng. The young man by the side snorted coldly and said, "What an act. You can even see a flower in the cycle of life and death? What you saw was probably the red spider flower. It's here to bring your soul into the cycle of reincarnation. That's a flower that bloomed on the great Tao." Lin Jiufeng shook his head and smiled. "A flower that bloomed on the great Tao? I think you are talking nonsense. You are simply ignorant. Monk Anan used the array formation to kill him. He has depleted his source energy and has been stalling for time." The young man's killing intent was overflowing. He stared at Lin Jiufeng and discovered Lin Jiufeng's state of weakness. A sharp light flashed in Monk Anan's eyes as he controlled this corner of the killing array. Rumble! The killing array rotated like a huge millstone that was crushing the world, wanting to crush Lin Jiufeng into dust. "So what if you see a flower of the great Tao? I will destroy you in this world now." Monk Anan's expression became very evil looking. The demonic Buddha beads in his hand rotated as he let out a cackle. It was very terrifying. In the very next moment, the great Tao runes of the array formation pressed down. Lin Jiufeng watched. After 36 deaths, there was only a small amount of his source energy left. If he died this time, he would no longer be able to execute the see immortality in the cycle of reincarnation technique.
But Lin Jiufeng wasn't afraid at all.
Instead, he looked at the flower on the general appointing platform with a relaxed smile.
It had completely matured now.
Lin Jiufeng wanted to reach out and stroke this flower of the great Tao that was watered with his blood.
But in the very next moment, this corner of the killing array fell. Boom! Lin Jiufeng's entire body exploded.
This time, no flesh and blood splattered.
There was only endless energy that instantly exploded.
This huge energy was about to sweep in all directions. But in the very next moment, time and space froze.
The entire killing array also froze, including Monk Anan and the reincarnated young man. They watched in horror, but they found that they couldn't move at all. They could only see a flower.
A flower that flickered with the light of the great Tao appeared in this corner of the killing array.
Flower of the great Tao.
At this moment, Monk Anan and the young man recalled Lin Jiufeng's words. They could only watch helplessly as the flower froze the energy that appeared from Lin Jiufeng's explosion in the air and then gathered it into this flower.
The flower bloomed. The flower fell. Lin Jiufeng appeared in the air.
It was still the same him, but the difference was his realm. He directly broke through the 9 restrictions of the immortal and stepped into the perfected immortal realm.
The nomological powers of the perfected immortal realm. I see. Lin Jiufeng's heart moved. He now held 36 nomological powers of the perfected immortal realm.
Then, Lin Jiufeng looked at Monk Anan and the young man. As I said, I saw the flower of the great Tao, but you guys didn't believe me. Lin Jiufeng shook his head, feeling very regretful. Then, he punched out.
Boom! Thousands of tsunamis, lightning surging, and volcanoes erupting. Everything was branded in this punch at this moment.
Lin Jiufeng didn't use any cultivation technique in this punch. He just held the 36 perfected immortal nomological powers and punched out. At this moment, the freezing of space ended.
At this moment, this corner of the killing array was activated.
At this moment, Lin Jiufeng went wild. The heavens and the deities were nothing in his eyes. With this punch, even if deities came, he would still kill them. This was an extremely confident aura of being invincible and attaining the Tao. Everything would fall under his punch.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
An intense impact, a powerful force, and the 36 nomological powers roared into the sky like 36 ancient ancestral dragons. This corner of the killing array was instantly torn apart. Lin Jiufeng, who was at the immortal realm previously, couldn't tear apart this corner of the killing array. But now, at the perfected immortal realm, he could do it. The collapse of this corner of the killing array shattered the ancient city and the fake Great Thunderclap Temple together, turning the area into a region of raging flames. Lin Jiufeng walked out of the flames.
Run! This person is too sick.
He actually broke through to the perfected immortal realm.
Moreover, he has 36 perfected immortal nomological powers as soon as he broke through. He's too terrifying. Monk Anan's expression changed drastically. He was trembling in fear.
His worldview had been shattered. Lin Jiufeng even shattered this corner of a killing array that was left behind by an immortal king. After 36 deaths, he actually broke through to the perfected immortal realm and comprehended 36 nomological powers. It should be known that back then when he broke through to the perfected immortal realm, he only obtained one nomological law. One could imagine how scared he was now.
Hence, Monk Anan immediately ran away, not daring to stop at all.
The young man who had reincarnated was the same. He was greatly shocked. He was only at the false immortal realm. How could he resist Lin Jiufeng who was at the perfected immortal realm?
He decisively escaped with Monk Anan. After shattering a corner of the killing array, Lin Jiufeng narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "Can you guys escape?"
He took a step forward and millions of Tao patterns instantly burst out in the air, turning into transmission array runes. With a tap of his hand, a spatial passageway immediately appeared.
5-colored divine light flickered.
This path seemed to have passed through heaven and headed for the end of eternity.
5 colors and 10 lights flickered. They instantly arrived in front of Monk Anan and the young man with Lin Jiufeng.
In an instant, Lin Jiufeng blocked them. "You guys can't escape," he said coldly. Even though Monk Anan had already become a middle-aged monk and wasn't looking dispirited and lifeless like before, facing the terrifying Lin Jiufeng, his expression couldn't help but panic.
"Great Emperor Jiufeng, if you let me go, I will tell you everything I know." Monk Anan knew that he couldn't defeat Lin Jiufeng anymore. He wasn't at his peak at all.
Previously, he had relied on the corner of a killing array to scheme against Lin Jiufeng. Now that he no longer had the corner of a killing array, if they really fought, he was no match for Lin Jiufeng at all. He didn't even have the confidence to defeat Lin Jiufeng, who was at the immortal realm previously. Not to mention the current Lin Jiufeng, who was at the perfected immortal realm and had 36 perfected immortal nomological powers.
"What do you know?" Lin Jiufeng asked coldly.
"I know about the Great Thunderclap Temple," Monk Anan said without hesitation.
"Wasn't the Great Thunderclap Temple destroyed?" Lin Jiufeng sneered. "Great Emperor Jiufeng, you must be kidding. You can definitely tell that this Great Thunderclap Temple of mine is fake. I know where the real Great Thunderclap Temple is." Monk Anan smiled in embarrassment and said.
Lin Jiufeng's eyes were deep as he looked at the young man beside Monk Anan.
"You can live, but what about him?"
Lin Jiufeng said coldly. As soon as these words came out, the young man's expression changed drastically. He quickly distanced himself from Monk Anan and stared fixedly at them.
"You guys want to kill me?"
The young man's expression was very ugly, as if he had eaten shit.
"Isn't this obvious?" Lin Jiufeng sneered. "You are a false immortal, like meat on a chopping board.
You have no way of escaping," he added.
"Great Emperor Jiufeng, I know a lot about the Immortal Court. I'm a warrior of the Immortal Court back then. I can tell you everything I know, as long as you spare my life."
In his anxiety, the young man copied Monk Anan and begged for mercy.
"Sure."
Lin Jiufeng's attitude suddenly changed 180 degrees. Then, he reached out and pointed at the young man and Monk Anan's glabella.
Boom! Their soul source energies were held in Lin Jiufeng's hands now. "Your lives are now in my hands.
If you are disobedient, I can directly crush you both to death, or I can make you all wish you were dead," Lin Jiufeng said coldly.
The faces of Monk Anan and the young man darkened completely.
They were dejected and felt their vision turning dark.
"Come, bring me to the real Great Thunderclap Temple," Lin Jiufeng ordered. Chapter 317, Great Thunderclap Temple. Monk Anan and the young man were now under Lin Jiufeng's control.
They were dejected and lost.
They couldn't figure it out. What exactly went wrong? Why was it that even though he had activated a corner of the killing array left behind by the Immortal King, it was still useless against Lin Jiufeng? Lin Jiufeng wouldn't explain this problem to them. Now, the two of them were leading the way to the real Great Thunderclap Temple. "Where is the real Great Thunderclap Temple?" Lin Jiufeng asked them on the way. Monk Anan returned to his old appearance.
"With a hunchback," he said, "the real Great Thunderclap Temple has actually long become a relic."
"It became a relic?" Lin Jiufeng frowned. "Didn't they say that the legacy of the Great Thunderclap Temple has always been around?"
Lin Jiufeng asked, puzzled. "The legacy of the Great Thunderclap Temple has always been around, but the original Great Thunderclap Temple is no longer around," Monk Anan explained.
"What do you mean?"
Lin Jiufeng frowned and looked at him.
"In the ruins of the Great Thunderclap Temple, there is the legacy of Great Emperor Shakyamuni.
Those who are fated can obtain it.
That's why I said that the legacy of the Great Thunderclap Temple hasn't been severed. But the real Great Thunderclap Temple became a relic 20,000 years ago."
Monk Anan pressed his palms together and said,
"What happened 20,000 years ago that turned the Great Thunderclap Temple into a relic?" Lin Jiufeng was thinking about this problem. Another thing that happened 20,000 years ago. 20,000 years ago should have been the war between the Immortal Court and the God race. Lin Jiufeng couldn't help but look at the young man. "Do you know?" Lin Jiufeng asked.
20,000 years ago, no one from the Great Thunderclap Temple appeared in the battle between the Immortal Court and the God Race. At least, no one appeared in the battle which I died from, the young man said. He was the weakest among the three of them now. He had just awakened and his strength hadn't increased at all, so he didn't dare to be impudent. Facing Lin Jiufeng's question, his attitude was very good. He answered whatever Lin Jiufeng asked. His previous arrogance and smugness were now gone. Tell me the details of the war between the Immortal Court and the God Race back then, Lin Jiufeng asked solemnly. Why would an organization as big as the Immortal Court fight to the death with the God Race? Also, how was the top combat power of the God Race and the Immortal Court ranked? Tell me in detail. If you lie, I will be able to distinguish it. By that time, you will definitely die. Lin Jiufeng looked at the young man coldly. The killing intent in his eyes was undisguised as he stared at him blatantly. The young man cursed Lin Jiufeng in his heart, but he looked as gentle as a sheep on the surface. I was a small team leader of the Immortal Court previously. My name is Ouyang Xiu. I had 100 soldiers under me, and I guarded the gate of the Immortal Court. I was an insignificant character, so I don't know about the grudges between the higher-ups of the Immortal Court. I only know that after the birth of the God Race, the Immortal Court and the God Race had never gotten along. Moreover, in the beginning, the Immortal Court was suppressed and beaten by the God Race. Ouyang Xiu recalled the past and said sincerely. He didn't dare to lie. Because Lin Jiufeng was standing right in front of him, staring at him silently. The pressure was so great that he didn't dare to lie. If Lin Jiufeng discovered a lie, he would die. He decisively chose to tell the truth. The Immortal Court was so powerful, suppressing an era, yet they were still suppressed by the gods? MokbhaiMJ said in surprise. Lin Jiufeng watched silently from the side. I'm also very puzzled about this. The God Race seemed to have appeared out of nowhere and shook the world all of a sudden. The Immortal Court really suffered a huge loss. At one time, they were beaten into retreat, losing a lot of territories. Even the powerhouses suffered heavy casualties, Ouyang Xiu said seriously. Then, how did the Immortal Court respond? Lin Jiufeng asked. Then, the top powerhouses of the Immortal Court came out of seclusion. There was also the emergence of the female war god lineage, especially the first female war god who was simply absurdly ferocious. She easily killed people of the God Race, forcing them to retreat, and also rebuilt the glory of the Immortal Court, Ouyang Xiu said excitedly. Especially when it came to the female war god, his eyes lit up. But Lin Jiufeng frowned. He heard about the female war god again. Moreover, this time, it was the first-generation war god. There are many generations of female war gods? Lin Jiufeng asked. That's not the case. There were only 7 generations of female war gods. Ouyang Xiu shook his head. That's quite a lot. In one era, the female war god lineage actually passed down 7 generations. According to you, the female war god who can easily defeat the powerhouses of the God Race should be able to live for a very, very long time, MokbhaiMJ said. This is the God Race's credit. They simply went all out to kill the female war gods. Every generation of the female war god was lured into a trap and killed by the God Race, which is why the invincible female war god of the 7th generation existed. Ouyang Xiu shook his head. The invincible female war god of the 7th generation? Lin Jiufeng raised his brows. He immediately thought of the female war god suppressed by the descendants of the God Race in the Third World. She was probably the invincible war god of the 7th generation. Yes, there are only 2 publicly acknowledged most powerful beings among the female war gods, the 1st and 7th generations. The 1st generation experienced the war and helped the Immortal Court solve the chaos. Unfortunately, she was ultimately killed by a terrifying existence who crossed over from another world. As for the 7th generation, wherever she went, the God Race would tremble in fear. It would be easy for her to tear an immortal king apart with her bare hands. Without a choice, the God Race plotted against her and lured her to the Third World, the base camp of the God Race. Then, the collapse of the Third World happened. I also saw it that time. A huge change happened in the third world.
The female war god fought an intense battle there. The people of the immortal court saw the aftermath of the battle clearly. Just as we were about to go and help her, the god race had already come out of their world. A great war of the centuries started without warning. I also participated in the battle with the soldiers under my command. I was exhausted from the battle, and in the end, I was swept by the aftershocks of an immortal king and died on the spot. If it weren't for the immortal court's supreme treasure, the eternal dragon boat, being summoned in time and saving me, I would have died at that time.
Ouyang Xiu said as he walked. He didn't lie because he knew that lying in front of Lin Jiufeng would only anger him. He had just reincarnated, how could he bear to die? Moreover, he was talking about what had already happened. It wasn't a big deal. Lin Jiufeng and Monk Anan fell silent upon hearing this. The battle between the immortal court and the god race directly wiped out an era. You aren't lying about what you said. Then, the first thing you did after you awakened your past memories was to come here to look for Monk Anan. What was your motive? Lin Jiufeng asked slowly. He stared at Monk Anan and Ouyang Xiu. His calm gaze gave them a huge pressure. I wanted to try and wake up the powerhouses of the immortal court. Ouyang Xiu had just been resurrected and his cultivation base was low. He couldn't resist Lin Jiufeng's gaze and answered honestly. Monk Anan nodded and said, he told me that he wants to revive the powerhouses of the immortal court and then get them to help me obtain the legacy in the ruins of the great Thunderclap temple. There are still people alive from the immortal court? Lin Jiufeng frowned. His heart skipped a beat, and his eyes turned sharp as he stared at the two of them. Chapter 318, Sincere Feelings. There were actually still people from the immortal court alive in this world? This was something Lin Jiufeng didn't expect. He stared fixedly at Ouyang Xiu, wanting to figure out what exactly was going on. Ouyang Xiu replied, from what I know, there are indeed seniors from the immortal court in the western desert. I don't know how many of them are there, but there definitely are. Weren't the people of the immortal court wiped out by the god race? Lin Jiufeng asked solemnly. That war broke out very suddenly. For the immortal court, they were caught off guard. At that time, there was an army of the immortal court suppressing the western desert, so they didn't participate in this battle. The army of the western desert has been suppressing the western desert all this time. They are not allowed to leave. Therefore, even though the immortal court suffered heavy losses in that battle and was completely wiped out, this team still remained. In this era, I don't know how many of them are left. But I know that some of them are definitely still alive now. Ouyang Xiu felt uneasy under Lin Jiufeng's oppressive gaze and said honestly. I'm very curious as to why they want to suppress the western desert. Other than the Great Thunderclap Temple, the western desert is just a remote corner and doesn't compete with the outside world. Why did they leave an army behind to suppress the western desert? Monk Anan asked in puzzlement. He had known Ouyang Xiu for many years. Ouyang Xiu was born in the western desert, but he was very rebellious when he was young. He couldn't understand the Buddhist scriptures and yearned for the outside world. Hence, he bade farewell to his only friend and went to the immortal court. He worked hard to establish a stable foothold in the immortal court and became a commander. The friend that he bade farewell to was Monk Anan. Hence, Ouyang Xiu, who had just awakened and was reborn, directly came to the western desert to look for Monk Anan. Moreover, the moment he asked for help, Monk Anan used the corner of the killing array that he had painstakingly obtained to kill Lin Jiufeng for him. Their relationship was indeed quite deep. Now that the lives of these two brothers were in Lin Jiufeng's hands, it was also a special kind of fate. It wasn't easy for the two of them to still be alive in this world from 20,000 years ago to 20,000 years later and could still trust each other so much. Regarding Monk Anan's question, Ouyang Xiu sighed and said, I'm just a small team leader of the immortal court, a small character. How would I know so many secrets? In the great era, you and I are just duckweeds that drift with the waves. I just know that the immortal court still places a lot of importance on the western desert. It can even be said that the immortal court reveres the western desert. Revere? Lin Jiufeng immediately noticed this word. The immortal court isn't afraid of the god race.
The immortal court used to suppress the world. According to you, the immortal court is extremely powerful. Why would they revere the Western Desert then? Lin Jiufeng immediately asked. Monk Anan also looked at his old friend curiously. I've heard of a rumor, but it's not confirmed. Some people say that beneath the Western Desert, the Lord of Hell is buried. Outside the Western Desert is the Buddhist sect, but inside is hell. The higher-ups of the immortal court have suffered a blow in the Western Desert. Ouyang Xiu said. There's actually a hell beneath the Western Desert? Why didn't I know about this? Monk Anan shook his head. He didn't believe this rumor. I've lived in the Western Desert for more than 20,000 years and have never left. I've studied Buddhist scriptures and techniques, comprehending the Tao left behind by great Emperor Shakyamuni. I've never seen a demon appear before, Monk Anan said. Lin Jiufeng pointed with his finger and questioned, Don't you look like a demon now? Especially the Buddha beads in his hand. One side was Buddha and the other was a demon. Monk Anan was instantly embarrassed. He stammered, I studied the Buddhist scriptures on my own, but I never obtained the true meaning of them. Gradually, a mental demon was born in me, turning my respect for great Emperor Shakyamuni into resentment. I became an existence that was half Buddha and half demon. So you established the fake Great Thunderclap Temple and disguised yourself as Buddha to enjoy the incense offerings of the people? Lin Jiufeng asked. Monk Anan nodded and said helplessly, I've never been able to comprehend the Tao of great Emperor Shakyamuni. I felt extremely upset. In the end, I became demonized. I disguised the city you saw just now as the already disappeared Great Thunderclap Temple. Then, under the worship of the people of the world, I slowly walked back from the edge of becoming a demon. Now, I'm half Buddha and half demon. I already said that it's just rumors, it's normal for it to be inaccurate. But the wariness of the immortal court towards the Western Desert really exists. Even we weren't allowed to contact the troops guarding the Western Desert. They are independent of the outside world. At that time, very few people inside the immortal court knew what they were doing in the Western Desert, Ouyang Xiu said. Then, do you know the exact location of this army? Lin Jiufeng asked. There's a general direction, but we need to search carefully, Ouyang Xiu said. Then, let's go to the ruins of Great Thunderclap Temple first before looking for this army, Lin Jiufeng said solemnly. The army of the immortal court still existed in the Western Desert. But as long as Ouyang Xiu was by his side and didn't wake them up, there wouldn't be any danger for the time being. He had to do things one by one. The most important thing at the moment was to find the relic of the Great Thunderclap Temple and investigate it thoroughly. Lin Jiufeng still had high hopes for the Great Thunderclap Temple. Moreover, he felt that the waters of this world were becoming deeper and deeper. In the past, he felt that he was already invincible just by reaching the human god realm. But later on, he felt that he was invincible after becoming an immortal. And now, he really felt very insignificant. Compared to those people who could leave their names in history, he was simply too fragile. He thought that after suppressing the myriad races, the world would be peaceful. But who would have thought that the third world, the descendants of the god race, and a sleeping war god would all appear? Now, there was also the Great Thunderclap Temple, the army of the immortal court, and the great Emperor Shakyamuni from 100,000 years ago. These things were all very confusing and no one came to explain them to him. Lin Jiufeng could only rely on himself to find the answers. To Lin Jiufeng, the army of the immortal court wasn't as attractive as the Great Thunderclap Temple. Hence, he was still determined to let Monk Anan lead the way to the Great Thunderclap Temple. How much longer before we reach the Great Thunderclap Temple? Lin Jiufeng asked. With their speeds, wouldn't it be easy for them to arrive at the destination very quickly? No matter how big the Western Desert was, they could easily travel back and forth within a day. Unless it was hidden like the Third World. Those who didn't know couldn't find the entrance at all. Monk Anan replied, It's not that far away. The relic of the Great Thunderclap Temple is in the 10,000 mountain caves of the Western Desert. What kind of place is the 10,000 mountain caves? Lin Jiufeng asked.
That's a place that has been carved with countless murals, carvings, and Buddha statues of the Buddhist sects since ancient times, Monk Ainen said with a trace of respect.
Is this place very famous? Ouyang Shou asked.
No. I'm the only one who knows about this place now. I set up an array formation and blocked the surroundings, preventing anyone from discovering this place. For 20,000 years, no one has discovered this place.
Monk Ainen shook his head. This is also the reason why no one discovered that the Great Thunderclap Temple built by me is a fake one. Because they couldn't find where the real Great Thunderclap Temple was, so I naturally became real. Monk Ainen self-mocked. Every once in a while, I will go and live there for a period of time.
I will look at the murals, the statues of Buddha, and the scriptures carved on the stone monoliths.
I wanted to comprehend the great Emperor Shakyamuni's Tao. But it's a pity. I gained nothing.
The only thing that filled me with hope was that every time I went, it would make me calm down and think about my origins silently. I would check on myself to prevent myself from falling deeper into the demon path. That's why I still have a lot of respect and admiration for Buddha.
Buddha's wisdom is unfathomable, just that I'm unable to comprehend it. Monk Ainen said sincerely. Chapter 319, A range of 500 miles. Monk Ainen was once young and reckless.
He thought that he was a peerless genius.
Unlike Ouyang Shou,
he could absorb the teachings of the Buddhist scriptures. He could also comprehend the principles in the Buddhist scriptures. Then, after pointers from older monks, he could even make analogies of the principles. When he was young, he was very proud of himself. Although he looked modest on the surface, he was very proud inside, thinking that no one in the world was smarter than him. At that time, the Great Thunderclap Temple was still around. He hoped to enter the Great Thunderclap Temple, so he headed to it. But this path ended in failure.
He didn't even pass the entrance examination of the Great Thunderclap Temple. He had a mental breakdown. He was furious. The most embarrassing thing in his life was swearing like a shrew in front of the Buddha statue of Great Emperor Shakyamuni in the Great Thunderclap Temple. Then, decades later, the immortal court and the god race started a war. A huge change happened in the world, and the Great Thunderclap Temple directly turned into a relic. No one knew the reason. At that time, Monk Ainen encountered the relic of the Great Thunderclap Temple. He was in a hurry and wanted to move Great Emperor Shakyamuni's Buddhist scripture out and comprehend it himself. But he couldn't comprehend it. The thoughts transmitted by Great Emperor Shakyamuni's Buddhist scriptures were in conflict with his strong rebellious thoughts from his youth. Either he listened obediently to the thoughts transmitted by Great Emperor Shakyamuni's scriptures or continued on his own path. Monk Ainen was in a dilemma for the rest of his life. So much so that he became demonized. After becoming a demon, he finally woke up and realized that he had gone to the extreme. Then, he seriously reflected on his actions and re-established the Great Thunderclap Temple. He became a fake Buddha and imparted the wisdom of the Great Thunderclap Temple to others. As for himself, he had been constantly comprehending the scriptures. As he aged and his experience increased, and as the thickness of his thoughts deepened, many of the scriptures that he thought were fake in the past were gradually recognized by him. Hence, Monk Ainen had an extremely complicated feeling towards Great Emperor Shakyamuni. But in the end, thinking about it carefully, it was still just one word. He, love, Great Emperor Shakyamuni. Hence, after 20,000 years, the relic of the Great Thunderclap Temple had been well preserved without any damage by him. Until now, Monk Ainen brought Lin Jiufeng to the 10,000 mountain caves. After opening the seal, what they saw was still a complete Great Thunderclap Temple that was buried deep underground. It was astonishing. Monk Ainen said, after the Great Thunderclap Temple became a relic, it was buried deep in the desert. The 10,000 mountain caves was the name that I gave it. The desert is boundless and extremely lacking in water. The temperature is very high. No one is willing to stay here, so naturally, no one can discover this place. And I have always treated this place as the resting place of the soul, coming here once in a while. Entering the 10,000 mountain caves was equivalent to entering a strange and unbelievable underground world. Just like the undulating mountains on the ground. It was the same deep underground.
There was a mountain peak here underground. On it was carved a Buddha with his eyes closed. His palms were pressed together, and his expression was serene. He looked lifelike, as if he was real. There were also Buddhist scriptures carved on the stone walls. They were all original Buddhist scriptures. Some of them were even personally written by great Emperor Shakyamuni. Lin Jiufeng entered and looked around. He felt a special feeling envelop him. These Buddhist scriptures were magnificent. These were the original scriptures from the beginning of Buddhism. Do you want to sign in before the relic of the Great Thunderclap Temple? Just as Lin Jiufeng was lamenting, a line of words appeared in front of his eyes. Lin Jiufeng agreed calmly. Sign in successful. Received the 3 Lifetime Buddha Sutra. A Buddhist scripture appeared in Lin Jiufeng's mind. Then, the chanting of a supreme supremacy sounded. Sanskrit entered his ears, and along with the great Tao, it was transmitted into Lin Jiufeng's memory. What mystic technique is this 3 Lifetime Buddha Sutra? Lin Jiufeng asked curiously. Currently, he wouldn't be able to understand Buddhist scriptures yet. 100 years ago, due to Emperor Yuan's reforms, the Buddhist sects in the Jiangnan area were too rampant, causing Lin Jiufeng to have a poor impression of them. After that, he never studied the Buddhist sects in detail until now. Hence, he needed to figure out what this 3 Lifetime Buddha Sutra was. The 3 Lifetime Buddha Sutra is a supreme technique of the Buddhist sections. It represents the crystallization of great Emperor Shakyamuni's comprehension of the Tao. It consists of the Maitreya Sutra of the past, the Buddha Sutra of the present, and the Lifeless Sutra of the future. These 3 sutras represent the 3 supreme states recorded in the Buddhist scripture. Together, they are the 3 Lifetime Buddha Sutra. This piece of information made Lin Jiufeng look up in surprise. It turned out that the 3 Lifetime Buddha Sutra was actually a supreme technique that involved time. This is too powerful. I have to study it seriously. Lin Jiufeng began to learn this technique. The 3 Lifetime Buddha Sutra flowed like water into his heart. Silently, Lin Jiufeng became stronger again. Monk Anan opened the barrier and said as he walked in front, the Great Thunderclap Temple was originally built in the mountains and ravines. It was incomparably magnificent, but later on, it declined. The world changed drastically. A huge desert fell upon this land and turned the Great Thunderclap Temple into what it is now. Everything in the past has been buried beneath. If I hadn't discovered it early, who knows how long the Great Thunderclap Temple would have been hidden for? Then, no one would know of the legend of great Emperor Shakyamuni. Monk Anan chuckled and said proudly. These words were also true. Lin Jiufeng agreed. Because without Monk Anan building the fake Great Thunderclap Temple in the western desert and spreading it for 20,000 years, the legacy of the Great Thunderclap Temple would have long been broken. Although Monk Anan wasn't from the orthodox Great Thunderclap Temple, he had the scriptures of the Great Thunderclap Temple, the techniques of the Great Thunderclap Temple, and the heritage of the Great Thunderclap Temple. It was because of him that the legends of the Great Thunderclap Temple still existed in the western desert. I have a feeling, Ouyang Xiu, who had been silent all this time, suddenly raised his hand and said hesitantly. What? Lin Jiufeng looked at him. Monk Anan also looked at him. From the moment he entered the desert to the 10,000 mountain caves and then the relic of the Great Thunderclap Temple, he had been very quiet. It was as if something seemed to have happened that made him troubled. I sensed the energy fluctuations of a senior of the immortal court. Ouyang Xiu swallowed his saliva and said. He himself was shocked too. Monk Anan's eyelids twitched. His heart skipped a beat as he asked in disbelief, What did you say? This is the relic of the Great Thunderclap Temple. I've been here alone for 20,000 years. How could it be that there are the people of the immortal court here? Monk Anan shook his head frantically, not believing in this matter. Lin Jiufeng's expression turned serious. He didn't speak. He was waiting for Ouyang Xiu to explain. But I really sensed it. Look. Ouyang Xiu raised his left hand. His left hand emitted a luster and transformed into a immortal word symbol. This is the energy of the immortal court's supreme treasure, the eternal dragon boat. It can sense the people of the immortal court within a 500-mile radius, even if they are just corpses. I came to the western desert because I wanted to use this to find the army of the immortal court. Then, when I came here, it lit up on its own. Monk Anan closed his mouth and kept quiet. Lin Jiufeng's gaze was deep as he said, in other words, there are people from the immortal court within a radius of 500 miles. Ouyang Xiu looked at Lin Jiufeng in fear and nodded. Chapter 320, a kneeling statue. Ouyang Xiu was very afraid now. He didn't dare to hide this information. He was afraid that Lin Jiufeng would kill him. Hence, he didn't dare to hide it, nor did he dare to have any other motives. After discovering the abnormality, he immediately told Lin Jiufeng. Otherwise, when Lin Jiufeng sensed that something was wrong, he would kill him with just a casual squeeze of his hand. Don't forget that his soul energy source was still in Lin Jiufeng's hands. It was really easy for him to kill Ouyang Xiu. At this moment, he looked at Lin Jiufeng, trembling. Fortunately, Lin Jiufeng didn't have much killing intent. He only glanced at Ouyang Xiu and said, "Be careful with your next steps. Once you have confirmed the location of the people or the army of the immortal court, inform me immediately." As if he had just escaped death, Ouyang Xiu nodded excitedly. "Great Emperor Jiufeng, rest assured. If I discover any abnormalities, I will tell you immediately." Lin Jiufeng wasn't worried that he would backstab him. Unless he was willing to give up the second life that he had painstakingly gained through reincarnation. "Continue forward," Lin Jiufeng said to Monk Anan. Still the same as before, compared to the army of the immortal court, Lin Jiufeng was more interested in the Great Thunderclap Temple. With the Great Thunderclap Temple in front, Lin Jiufeng naturally chose to explore this place first. Especially when he had just signed in for the 3-lifetime Buddha Sutra. This was a supreme immortal technique passed down by Great Emperor Shakyamuni. Lin Jiufeng really wanted to know what the true Great Thunderclap Temple looked like. Deep underground, the original location of the Great Thunderclap Temple was well maintained without any damage. In this space, the Buddha statues were lifelike, and the scriptures were also very clear. After experiencing the baptism of time, the color of the Buddha statues actually didn't change at all. It had to be said that Monk Anan protected them very well. Monk Anan brought Lin Jiufeng along. Along the way, they saw beautiful thankas telling about the magnificent achievements of Great Emperor Shakyamuni. The thankas were something unique to the land of the western regions. It was stories either recorded in murals or in huge paintings made with special crafts. These were collectively called thanka. The thanka here recorded the life of Great Emperor Shakyamuni. The life of Great Emperor Shakyamuni was painted here so that future generations would know what this supreme emperor had done. These are the legends of Great Emperor Shakyamuni suppressing the ferocious beasts in the western regions back then. Seeing Lin Jiufeng's interest, Monk Anan introduced them softly. These legends were recorded and were still spread in the land of the western regions 20,000 years ago. Unfortunately, with the destruction of the Great Thunderclap Temple, these legends completely disappeared with the death of the older generations, Monk Anan said regretfully. These thankas record the glory of Great Emperor Shakyamuni. They are vivid and lifelike. Great Emperor Shakyamuni looks quite gentle, Lin Jiufeng said. Buddha's body is just a skin bag. He looks very gentle on usual days, but when he was suppressing the ferocious beasts in the western region back then, he was also a ferocious Vajra, Monk Anan said. What does this thanka mean? Lin Jiufeng suddenly pointed at a strange thanka and asked. The tanka that Lin Jiufeng pointed at had the painting of the Great Thunderclap Temple, but it was an incomplete Great Thunderclap Temple. Moreover, many places had been uprooted from the ground. Underneath the Great Thunderclap Temple, a huge devil's den appeared. Countless ferocious and terrifying monsters crawled out from inside. They were ferocious and had huge bodies. They worked hard to destroy the Great Thunderclap Temple. This was the content of the thanka that attracted Lin Jiufeng. Logically speaking, it was impossible for such a thanka to appear in the Great Thunderclap Temple. The Great Thunderclap Temple in this thanka had already completely collapsed. Monk Anan took a look and said, I know about this thanka. When I was young, I entered the Great Thunderclap Temple and asked the monks at that time.
They told me that this Thangka was drawn by a disciple of great Emperor Shakyamuni.
They said that because this disciple hated great Emperor Shakyamuni for treating him badly, he cursed the great Thunderclap temple to be overturned by the ferocious monsters.
After that, this monk who listened to great Emperor Shakyamuni's teachings left. There was no news of him anymore.
But the great Thunderclap temple still kept his Thangka, hoping to warn the future generations not to learn from him, Monk Anan explained. Lin Jiufeng remembered it in his heart. He took another deep look at the Thangka before turning around and walking into the real Great Thunderclap Temple. Although the Great Thunderclap Temple was currently buried by the sand, the interior of the Great Thunderclap Temple was still filled with secrets. Buddhist teachings and principles were found with every step they walked. There were all sorts of Thangkas depicting Buddhist bodhisattvas, Buddhas, and 3,000 believers listening to great Emperor Shakyamuni preach the Tao. All these combined made up the true Great Thunderclap Temple. All sorts of teaching could be found here. Monk Anan led Lin Jiufeng and Ouyang Xiu to a new place. I brought you guys here to see the true statue of great Emperor Shakyamuni. It was established 100,000 years ago.
Monk Anan introduced proudly.
It wasn't easy for a statue from 100,000 years ago to still be preserved until now. In the entire Great Thunderclap Temple, there was only this one statue. The others were destroyed in different eras. Hence, such a statue appeared to be very precious.
Lin Jiufeng's eyes lit up.
His interest was piqued. This was a statue from 100,000 years ago. Perhaps when this statue was set up back then, great Emperor Shakyamuni had seen it himself too. Such an opportunity was rare.
How could Lin Jiufeng miss this opportunity?
He urged Monk Anan to be faster. They passed through the initial parts of the Great Thunderclap Temple and entered a mountain stream.
The mountain stream was a triangle that spread outward.
In the center of the triangle, a huge Buddha statue that was 1,000 meters tall was calmly looking at this world.
A statue of great Emperor Shakyamuni. And it was from 100,000 years ago. Only some of the colors had fallen off. They were no longer as bright as before.
Now, there was more of a sense of returning to the basics. Stepping onto this huge mountain stream, Ouyang Xiu looked at the 1,000-meter Buddha statue and suddenly said, "I sensed it." Monk Anan and Lin Jiufeng looked at him together.
The people of the immortal court are here.
I really sense them, Ouyang Xiu said with a trembling voice.
Lin Jiufeng asked with a serious expression, "Where?" Monk Anan also frowned as he watched. Would there be anyone from the immortal court near the statue of great Emperor Shakyamuni? Why didn't he know about this? Ouyang Xiu pointed with his finger and said shakily, "He's kneeling there." Lin Jiufeng and Monk Anan looked over together.
In front of the 1,000-meter tall statue was a huge square. There were also some statues in the square. Some of these statues were humans, some were monsters, and their expressions were different. Some had ferocious expressions, some had gentle expressions, some were in despair, and some were crying. These statues were lifelike.
Looking at them from afar, one really couldn't distinguish them as statues. Only by sensing the cold stone could one confirm that these were statues.
As for Ouyang Xiu, he pointed at the person from the immortal court. Among these statues, there was only one that knelt down, looking ashamed.
Is this statue someone from the immortal court?
Lin Jiufeng asked softly.
This was a little out of his expectations.
Yes, he's a quasi-immortal king of the immortal court, a former friend of mine who's both like a teacher and friend.
Ouyang Xiu nodded.
He was similarly shocked.
What exactly happened? Why was his former friend now kneeling in front of the statue of great Emperor Shakyamuni?